a designation. Nice dead on there for Kai, sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Hockey.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute field.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Merit.
Toronto Defiant are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hop's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
The OWCS Stage 4 main event is upon us. Hello and welcome everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And we have 4 days of action ahead of us. None of us has been part of the group stage this time around.
We're just coming in for the main event.
We're just coming in for the big
Hello.
show. Hi everyone. But you know, Stage 4 has still been quite a roller coaster for a lot of teams, a lot of players, and a lot of viewers as well. What are you most excited for heading into this main event?
Okay, I know this is a hot take,
Are you
but
starting
I'm excited
strong?
to see Clash. Like, I low-key like watching Clash, you know? They're still trying
Why
to,
just low-key? Why can't you commit fully?
Well, because it's still like a bit of a game mode in kind of like in development, you know, figuring out like how can we make it a better experience for all the players. But it's kind of fun to watch the point system. So that's my low-key hot take. I can't believe I just started off the show with like a hot take like that.
I think that's a good take.
I respect that. Clash has slowly grown on me. When it first came out, I was like, I don't know. I feel like I'm losing. I'm not supposed to lose. But then I've been playing more, and I've been like, I'm starting to figure it out. Okay, there's different ways to approach this. You know, there's the downtime between points. I hope we get to see a little bit of competitive, some of the best teams in the world playing Clash and see how they approach it. Could inform my approach on the rank ladder, personally.
I think the reason we're not saying Juno is because we've already seen quite a bit of Juno, so we're not desperate for more Juno gameplay.
Although I like it.
Juno's fun to watch, not so much fun to play against either way. So yeah, maybe there's some fellow Clash enjoyers in chat. I know there's a lot of drops enjoyers in chat, and you know what? You're in luck because we once again, of course, have plenty of viewership incentives, as where I can read, here for our Stage 4 main event. Honestly, those go hard. Those go hard. Day and night. Day and night.
Little autumn vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in for this.
The waffles. I'm here for it.
Why is the Soldier dark mode skins 8 hours and the light mode is 4 hours?
It's just, it hits different.
I mean, come on, it's dark mode. Like, let's be real. Like, what do you have all your websites in? It's not day mode.
That's, I'm not going to make a statement
we'll talk
here.
about that later.
Okay, I see we're aligned, the Europeans and us. Anyway, future co-streamers, you're seeing them on your screens right now. Drops will be available for their streams, or rather on their streams as well, on their respective days. So J3, Avril, Commander X, and Avast will be covering all the action. We have so much action to cover because quite a few of the games will be played simultaneously here as well. So yeah, make sure that you at home, if you want to be a co-streamer as well, apply for said honors and for the fun of it. You know, okay, the season might be over already, but next year, we got you next year. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. You've been co-streaming the group stages, actually.
Yeah, I was. And I was one of the featured co-streamers for the first week of groups as well. And that happened, of course, during OWCS Asia as well. So I stayed up, did a 30-hour stream.
That sounds really healthy, Johnny.
Look, sometimes you gotta sacrifice health to watch some Overwatch.
Nope,
whatever it takes.
That's not the
Whatever
PSA.
it takes,
that is
baby.
100%
Yes,
not
Johnny.
The PSA
yes.
That we're
Play
trying
video
to
games
get
all day.
All night too, apparently.
Or don't, and just follow our schedule, because we're going to keep it healthy. We had the schedule, you know, spread out over the entirety of the year. We didn't just try to cram it all into one weekend. And we're very much heading towards the end of it. Stage 4 main event is where we're currently at. So we do have 3 days or 4 days of action. And then after that, bit of a break. And then the World Finals at DreamHack in Stockholm. That's going to be a great time.
In Sweden.
In Sweden. Out of all places.
It's a bit emotional to me.
Yeah,
Of course it
Overwatch
should be.
coming home.
After all this time.
You know, the Swiss stage is always emotional for me. What a transition. Right. Yeah, of course, we started every single stage in our Swiss stage. Yeah, no, that was a real sentence.
This is your contribution to the world.
That is my contribution to the world. I don't think it has anything to do
Good
with
job,
Switzerland. That's okay. Go us. From that Swiss stage emerged 12 teams, and they were joined by 4 coming from the previous main event. And they had to play through some grueling group stage matches. The top 8 advanced to the main event. 8 final teams competing in a double elimination bracket. Everything on the line. We're fighting here for points. We're fighting here for pricing, but also the number 1 will make it through directly to Stockholm for our world finals. So there's
even
a lot
if you
at stake.
haven't scored a single point yet, you just have to win everything.
Just win
everything.
Just win it all.
Well, we actually have some teams which already qualified. So let's take a look who already will for sure be punching their tickets to DreamHack in Stockholm. Toronto defined. Of course, we have Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. I feel like we could have made that graphic before the season even started.
Maybe,
and it would have still been true.
Although it was close, obviously Sela Division, they went into overtime on Rialto against Falcons, but Falcons came out on top in the lower bracket finals. An amazing series, and then later on, Falcons continued their run in the OWCS Asia, taking down Crazy Raccoon as well in a grand final. Went all the way, 7 maps, a giga banger. So if you haven't watched OWCS Asia and how Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon qualified, I do recommend you go check it out.
Or just watch the co-stream that Johnny did. Are the VODs up?
The VODs are not up. The VODs are not up, but there's lots of VODs out there.
There will be bots out there. There's also a lot of money out there and on the line for our first place team. I mean, 30K is the cash prize pool, or cash prize rather, that you will be getting if you're coming out on top of this very weekend. But of course, it's the circuit points, man.
It's the circuit points, it's the ticket to Stockholm. And I think really all the teams here competing in the main event, that's where their focus is. It's going to Stockholm, it's playing in the biggest event of the year. This is this huge opportunity in the OWCS calendar. And so I think everyone wants to be there, wants to be able to show what they've got. And I think there's gonna be some serious competition, right? The rankings have shifted quite a bit over the years. Yes, over the year rather. We've seen some of these top teams like Toronto be super dominant. But I think EMEA, NA, there's a lot of competition for those next spots, those next tickets to Stockholm.
Remember M80? Wow, feels like forever ago.
Wow, that's a lifetime ago, Johnny. It's a lifetime ago.
What is time? What is time? I just know it all comes down to the World Finals in Sweden. And if you want a little teaser, take a look at this.
Even the devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
And of course, the tickets are available right now, so make sure to grab yours and join us in beautiful Sweden. Give me a good selling point for Sweden here, Johnny.
It's beautiful.
Nailed it, nailed it. I mean, if that
A lot of
doesn't sell
history,
you, I don't know.
culture. So,
Not that Johnny has
cool buildings.
experienced it, but he...
He heard
Really
it.
high internet speeds. That's the selling point for you guys. So there you go.
That must be something to
Are you accepting immigrants at this time?
I do so, in fact. Yeah, you can go ahead and apply. I can get you in.
Oh yeah,
can
I
get
got
you
a
in, Nick.
connection. I got a
you.
connection.
All right, so as you're trying to weasel your way into Sweden, our teams are trying to do the same thing, and it did so through the group stages. Some had to fight a little harder than others. Which of these groups do you feel like was the toughest?
Ooh, the toughest. I gotta go with Group B for this one.
Yeah.
Look, Virtus Pro, they qualified 2-0. But Ioma and Peps, I mean, they went back and forth. And Ioma ended up qualifying over Peps, but it was a hard-fought battle still.
I think Group C looks pretty competitive.
Yeah.
Those are all teams we've seen make it to main events in the past, but it's SR Peak Check
Hell
taking
yeah.
the second seed. I mean, SSG, no surprises at the
Amazing.
top, but LH Cloudy gonna bring the Rhine here in the main
Rhine
event.
energy in that Group C is strong.
That's
okay?
gonna be the next level. We need to see a Rhine mirror with SSG.
But honestly, I have to say, I'm already like disappointed in the future because I know exactly they're not going to bust out the Reinhardt on the SSG side.
Probably not with
But Cloudy
with
does.
wanting to win the tournament. They might not do
want
that.
But I feel like Cloudy is going to hard commit, and we love him for it. So there's that.
He will hold commit.
That
If we don't see Cloudy or Reinhardt, they're throwing.
What is life, actually? Let's take a look at our EMEA standings and the group standings. Now, actually, let's take a look at the map pool, because I love map pools just as much as anyone else. Clash and Flash, of course, here, the newer merge.
when you go to mode 3, it's Clash/Flash, as we, of course, are calling it. I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to see how this map pick affects the game, right? With 2 modes, you have a really powerful map pick where, I mean, past Flashpoint map pick, we talked about, this doesn't really matter so much. They're so similar. But now you could decide to play Clash or Flashpoint, and that I think is going to add some complexity now to the game. I'm excited to see how the top teams approach the Clash game mode and see, what kind of strategies they bring to bear. I think it's very open right now. We just haven't seen this played at the top level yet.
Yep. And taking a look at the map pool as well. I mean, there's a few different options. If you like to dive, you can still go to Gibraltar, Junkertown's in there as well. So many different options depending on what composition you want to play.
Well, speaking of composition, so far in the group stages, we've seen a lot of Juno. That's been the flavor of the month, the week, whatever you want to call it. I feel like that's going to probably continue. So we're going to see that Brig and Juno every once in a while. We could, of course, to see some other stuff sprinkled in the backline. Orisa has been pretty much dominant. What else do we need to know about the current meta?
I mean, really, that has been the go-to meta. We've seen a ton of Juno and Brig. It's been such an effective backline. And also, we saw that when there is no real, target to dive, like Ana in the backline, for example, teams play less D.Va, and you might as well just play the best brawler tank. So that's where Orisa has come into the mix, and we've seen a lot more Orisa than we have, say, Ramatra or Junker Queen, for example. Even though, they still have their maps, like New Junk City, for example, can still bring out the Queen if you'd like. But for the most part, it's been a ton of Juno and Brig. It's been the best backline we've seen in Season 12 so far.
There's a lot of flexibility with the comp, right? You've got, a lot of mobility, a lot of ability to put heals anywhere you need them on the map. And I think it allows your DPS and tank to be pretty flexible. Like, you could switch from a dive style to a rush style, and you don't really have to change your support. So I think that really adds a lot of diversity. Heck, I mean, it's honestly not the worst poke comp ever, right? With Juno's ultimate, adds a lot of damage into any lineup. So a lot of flexibility from that backline, so it makes it so strong in the meta right now.
It's been fun to see more flexibility as in terms of which DPS can be picked with that backline and also, of course, with that front line. Now, moving on, before we get into today's matches, we, of course, still have a few more things that we want to cover, we want to discuss. Arguably, of course, we want to talk about the teams, but also want to take a look at this bracket. 4 quarterfinals, many teams that could make a good run or made a good point for themselves during the group stages. Which of these matchups do you feel like is the most exciting?
I think it's the one we're going to cover. Personally, I'm a big fan of this SSG versus Twisted Minds match, where KSA joining Space Station now. A little bit of a grudge match, maybe a little bit of drama in his departure from Twisted Minds. I mean, in fairness, Twisted Minds was at their strongest when KSA was in the lineup. Now he's joined forces with Space Station, continuing this team's trend of moving towards diversity, their ability to play any comp at the top meta. This is a team that wants to be winning international events. They don't want to just be a Ryan one-trick anymore. And they've shown that with additions of Psycho, Funny Astro as well, they can handle a lot of these other comps at the top level too.
Yeah, and of course, as we said, these matches will be played simultaneously. So we have Bullskunk covering ENCE versus Aoma, and Hammerkick is covering POC versus SRPC. So it's going to be full coverage. And if we get an opportunity to jump into any of the still ongoing games in case ours is finishing first, we will, of course, try to make that happen. But now it's time to dig into our first match. He already started on it, so let's dig deeper. We want to set this one up as a grudge match, of course. SSG, they're adding a new player for the first time this entire season. KSA joining them, of course, bolstering their tank versatility.
Oh, jump scare. Jump scare.
What is
the Roadhog?
Hello.
This is so good.
Yeah, but this is a fantastic addition, of course, because the one thing we criticized more often than not would have been like, how much depth do they have in their tank department? KSA will be adding some flexibility here, reinforced.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now we're seeing some D.Va gameplay being played by KSA here, of course. But also, it's not only strictly like off-tank heroes. It's also like the Ramatra, the Orisa, and KSA's been integrated into this lineup. Here playing the Ramatra for the team on Sanctum of Nepal, of course. So, even though we know Hadi to be like the go-to brawl tank for this team, and if you're going to bring out the Reinhardt, I'm sure we'll see Hadi. But KSA's been playing these brawl heroes well for SSG as well, and been integrating into this lineup. So it's a bit of a new look for SSG, where, I mean, it's been Hadi now for like 2 years, dating back to like on Spitfire, right? So a bit of a new look for SSG, but they've looked dominant so far, especially in this meta. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Twisted Minds.
Indeed. And Twisted Minds, of course, making some changes as well, mostly through their backline. We have the two Koreans joining them in their backline. How have they looked like so far?
Well, Vigilante and Bliss were together at the start of the year. Vigilante, of course, having some health issues, has to step aside, and so it's going to be MCD coming to replace him. As much as everyone's fan of MCD, I do think Vigilante's probably a stronger player, so this does hurt. On top of it just being, any roster change this late in the year kind of kills some of your synergy, is a little bit of a reset. It's not what you want, frankly, for Twisted Minds. We'll see them open up with, looks like it was it UB on the bench? It'll be Quartz and Lambda starting out. So I think, strong DPS, a lot of flexibility. TVNT has impressed me on the tank role, looked really solid, and I think it's a good meta for him. So, I think Twisted Minds is a good team, even if they go up against a newly revamped Space Station, and it's not so good for them in this first round. I think this is a team that could make a salty run back in the lower bracket. Maybe they could even impress us here in this match. But they're definitely a team with a lot of question marks surrounding them. They just haven't looked the same since they lost KSA, frankly.
Yeah. If we're going to something like a Lijiang, for example, first, that's where maybe Labda's skill set could come in handy, because we've been seeing some Pharah play on Lijiang Garden and Night Market, for example. But for the most part, I think for Twisted Minds, it's going to be them playing an Orisa May kind of composition and really helping out the front line, playing around those ice walls, for example, which we might see from SSG too. So it could be a battle between the brawls.
Would be fun to watch. However, if we're looking at them and how they stack up and also how they just performed recently, I have to give the edge. That's my camera. I have to give the edge to SSG. Although I feel like every time I do that, every time I doubt Twisted Minds, they just come out stomping. So,
This is SSG we're talking about, though.
I know it is. But Twisted Minds, they're not slouches, right? They are an incredible strong team. They're definitely a very formidable opponent. SSG, though, they've just showed a lot more consistency as a whole throughout the season. So I think they're going to gut this one in the back 3-1.
I went the same. For me, I think SSG's got to be the clear favorite here, but I'll give Twisted Minds a map. I think there's always an opportunity for Quartz to just take over the server on a hit scan. I think the team has some interesting looks. They play some sim strats that we could see, maybe not super popular this meta with less shield tanks being played. But I just think this is a good team, and I think SSG, I'm honestly a little scared for any opponents for them, though, because I think with KSA, this team now really has no limits in my mind. I think in the past it was kind of haughty. He's like, he plays the diva, but it's not really at the elite tier. With KSA in the roster, it's like they're going to be so much harder to predict, so much harder to prepare against than they were in any previous matches.
I got an SSG 3-0 in this one. Come on now, Twisted Minds, they dropped maps to NMA in the group stage. Come on. So this is SSG we're talking about. Arguably the best team in EMEA at this time. So I got an easy 3-0 for this one, and maybe we'll check out some of the matches after this one wraps up.
Again, I don't trust their group stage performances. So, yeah, they came second. Yes, they lost against Piece of Cake and then dropped some matches against teams they certainly shouldn't have. Let's see how our community feels about this one. Okay. This is unsurprising, honestly. SSG just has to be considered the favorite heading into this. But, Twisted Minds, they've surprised us before in previous stages in positive and negative ways. So let's see what they have in store for us today. It's going to be a banger. And if the gameplay doesn't deliver, we for sure know that at least the commentary will, because we brought in the big guns. Mitch and Matt are standing by for this
You're not talking about the biceps, right?
Always talking about the biceps.
Oh, okay.
So we got the big gun.
I trained arms yesterday. You didn't notice, Johnny?
Oh, I saw it all over social media. Don't worry.
Nobody noticed.
You didn't notice, Matt?
No.
Damn, this is...
Yeah, you're doing something wrong. Nobody's seen results in 6 years now, I feel like. So
Is that true, Johnny?
Short sleeve. Bring out the short sleeve.
Oh yeah, the short. I guess I should wear short. Okay, I'm wearing a Gaines cover. That's totally fine. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, short sleeve and tighter, and maybe it'll look like it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Give you ammunition, shall I? I don't think so. No bloody way. Hey, have you ever noticed that the Twisted Minds logo kind of looks like it says swag? You ever notice that? Look, swag. Look, swag. You can't see it now. Swag. That's all I'm saying. They're gonna need more than a little bit of.
They're gonna need lots of swag.
A bit more than a bit of spring in their step, I think, to deal with Space Station, who, like Adeska pointed out, filled out that lineup considerably because we were looking at the tank role, and that team and saying, right, they might not have the flexibility they need. Twisted Minds, lose to that ex-Peps roster, piece of cake, and obviously, they give 2 maps to Gucci and friends, which is fair enough. They obviously showed us some pretty decent gameplay, but they've always been streaky. They then come out of the groups in a straight 3-0 and just kind of wipe that negative mental attitude team off the map. So it's really hard to predict them. When Quartz is firing, anything's possible for this squad.
They're one of the most bizarre, if not the most bizarre team I think we have, right? Like, you could see them beating anybody. You could see them getting beat by almost anybody, right? It's just kind of a coin flip on the day of what you see from them. I think, though, speaking on Space Station, KSA is an awesome addition to the roster, right? I think you're only going to get so far playing the certain tanks in Hottie's wheelhouse. He's really awesome at those tanks, but bringing in somebody who can play the Diva at a really high level, I think will impact them. Obviously, it has impacted them now, but even better down the line.
Let's make no bones about it. This is a grudge match. We're not making up stories here. KSA would love to drop the Twinings on Twisted Minds in a game like this. And he's in, of course, to start the game with. It's actually going to be on a brick here set up for Twisted Minds. So a little bit more, from as far as we're concerned, a little more old school. But again, obviously does give you plenty of options to deal with Diva in your face. That sleep dart, of course, having some CC. But you definitely feel a little bit less immobile as far as that backline is concerned. And there's always questions about your overall healing throughput when it's needed.
Well, I think seeing the lineup from Twisted Minds, right, in terms of like what they're playing in terms of heroes, I think they don't care about being mobile whatsoever, right? Like, you're going to play around this Ashe Dynamite, putting down some big group damage, same with Lavda on the Pharah, and see if you can just kind of chunk down Space Station Gaming as they try and move on in, and you get Backbone first. It's a great start.
And when we watch Space Station do well on control, especially, Matt, it's Backbone's mate that's finding these picks from across the map with those ice spikes and really getting things started up. When they struggle is when, Backbone gets picked off first, and they feel like they lose a real weapon very early in the round. Twisted Minds there, great start. You will note that Space Station start in control of the point, and that's because Twisted Minds actually perched up on the lighthouse itself and didn't touch.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have the lead swap rather quickly, though. Orbital Ray available here for Funny Astros, just putting out tons of healing here. It's really, I mean, it's about crossing this gap over the point, right? That's gonna be the Orbital Ray. But you see Twisted Minds, you can just kind of kite this, right? They don't have to play in line of sight of it.
Well, I mean, Space Station have to play within the confines of that Orbital Ray, and with a Diva comp, it's a little bit harder to get full value out of that ultimate because you're not grouped up together. Lavda goes for a barrage, is cut short by KSA. And now everybody needs to clear the field because this Deadeye from Sparker promises to be deadly. Bliss goes quite low. It's fairly close to a rally, though, so will be a disengagement. But Bliss just looks on as Quartz gets turned into mulch.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of follow up that Orbital Ray, right? You have the Deadeye that comes after that. Quartz ends up throwing the Bob to kind of contest that point, but you're not able to kind of move back in, right? For Twisted Minds, you don't really have that kind of like speed to take advantage, maybe, of that brief moment where you have a little bit of an advantage as TVNT moves onto the point here. He's going to end up using most of his defense matrix there just to kind of step up. And you see Backbone, he can kind of control that side room and give a lot of space here for KSA to put pressure on the Pharah.
Okay, Blizzard here for Backbone. He has pushed up towards the opening. Would, I think, settle for catching the backline inside this May ultimate here. Knowing that TVNT is a bit of an issue, he'd love to have that Diva demeched before he tries to get Snowball free. KSA also dicing with death there. TVNT has to use that self-destruct for a remech, and KSA must do the same. Ice Wall is going to make it so they can get back into that mech and keep fighting, but Blizzard's been able to pop the rally in the meantime. Landon has done much the same. Still, Blizzard being held by Backbone for a snowy day, apparently. Released until TVNT is out of the equation.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a window there. They hit Landon with a bio grenade while he had the rally going. They weren't able to finish him off. That's going to be a Blizzard thrown in there, like you mentioned, for Backbone. That time just kind of connected with Bliss, right? So got aggressive, saw that the Brig was kind of isolated out. Now MCD may end up ending the round here with this Nano. They haven't really gotten anything.
No,
with.
I mean, maybe give it to Lapta so he can play more aggressively to try and touch. Quartz could do the same. Bliss comes in on the Lucio. Yeah, and MCD might be holding that ultimate for next round, which is less than advisable in the game of Overwatch. And that Blizzard there by Backbone, yeah, it doesn't catch on to three people, frees them up and give you an instant team fight win. But like you mentioned, it splits Bliss off to the side. It forces the Brig to fall back into a solo location where they can be overwhelmed. And that's the important pickup there.
I mean, yeah, you're not going to get, some crazy kind of Blizzard here, especially on Well, right? There's like a lot of areas you can split off. Bliss had just used the rally, right? So being able to kind of just connect with him on the Blizzard and then take out that Brig, right? You know that the Ana is like off of spawn, so pretty smart move there from SSG.
Felt like a pretty slow-paced round, actually, and that is partially because we have these Diva comps that aren't necessarily full diving, and there's not a full commitment for team fight. It's often there's 2 skirmishes happening at any one time, where the Brig is trying to play quite close on the Twisted Mind sides, towards that Ashe position.
Well, there's one team playing without a speed boost, and they're also playing like Ashe on, far at range, right? So their whole idea is to poke. They don't want to be aggressive and kind of go into the other team. So to see them, not really kind of take a lot of fights, not all too surprising there. We'll see if Twisted Mind decides to change anything up here. Going into the second point is Ruins. Potentially some Widowmaker play here from Quartz, right? Fantastic hit scan player. Right now, it looks like potentially hovering over to Risa base comp.
Depending on the composition, though, it can be easy to play out of line of sight of Widow on this map. We actually saw it, I think, in a couple times, especially in NA groups, where I'm pretty sure NRG Shot tried to play Wrecking Ball against the Junker Queen comp, and they played Wrecking Ball with Widow, and they...
NA groups, you see just about anything.
But
so
it was NRG
Shock.
It was NRG Shock,
Yeah.
But
it's good coverage. If I just say, oh yeah, I saw it in NA groups, we saw everything in NA
but
groups.
I'm at least quoting who did it, so you can go and find it. But playing out of that Widow line of sight on point.
I think I saw that in the NA Swiss stage. Yeah, so one of the 900 matches.
Yeah, I'm sure
Swiss.
you got stuck into those Swiss matches, mate.
Twisted Minds. So they'll actually play the Widow, like I was mentioning. It'll be Orisa. So they'll actually ditch the Ana. They'll play the Juno. Juno, I feel like, is just so strong. It's like almost a must pick at this point.
Well, they have Orisa.
Between the speed and the orbital ray. And I mean, Orisa's great in combination.
I mean, I'd say about 40% of Juno's healing comes from that orbital ray, if not more, especially when you have these comps that are a little more compact in terms of MCD, Bliss, and TVNT playing together. You do have these 2 looser ends, so MCD does have to dart across the map a fair bit, but there's nothing like truly hit scan oriented for Space Station to punish those rotations of MCD. You can see it popped up there, just above the Orisa, and Sparker has to try and climb up. Oh god, it's such a circuitous route he needs to take to try and get rid of that Widow.
Yes, I mean, he's the route that Sparker's got to go. He's trying to dodge the shots from Quartz. He's got a Brig swinging on him, and then also dealing with some bar rockets from above. That's going to be a DMEC there of KSA. So fantastic start there for Twisted Minds, getting the Deepak on. But, their comp, it takes so long, Mitch, for things to develop. They actually give up. They're going to give up almost 50%.
And they're not going to flip this back either.
Yeah, they're not
Space Station taking the fight now. We're behind Landon's rally here. Bliss doesn't have his available yet, so it has to be an orbital ray first. And funny, Astro just says, okay, I guess I'll just commit mine to the fight here. And Space Station can take the point. They can't just sit out of line of sight against this Twisted Minds team up, because the Pharah will eventually just burst them down. But you're right, it takes Twisted Minds a long time to actually carve them out of the point.
I mean, we're going to get a second fight here, essentially, with like almost 70% on the point. I mean, Twisted Minds giving themselves really unwell. It was the same type of thing, right? It just takes so long for them to kind of manufacture anything, get anything going that... Yeah, I mean, they're in a lot of trouble. I mean, now they find a pick here on the Sparker, but let's see if they can actually take the point.
Again, it's piecemeal. It's pretty slow. This Blizzard as well is just going to give more time to Space Station. It really only amounts to a few percent at the end of the day. No one was playing on the point properly. Maybe TVNT was threatening that. So Twisted Minds with this comp that is really wants to pick you apart, eventually get a flip back.
Yeah, we'll see now with the Cassidy in the mix, right? If they can play a little bit more aggressive, that it'll actually be Sparker ditching the Tracer and going to play an Ashe of his own. So we saw Quartz play the Ashe in round 1. We've seen Ashe being played in a lot of different maps, really, with the longer sight lines. Over the last few weeks is also really good with the dynamites against
that damage against Safari is really important. That's what lets Space Station move up here to, within striking distance of the point without taking like 50% of their collective HP. Yeah, no follow-up on TVNT. Drew out some of those Orisa cooldowns, but they'll be back soon enough. But it allows Sparker to inch forward now and take these more aggressive off angles.
Man, this TVNT getting really low. Probably, I was going to say, going to have to use the Terror Surge, just get an extra 4 to 5, right? And lose all the armor as soon as he pushed up around that corner.
I think that's exactly why. You've got no choice but to use the ultimate for durability's sake here. And Twisted Minds are probably going to let this one go here. Lapter and Quartz, ultimates in hand, but no chance to use them. MCD will come back with an orbital ray, but there's not really going to be any time to make use of it. A rare, aggressive self-destruct here from KSA. That's not really necessary at the end of the day. Twisted Minds here really not able to put their game plan together, I think, against an SSG who said, okay, come and test us, come and challenge us, come and give us a reason to leave this point or to really fight for it.
Yeah, when you said Twisted Mind's going to let this one go in terms of a fight, they were letting the map go at that point. I mean, it's like 95%. I mean, they got a few ultimates able to use, but yeah, I think they're just playing a little bit too slow right now. I mean, you kind of see that Space Station just able to just look at like the difference, right? When Space Station has the point, right, and how slow and how long it takes for Twisted Minds to get in a fight, and then when Twisted Minds flipped it at the end, right, they just go up, they just bully the Orisa, get all the armor off, it forces out like a Terror Surge, get another Fortify, and they just flip the point right back, right? I think the speed difference between these teams really
Space
apparent.
Station are playing like Ash and Mei. They are quite happy to play slow. The difference is that they have the point. They flip the point, or they cap the point early on in these rounds, and then Twisted Minds seem a little bit uncertain about how they actually want to contest it. They don't push up. They do eventually have a speed component in their composition when MCD plays the Juno on that second round here. But so much of that early play on Ruins is predicated around Widowmaker getting a pick, and if that doesn't happen, they seem like they're in a holding pattern and they're not able to find opportunities elsewhere. The switch to the Cassidy, I mean, Quartz is finding these kills, but that first one is a push-up by the Tracer, right? Where, Sparker gets punished. There's like a grenade and then a headshot. But this play here, very, very straightforward for Sparker. He takes some shots out of spawn.
Yeah.
He forces the Pharah back. All of Twisted Minds gives him this space, and then he has an off angle on the enemy Orisa that TVNT can't do anything about. He's forced to ult in a pretty compromising situation, and yeah, Twisted Minds predictably fall apart.
Yeah, and I don't know where you go here if you're Twisted Minds if you want to play this slow. Like, if you want to play like Diva and maybe play a little bit like more rangy, like, is it something like a Blizzard world per se? Do you think about like some of the maps in the hybrid pool, right? Even like a Midtown. So I think they got a lot that they got to sort out, because map number 1 did not look very good.
It's very positional, and on the attack side, it's very much about like getting that foothold on the high ground. Lately, especially in NA, we're starting to see teams actually come out on the attack with a Widow. Just because it's much more threatening to a defensive Ashe player to have to face that down, and it feels sometimes like a matter of time until you get that pick. But like we talked about at Ruin, Space Station can mostly play out of line of sight and then send that Sparker Tracer over to pressure down the Widow if there's one on the attack side. So I do think we're going to see something a bit more positional, something that, again, will leverage TVNT, but Twisted Minds don't look decisive today. That's what we've seen, at least over the first map. Whether it's a control issue or something else, they gave point early. They took far too long to get ready. I mean, God, they start to get a good fight where it's like 70% capture already for SSG. They're being put on a clock and they're not respecting it right now.
Yeah, I mean, they got really, on Ruins, right? They flipped the point in that one fight, and then they got one more fight after that they end up losing.
Well,
and
they didn't answer the Ashe,
right? It just
the Ashe off angle.
Yeah.
And they couldn't really, because they had a Cassidy Pharah comp.
What do you
nothing.
do?
You want a different hero, honestly, to try and to deal with that. So, but that's what happens when you get 70% and you say we only need to win one team fight. Just switch your comp. Just counter their comp, and then there's actually no time for Twisted Minds to get something favorable against that. They have to play with what they have, and it doesn't fare all that well at all against that Ashe play. Season 12, by the way, is live now, so make sure you get your battle pass and level it up.
That's in a few days.
Yes, I mean, through the 15th. But there are drops right now that give you like 5 free tier skips, I think, for watching selected streamers.
Ooh,
so
okay.
not only do we have drops, as we've shown, but there's also tier skip drops that you can get. So make sure you connect your battle account on twitch.tv and make sure you can get those rewards in. Very much worthwhile. We'll sometimes need a little boost, of course, through that battle pass. Life gets busy. You're busy watching Overwatch and not playing it. So check that out, of course. Also, the Ana Mythic skin.
Or if you're like Mitch, you're so terrible. You just earn the base XP every game. You're basically just like a bot in the lobby that just, walking around.
Okay. In my old age, I still maintain that Diamond 4, right? So I'm doing just fine. I got in there, got my placement done. The competitive drive was great as well. And if you had
I thought you said you were Masters last week, so you're back down to Diamond 4. You're just going, down that way. You're going down that way.
To be fair, Masters, that is almost putting you in top 500 range with the way it works right now. So it's not so easy to be that high as it used to be. I was Masters once upon a time, but no, not this year. But the competitive drive, I don't know if you managed to play any of that, Matt. That was kind of fun, getting in there. And I really found actually that the quality of my comp games was really good. Like, people were coming in from like maybe playing quick play or whatever, but everyone was really wanting to win. So that was a great idea. Really enjoyed that. Hopefully you all got a chance to get involved in that. Get yourself a dose of competitive Overwatch, just like we're delivering to you right here. But we're still waiting, of course, for Twisted Minds to make it competitive. That's what we're hoping for in the second map, and I bet you it'll be King's Row.
The very deliberate conversation right here about what map they want to go to, right? Taking all the time that they're allotted probably to figure out, maybe we're taking a team vote, maybe we're polling the audience here, figure out where. Okay, so it is
What's the Diva? It's the Diva comps, right? That's what I'm thinking, and
yeah,
I think it probably is a map that suits the way Twisted Minds are trying to play right now. Also, frankly, I think the number of Kings Row picks for map 2 is like the highest out of any other, so yeah, it's a pretty safe bet here, but.
I mean, everybody loves Kings Row, right? You can play, numerous different styles of play. I think, though you mentioned, I do think you kind of need, like, the Diva, right? Controlling some of the high ground. I believe last week we watched an Orisa-based composition try and take high ground on offense. We watched it for a short amount of time because the offense wasn't very good. So I feel like you do need that. But actually, so here we do have some subs, though, right? So Hottie will actually come in here for Space Station. So they'll bring in Hottie for Kings Row. Traditionally, more of like, they're not really going to play the Diva, so they may be going with something a little bit different.
Right. I do think Orisa is the best sort of vehicle for this Juno composition right now. Definitely had sort of eclipsed Ramatra like we sort of saw in the Face It Season 3 in Europe. So, yeah, this for me is a better look. And as Diva, you have to play very carefully against this, but it is positional, what Twisted Minds need to do. So we want to see them slowly look to take real estate on the high ground and look not to be shifted off. But it can be hard to push Space Station off that high ground as well. They've got the brig for a lot of easy healing on the Diva, and constant pressure from Hardy on that low ground too is something you can't overlook.
Yeah, so they'll both go with an Orisa-based setup. So you see where TVNT is pushing up right now. This is where we saw in NA. It's very difficult to dislodge that Ashe from the high ground as you see TVNT gets kind of stuck in a Maywall there, just trying to circle around as Quartz looking for some position here up on the high ground, just trying to find an angle. As it can be really difficult. I mean that is a ridiculous fight that going on right there. But it can be really difficult to dislodge like Sparker from that position up on the high ground with the Orisa. Like you would like a character that moves a little bit faster, easier, tracking the mobility like a Diva, but it'll be both teams matching an Orisa.
Well, in theory, what you're hoping for, I think, is your Farah to bombard the windows and make it so that while Spark is being forced to give that ground, he actually can't be involved in the fight. But Twisted Minds, in my opinion, got most of what they wanted there. They got Orisa on the high ground. They also got Quartz set up in that sort of long sight line on the Ashe, like across the map, who would look to be uncontested. But from there, you have to drop down onto the point and punish the fact that Space Station all fall back into the hotel as a unit.
Well, you also need to get this far in position, right? Nice shots there on Sparker. He gets basically 1 HP. But you have to get this far in position while also not taking big damage from the Ashe. There's just a conk there that knocks down Sparker from the high ground. It'll be orbital race for both teams. It'll be MCDs a little bit later.
See how the Blizzard denies Twisted Minds the opportunity to get value with all out of their orbital ray.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Thrown in a position that's like allows Space Station to disengage. They use the orbital ray kind of reactively there just to heal up so the damage they're taking. But Twisted Minds are probably happy enough with this trade. They say, okay, our ray for theirs. We accept that. We're still going to come back in. Lambda might look to make a play here with a bit of a barrage.
How many times can he be okay with a trade in a losing effort,
I mean,
though? Like,
look, it's not amazing, but you do get everyone out, and you have both DPS ultimates here, so you set up with a Bob now and have a barrage. You need to come in from behind with this, and that's what Lambda's looking to do, I think.
They're just going to wait this Bob out. They're going to give like 2 ticks. It's going to be a Bob here from Sparker on the high ground here. They're not even going to give up the
But here's what we're looking for. Lambda is able to use that time to get behind. Now, though, it gets a little dicey because he needs his team to be aggressive on the point to take those eyes off him. Okay, Hardy, wants a fortify.
he just needs to fortify.
And it gets the Mega. Okay, TVNT in a bit of trouble here. I don't think he realized this, and now he does it. The May is behind him, freezing him up.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But again, like...
That is, dude, Backbone's Maywalls are so good. They're just so, I mean, that's tilting, right? You see Hottie get the Mega, you're already kind of tilted because of that, and then you're going to chase him down, and the Maywall separates you, staggers you out for a bit.
We live in a Kevster world. I still think Backbone is one of the most impactful Mays, if not the most impactful May in this region. Guy is built a little different. So with that fight, Twisted Minds come back in with a rally advantage at least. So, okay, they're not okay with it anymore. I'd say they're running out of time. They really would like to have been done, but Space Station are a team that you cannot make any mistakes against. I'd be worried, though, about being forced to disengage out of a Blizzard. Backbone has already built another one.
Yes, Hottie pushes on in. He loses all his armor. He's quite low and nothing really able to heal him up. It's going to be an orbital ray here for Twisted Minds. Minds as MCD gets some pretty good value at that.
Well, TVNT has no choice actually but to Terror Surge there. Probably doesn't have, doesn't have Fortify off cooldown, and he's inside of Blizzard. But he turns that ultimate into a great zoning tool there, and they're able to use that, orbital ray to a decent degree. Space Station though can come back and fight this straight away with both of their support ultimates now, and will hope to gain a foothold defensively that will bleed the clock further.
Yeah, well, I mean, in that situation, right, Twisted Minds had both support ults, right? Space Station had absolutely nothing, so able to use that orbital ray, and also for Twisted Minds, hold on to rally. So quite fortunate there for Twisted Minds coming into this next fight. Absolutely would have needed one of these ultimates to contest
That's
this
why May
next
is so
fight.
good. You literally blizzard the orbital ray. the attackers just kind of have to get out of it there, sort of denied that value, but that was done earlier on. TVNT came up with the answer and fortified through it with his ultimate. Nice wall here. That did section off TVNT for a time. Then Armor got knocked, but Space Station weren't able to find any more. That was their Bob used.
Yeah, I mean, the Bob gets them the choke back, right? So it just forces Twisted Minds back just a little bit. Don't really get any value in terms of damage or kills out of the Bob, but it actually allows you to kind of take control over this choke. Is this going to be the Bob here from Quartz? Doesn't really like us put down much of anything, but that's an orbital ray here for Space Station and Twisted Minds.
It's extremely worth it, I think, for Twisted Minds. The problem is that value proposition gets worse with less time you have in the round. You have less time to be patient and let these ultimate trades happen. So they're getting now down to the wire a little bit. Twisted Minds need to go aggressive, so we need to find some decisiveness that was just, frankly, not present in that first map, and that'll do it. Lambda pushing up, able to find Spark with some of those rockets here now. Backbone also under a great deal of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that is totally worth it for Twisted Minds, like we were talking about. If you kind of just throw your Bob in and they end up orbital raying, and you kind of get that choke back for free. And I mean, look at this, they're going to get around that second corner, getting very close to the second checkpoint with a support ult advantage. I mean, that is as good as you could possibly ask for.
And this is the snowball effect of trading a Bob for an orbital ray, Matt. It's getting it out of hand now for Space Station. Rally popped here, but landed under an extreme amount of pressure there.
Wow.
Orbital ray here for TVNT. Extra durability, of course, now on the Terror Surge. Hardy takes a chunk of damage, but Space Station have run out of time to contest. Twisted Minds shove right in their face, and Bliss gets the card home.
Man, I was surprised Landon lived, even with the rally. He did a nice job just dashing to the side. So Space Station, you're obviously not able to get back and contest the point. It'll be a second checkpoint taken for Twisted Minds, but not a lot of time for them to work with. We'll see which Ashe does a better job here kind of controlling these high grounds. Right now, Quartz up in a great spot. That is a filthy headshot there on Talabda from Sparker. I mean, that is one that will give them the high ground and control right back.
In theory, Sparker can't get a high ground spot until he forces Quartz to give up his. So now he has, I guess, what you could call priority in that sense, with that kill on the far end, the disengagement from Twisted Minds. Quartz here can't get far forward enough to perch up on that middle high ground. A lot of ults here for Space Station Gaming. Bob available once more here for Quartz. Both sides, in fact, have that one at the ready. And they're going to get thrown out quickly. Quartz focused down by the Bob early, though almost hit by the knock-up. Has to try and coach gun away, but Bob only had eyes for the enemy Ashe. And with Lambda falling down now, Space Station win out big time. That's a jackpot in terms of the ult trade.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is going to give Space Station a big advantage here under a minute to go as Quartz going to go to the Widowmaker, right? You're just trying to find a pick at range here. Maybe see if somebody pokes from that high ground. You can get a quick headshot. Maybe catch somebody off guard. Is just misses land in there.
Space Station, despite the presence of the Widowmaker, still want to go for it. Orbital Ray here won't protect him against an insta-kill headshot, but most of these heroes are healthy enough on Space Station that that's not possible. There's your Orbital Rays traded. Once more, Twisted Minds forced back now with one more fight to make this happen. They're going to have to do it with the barrage. They're going to rally at least for Bliss to work with now. Backbone a little bit concerned. There's a lot of poke here for Twisted Minds composition and heroes in Space Station that don't deal well at long range. So Backbone's down first. Rally now going to be popped by both sides. Hardy going low, forced to Terror Surge yet again. The barrage thrown at him. Hardy taken down eventually. Sheer weight of numbers cause him to topple. And Space Station will have to fight out of spawn to stop a cap.
Yeah, they don't have anything to work with, but Twisted Minds doesn't really have much of anything either, right? TVNT will have Terror Surge potentially just trying to sit at the spawn door, see if you can maybe use that kind of capture players on in, but looks like Space Station, they have a great idea. They're going to rotate all the way around to the opposite door.
That's a very important May wall there. It's going to force Quartz off being able to really do much in this fight, but Lambda can do plenty. Great conk as Landon sails into the Foundry. Magma below, and that card's going to get close. Backbone tries to touch. Hardy's going to get there, but he'll fall as Quartz can still assume a very aggressive position now. One that is being ignored for the most part by Space Station, as they don't have the bandwidth to worry about a Widow sat behind multiple layers of abstraction. And that'll be Twisted Minds get the map done with no time left.
Yeah, not pretty, but in the end, they do get it done, right? I mean, that's like the most important thing. Don't finish with any time left in the bank here for Twisted Minds. But a few different times during that game, it looked like they were going to get stopped, right? So Twisted Minds able to kind of battle through, come up clutch in some of these last fight scenarios, and come out with a map completion. I also think that potentially here, you know, maybe there's a slight advantage, right? With now them on defense here, we'll see, you know, how they kind of play around Hardy and the Cerisa on offense.
Well, I think you're going to see Space Station, especially if they have the main in this composition, be a lot more decisive about how they take space and how they try and catch people out with walls and chokes here. Twisted Minds did carry over their slow play style on that first point attack that we saw on Ilios, right? D.Va, they tried to take some position, they tried to get Labda set up here. These things all really take time to come together. And ultimately, they do require Labda to drop down into the choke behind Space Station and barrage them, which is something that is never a sure thing, especially if you don't have like an Ana or like a sort of defensive ult or protective utility for the Fire that's going for that solo flanking play.
Yeah, one of Space Station's best weapons, I felt like so far, especially on defense, was Backbone's Mei, right? You're not going to be able to play like a recent Mei here on offense.
It's fun.
You know, they might try and go for it, but what are you going to do to kind of contest that high ground with Quartz and, you know, put pressure on Labda? I feel like it's going to be very difficult.
So you have some hit scan, at least. You're not going to stay with the sim. You use the Mei wall here as you sort of cross this high ground to like catch an Ashe or anyone who gets too close. So the Mei, look at the threat it generates. Like, Twisted Minds can't play too far forward here. Look what they're playing in their own choke. Just good poke damage here that catches Backbone out as the torpedoes chase him down. And I like this now, trying to catch out an individual in the Space Station side of the map.
Yeah, as you kind of get Backbone as he's walking across, as he's going to switch over to Pharah. So I think you need that extra damage with that Pharah. I don't know if you can kind of just brute force your way with the Mei. I think you might be able to. I think it's just going to take so long to develop. I think the one advantage you would have with the Mei is obviously playing over the point, right? So I think that would be a bit of an advantage where you can, you know, if the fight just takes place over that point, then the Mei can be quite good, but you do get a kill on the Lambda here, so both Pharah's dead for the moment.
Yeah, they're small simultaneously. Backbone comes back on the Mei here. And that's another pick for Sparker. First Lambda, now Quartz. Twisted Minds have not had both DPS in play for the last 30 seconds or so. And that is going to hurt them a lot. Look at the space that Space Station can take as a result. TVNT, a little isolated here over towards the hotel, but can fall back to the position of the rest of Twisted Minds as Space Station only want to play on the point. And here's why Mei is good. Look at that wall. Difficult for Twisted Minds to navigate, and a better wall would have been even more devastating. A later orbital ray, then they need to keep Backbone alive there. So being without the Mei here might hurt them. Eyes looking at TVNT while the rest of Twisted Minds go to work, damaging the players on the point. 2 ticks and counting here. But yeah, Landon just got overextended there. Sparker with the Bob needs to be healed up quickly. Good spot for Bob, but you'll see that just get poked down here slowly by Labda. And Space Station eventually lose their grip.
Yeah, and that's where you think that Mei has the advantage, right? While they're fighting over the point, and they're able to keep Backbone alive for a little bit as they lose Hadi here late. And I think the opportunity there, it's a funny Ashe's orbital array. It's just not enough to keep Backbone alive, right? Backbone a little bit further out, doesn't get the benefits of the healing, it looks like, straight away. So it's a difficult spot to be in, right? I know where your Backbone, you want to be pushed up on that Mei, you want to be kind of trying to isolate people with the walls, but not in the range to be able to get some of that big healing that's absolutely necessary.
Quartz held that Bob here. Backbone picked off on the cross once more. Definitely a little oppressive for the Mei to get across that gap. Doesn't really have the tools to fire back nearly as well as Twisted Minds do, who really like playing this poke comp, slowing the game down. TVNT's been very, very good, very hard to shift, which has allowed Twisted Minds to just spam this choke.
A bit feels like Space Station is kind of playing the exact, like they're playing into exactly what Twisted Minds would like them to play, right? No, they're totally fine with them playing, May, playing Orisa, playing a little bit slow. Like, this feels like the pace suits Twisted Mind so much
They're
more.
trying to wall TVNT off there, but it doesn't work. This could be dangerous now. He comes in with a Terror Surge. Hardy trying to back out. Landon, not quick enough. Backbone emerges from that ice block so low. And Twisted Mind's here, threatening Space Station with a full hold on Kings.
I mean, this would be pretty impressive here for Twisted Minds. A huge bounce back, right? As it's only 2 ticks here for Space Station. They'll go back to the main. Just a quick Widow swap, see if you can get somebody out of the spawn. Double support ult though here for Space Station. So they have all the tools to be able to flip this, take that first checkpoint. Maybe a big barrage though, right? You drop some of these ultimates and you kind of have to be grouped up and run behind barrage. You get 1 or 2, that could be it.
That wall there would have been fine if everyone was ready to do something about it. They in fact weren't. Lambda goes in now, gets caught out. I mean, he's trying to barrage in the middle of an orbital ray. This one, well, the bottom kind of fell out of the boat for Twisted Minds, and they're in shark-infested water, folks. That was very quick, and it's Twisted Minds who, I guess uncharacteristically, look to preemptively make a play and run into a brick wall.
Well, I like the idea. You come in and use that rocket barrage, orbital ray rally going down. Get a kill here on Quartz as he's just kind of coming off the spawn. The idea is good there for Twisted Minds. I mean, they just focus down Lambda so fast. I mean, not even really able to get much of anything with that barrage. So you focus them down, you got both support ults rolling, you just push on to the point. Even with Twisted Minds using a rally, it doesn't really do much.
Funny Astro does not have time to react to that from Lambda. He is just orbital raying because he needs to orbital ray. It just so happens that that's when Lambda tries to go aggressive. These picks, these are the backbone picks I referenced briefly on Ilios. Just these long range, kind of random icicle kills that give Space Station so much of their momentum. This is really the engine room coming alive now for SSG. Sparker getting involved as well.
This is bad. But how do you just delete the Orisa at range, right? No, it feels like maybe we didn't see it, from where we were watching, but maybe there was a wall with split TVNT off and just a lot of damage that comes down. But yeah, just losing the Orisa.
Even with the Maywall though, it's actually hard to do enough damage to the Orisa through her cooldowns to kill her.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like really difficult, especially like Juno and Brig healing. That's a huge 2 pickoffs though. Really 3 started with the fight before with Quartz. I mean, you get this point now. You may have an opportunity to finish with time if you're Space Station.
We're showing Bobs. 2 of them come out here. Twisted Minds and Space Station try and make the space here to make their case. Twisted Minds actually able to stop this one just before that last hurdle here. And might I point out, without having to use any key ultimates, it's going to be a mirrored orbital ray engagement in the next fight as Space Station try and get into the Foundry.
Yeah, it's just Bob's used there, but it's just nice shots there from Quartz at range. Puts a lot of pressure on the Sparker right away. We on board with him as he just kind of dives into a corner. No real sight lines as it looks like a Space Station trying to move up here towards this high ground. Kind of wrap around the alley, take a little bit of a different approach.
Again, no early picks here for Space Station, so that's... Oh, okay, well, I guess I cursed it for you, Twisted Minds. Sorry, not sorry. Another orbital ray barrage play this time. Lambda's able to get one, despite that immense healing available to Space Station, and finds a second. MCD, though, got caught in the maelstrom there. Terror Surge used. Hardy wants to push up and gets rid of TVNT, and this means that Lambda can't really be enough of a presence to contest adequately, so Space Station get to keep playing the game.
Man, I really even thought that potentially Twisted Minds had that, right? Orbital Ray, and then its TVNT actually goes with the Terror Surge to bring people into the barrage, and you get some really big damage there, but not able to deal with, or Hottie on Space Station. So the Orisa lives, end up picking up 3, has some support there towards the end. This both team's going to go to Widow here.
Quartz hit scan Wizard up against Sparker. He doesn't have a chance to find a sightline. Backbone gets picked off here. This is perfect. Look at Quartz playing so canny here. Showing so little of himself now that he knows where Sparker is playing from. The latter, who probably doesn't have a whole lot to shoot at himself, as we're seeing most of Twisted Minds play these corners, play out of line of sight. When Sparker goes down here, meaning the Space Station has one more chance to try and finish the map.
Yeah, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble here, right? You see these players just kind of caught. Yeah, it's going to be all that's nicer Lambda, right? He gets Javelin, but he gets Javelin right onto the Mega Health pack. So not the worst spot they end up being is, yeah, I mean, under 30 seconds here just rally to work with. It feels like Twisted Minds has control here at Kings Row.
It looked like it was at risk of getting out of hand early with Space Station finding the picks all the way through the second phase of the map. The Twisted Minds have re-established themselves now. Infraside about to come online for Quartz. That really makes it hard for Sparker, who's a long way away from that ultimate. Very much disadvantage coming into this next engagement, but they've got to go for it anyway. Rally popped here for Landon, hoping the big IMAX shield can protect enough from his Widow onslaught. Terror Surge now for Hardy. What does he catch in this? Twisted Minds just disengaged from it. They're still very healthy. Quartz's Infrasight now has expired, and Space Station still have a chance to go forward, but they've got to win 2 fights here. And losing Backbone early, not good. They've done nothing about the Pharah. Sparker has had 0 sidelines to work with. The attacking Widow always feels disfavored on this side of the map here, and eventually Space Station are forced off the card itself. And Twisted Minds should be happy with this. This is great fundamentals on Kings Row. They play it really well. A little slow on that attack side, but they do exactly what needs to be done against a team that wants to run that Mei attacking point A and burn so much clock.
Yeah, I feel like that is, if you're Twisted Minds, that couldn't have gone any better, really, right? I know they play an Orisa Maycon that's a little bit slower from what we saw in map number 1. Twisted Minds ends up playing a little bit slower, right, in terms of what they want to do. Feels like it just kind of works right into their wheelhouse of what they want to play, where TVNT there towards the end uses the spear, just kind of knocks Hottie off course. You got an Orbital Ray going, so nobody else wants to step up. They move off the point.
And Twisted Minds do have a tendency of wanting to play a very specific style, one that normally leverages Lambda and Quartz's strengths respectively. And frankly, like SSG are a little bit locked into their approach based on what play they have coming in a tank at times. But I said I prefer the Orisa comp, and I do, because we know that Orbital Ray is very powerful. So being able to play within the confines of that without giving up any equity while still playing to the strengths of your composition is really important. But you take the risk of exposing yourself to longer range, poke or pick oriented comps like what we've really seen Twisted Minds prefer. And again, it can be hard for the attacking Widow on this last phase of the map if she can't get a foothold. If a team keeps getting forced back, we saw Quartz not only be impossible for Sparker to see, but also killing Backbone in 2 separate fights. When you get the Mei for free, free with air quotes, a character that has a huge amount of HP plus Ice Block plus a lot of ways to stall her life, you're running all the way to the bank and you're laughing about it. You are so far ahead there.
Yeah, see, I like the Diva at the start of the map. I think it just gives you a little bit more high ground pressure, right? Typically, you can, with the Diva, you can force the team to just kind of drop down into the hotel. Then you can kind of like just converge on them in there. I think the Orisa, though, just the rest of the map, right, is so great. Maybe you can make an argument to try and control high ground here, but that's really where the hit scan are at. I think the Orisa plays much better throughout that. I mean, take a look at this. So that damage dealt,
that's
right?
Pharah versus
Mei. This is that's Pharah versus Mei. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say that is all Pharah versus Mei, right? The Pharah just constantly putting down, splash damage, chunk damage on your team the entire time, and you see what a difference it is, right? I mean, it's what, like 11k in terms of the damage dealt, and then Space Station only has like the graphic went away, but like 2k in terms of healing, right? I mean, that's an 8,000 damage advantage. Kind of
how many heroes
taken away from all of that.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's a large advantage there that you have, especially for Twisted Minds. So that Pharah definitely pays off.
That 8,000 damage advantage can manifest in kills as opposed to deaths, but also in just like the less tangible topic of heal pressure on your backline. Juno is running around like Funny Astros, like desperately trying to go from here to there. Torpedoes off cooldown, trying to keep everyone, healed up against this poke damage of Pharah, which is more convenient to heal through if you're playing like Ana or Baptiste, for example. Maybe it's you do have more of those AOE healing options, whereas Juno only can really do that with line of sight, and of course, with some time to charge up on those torpedoes. Excuse me. And when you're playing Orisa in Orisa comp against a poke comp, I've said this before, playing Brick is miserable. Because you're trying to play against Pharah, you don't want to swing on the enemy Orisa because you won't knock her back. She'll likely be fortified, and you'll die in seconds to like dynamite damage, pressure, or a javelin coming out of nowhere. It's hard to get your value as Brick players have a tough in these comps against these poke setups.
Yeah, in one of the differences, in NA, we saw a lot of like Genji play, right? Throughout the stage, like Orisa in terms of with Orisa and Genji. So
Genji Pharah, Genji Cassidy a lot of the time, Yeah,
like the Genji seems like can definitely follow up on some of the damage a little bit better, right? In this type of situation, though, it's really with Cassie Farah, you're just trying to poke them down over time.
Which didn't work on the first map.
Curious where Space Station takes us. I think it'll definitely tell what they want to play.
Sapi?
Like, you can probably just continue. I was going to say Sapi.
Against Cords?
Okay, so SSG picking Gibraltar. So I mean, they must feel really good about KSA coming in on the
Unless
Diva.
they keep Hardy and play Winston. It is possible. This is still the kind of map where Winston is very valid.
Also true.
You want to... Okay. So, in the past, Space Station, they've had a lot of strengths. A lot of their strengths...
I would have thought they would have played Runasapi, and they would have just played
this is objectively bizarre from them. Because Twisted Minds definitely love to play that sort of longer range poke style. SSG's strengths have definitely come from their May play, their compact, close together, brawl style comps. And when we've seen Sparker have to go up against these sort of hotshot Widowmakers, you know, it hasn't gone well. That's why these guys don't play Junkertown. They try and avoid playing Junkertown. And pick, you know what I mean? Like, it's a scary prospect, but teams will pick it against them to try and, you know, gain the edge here. So I want to see what the idea is. Part of me does have to wonder if it's like, okay, we want to play like Tracer, we want to play some kind of hit scan, we want to get Hardy's Winston in play, maybe we want to play like an Ana Brick composition here instead, but that seems like everything that Twisted Minds like doing.
Yeah, I mean, you also, I guess, take the pick away from Twisted Minds, right? Where if, you know, you win this one here, it forces Twisted Minds to do what? A push Flashpoint Clash, right? Where you feel like you probably have an advantage on some of those. Just gonna get this one out of the way. So KSA does come in for Hottie. So this is gonna be Diva. Yeah, I'm curious what they end up playing with the Diva, right? Do you play Farah of your own? Do you play Genji? Like, what do you decide to do? No, in terms of that, I don't think you can. I mean, could you play May here? I mean, we've seen, we saw, who did we see do it in NA? We were going crazy over it. It was like, they played like Diva May on Gibraltar. We were just kind of memeing about it. And it was a little bit chaotic, but we have seen it. Also, May potentially here for Space Station.
Yeah, it might have been a Shikigami game or something similar.
Potentially.
I have to think back to that one. They play a lot more sort of Tracer setups. Okay, so no sub DPS here. Want to point that out. So Backbone stays in. And no Bone back either. So don't get any ideas about him sort of playing support. Even though we've seen Zen start to creep back up from some teams. I don't know if that's really like widely regarded. But yeah, let's see. We should have Brigada comps here. Obviously, a lot of hit scan pressure. And Diva Mirror, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised that Backbone in, right? You know, Psycho coming in. Probably just see a lot of Tracer play from Psycho, where you're not going to really. I mean, Backbone or Spark can play Tracer as well.
Very reasonable.
Absolutely need it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to punish an enemy Widow, you can play Tracer for sure. Obviously, Backbone's got a Genji. I want to point that out. That is an option.
Dude, Twisted Minds probably feels great about this.
Yes, this is what it feels like this is the way that they want to play in general.
Like, hey, wait, we can just sit back and play, you know, Quartz on the Widow, and we can just take our chances. So, looks like Space Station here. Yeah, so they'll keep the May in,
and they keep the Juno.
This is a comp, I believe, similar to the one that we saw in NA, where they ended up playing the Diva with a May, potentially.
Oh, that's not good.
Cassidy. Yeah,
it might be just the perpetual slow on TVNT means that they actually can't get back up within the confines of the cooldown of the rocket boosters. But we've seen May here before. She's very good as well in like the second phase of the map, catching people out in the side rooms or inside the shuttle. So it's not that sort of wild to see. Either way, that's rough for Twisted Minds getting Diva caught out like that. They cannot be allowing that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that pick kind of forces the rest of Twisted Minds all the way back. Nice bio grenade there, actually, from MCD. Connects to the land and so forces him all the way out. But you see where KSA is just able to put so much pressure on this high ground.
I like that. Actually trying to cut the healing off of MCD. That's a beautiful DM from KSA. I love that. Knowing that MCD's trying to heal TVNT desperately, just throws a DM in the way, blocks that on a heal. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Space Station. Making great use of this comp, really swarming over that high ground in general. Sparker doesn't even have to do too much, just don't die to Widow.
Yeah, no, phenomenal stuff here from Space Station early on, right? And it's really that early pick-off that Backbone helps him get on the TVNT as he's going to switch over to the Orisa. Maybe Ashe here? Ashe, yeah, so it'll be Ashe here for Twisted Minds. They get that first pick, and that allows KSA to just completely dominate the high ground. Does not allow Twisted Minds to come on back in.
So the onus falls on Twisted Minds to engage here, ideally behind a Bionade like that one. Obviously, they weren't quite ready for it at the time. But KSA can be everywhere, can head upstairs, try and neutralize and shut down the Ashe of Quartz. Keep an eye on that. It might be a 1v1 as KSA did. Just try and dive on individuals up here. Constantly cycling from low to high here. Great Bionade. This obviously cancels out that orbital rate to a degree, but the Bionade doesn't last forever. And it follows the trajectory of the car very well. Has to be a nano here for TVNT. Rally pod for Landon now, so both the support ults coming in, but Lambda caught out mid-barrage by Sparker's grenade of all things, and the Blizzard means that everything falling in favor of Space Station here. The deck seems to be stacked for them.
Yeah, they're not even able to keep TVNT alive. I think it was a really early use of the nano boost onto the Orisa. It was like an orbital array that came in from Space Station. I think they were a little bit concerned that they were going to push up, get heavy behind it. Yeah, and they end up using the nano, and they just back off of TVNT. I actually thought potentially you would see like a nano far, right? You had the nano to potentially get the far in there, cause some serious damage onto the opponent, but just used to keep that Orisa alive. Is this has been a speed run here from Space Station.
5 minutes in the bank. A nice little wall on TVNT and a knockback that does threaten to catch them. TVN still has all of his armor. Out Deadeye, a little bit of an open season here for the Cassidy, but Funny Astro's already picked off. And oh my goodness, an aggressive self-destruct from KSA finding two. The mayor of Value Town has arrived. That's supposed to be used just to get your mech back, for God's sake. KSA pops it, but Backbone going down means that even that double kill is not enough for SSG to be going forward with. Quartz is getting oppressive from this high ground.
Yeah, I mean, little cheeky bomb spot there from Quartz, sending it over to that platform there to his left as he's going to come up with 3 in the fight as Quartz really saves Twisted Minds. I mean, how many times have we said that throughout?
Enough.
He saves Twisted Minds there, where he doesn't come up with some of those kills. This is a Space Station probably walking it into the spawn.
Back to go here for SSG. Had a good run so far, still 4 minutes left to play. Man, KSA definitely working out that grudge energy big time. Here's an orbital right now as TVNT ultimately has brought down the poke, and medium range is just too much for the Orisa to withstand. Bliss doesn't even know where those shots came in from. Everybody from Space Station is piling in on them, and that is a hefty time bank to come out of an attack side with Space Station.
That is a fantastic push from Space Station. It really all starts off with that DMEC of TVNT at the start. Backbone slows them down, not able to get back up towards the high ground. You end up getting that pick off onto the Diva that allows KSA to control the high ground. And after that, I mean, it is all Space Station. Let's take a look at this 2K with the self-destruct over the top. That's one where it like lands right on the corner. Yeah.
You actually cannot hide from that. You think you're safe behind some of the periphery, behind some of the boxes and containers, but actually, you still have line of sight to the mech itself. Yeah, it's a shame for Space Station. They could have been it there, but they did lose a couple of players to Quartz, bailing Twisted Minds out, playing from that causeway. Space Station come back with the same comp. This may arguably can get even more effective now, really disrupting the attackers. Yeah, if there's a team who can really find a way to get value out of May on every single map, it's probably this SSG roster.
Without a doubt. I mean, Backbone, like you talked about, right? We talked about like Kevster, Backbone, like some of the best May players in the world. And feels like May can be, you're going to lose in terms of like damage output, right? Versus like the Pharah, like we just saw on King's Row. But in terms of like controlling the game and controlling certain areas and maybe able to kind of get early, I don't want to call them cheap, right, because they're pretty good, but early pickoffs. May's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost for free. All you have to do is just hold right click and send it in approximately the correct direction. So we do come out with a attacking Widow. Space Station don't boast one of their own, not with this composition. Yeah, those are what I'm talking about. That's Bliss, by the way. Just getting cooled off briefly. And okay, KSA's able to go in there, so pick off the Widow. There is, I think, a brick. It's TVNT, rather, pushing the card up here. That wall, given Arissa's bulk and girth, will make it very difficult for her to get back to safety, and that's a nice little stagger now. TVNT punished, and the May's going to do that over and over again.
Yeah, TVNT had used the Fortify already, right? Just to kind of live through that initial May wall. As soon as the Fortify wears off, everybody from Space Station turns the corner. Chases him. Is this will actually be a swamp here, so TVNT will go over the Diva. So look at this. I mean, you play this, you play by the point here with the May. I mean, how do you attack this, right? How do you get control on the point? You know, you're gonna have to put down some serious damage with the Pharah there, right? I know, just poke and poke and poke constantly, but not a great spot for Pharah to go down and play in.
Now the wall, TVNT's able to get over this one, but we'll have to allow Space Station to maintain some control even now. Yeah, they're annoying. They're contesting the card. They're forcing Twisted Minds to step up and fight with the Widow. They don't really have boots on the ground enough to overwhelm Space Station's advantage here. Call it local superiority. Now they're split.
You're going to go in here and try and fight potentially very Twisted Minds. There's going to be an orbital right here. That's a huge pickoff, though. The May is one of the most pivotal characters controlling this part of the map.
Oh, look, Twisted Minds have done really well here, Matt. They haven't overcommitted to a fight where without, like, you know, with a Widowmaker, they wouldn't be great in that head-to-head. They just take their time, even though they know they're probably going to be behind in time bank here. They have to have that patience if they're going to play this comp and play this way. And they do well to get the result they're looking for now. It'll be contested at least, though, on this last fight.
Yeah, we'll see if it's enough. So, KSA will come out, go straight for the high ground. You see all the pressure they want to put on Quartz and Lab to try and force them off of that high ground. It's such a powerful position.
They've got to do something about Quartz, you're right. With Infrasight, I mean, the Widow is entrenched here, and Space Station can't really do anything about it. Yeah, this is kind of why it's really oppressive as defenders to push out now when the attackers are already set up properly. Beautiful from Quartz here now. They're going to send a goon squad after Quartz, but I don't think they're really bothered at all yet. Big chillin', Twisted Minds into the shuttle phase of Gibraltar.
Yeah, and now this is actually great for Twisted Minds, and you can get pushed up and control that high ground. You see players going to the top of the ship trying to figure out who's going to go back to the cart. So nobody wants the cart. Responsibility is Space Station. Everybody going to exit from that low ground.
Okay. Little sniper play.
Nice ice goal, yeah.
Takes down to 30 HP. Backbone. Sad he's not on the Widow. Maybe there as Quartz eventually gets his revenge. And again, this is a problem. Space Station do not have the mobility now to assail these positions outside of KSA, who also needs to contest the cards. So he has to do double duty, essentially. Spark are able to find the head of Quartz. Not an easy shot to find, by the way, while you're dealing with 4 other blue side team members. So Space Station will have to respawn, and Twisted Minds again get to set Widow up in whatever spot she wants to be.
And it feels like if you give Quartz that much space, he's going to find headshots, right? That time comes up with 2 kills. It's going to be another exit here from the low ground for Space Station. Have to be really careful with that barrage. There's a few rockets already coming down.
They're going to do something about this Widow, man. It's such an antithesis to Space Station's comp in so many ways. And they are going to try their best to studiously ignore Quartz, but Quartz plans to make himself someone who cannot be overlooked. Bliss, though, caught in the blizzard. TVNT also frozen up. Wall thrown up, presumably to block off line of sight here. And a remake now for TVNT means he comes back into the fray. And Bliss should be returning here from a bit of a rest. Barrage, well, goes the way it normally does for Labda in a matchup like this. Hard to ask for more against Space Station, who will punish every mistake you make and now stagger TVNT for a time.
Yes, that was a must-win fight for Space Station, as it even starts off pretty bad, right? Quartz ends up getting a headshot right off the rip, but they're able to use that blizzard and fight back into it, as both rallies end up being expended there during the fight. Twisted Minds, it's a bad scenario in terms of they have absolutely nothing to work with here.
This positioning is good, but that's it. That's all they have to hang at. Like, they just need the Diva to contest like this, and then people have to cross into Quartz's sidelines. The Maywell, though, is really troll. The Backbone making a half a Quartz to see the wood for the trees here. And a self-destruct here for KSA. Fair enough. I mean, no remake opportunity there, but everyone's pushed up now. They're starting to close the gap a little bit on this poke comp of Twisted Minds. But Lambda still has enough breathing room to send a few rockets down to claim the Cassidy. Twisted Minds should be able to fight their way out of this shuttle phase here.
I mean, he's just trying to get a mech back, back, right? In that type of situation, you're 100% right. They just need to go out and contest the point. This is going to be funny. Astra actually using the orbital ray. It's going to push them back just a little bit. You're going to get players here coming off a spawn here, Mitch. You're going to have a dive potentially from Spark.
I mean, that is something that can answer the orbital ray, but how are you supposed to get into the fight here? TVNT is pushed on up here. MCD's orbital ray's about to expire. KSA got D-Mech. Can he get back in there? That's going to be crucial. He's trying to build it up. He's out there with the Buddy Blaster doing God's work, and a Blizzard gets thrown out over the point now. Widowmaker could be a problem as Quartz comes back in off respawn. The Infrasite helping with that recon. However, no boots on the card here for Twisted Minds. TVNT must survive this. He must get a remake. Quartz is playing aggressively in the face of Funny Astro and finally digs out the Junior, but has to give his life up in order to do so. And MCD falls to KSA. It's all gone to pieces here for Twisted Minds. That TVNT won't be allowed to get back onto the card either. 10 seconds left and a staggered Diva. Disastrous for Twisted Minds.
Means Twisted Minds completely at that point, it feels like playing around picks from Quartz. This is going to be Lobda going in with a barrage, and that is a sad ending there here for Twisted Minds.
Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles, folks. You can see now why the May, even on a map like Gibraltar, has a lot of value, right? And it's, I guess, in a less obvious way than you would otherwise think. You think about her combat kit, you think about where she wants to fight. But of course, being able to screen parts of the map off with that ice wall to allow the rest of Space Station to cross through that sight line. Widow's still powerful against this comp. I think she still ostensibly counters it, but you've got to admit, Space Station have always been a team that not only wants to play their way, but knows how to deal with teams who exploit that fact, or try to at least.
Yep. I mean, May obviously historically not a great pick on Gibraltar, but no, in the current meta, where we are with things, knowing how SSG plays, clearly a viable option as they get some value out of it.
2-1 now, heading into a little bit of a breather here. We're going to head over the desk to break down what we've seen so far. After a dominant start from SSG, we've seen signs of life from Team Swag.
Team Swag.
I had to bring it back. Honestly, I see the same thing. So when you mentioned that, I felt a little less crazy.
We're kind of forcing it, but
we're not really forcing it. That's what we see. And
it's kind of when someone's like, "Oh, you look like that person," but they're not really similar.
No, but it's like you're looking at the moon and you see a face. Like that's what I see.
We are projecting swag onto the Twisted Minds logo.
Might.
There is more of a swag in that logo than there is a face on the moon. That's what I'd say.
Okay, there you have it. That's a statement. That's a take. Let's talk about the match, though. Okay, let's talk about things we actually know things about. If I do insist, in fact. Here's the thing. After that third map, or like halfway through that third map, I was ready to have some serious words regarding the Backbone May and why SSG is forcing it. Turns out it's just SSG things. They play their own game and they make it work no matter what.
I mean, those are the last time I've seen that strat on Gibraltar, I think, is Goats. Like the sitting in the bottom of the tunnel on first point and just giving up the entire map to the enemy team and just like, I'm gonna just hold the car and I don't care about anything else. I think Widow is a great response, and Quartz has been a huge factor for winning King's Row, for being just a massive threat. I mean, playing slow against Widow is a fraught proposition, especially somebody like Quartz who he's gonna find opportunities, right? He's gonna get those kills. But Space Station just showing that they're just an immovable object when it comes to stalling out these payloads, fighting back in a tough scenario.
Yeah, you could really tell that, again, sometimes, especially on King's Row, the spam was just too much. Like we saw, for example, some combinations when Lambda got a nice rocket in, for example, combine that with the damage of, you know, the autolock torpedoes, for example, or Quartz just hitting headshots. Like the poke got the better of SSG on King's Row, which led to some unfortunate early deaths from, for example, for like Backbone. But then moving on to Gibraltar, I mean, the second point stall, I was mauling on the desk. Like I was straight up mauling. I felt like Twisted Minds, they should be able to cap this one out. Backbone, he stalls it out in like the old spawns, which brings Funny Astro back with the Ray for KSA. Then Backbone comes in with a Blizzard. This was just, like if you're playing a ranked game like this, you're tilting off the planet of the Earth. Like you're going out to touch grass. It was infuriating to watch, but that's just SSG things.
I mean, that's the power of playing a strat like this, right? It's very unconventional, but I'm sure Twisted Minds is like, what are you guys doing? And then you start to lose to it, and you start to tilt. Maybe you're forcing fights that you should just be resetting on. SSG.
I'd love to go Karen on this one and speak to the manager. I do want to know if these are like, is this prepared strats? Do you just want to shoehorn that Backbone May into literally every situation? Or are their hands forced? Well, we haven't seen a certain someone playing for SSG in a while.
I mean, it's interesting. They're clearly preferring the Mei in this meta. I don't think it's completely crazy. I mean, Mei can put a lot of damage down through the Matrix. The wall can be incredibly good against someone like Brig, can kind of catch her and punish her. But also just the zoning power against Orbital Ray, right? Like most DPS, when you pop the Orbital Ray, they are just helpless. You know, the damage boost is so threatening for DPS. It's also really scary you can't deal damage through that much healing. So somebody like Mei can actually just ice wall, ice block, can like stall the game out during those powerful support ultimates and then stabilize after. So the theory behind this, I think, is actually pretty sound. It's just a little bit wild to see it on Gibraltar. It's not what I expected on Gibraltar for sure.
Well, let's take a look at the map pool to see where the teams can take us next, because we're going into Clash/Flash.
Or push. I mean, they could just play push and keep it boring and basic.
Yeah,
It's a lot of Clash/Flash.
I think you do not want to go to either of, like against Backbone Mei. I think push is going to be the best time for, like, clearly Twisted Minds wants to play Pharah, Echo. They want to play these flyers with Lambda. So yeah, they're going to go Runasapi, which is, I think, a pretty good map for these like wide open for Quartz to play a nice long range hit scan. Probably the worst push map for Mei, at least the ones in the pool. A lot of wide open space here. Curious to see if we see any Orisa coming out here. I think a lot of teams have started to play the Orisa on Runasapi. It's a great map for those longer range sidelines.
Well, this is all or nothing here for Twisted Minds. If they lose this one, they will fall to the lower bracket and have to start their run through the main event from there. Can SSG close it out? Let's find out and send it back over to Matt and Mitch.
Right, Runasapi it is, folks. I get a lifeline here for Twisted Minds to try and get them out of the series, or at least get them to a decider map here. This is a Volta one. We have seen this map get out of hand very quickly. There's almost a snowbally element here if one team can get off to a strong start. I don't know if Twisted Minds can really afford to go for any Widowmaker shenanigans. Much more standard comp for them. Obviously, we'll switch our teams over at the top. There we go. Space Station, of course, have that Mei set up. Twisted Minds with their classic standard comp from them.
Yeah, I mean, we know at this point what both teams want to do. Space Station wants to play this with a Mei. Twisted Minds insistent on running that Pharah. The Cassie not really as important with the Pharah, right? It's just like more, you know, constant damage, right? Dynamite, you know, damage at range, where the Cassie, they want to be in the mix there with that Mei.
Lambda had to drop down there. We're pretty low after some of that poke damage had come his way. Space Station, though, not really fully committing to this. Again, the Orisa comp for D.Va is something you have to treat with care. Overextend and you'll get punished by those, you know, displacement-based cooldowns of the Orisa and find yourself in a compromising position fairly quick. But Space Station do win this sort of right-hand side of the map, or at least this alcove area, which is very, very good. Now they can start to work on this straight away, keeping KSA out of line of sight of TVNT for too long.
Well, Twisted Minds doesn't want to go in and fight in that position, right? I mean, that's not where their comp's going to excel in the brawl. This is going to be the orbital right here for Funny Astro, and they do a nice job taking out MCD. I mean, that's huge, right? Because MCD not able to get some of this healing that comes off the back of this, not able to build up towards an orbital ray of his own, and you're going to have to back up now here. If you're Twisted Minds, it's going to give up a lot of space here to Space Station. We'll see if it results in a checkpoint. It's going to get close.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Twisted Minds have also built up some ultimates of their own here. Pharah on this corner. Lambda has a fair bit of safety and can really punish with splash damage into those side rooms. Space Station don't really want to be here, but they have to if they want to advance the bot any further. Speaking of bots, here's Bob. KSA has to abscond pretty quickly in Space Station. We're hoping maybe to draw a little more out of Twisted Minds there.
Yes, TM, they just back up just a little bit as they'll orbital ray. It's going to be a Mei wall followed by a Blizzard here.
Blizzard, again, that location of the orbital ray to make it a little bit dangerous for Twisted Minds to push up with it at its natural pace. So it's a disengage for Space Station. They trade the Blizzard there for the orbital ray. Pretty reasonable. They'll have Rally first here in this fight. Won't protect them from a full-on barrage, but Lambda's found it can hurt more than it helps sometimes popping that ultimate up front.
This is bad for Twisted Minds. The bot is running away from them at the moment. They're going to have to kind of split across the map here. They have the rally going, but it's going to be an orbital ray for Funny Astro yet again. He built up to that ultimate so fast.
You've got to respect the Cassidy. You cannot be floating around like that if you're MCD, or Lambda for that matter. Sparker, if you give him an inch, he's going to take a kilometer. And yeah, they're going to fall back and give up the checkpoint as a result of this. There's really no world where they can touch and contest.
Yeah, once the map flips, and both sides had used the rally, and one had the orbital ray, and Twisted Minds trying to cut across the map. I mean, that is just great news for Space Station Gaming. Not great news, though, is Quartz at range taking out Funny Astro, right? Quartz with another one here, just trying to keep Twisted Minds in it. So this will get them back to the
So you
bot.
can see how different the game looks when Twisted Minds are playing on a corner, or just around a corner, or at the end of a long straightaway against this Space Station lineup. For MCD and Labta, they really want to be on corners, they want to be out of line of sight while still being able to see the rest of their team, which makes it hard to go aggressive to force out into the open, which is why they didn't take an early fight on this map in general. Here comes KSA over the top. Bot now at risk of getting away from Space Station, but they found Quartz a little isolated here. They're able to get to safety with the help of their Brig. Sparker wants to get aggressive though, and I don't know if that's where you want to be necessarily. Eyes to the sky here as Labdra is picked off by Funny Astro with the help of Sparker, but it ends up being a trade. You've lost your Cassidy for this, and a self-destruct again for KSA will force positioning. Now gets Twisted Minds back down in that low ground side room, and Backbone could maybe lob a Blizzard here to really punish or hold on and wait for this MCD orbital ray, which is inevitable.
That self-destruct was really close to one of the corners. That would have, came right around here, giving a lot of trouble to Twisted Minds. It'll be the Blizzard here. It's going to be a barrage that comes through. Doesn't really connect with anything. Just ends up getting one. As kill traded from both sides. A Space Station now with an orbital ray here towards the end.
He landed alive, honestly. But some of those reinforcements for SSG are arriving now. Backbone wants to play within the rays if he can, but going to be conked away from his teammate. And Labd is always going to be good for the direct hit follow-up there. Now it's Twisted Minds threatening a checkpoint.
Yeah, that ray would have been good there for Space Station, right? If you would have kept Landon up, Landon would have kind of cycled that into a rally, and then maybe you end up deciding to use that there and hold on at that position, force them back. Is they'll get back to the bot now. Both teams with a rally to be able to use.
Lots of torpedo value there for Funny Astro now as the rally comes in from Landon. Bliss also pops his own. TVNT close to losing that armor, but eyes over towards Bliss. More so by the looks of things. Still no checkpoint here. Landon really has to attend, though, to the bot's location, and TVNT's overextended and overwhelmed. KSA gives up his mech for this, but that is a brilliant bloody wall. Coming down from Backbone, making it all too easy, rather, for Sparker.
And especially with a team like Space Station, right? They're so well coordinated. Like, being able to kind of capitalize on these May walls, it's just... I mean, they're so good at it. One of, if not the best in the world at, using the May, taking advantage of it, splitting teams off, as that is Twisted Minds getting close to that checkpoint.
But they want to fight.
No, not actually getting it.
But this is exactly where they want to be. Play this long straight away. Labdra, of course, will be able to work that corner to some degree. Terror Surge here as well might be disruptive, followed that with a concussive blast, and all of a sudden Space Station could be in utter disarray. KSA has to be very active to avoid these javelins and such, as TVNT has his armor knocked.
And a lot of ultimates here for Twisted Minds to be able to use. But under 4 minutes, they got to be careful, right? No, now it's going to be Blizzard Orbital Ray here from both sides. It's going to be a Deadeye here from Spark around the corner, trying to stop any
Much better
push.
Orbital Ray here for Twisted Minds, though. That Terror Surge made it impossible for Space Station to come forward, so they lose all of the Juno value in this fight. And they lose it in general.
Yes, I mean, that is a good orbital ray, like you mentioned, from Twisted Minds. They hold on to their rally. They hold on to their barrage here.
It's the Terror Surge.
They're going to get very close to taking the lead here.
TVNT is the one that denies that orbital ray value. He just Terror Surges right in its path, and Space Station have to disengage away from it. They even had Blizzard there as well. Just didn't matter. So now we'll be testing the checkpoint again. Twisted Minds have kept this real competitive. Diva Bomb from another awkward angle. KSA special. This time no catch on any of the Twisted Minds players. They get Blizzard's rally in play to reciprocate that of Landon, and a barrage is up for Labda. KSA goes too far, too deep into the backline, maybe trying to chase the Farah down, but TVNT also picked off here. This is very much a favorable trade for Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, Labda gets really low, but they're not able to finish him off, but it almost doesn't matter. Everybody else picking up kills, but Quartz here still continuing, finds 2. This would be huge if Twisted Minds can just kind of hold in this type of position, as the bot ends up actually back towards the middle of the map here, Mitch. Actually, it just kind of gets escorted the other way here by Space Station. So a little bit on the flank, getting that bot there in that direction could be huge.
This gives Esperanza vibes. Space Station containing Twisted Minds in this part of the map, trying to keep them in, you know, areas that kind of favor Sparker in the matchup against Labda. In general, like, you are forcing Fari here. Like, you are really trying to get that square peg into the round hole to make it work. And in general, it's fine. Twisted Mind's good enough to make use of it. Fari just generally strong. Backbone there doesn't want to have to use Ice Block or doesn't have it available. It's the latter, apparently, as Laptors slaps him with a rocket. And once again, Twisted Minds will threaten a checkpoint. The Space Station disengage to set up for that fight. And it could have been a big pick there had Sparker been able to get out alive.
I mean, you absolutely needed Backbone to live there, right? I mean, would have had the Blizzard. It's going to be a stop here at the checkpoint.
They're going to be ahead.
Yes, they're gonna finally take the lead here. Is Twisted Mind, so finally it takes a while, right? I mean, you know, we're down to almost below a minute the entire round. Also, the bot has not made it far in either direction, right? I know a few times on Runasapi, we'll see, you know, 100+ meters, put up by both teams. This time, I mean, you're looking at, you know, a game that could end below 70.
All right, here comes the orbital rate from MCD. Wants to send that off first. TVNT. Okay, Terra Surge amidst all of that action, but Space Station don't seem too bothered by it. Sparker needs to stay alive. Backbone might have used most of those defensive cooldowns by now as Twisted Minds now start to feel some crackback pressure. It's TVNT trying to get away. Sparker not healthy enough to put true pressure down, and Labda comes out of nowhere with a point-blank barrage that gets him killed. It ends up being a 1-for-1, and that's a Bunny Blaster kill on Quartz, if I'm not mistaken. KSA with some style points here, but it's not enough. Space Station need to push further now. They need to get past Twisted Minds in that total and maintain control, which means they need to get rid of this Orisa now.
Yeah, these players on Twisted Minds just need to figure out a way to survive for just a little bit longer, as you do have, I mean, you're gonna lose TVNT because you have Bliss coming off the spawn here with the rally, as it's gonna be the lead taken here by Space Station.
Get themselves into the lead now by 5 or so meters, and it's a stagger for Twisted Minds. This is not the part of the game where they can afford to be tripping over their own feet. But Labda can't get out there. That's a dead eye from Sparker, and he's in such a safe spot that Space Station are able to spring back into the lead right at the end of the map and take it away.
Yeah. A really close series between these teams, though, right? I know a little bit of a grudge match like the Dex had mentioned earlier, but SSG, they come out on top in the end. Almost we get a game 5 here, right? I know Twisted Minds just not able to clutch up at the very end.
Yeah, it sort of makes you wonder, okay, I can see that Space Station are trying to play in the most favorable parts of the map for their composition, but it does prevent them from getting more of a buffer in terms of that, you know, overall bot progress to make those situations a little bit less stressful. They want to do the, you know, the Esperanza strat of like playing on the enemy's high ground and like just pushing and then like maintaining that position. But the high ground here, or those positions, aren't nearly as advantageous on Runasapi. It's a map that's designed to like not have that ridiculously strong inherent defender's advantage. That's kind of the point of it, which is also, as a side note, what makes it more snowbally sometimes when attackers get going. So Space Station there, it's a little bit close. Closer than I would like to see this team playing in the first round of this main event.
Yeah, I'll say one of the biggest kills, maybe even the biggest kill there towards the end is KSA goes up to the high ground on, you know, I guess the Twisted Mind side that allows you to look over where the bot is in the checkpoint and kills Quartz. Yeah, I mean, that is such a massive kill. I mean, Quartz has Bob, also it's Quartz, right? With that type of position on Ash, could have been really
Pushing
devastating.
up there is a big part of the snowball, actually, on this map. If you can get that sort of defender's high ground, as slim as it is. We're going to head to the desk to break this one down. SSG do get past Twisted Minds, but have a couple of hiccups along the way.
They've certainly been tested, Mitch. This was overall a competitive series, even though the 3-1 score might not give that away. And a lot of it came down to something we've talked about. If TM manages to have Quartz firing out there, going uncontested, this could pose some issues for SSG, who scraped by more than one, on more than just one occasion. Ooh, speaking is hard.
Yeah, it wasn't easy by any means. I mean, with people like Quartz, Labda firing from the back line. But in the end, SSG stuck to their guns, right, with this cast Mei style for pretty much the whole series. And this is, I think, in general, the style of the meta, right? We've seen the Korean teams play Genji for like a faster pace. But in the end, they're really brawling it out. They're playing that close range engagement, really playing around the Brig and the Juno. And the Ash Farah, while it is strong, I think this is actually a pretty good map for the comp that Twisted Minds did bring. In the end, you're playing a little bit more of a poking style with heroes like Brig and Juno, so you're kind of trying to hybridize there. And I think SSG is just a great meta for them, right? Like, it's not just about the heroes they play, but also their execution is really clean. In any of these comps in which they're all grouped up, they fight together. That's just their wheelhouse historically.
It's one of those teams that you'd say have really good communication. First of all, that's something they emphasize dating back to on Spitfire. But then also just managing their abilities, especially when you have a hero like Mei, for example, being able to manage those abilities to stay in the front line, the Matrix as well, and just setting up yourself for success, you know, juggling all those abilities and finding the right opportunity to push forward. When do we press our advantage? That is what makes SSG great. So yeah, it's a great meta for them. And I think to many, they are the favorites to win the main event, right? So, you know, they drop a map here. I'll chalk that up to, you know, a couple of unfortunate frags or unfortunate deaths rather on the side of SSG. I'll chalk it up to that. So yeah, they drop a map, but I'm not reading into it.
Okay, we're not reading into this one. We are reading into the performance of the newest edition, though. KSA really showed up today, and that's why they got themselves the honors of Player of the Match. KSA, the newest edition, coming into a very established roster here, of course, taking over quite a bit of responsibility, covering the Diva and what have you not. So thus far, it's a good look for them. I don't feel like they're missing a beat.
Yeah, and especially really strong when you're facing up against Labdas Farah, for example. Like the defense matrix does so much work, right? So being able to play this Mei, it gives you that extra established front line to pressure the objective, and that's what we saw from Gibraltar, for example. But it also allows you to put pressure on the enemy damage players on the side of Twisted Minds to play this spam your pokier style.
Yeah, you know, it's a good meta to bring in somebody like KSA, the Diva, I think is a crucial element. But I think even more than that, to come into an established team like SSG that's been playing together, that relies on their communication, bringing in a new player to that type of a roster, you know, can sometimes be difficult, but KSA can't kind of slot it in flawlessly as far as we can see. Be interested to see more about that dynamic for them as a team, but I guess we will in Stockholm if they continue to play on this level. I think it's very likely we can say SSG are one of the favorites to qualify out of Europe.
Yeah, and I'm happy for KSA as a player in general, like getting the revenge against Twisted Minds with all the things that are happening around that. It's gotta feel good. That one's gotta feel good. So yeah, happy for him and the team. Although I do have to say, it's a little strange to not see Hadi in the starting lineup on every single map. Hadi, we still got Kings Row.
We'll always have
Kings Row. That's what I tell myself every morning.
Yeah, well, but it's a good look for them. If you're an SSG fan, you got to be excited for what's to come. Let's take a look at the bracket to see what's to come here in the main event as they are moving on to the next.
There were some banger matches here. Virtus Pro dropped a map to Vendetta. That was on a Throne of Anubis, I believe. 5-4 Throne of Anubis. So I'm telling you, Clash. It's even. It's even. And then I believe there was a map between Ents and a one-man army that went like a 5-4 Kings Row. So, you know, there were a couple of maps that really stood out in the early stages.
You were sitting next to me for the past hour or 2 hours, and I have not seen you watch these matches yet. You're busting out the knowledge. Where is this coming from?
Well,
how do you know?
God bless Liquipedia. I should donate to Liquipedia on the monthly. What would I do without them?
What would any of us do without?
So real.
Well, we'll always have these graphics here to rely on as well. We are actually shifting gears now and focusing on our lower bracket because we are going to show you 2 lower bracket matches. That means 2 elimination matches will be heading our way. Lots in the water. I'm very excited.
I'm just excited to see a little Rhine, see a little what goes down in the server with the Reinhardt online, what kind of wild strats they come out. In NA, I feel like the Nightmare set the standard of the Orisa, Genji, and Bastion just beating up Reinhardt, just absolutely clobbering him. Like
I was watching a replay yesterday of Wob playing Bastion into Derpy's Reinhardt, and it was the saddest thing as a Rhine player. Just like I'm just watching a Bastion just blow up this Reinhardt on Derpy.
I've been playing tank, and you know Rhine is a little OP
why are
right
you
now.
playing tank?
I'm just having fun. I'm in my tank era. So
yeah. Oh, you saying Rhine is like a little OP?
It is actually, well, statistically, I think it's actually quite strong. But when I play against Reinhardt, I play Orisa every single game.
Yep.
And so as a Reinhardt player, maybe you can appreciate how fun it is.
I just need you to tell Joss.
Drive you into the sea with my spin.
Look, sometimes you don't need to upgrade to modern technology. Some of us like the vintage stuff, okay? That's fine. That's a taste, and it is my particular flavor. So it's me, Alex Cloudy,
it's the 3 of us. It's you,
There's
myself,
like 4 of us here.
4 people, and 2 of them in this building will stand to the right. Well, we most likely will be seeing some Rhine action after the break. But first, of course, also a quick CTA in case you're already feeling the sads because OWCS is coming to an end very soon. We, of course, still have Face It League action coming our way. Season 3 is upon us. I hope you all have signed up. I think the sign-ups are actually closed by now, but there will be seasons to come after that. And of course, there is a lot of action which will be covered in the Face It League 3. For now, we're also going to have an interview ready for you with our winner. I believe it's KSA? Question mark, exclamation point.
Hello.
Why is it point and not
We're
mark?
shouting into the
KSA,
void.
can you hear us?
Hello.
Ah,
There we go.
there he is. KSA, thank you so much for taking the time to join us for a quick chat. First things first, you are, of course, the newest addition to Space Station Gaming. How did you settle in? How do you fit in? What do you bring to the team?
Well, going into SSG, I was like kind of worried, you know, it's like I was always thinking, oh, they're like playing around Hades synergy, Hades comp, so I was kind of like almost worried I'm not gonna like play the same as Hadi, but fortunately enough, like we both like talk like similar, I would say. And after a couple of scrims, and it felt like I fit right in.
That's awesome. It showed on the server as well. It looked very seamless to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just slot me in the Diva hero. Not in the recent. I'm fine.
Yeah, you looked into Diva quite a bit this match in particular. I'm wondering, is that more of a Twisted Minds pick, you know, considering Labda was in the lobby as well? Or do you think maybe we'll see more Orisa being played by SSG later on in this tournament? How does the tank meta kind of like settle going into this tournament?
I mean, for sure. Like, we expected him to play the Risa May Ash mirror after the first map. We expected like Libdev to play the first Ilios map because they don't play Ilios. That's why we picked Ilios. It was like, okay, they're trying to put Libdev, so maybe like Libdev and Quartz can clutch up. It could happen. It didn't happen, so I was like, okay, they're gonna change Libdev. But he stayed in, so I was like, okay, they're just playing far, so I might as well just play Diva.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know, I'm just curious about what this matchup means for you, KSA. You know, coming from you were played on Twisted Minds. Frankly, when you were on Twisted Minds, that was kind of the peak of that roster, the best performance we've seen from that team. Now to come in on the other side of the server and you shut down your old teammates, was there any more significance to this match than just like a standard first round bracket?
I mean, yeah, of course, it's my old team. I still have a soft spot for Twisted Minds. I love this team, you know, but unfortunately I'm on the opposite side, so I can't hold back anymore. That's what he's got to do. A true competitor. I respect that. Very respectful and a kind answer from you, KSA.
We love to hear it. Well, KSA, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your semi-final match.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Of course, so polite.
What a respectful guy.
What a respectful guy.
Nice guy.
I love and appreciate you for trying to get some spice.
Stir a little, just get a little something cooking.
Start something. Maybe next time. We're heading into a quick break, and then we're going to set up our first elimination match of the day. You don't want to miss it. That's, of course, a look at the My Hero Academia collaboration with Overwatch 2. Very exciting for all our anime fans out there, which is neither of you.
Well, I watched the first 2 seasons. I tried.
I am current.
I tried.
I am current with My Hero Academia. I watch a lot of anime, actually. I watch a lot of anime, so I
gave it a go.
Shout out to the weebs in chat.
We needed another Ryan skin, let's be real.
That's a good one.
Transformers, Diablo, World
The Transformers
Warcraft,
one is the best one.
All right, Optimus Prime goes crazy.
Mega crazy, mega crazy. I just
Default
love how offended you guys were at me outing you or not outing you.
You're saying that we're not.
This is the one anime I tried, so I really, had to
so
go.
Johnny's really not an anime.
I watched like 2 animes in my life, and this is one of them.
And I tried to take that away from you. I'm very sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, so that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, the first season they're like stuck in some like
Can you really
labyrinth
call
or
yourself
something.
an esports player if you're not an anime fan, Johnny?
I don't think you can.
I need like a
you
Twitter
really call
smurf with
yourself-
like an anime PFP like
You need an
Dante
anime
or
profile
something.
picture on your main.
Yeah,
That's true.
or on Steam if you're
That's like
Jake.
me.
Yeah.
Like me.
I'm sure some of the players who are taking to the server right now are sporting some anime profile pictures.
doubt.
That's
No
my
doubt.
that's my transition into this matchup. Let's talk about our first elimination match of the day. SR Peak Check will be going up against Aoma. A lot to unpack here. Mostly Reinhardt, but also some other stuff. Let's talk about Aoma first here, Johnny. I mean, this is a team which has just been good throughout the season, but it just seemed like they could never take it to that next level.
Yeah, they were on the come up in stage 3, and that's when we really became familiar with, Top Dragon and Donghun, who's made a name for himself on this roster. But that was in a bit of a different meta. And now we're in this kind of like Space Goats, kind of like composition instead, and we're seeing them have a bit of a bumpy group stage, has 2 really competitive matches against Peps, of course. But now you're playing a different beast. You're going up against the Reinhardt compositions, and the good signs are that when I watch a one-man army play, I like their setups. I like the way they think, I like the way they set up their fights, and I like their positioning going into fights. So if you're that cerebral of a team and you're not necessarily relying on mechanical skill too much, although Top Dragon, literal beast, that is a good sign going into a Reinhardt match, because you can out-position the Reinhardt, you can counterpick the Reinhardt, and perhaps you won't be caught off guard as much when you're going up against Cloudy, who just looks to establish dominance in the server.
I mean, that's the thing with SR Peak Check. You know exactly what you're going to get. That's it. Everything is out on the table.
Ryan, we get Ghost 91 on the BAP. I think this is going to be an exciting team to watch. I fear there is a possibility for them to just get ultra hard countered with, I think probably the best picks are like this Bastion, Genji, Orisa that we've seen from some teams in NA. I think that is the strongest counter possible. But I am curious to see the take that Aoma has on this and whether they can go toe-to-toe, because this Ryan Juno BAP, it actually sports a lot of poke damage, like more than you would traditionally associate with a Ryan comp. There's always the pin variable, right? There's always the shatter variable, so you can strategize all you want, but at the end of the day, you gotta take down that Reinhardt. You gotta get him off the car. You gotta blast him out of the server. We'll see if AOMA has what it takes.
But I feel like if you've watched AOMA throughout the last few stages, they've shown quite a bit of versatility. I felt like we've seen the flexibility in the different group stages that we're able to adapt against quite a few odd comms out. So looking at SR Peak Check, again, we kind of know what we're going to get from them. So I'm going to give this one to AOMA. I do think that SR Peak Check might be able to sneak one away, but that's about it. AOMA has to be the favorite here.
I agree with you, Zoe. I think there's maybe a cheesy map pick in here that maybe like a sim strat gets it done. But I have a lot of faith in Top Dragon. I think he's kind of the one who has to deliver, and especially, his Genji could be key here against the Rhine. But I think he's got what it takes, and he's absolutely able to do that, able to go toe-to-toe. And I think Cloudy might be in a world of hurt. The higher you get, the higher level. Like, Ryan is a strong hero, I think, for most players playing at home, but at this professional level, the hard counters are just executed so flawlessly.
Why are you smiling? Like,
I'm so excited about this.
Like,
Really, I am so freaking excited about this. I went with a 3-2 to Ioma. I'm sorry, but I am expecting this to be fun because the way you play Rhine these days is, it's not 2016 anymore. You don't just walk up with a shield and you're like, swing a little bit. No, like the way to play is literally to like disrupt the game, okay? It's to pressure the high grounds, pin around, just cause chaos. No one can take you in like a close melee range duel unless you're like in a Reese or something. Just pin into the back line, pin around the map, make it difficult for the opponent to rotate, and that's how you like discover extra angles to get the kills required. So I just want Eldritch Cloudy to just charge over the place, get some Orisa cooldowns out, and land a fat shatter. That's all I ask for.
All he asks for.
Is that so much?
He's a simple man asking for.
Let's go, Chad.
Yeah,
let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
The copium is so strong.
The community wants some
never
fun.
know.
This is not.
It could happen.
It's not an insane prediction. Maybe a little bit, but
No, it's
not.
insane.
Crazy. Hey, this is EMEA, okay? Your little NAers,
my
like
bad,
you don't
my
know.
bad.
You don't know.
Maybe
how
Oma
we
doesn't know
roll
what to
over
do. Maybe
here.
they're cut flat-footed.
Yeah, probably not. But I love that community. I respect you. You know who else I respect? Of course, our esteemed casters for this one, Matt and Mitch. Are you ready to have some fun?
Yeah, I'm not an NA sayer like Jake is,
That's right,
I do believe. I also do think though that like Johnny was talking about how good the Rhine is at close quarters, and then the only exception was the Orisa.
Actual meta
Pin around them. Walk away. Go somewhere else.
Yeah. Don't get speared by
the back.
Don't get spun by the javelin.
Don't get ulted.
Don't get looked at. Also, there's obviously the Bastion to consider. Something that we observed, I think, through the group stages, when Comp's playing against these Rhine setups, you can, as the Rhine, set pretty big shatters up in these situations because obviously the Orisa is not a shield tank, and if she doesn't, come on, let me inject some silly sauce. If she doesn't have her fortify up, you definitely can hit multiple targets with shatter. But in NA, it didn't go very well. I'll say that much.
Can you live?
Can you live?
Can you get close to even get that shatter up? I mean, like how Jake mentioned, we saw Wub play Bastion and just tear through Reinhardt. Maybe we see that here, but especially knowing that the team wants to play Reinhardt the entire time, you can definitely game plan for that. We'll see if that. Well, look at this. I mean, right off the bat, it looks like one-man army. They've seen North America, and they know how to deal with it.
From my perspective, SRP Check are giving written permission to every team to play like a hard counter into their Reinhardt comp. They know that. They're priced into that. Cloudy's been doing this all year. And they're going to still try and find a way around it. Fire going to be on the Junkrat here. Pretty effective here on Control Center. A lot of poke damage to be gotten there as already you see Avo and Fire both take a face full of damage.
Yeah, as I know, the Junkrat is gonna deter a little bit, right? Just put down some serious damage. But okay, there you go. Just knock that Bastion to the sky. So it comes on a little bit of a flank there as right now, at least I know behind this Junkrat getting off to a decent start, but you lose your back. That's massive, right? The immortality field, that's going to be able to keep everybody alive. And here we go, a little flank Junkrat.
I mean, Fire just needs one more remote mine available there. If he can double mine that Genji, they're dead. The Top Dragon's able to throw up that deflect and stop the primary fire coming in. Off angle here for Ice Snob. Pressure on that Cloudy shield as he tries to break line of sight through the middle part of the map, and Ice Snob's denying that opportunity. But Ghost is back in the fight here. Denon put into the blender for a time, able to emerge, stumble out of it. But Ghost has lost yet another immortality field, and this is where a one-man army needs to strike.
Yeah, they back up a little bit, though, because they're going to get this orbital ray, right? So they're going to back up behind. Now use the orbital ray from Alpha and try and push on in. It'll be Avo using the wheels mode, takes out the Sim. Doesn't exactly get that Reinhardt, but you're just going to be able to do that over time.
Yeah, I mean, Cloudy in the middle of that one-man army roster, but against that orbital ray, it's hard for him to get enough damage, but he survives. That's what matters to fight later when the orbital ray comes online for Ilpi. Here comes the blade, though, for Top Dragon into the backline. A deflect kill on the Juno, whilst Alpha goes to work on Phi. It takes time for a one-man army to break this Rhine shell down, but they do have an advantage now. Dongun deep in enemy territory. Cloudy doesn't really notice him. He's all busy dealing with Ice Stomp here, and the Sim Wall is great against his poke damage, against the Bastion pressure. Cloudy, though, stunned up, got to be forced back. A Riptire in reserve for Phi. Trying to sneak it across there, and ultimately can't get much done with it.
Yeah, as both teams separate there, for just a brief moment, SRP Check trying to get healed, and then a one-man army scared that tire is going to come on through. So yeah, you do get the Orisa. Can the Rhine step up? The Junkrat really here for SRP Check doing a nice job just pushing them back. That's going to be the Mortar Strike just dropped right on top of Avo as you do get the point flipped, but it's going to go right back to SRP Check.
Something that Cloudy's trying to do is to break LOS here, but if he leaves his shield up, the shield can sometimes protrude through the walls around to the open and still be able to be shot by Avo. So he does need to drop that, otherwise he's giving free value away and making it take longer for him to get back into the fight. But SRP Check, I think, are playing pretty well around this. I think the Junkrat's actually a key part of their gameplay to pop, you know, Avo up, and a one-man army are forced off the Bastion comp.
Yeah, I think the Junk is really giving them trouble, just putting down a lot of damage. Same with that Sim, right, for the extra mobility. Orbital Ray here used there for SRP Check, but you end up losing Ghost with that Amp Matrix, which would have been useful.
That was classy from Donghun. That's a scary fight to try and win out as the Junkrat is pressuring you with those grenades. But his shield lasts just long enough for Donghun to get a whip shot and a kill onto Phi. And one-man army here. So, look, go again with a composition that maybe isn't always necessarily favored against the Rhine. They're no longer countering it directly, as opposed to going to something that's generally strong.
Yeah, what's good here for a one-man army, though, is the amount of heal pressure you can put down with the Ash Dynamites and then potentially finish off some of these kills with the Genji. It's, Top Dragon will blade here. It'll be a tire here from Phi. Going to get taken out over the points. I'm not going to get anything here. It's going to be Top Dragon's blade.
Right here, again, Ghost is having a tough time this game. Constantly having those drones forced out of him and often going down early on in these fights. One-man army getting a ton of value out of the Top Dragon Genji here.
Right, so the last Shatter didn't really do much of anything. I actually think the Shatter was directly into Iceman using the Terror Surge, so it didn't really result in much. That same kind of interaction available again here is, you know, you're going to ditch the Junkrat, go with an Ash of your own.
Okay, Amp Matrix up here for Ghost. Fire can make use of that, I guess. That's about it, though. It's the Sim Wall. Less valuable now than it was against the Bastion. Will, in theory, allow SRP Check to move up towards the point, and Ice Storm falls here. Ready for Dongun. He's going to shield bash away from the encroaching Cloudy. And then Orisa needs to be stalled for in order to return back to this fight. But great prediction there by Cloudy. Perfect pin. That'll be Dongun out of the fight.
Yeah, just can you flip it? It's going to be Avo end up using the Bob here. It's going to put some damage down onto Ghost and the supports. Oh, and they actually get Ghost there. Top Dragon finishes him off. That's massive.
Really hard to kill Alpha as well inside his orbital ray right now. Top Dragon sat behind Cloudy, who went for a shatter, but it was desperation.
Hammer
and
down.
Nothing more. Yeah, hammer down, Cloudy down. That's a round for one-man army.
Yeah, Johnny, I don't know if you saw this Nintendo thing the other day. Johnny was hyping up the Reinhardt like it was going to be the Switch 2, and they got the Alarmo there. You know, just the alarm clock reveal. It's hyping up this Reinhardt like it's going to be, you know, the second coming. 0 for 2 on the Shatter thus far. But I do think they did a nice job, though, in terms of playing like that Junkrat and really forcing them off of that Bastion comp. I definitely think that gave them some trouble.
Yeah, I think counting it back, Cloudy got one Earth Shatter stun. It was on Top Dragon. That was the first Shatter we saw. The next two were less than convincing. So one-man army have shown that they can play this like fairly standard comp and still make life very hard for SRP Check. They've got good spam damage still with that Orisa. TP onto the point here for SRP Check, a classic move. They still want to keep this sim in play. Danet has been stuck to this for the entirety of Lijiang Tower.
I mean, the sim with the Reinhardt, really has become almost kind of like a staple hero in the mix with the Rein, right? Just giving the Rein that extra mobility right there, using the TP, getting out of harm's way, now trying to put that Rein in a good position.
Yeah, nice little TP. Good rotation here for SR Peak Check as they had their space taken away from them. Now the TP here, that's to the back of the point now, should they choose to take it. Cloudy with a very healthy shield here, and Ice Stomp caught without Fortify potentially. Yep, Cloudy stops the charge short and guarantees the kill on the Orisa. That's classy.
Yeah, and this is a really good look here for SR Peak Check versus what a one-man army is running, right? I know the Reaper can definitely give a lot of problems with fighting on the point. Like a one-man army, you think like a Pharah here could definitely cause some chaos, right? I know Rein, Sim, Reaper don't really have a great interaction with Pharah. You can kind of just wilt them down over time. You'd probably see them start to get quite aggressive with the TPs and trying to gate some of that, you know, just kind of chunk damage over time. But see, if one-man army can break back in, that's going to be an Air Matrix used there, just in like a 2v2 scenario.
Yeah, and it's no one that really benefits from the Air Matrix. Ghost can actually use it for himself with impunity there, and it's a great little anti-flank mechanism. Top Dragon also is a pretty prolific Echo player, likely has some Pharah as well, so as good as that pick is, a one-man army are playing for this Dragon Blade instead, but they're giving up capture progress in order to set this up.
Yeah, getting closer towards a blade here, right? So no thought of changing. It's going to be Bob thrown in, but another nice sim wall here from Den.
Yeah, lets you kite that Bob damage, mostly Cloudy. Pretty much unbothered by it entirely. Here's a blade for Top Dragon. This better work, otherwise we'd be switching, folks. And of course, the prescribed response is that Immortality Fill, but good Terror Surge catches Ghost inside of it. After Top Dragon is able to blade the drone out of existence. Now one-man army definitely with an advantage. Yulpi goes over the edge. And Fire's only able to find one for the fight.
Yeah, but still, for SR Peak Check, I mean, this is phenomenal, right? Up to 88% on the point. You end up holding on to your Orbital Ray Shatter, Death Blossom. Sick combination of ultimates you have available here for SR Peak Check to be able to flip this back. And they already have almost 90% on the point. So great spot for them.
Oh my God!
Not a great spot anymore.
Dogman just got a 3 or 4 player stun during that that rally. That was disgusting.
Okay. So, yeah, you're in a great spot in terms of ultimates, and they just run on in and just...
Oh, that ended me. And look at Top Dragon's ult charge. Oh my God.
They're scared to, like, even move up here at this point.
Oh, buddy. Okay. Let's try that again. Fire getting to the point here. Orbital Ray Death Blossom, I call that photosynthesis. Going to be a very strong combination here. Cloudy, though, down to some dynamite, so good luck getting close enough to make use of this. Still, SR Peak Check committing. They do flip the point, so they're kind of hoping to hold it here. One-man army are aware. They've moved up to contest here. Cloudy now just returning to the fight, so SR Peak Check can still let these ultimates go, but they don't have the Orbital Ray anymore. It's Ant Matrix here, which will force one-man army to play off the point for the next couple seconds. Nice little shatter. Donghun had his shield up, though, now the blade from Top Dragon. That's 2 in 2 fights, folks. Big Genji value, but this blade looks a little blunt.
Yeah, and Abo ends up using the Bob there, so just both teams doing absolutely everything. One-man army actually does flip the point back. It'll be a TP away from Fi here. It'll be a terrorist. Oh, no! That's going to get a both supports. I mean, that is nasty.
Fight of the rescue. He's got to save the day here. Encroaching on Avo. Good couple of kills. But the point's still under one-man army control. And there's 2 supports up for Aoma. Which means that SR Peak Check are going to have to regroup, try again. Sim Turret TP rather gets one to the point. Here comes Cloudy already. Danhead setting up the infrastructure as they flip back. And we'll be in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, 5 is like one shot there, and the same with Cloudy, so they couldn't actually go on in and kind of contest both supports. It'll be another nice sim wall here.
So good.
From
the wall's so good, but there's an Orbital Ray here for Alpha now. Here come a one-man army. Ice Stomp into the back line. They're basically ignoring Reinhardt for the most part. As Cloudy goes and gets a pin kill on Alpha. Ghost, though, is in trouble. Tries to get airborne, can't get away. Now that TP dealt with, his Fire's able to pick up Avo at the very least. An Orbital Ray comes up now for SR Peak Check, but Ilpi's low. Not able to stay alive. Donghun, Raid Boss, absolutely taking this round over on the Brig. Will help them with a couple big kills there. Danet is low, but gets a TP up. Fire is out of the picture, not on the point. Forced to back away, and it has to be a regroup again for SR Peak Check.
Oh, Fi alive, barely able to live yet again. Gonna have another Death Blossom here. Then they're gonna go over to the Genji, try and get back and get a touch. Ice still on the ball here as we're getting a little crazy.
Tracer as well for Avo. Danad coming back on the bench. Here's the Blossom. Donghunt respects it. Backs away from it. That ultimate goes for very little, but an out matrix out in the open might just be what the Doctor ordered, and Baptiste would know. Top Dragon Blade, though, gets rid of the immortality field as Icenom's able to find the Baptiste. Ilpy's down. No supports left here at all for SRP check. A Shatter could save the day, but Cloudy, unfortunately, can't get it off before he's taken down. And it's a close fight in the end, and a one-man army don't have to hard counter this Ryan comp. They've got the antidote themselves.
Yeah, you know, it's so difficult. Like Johnny mentioned, right? Like the old way of playing Reinhardt, right? Just holding the shield, moving up, taking the space. And, you know, it's great that Reinhardt can, like, brawl with, you know, the tanks up close. The issue that Reinhardt has is, like, all of the other tanks can do damage while also protecting themselves in some way, right? Reinhardt can't. He can either protect himself or he can do damage. But then he's also not sturdy enough to live while trying to do damage. So you see a lot of the times where, you know, Cloudy gets into a great position to actually lay down some damage and do some serious stuff, but you're able to burst that Reinhardt down so fast. You know, like a Reset, right, can, you know, fortify while doing damage. Like you think about all the tanks in the roster, right? Has some damage and mitigation while also being able to do damage. I mean, Reinhardt, it's not there.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the pin, I guess, is his only way of doing that while having some sort of mobility. But yeah, he really is
using your head as like a, you know, like a battering ram to protect yourself is not.
Reinhardt, definitely
not the best way to go about it.
You know, employee of the month of the company that busts rocks with heads over there. That's really all he can sort of do. Very static and requires that play style, but the sim looks good in that composition for that reason, right? Ryan can play from pretty comfortably behind that zone. This is disgusting. This is absolutely gross here from Donghunt. I mean, yeah, there is an orbital array in play, so I will say that, but that multi-stun, and Top Dragon gets like 60% of his blade, so that the next fight he basically has it online after poking a whole bunch. And it's been good. I mean, it's been crucial in that it forces out that immortality field very early for Ghost and can often result in a kill after the fact. But that last fight, I think Ghost loses Immo, and then Icenom just turns up, I guess, pile drives the Baptiste and is able to find the kill there. Really nicely done. SR Check have a Baptiste, that's why the healing stats look a little bit better, but I'm looking at the deaths here. You have a Baptiste on your team, you have a Ryan comp, you have, in theory, like a pretty compact, close-together comp that even has inherent lifesteal in terms of the Reaper, and you still can't buy a kill. That is tough stuff.
I mean, it's a difficult situation, right? Because to play that run, you got to play so much around that hero with the rest of the team, and if it's not working out, you're going to see games like that. I know, just a one-man army. I mean, look, SRP Check, they were close at times, right? I think they did a nice job with that Junkrat, forcing them off of the Bastion type of setup. But even still, after all of that, not enough.
No, I mean, it came close. That's worth pointing out, and a good start there for SR Check on that second round, of course, of Night Market. The sim TPs look good. There was a lot of these, you know, quick rotations that they were making happen, which was great. But in general, Aoma had the capacity to react to them. I think Ghost, we see like an Ant Matrix he just uses for himself. It allows him to kill a flanking player.
Who else is using it?
No one, not in that comp. Unless you want to like try and like set up a Fire Strike play with the Ant Matrix. But heroes in Overwatch now have a little bit more than 200 health. Most of them, or a lot of them, especially sort of DPS. So it can be a little bit harder to guarantee like a ton of value. It's a comp also that in theory works really well with Juno's ultimate. Right, play inside the orbit array. You have like Rhine, Reaper, Sim, all this stuff that.
But the other team's got orbital array too. It's not like you're the only one with access to it, right? The other team's gonna, hey, you orbital array, guess what? They orbital array right back. And then they also have the Orisa, who's a lot more sturdy.
We mentioned like maybe the Pharah could be good against that composition. Top Dragon's Genji though was pretty fantastic all through that round. Of course, we are here in Stage 4 in our main event to try and decide who is heading over to Stockholm for our OWCS Finals. Tickets, of course, are on sale for that today. It's going to be at DreamHack Stockholm, so not just OWCS, a whole lot of esports happening in one of the, I guess, the most historical esports parts of the world. DreamHack.com/Stockholm for tickets. Matt's very excited about the Old Town in Stockholm.
Dude, well, I have confirmation there is an Old Town. I know I've been talking about Old Town for a few weeks now, and I have confirmation via reinforced
in Europe,
that there is an Old Town.
Chance most towns have an Old Town.
There's an ABBA museum that me and Mitch plan to go to together. A little ABBA museum we're gonna go hang out at. So It's gonna be a good
I'm
time.
glad I've been volunteered for that that experience. Yeah, I'm not super over the moon about that. I want to eat some Swedish food. I'm sure we can tee that up, Matt. My people talk to your people. Let's talk map pool here. We've got hybrid, of course. Clash/Flash, push and escort on the table still here for
The Clash Flash.
and Flash. Of course, this is a map pick for SRP check.
And what do you even
Play
want
push, play Ryan,
go
try and
to
win.
here with the right now? Okay, so Runasabi, I thought potentially you also could play Rialto. Rialto is actually one where Ryan you can actually do some nice things with. So it'll be Runasabi here, the SRP check choice. Potentially, if you lose this, it's like you're looking at what, Kings or Rialto, one of the two, probably your next best option.
I agree. Or yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can afford to play Ryan on a Flashpoint map, right? Maybe Survasa is applicable, but I wouldn't be super excited about trying to play that style. Nonetheless,
I think there's just too much ground to make up. Like that's the one thing I worry about here at Runasapi, right? Like there's so much like ground to cover. I feel like you can play like Ashe on the high ground if you're a one-man army, right? And just you know the Orisa is going to live, right?
I think that look, Ryan is acceptable here. It's somewhat reasonable. I do think that again, yeah, with the high ground offered to you, mind you, less high ground than any other push map for defenders. There are some parts that you can sort of make use of it here. But SRP check as well, this first fight is going to be very interesting because they also want to play in that little sort of alcove in the middle of the map. And they're going to need to come forward because they have Reaper. Either he does the Reaper guy thing and comes in from the side, or he plays as part of that main thrust in the front line with the Rhine.
Yeah, as a one-man army, they do play the Ashe right off the rip. I like this decision. I think the Ashe with the Dynamites can cause a lot of trouble here for SRP check. Really good sightlines.
Why be hunting? On a flank here, TPing now up to the rest of his team. I think he realizes he's discovered there a little bit, so now wants to occupy the front line, and yep, Top Dragon collapses. Maybe just an overextension there. Fire Strike pretty good there, were it not for Javelin Spin. This is what Cloudy has to do to mimic a fraction of Orisa's power. But either way, SRP check win that handling.
Yeah, it's that kill on a Top Dragon early. He's trying to poke from that side room, and they just all commit onto him, and there's nothing you could do there for Top Dragon. No healing or support's going to be able to keep him alive, so you lose him early on. Fi comes in on a little bit of a flank, and it's a first fight win there for SRP check.
Nice bit of ice on there, sort of preempts the TP. Also, that's something important on this map as well. Will allow you to get on the high ground with this Rhine comp. Avo just caught out of position there. I think a one-man army is struggling to keep track with SRP checks. Little, little setups, these little TP plays. In general, they're just caught out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, this is good so far here for SRP check, right? They're going to get the checkpoint. Definitely think that the TPs, whether you use them or fake, definitely catch them off guard. Now, I'm curious. So this is what I thought like you could see potentially on map 1, right? I was talking about how the far just that constant poke damage could just be such a nuisance. Let's see if it pays
I wonder
off.
if it's enough or if it just gives more things for Ghost to heal and lets it get more of these ant matrices available. Icedom has to play an off angle here. Meanwhile, we're getting to triple digits already. SRP check threatening to run away with this one. Orbit Array comes out for the attackers, I'll call them here. The Top Dragon goes down to Ghost, so the Farah not impervious, even though she's airborne against this comp. Terror Surge was hoping to catch Ilpi, but Icedom has to go and do it the old-fashioned way, getting his hands dirty, diving into Danette here. And they'll get to play the game at the very least. A one-man army, though, have given up so much of the map.
Yeah, it's a lot of progress gotten by SRP check right off the rip. It's about as good a start as you could ask for. It's a one-man army. Keep getting the bot back towards a mid-map here, and now we'll have another fight where about mid-map even strength. But one-man army doesn't really have much to work with. This sim wall is going to be really devastating to the
Must be done as well. Alpha gets punished up in mid-air, as that's just Ghost bringing him down. This is kind of why you do have heroes that can still shoot at airborne heroes, even if they're not sort of designed for that purpose. Still works out just fine with the Juno and the Baptiste. Danette falls, but that's maybe an expected result there for SRP check. It's the bomb that they've got to respect here now a little bit, as Ghost does Immortality Field to protect them from it. The Fire Spam now comes back into play. Donglin?
Yeah.
Dangerous.
rally here.
Cloudy low, very low. Yeah, trying to fight into that rally is an interesting decision.
Well, I mean, what is he going to do, right? I mean, I think he gets stunned up. You're also taking tons of damage from the Pharah, and you don't really have anybody with sight lines of it. This is going to be the immortality field used. Does not matter. So the cleanup crew comes in for a one-man army, so they'll finally start to get some progress here with the bot. I think this next fight will be crucial, Midge. SRP Check's going to have an orbital ray, right? You don't want to give up much progress here. Let a one-man army start to snowball. But a one-man army does end up having this rocket barrage, right? Rocket barrage, terror surge potentially inside of that orbital ray. So you do lose the Sim. You're also going to lose Avo on the other side. I think the Sim, though, is a massive loss, right? That's a lot of the mobility for the team.
That Fortify is no longer available, Matt. Cloudy can come in with a Shaddy here. Opts not to. Second Fortify, of course, with the Terror Surge. Now, definitely none of those. Yep, available. Decent timing. Ice Number going to be knocked to the ground there. As Alpha also stunned up briefly, but the orbital rays in a pretty fortuitous position. Kind of, though, with that MTD coming through.
Yeah, the amount of healing, though, that the supports have to put down on the Cloudy to keep him alive. I mean, just getting chunked down by the Pharah, taking tons of damage there from the Terror Surge is just a really difficult task for the supports on SRP Check, as Ghost getting very close towards another Amp Matrix here. Is about halfway through the game. SRP Check with a pretty commanding lead.
Yeah, 105 to 44. Quite significant. Fi biding his time here, waiting for a one-man army to push it up a little. No ultimates he's really looking to combine with here. But just start to put that extra pressure down on the Orisa when she pushes up. And then none the wiser, still Top Dragon. Okay, gets away with that one. Fi now has to back away. Might look to actually reassume that flanking spot, though.
A one-man army, right? You've just kind of like been poking here in the streets. You end up, I was gonna say, building up towards a Bob, building up towards another barrage into rally, and then maybe you were gonna attack, but you've lost Avo here. So one-man army doesn't want to give up even more progress. That's gonna be the barrage that goes for nothing.
So what a one-man army ran into there was a trap play set up in that side room. It wasn't just Fi standing there waiting. It was a bunch of sim turrets as well. So the moment someone from a one-man army just goes into that spot, they're basically dead. Top Dragon had the mobility, of course, for Pharah to get out, but Avo was not nearly as lucky.
Yeah, it's essentially the car wash setup, right? It's right around where Fi is playing, so you get all the sim turrets around there. You go and try and put pressure onto that Reaper, you're gonna get slowed down, take a lot of damage.
Car wash, I say clock cleaning, but the result is the same. Here's the Bob. Avo able to find the dynamite kill on Ghost as well, so all the supports are nuked. But this is a huge comeback that a one-man army would have to put together. And SRP Check did spam the orbital ray in that fight.
A one-man army will end up having both orbital ray and rally here for this fight, right? So you think that's a pretty strong combo to be able to win a fight. You get checkpoint, then you're like a fight or two away. I mean, it's not out of the question here for a one-man army. I think SRP Check should get back towards mid-map and take a fight around there.
It's still dangerous, though. A one-man army can't fight in the side rooms. This needs to be a kill from Avo. Good pressure on the back line, force an early immortality field. Oh, and the emergence to deal with Ilpi. That's beautiful. Avo's had a fantastic couple of fights here, Matt.
Man, that's a worst case scenario as well, because no ultimates used. Oh, look at this. I mean, Cloudy and Fi actually moving away with the cart, so this is actually pretty good now. So that actually gets the bot back towards mid-map. I mean, that kind of negates those two early deaths from the supports. I mean, that is huge.
That is unbelievably troll. Cloudy leads the bot away. Well, that right there encapsulates Ryan in this meta right now. There was a shield, and Ice Number had the Fortify. So that shadow just gets shrugged off. Got to go for it, though, if you're Cloudy. Look for a chance to make it happen. Okay, so Amp Matrix going to be walked into here. They do have to respect that, but not many heroes can fight through it on SRP Check's side. So Orbital Ray is going to get a one-man army back around the corner. That is, though, at the cost of both of their support ultimates. And still an important fight to win. They may need to win another, before this checkpoint, though.
Yeah, I think they probably felt there was an absolute must-win type of scenario there. You needed to get the bot moving deeper into SRP Check territory. and you had to kind of invest those ultimates, right? That it wasn't going to happen any other way. You didn't want to risk them kind of running away with that bot yet again. It's just going to be a nice sim wall. And look at that. I mean, Top Dragon on a flank with the Pharah, but that sim wall is going to really negate, you know, what potentially would have did
forces
there.
a disengage for a time for a one-man army. The walls come down now, though, so it's anyone's game here. Icedom doesn't want any of it. Vi front and center. Maybe at risk of overextending, and Icedom was hoping that was the case, but he of course had his defensive cooldowns. Great spot for Bob. He can see everything right now. But the bot is being taken away again from a one-man army. They have to fight for this now, and they have to run into the Reaper.
So Reaper gets 2, but oh yeah, look at this. Just jumps down as Avo gets another here. Is the bot back a little bit towards mid-map. You still had Cloudy here live, and now you're going to lose him as Vi takes out 1, going to get a 1v1 against Icedom, and Icedom ends up winning it. But still, you're not going to give up much, if anything, here for SRP Check, because you just push the bot. You know, you kind of use that orbital ray, you put some pressure down with that sim wall, right? You force a one-man army back into that corner and to retreat, and you just run away with
50
that bot.
seconds left. SRP Check have a sim TP rather, lets them get back into fighting position much quickly than otherwise it would be. Icedom almost took too much damage there, able to stay alive. Very well done, well timed for them to get out of trouble there. Now, displacement is the name of the game. Top Dragon a little bit low, the flank. No one's looking at Danad right now. He's just firing orbs into a one-man army, and that's going to put them to bed. I don't see how you're supposed to come back from this, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult, almost impossible. 20 seconds left. There goes the rally. SRP Check has really dominated here on Runasapi. Whatever comp that one-man army is thrown at them, they've been able to deal with it with this Reinhardt.
Yeah, talking about picking a map and comp that really works for you. Icedom shattered here. No fortifier left for the ball. Finally, Cloudy gets his satisfaction. And SRP Check get their map.
Yeah, they do a great job of maneuvering the Rhine around the map, you know, having the Reaper there, the long-range hit scan and the poke with the Ashe and the Pharah wasn't really that impactful. I thought the sim wall as well, especially when they want to poke with that much damage, definitely gives them some trouble. So SRP Check ties it up.
You see multiple occasions, a one-man army had to full disengage as soon as Danad throws that Symmetra wall down, because there's really no point fighting in such a battle that slanted so heavily against them. We saw the Ryan get a lot of value. The Sim also is a key part of this package, and it's not the first time we've seen Sim and Ryan joined at the hip with so many of these comps. That's how you really work around his lack of mobility, and I've got to say, you have to be on the same page as a team to get use of those TPs. Here as well, we had some sort of moments. This was that first fight here. Top Dragon gets picked off very early on, and that gets exacerbated very quickly. We're 2 minutes in and already at triple digits here, and I think statistically, falling to triple digits so early in the round, I think it's very rare we see a team bounce back from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is brutal, right? I know a fantastic start with the Reinhardt is exactly what they needed here on this map for SRP Check. So seeing that happen here at the start, especially getting that kill on Top Dragon, it's really important.
And it makes me wonder if they now need to pick Blizzard World in order to deny a hybrid map away that could otherwise be chosen in a way that suits Ryan a little bit more. Or just try and get a guaranteed map win and take us to like a Flashpoint map, for example. One that not so easy for Ryan to get success, maybe even like a New Junk City or something similar. But see, over the course of this game, right, it's that very similar comp that we saw Ioma stick to. They brought Pharah in. Now you think Pharah against Sim Reaper looks very, very good, right? Well, yeah, that's not counting the fact that like Ghost is going to shoot you. The Juno is also going to shoot you. The torpedoes are guaranteed hits against you when you're out in line of sight. There are like lots of poke damage, lots of chunks that can come at you that can still punish you. But this to me is quite surprising, right? I mean, less deaths on a one-man army, but denied opportunities to fight on a number of occasions because SRP Check just kept stealing the bot away.
I do feel like though SRP Check, right? Like they just want to take tons of fights, right? It's not, it's not a comp that is going to be high in KD, right? You're just going to have some fights that it's going to be really difficult. I think it's just the amount of fights that they get, right? And just constantly fighting. That's what that comp wants to do.
No doubt about it. They do it awfully well. And if they also feel like they're not favored in a fight, like we've seen Cloudy just take the bot and sort of reset it and basically make that fight useless, because it takes like a good 8 to 10 seconds, if not more, to get the bot back to where it was in the first place. And by that point, SRP Czech have returned to the fight, in theory now, without the ultimate disadvantage that put them behind the 8-ball in the first fight.
There was a fight where a one-man army, they ended up killing both SRP Czech supports mid-map and really gained absolutely no bot progress from it. I mean, that's a crazy scenario.
That's a macro problem, I think, for a one-man army on a push map. Yeah. No other way about it.
I mean, that's bad.
And again, like you're being allowed to play a comp that's just fundamentally supposed to be very strong against what a one-man army have. But when these symbols come up, you mentioned it during the cast, the Pharah's pretty useless. I mean, she cannot sort of go for like a flank play. She cannot get free poke damage down, and the battle line moves uncomfortably close to, you know, your Orisa comp with this Reinhardt emerging, and you get like 10% of the amount of time to actually shoot at the guy. So here's your map pool here. We mentioned that like some maps to avoid if you don't want to lose to Ryan is like Rialto, for example. But, I mean, the rest of that escort map pool can be pretty favorable, I think, for those compositions. I don't think there are a ton of amazing Ryan maps. I think King's Row is an option, but probably requires the sim in order to try and take control of the high ground, which is a kind of play pattern that is exploitable and telegraphed. You know what your opponents are trying to do, you know, as opposed to like a control map where you see them like TPing around the point, coming up from the rafters. Like, that's a little bit harder to predict outside of the first use of that. So Suravasa does get picked here. A one-man army feel like, Ryan is going to be disadvantaged on a flashpoint map.
Yeah, I mean, with the sim, right? I know you have a difficult time getting the Ryan in with just his shield. Just put a bigger wall up. Just kind of get behind that. Just get in the way. So Suravasa, I think it's going to be difficult, right? There's some really nice spots of high ground here, right? On a lot of the points.
I would like Top Dragon to play May, I think. On this map.
I do think the sim's going to help, though. I think the sim is going to help, like just kind of maneuvering around the map and obviously getting them into some of those weird spots.
So obviously, you can like Mabel on top of the sim TP, which can, I think, render it pretty hard to make use of. But just May on this map in general, I think we talked about this a little bit in NA over the last couple of weeks, has been really good for setting up these pick opportunities. There are some points that are a bit more open, but in general, they all have a system of chokes that, you know, precedes them. So we've seen Top Dragon also, you know, play some of those other picks here. Do think May is something that can catch a Rhino out. It's quite powerful. He cannot simply activate rocket boosters and fly back over the wall and get back to the rest of his team. You can run him down. But in this era of Overwatch, the May wall is far less durable. Focus fire will break it down. So your window isn't as big as sort of you may think if you're referencing, you know, May from the earlier eras of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I even still like the Pharah. Like, I think that's still a realistic option for a one-man army. I think the May is a good shout as well, though. So May can definitely be good against Reinhardt. I mean, always pretty good historically against the hero. See what SRP Czech is going to decide to play here. Is this would be a little bit about
Sigma. I'm so here for this. Okay, so
all right, so it's like, hey, guess what? They're playing. They think we're going to be Reinhardt. Guess what? We're going to have a Sigma-based
Sigma Bastion here for SRP Czech. Yeah, I'll defer judgment. It's obviously, again, a bit better than Ryan. In that, Sigma can sort of move up and poke down much more effectively. Still, getting sort of displaced as Sigma can be frustrating. It can take a while for you to get back into the position you need to be here. But SRP Czech do start with priority here. That is a relatively early immortality field that Top Dragon will deal with. You can't block an accretion though, buddy.
It's a nice stun. I mean, they're trying to get in there, make a play, and I mean, you see these sim turrets just slowing players down, putting down some damage, and then that accretion on the Top Dragon kicks things off, making it real easy to take the Genji
I like
out.
this. Yeah, this is pretty good. The Bastion is an interesting mix. Again, look, works well against Ryan, but also works well in these shield compositions. Well, one-man army, okay, they feel like they might need kinetic grasp here to sort of break up some of that Bastion damage, but we are going to a Sigma mirror. You never fail to
yeah, this is getting in a bizarro territory here.
Okay. You never fail to impress me. I'll say that much. Let's see how this plays out. Obviously, in an Asher shell, good poke damage still for a one-man army. But again, that shield pressure of the Bastion might make it a little bit hard for Icenom to move up with the rest of their team. Then they got picked off by Alpha. That is probably not what you're writing home about. With the Brig already off the map, it's that kill onto Fire that might be a difference maker. But, I mean, they're running out of time. One-man army going to go for an SRP check, looking for a flux play. But an orbital ray here from Alpha is going to be able to heal them back up and let them onto the point.
Yeah, I think you just back up here. If you're SRP check, it's going to be
Ghost
using that immortality field, trying to stay alive, then just jumps out of it.
I think there's miscommunication there. I think Cloudy is moving up and grasping to try and get Ghost out of there, but he thinks that there's a play to be made from the high ground.
Yeah, and I thought potentially you were going to just like try and keep those two players alive and then come in and surprise them with a Ilpi's orbital ray. It's not happened though.
Here's a flux from one-man army. Orbital ray makes it hard to get anyone to half health before they drop down, so no guaranteed kills there. Donglin's rally is going to get one-man army back in position, but they won't have that to use during the fight itself. Bob's doing something apparently. Gets picked off rather quickly now, but Ghost has lost that immortality field. Top Dragon though, this is a little awkward. No deflect available. Dash was 1 second away, so just getting caught without cooldowns.
Yeah, well, it's a lot that he can't dodge, right? Whether it's nice accretion there from Cloudy, whether it's like the Sim Beam or the accretion, right? A lot that Top Dragon can't really deal with is this will be SRP check taking our first point here on Surabasa. There's just a lot that Top Dragon can't really do against that, where if he gets in that type of position, I mean, he's in a lot of trouble, right? We've seen that twice now, kind of playing from that position on the map and, you know, being that aggressive and getting caught out.
First flashpoint going over to the team with Bastion in this Sigma setup. Top Dragon with a blade, but again, it's always an uphill battle against the immortality field of Ghost 91. Ice Storm a little caught out there. That Sim wall, devastating. But even outside of that, Ice Storm's positioning is very far removed from the rest of a one-man army.
Yeah, this is going to be the point going over to SRP check right off the rip, as we've seen it with the Reinhardt, now with the Sigma. I'm almost surprised that a one-man army wanted to match like the Sigma in this comp variation. SRP check's definitely gonna have the advantage in terms of damage output, right? The Sim being able to charge up on the shields, ramp damage, Bastion, Bap Juno, right? So this playing out pretty well for SRP.
Blank time here. In we go. Gravitic Flux going to be used now from LH Cloudy. Defensively catches Top Dragon inside of it, but not before he deals with Daned. So still gets his pound of flesh, so to speak. Fire's gone down, and Ice Storm has to give up his life to get that kill. That means that SRP check have the numbers as the dust settles.
Yeah, but both supports still stay alive throughout all of that for SRP check. So it's an Ant Matrix used there by Ghost, Immortality Field there as well. A nice defensive flux there from Cloudy, knowing that Top Dragon playing the Genji at the time, going to go in with the blade as Top Dragon now will play the Pharah, where now there's really, I mean, just Ghost. I mean, I guess the Juno can also put some pressure down onto the Pharah, but really just one player to deal with that hero. As that is actually nice. So Donghoon knocks down it off the side during the orbital ray for both teams.
Daned actually TPs into an aggressive position to poke down at a one-man army, and then has the TP behind him destroyed. So he's actually out of position. One-man army move up, I think, with a hyper ring, so just that speed boost gets them there. And they pop rally, they go for it. Big spend, though, for a one-man army, but that's how they stay in the game for this flashpoint.
Yeah, just one fight for SRP Chick, though, to take our second flashpoint. And guess what? We are back into the Reinhardt play.
That's so brilliant.
Oh, he's going to knock off the side. I mean, that is nasty work there from Cloudy.
I mean, that is something that Sigma has to be aware of. He can only really accretion to stop that stun, and he's just not very mobile in general. That's dirty. SRP check here should at this point flip back pretty quickly. Ice Storm going to switch to the Doomfist as if we're going to bail him out of this situation. I think Avo needs to find some big hits here, which is a tough ask with Reinhardt's shield still very much a factor in this fight. And that should be another flashpoint here. Top Dragon at least able to touch. This will let Ice Storm get on. Charge in. Fortify going to be used after the fact. Top Dragon able to get rid of Daned here, and Avo coming back in means that a one-man army have a real shot at this now. Fi, no Ice Block available apparently. And while SRP check flipped the point, and will be pushed off once more. Cloud shield a little bit too low to hang here. Now they're awkwardly positioned away from their team. They'll have to regroup.
Yeah, it looks like they decided to back up. It looks like SRP check actually had two players there. It looked like Cloudy was still alive and the Juno as well. And they decided to just back on out. Maybe say, hey, let's just take a beat here. One more fight to be able to do it. Is Ghost going to have the NA Matrix looking over the point with that sim wall? I mean, it's a sick combo.
His Top Dragon can't do much here at all, right? On both axes, the sim wall and the Ant Matrix makes it impossible for him to be part of the game. And Ghost is able to bring him down. That'll be 2 checkpoints for SR Peak check. And we do get our wish. We do get to see this Reinhardt now in Suravasa. Cloudy was counter-swapped. That's why Ice has gone back to the Orisa. I don't think Cloudy might look to stick around, maybe look for a shatter here, but yeah, we'll see how this plays out. We have a little bit of
you may as well, right? End up staying, using the shatter here. You've also had success already on this map. I know already in the series, playing this type of composition into what a one-man army is doing, right? So see how it kind of plays out as TP, then taking it back there. Or Clown, just trying to make it difficult for the other team to gauge where they're exactly coming from.
Cloudy here steps up, keeping a very close eye on his Orisa cooldowns. Okay, that's a barrage. Cloudy forced away here. Good immortality field placement, though. I don't even think Top Dragon can see it from that angle. He eventually gets rid of it, but that counters out that Pharah ult. Still a one-man army, disengage away from the orbital strike. Or Ray, rather. Cloudy tries to wrap around. The shatter coming from behind. We want to get excited. We so badly want to see Fatty Shatty. But Cloudy, unfortunately, not able to give us one of those yet. And now this Pharah is going to start to make their day a little harder.
I mean, they're trying to kite this and get out. 3 players extremely low here. It's a one-man army trying to finish off Ghost and Ilpi as they're going to finish off Ghost and now trying to double back towards the point on the players that are capping. Stunge gets one. Everybody gets out. So now let's see. Oh no, Fight is not
trying to get out
to be able to stay alive.
He was stuck in that corner. All right, so Cloudy sticking to the Rhine here, playing that into the Orisa, trying to win the map on his signature hero. Here comes the rally. One-man army want to come forward. Terror Surge also an issue. Catches nothing but Ghost's immortality field, but Cloudy went so low very quickly though. Ant Matrix from the Baptiste rather means that Cloudy can be healed up. Ghost able to find that kill on Alpha with that amped damage. Definitely one of the more vulnerable heroes that Juno to a Baptiste ultimate combo. And I think somehow SR Peak Check have won this fight, probably without the Ray, but here we are.
Yeah, I think they would have won it without the Ray as well. So Avo over to the Cassidy. I think, though, this gives them an opportunity where having control of the point, right, is going to be much easier for them to fight on. Think about Lijiang Tower, right, when they had controlled the point with this composition. Fight's much more drawn out, a lot harder to be able to flip that point back as SRP Check going to get probably to about 70-75% here when this next one kicks off as Avo made a few changes. Went from the Ashe to the Cassidy, now over to the Bastion, and they get Ice Dome right off the rip. I mean, that is terrible.
Yeah, Ice Dome got charged into a bramble bush virtually as the Death Blossom was there, but it required a huge extension here for SRP Check, and a use of that Reaper ultimate. And a one-man army would just able to poke down with the Bastion, who was a long way from the action.
Are you able to get another fight here if you're SRP?
No.
Or do you decide to give it up? We'll see. Looks like, yeah, it looks like they're going to end up giving up. I thought potentially, right, with the speed plus the sim TP, but they're going to give it up. I think that's the right decision here. So that's going to be the first flashpoint on the board here for a one-man army.
So you still want to play the Reinhardt. It's asking a lot. But again, flashpoint only requires you to win basically 2 consecutive fights. Cloudy hoping he can string them together. They will be facing down an orbital Ray though. And that's the reality of Reinhardt. They're hit by a lot of that CC, but Avo's gone down, so the Bastion off the map now. Cloudy has much less to keep him honest here. We can start to take some risks.
Yeah, and you see the way that Cloudy's also playing. I mean, around these corners perfectly, right? Just not putting himself in the line of fire as Ice Gnome goes in behind this orbital ray, right? Using the Fortify, just trying to put down some damage on the back line. They get Phi, but Ghost and Ilpi staying alive, both with support.
Like, what are they doing? Like, I mean, Avo goes down, they're in a 5v4, and they can't push an advantage at all. And that's enough time for Alpha to build up an orbital ray. Playing it the long game, I suppose. And Matrix now going to come in. There is that orbital ray. Top Dragon able to get rid of the drone at the very least here. Cloudy took so much damage even standing in the ray itself. Bros, get off the Ryan. Get off it.
Yeah, and You don't get the Arisa either, right? I mean, Icenom able to just make it around the corner, and then you're just running directly into Avo in Wheels mode, just on the point. As they were looking good on the Sigma early on, right? You won like one fight maybe, and you ended up taking the other point with the Reinhardt. But man, it is now looked good since then.
All right, SRP check at least. They've got an air matrix to work with. Top Dragon. Okay. At least they punished him for that. I was a little worried that it would be a 2 for 0 either way. Back to spawn with you, SRP check, and we can fight for a decider flashpoint now. How does that sound?
Oh, we're definitely going to a decider flashpoint. I mean, this is just throwaway time here for SRP check. This will be a back-to-back for one-man army. So one-man army will take this flashpoint as we move on to a final one. Inside
It's
this
an
open
interesting
courtyard
one.
too, Mitch.
Yeah.
This is going to be, I mean, this is going to be, how are you going to keep the Reinhardt alive
So
here?
you believe maybe the balcony side of the map here with the Rhine and try and like use that advantage to...
Yeah, but that balcony, you're going to have to come down.
At some
right?
point,
I
yes.
mean, if you're a one-man army and you're smart, right? You just sit on the point behind the fountain there and just wait, right? There's no real, like, I mean, what, the Baptiste poke damage, right? You know, Juno as well. Like, you're going to be fine.
Yeah, one-man army are more than happy to try and force this engagement. So it's a TP forward. It doesn't really get used, though. More of a bluff than anything else. But the Sim ultimate basically gives you the point for free here for SRP check, and they're happy with that. I think that's a worthwhile spend, considering how dangerous it can be to play Ryan here. And they can get back to that high ground pretty quickly with a Sim TP. Okay, defensive use of that.
Artillery strength.
I'm fine with it. I mean, it meant the fight couldn't really emerge from his Wraith Walk inside enemy territory. Shatter onto Avo is all that connects there, but it looks like they're knocked to the low ground, or they give it up. So SRP check backing up. Amp Matrix, though, means Isom has to respect it. Danad has fallen, though. And that Sim now no longer a factor. Avo dominating here from this high ground, sending in attack grenades and getting Wheels mode to really oppress this Ryan. Death Blossom is short-lived here, wilts before our very eyes. And a one-man army able to flip the point back. But SRP check, dare I speak this into existence, can still win the map on the Ryan, but they are playing on ultra-hard mode.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Rhine there, right? In the corner, Immortality Field just getting pummeled down by the Bastion. I mean, that's the best as you can handle it. Now you come into this next fight, your SRP check. Nothing to really work with. They're going to have Rally. They're going to have Terror Surge as well here. Some good ultimates to be able to use. This is going to be Orbital Ray. Not able to get it off. That is absolutely brutal.
No sun shining on SRP check's parade today, apparently.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm so tilted.
That's like, you know, your one kind of win condition there, and the orbital array just about to pop off and doesn't even come out.
Okay, run the Ryan back again, Cloudy. Love a man who's consistent. Here we go, Terror Surge going to catch all of SRP check inside of it, and they are blended up as they deserve, because they've taken this map and they've head first plunged it down the gurgler. You better wash your hands after this one, SRP check. I don't know what to say about that. That is a throw sticking to this Ryan comp.
I mean, they looked good on the Sigma early on. That definitely gave them some trouble on the other side, right? Top Dragon had to change off of the Genji, move over to the far and some other stuff, and then they went to the Reinhardt, and it was just not it there on Suravasa. That is one that SRP check definitely could have ended up taking, right? I know in control of that one at the start, that they just... yeah, they throw that one down.
I mean, again, they're a team that walks into each of these matches knowing we're going to get counterpicked if we play Ryan, so we need to have a really cohesive plan to win, otherwise we're going to not win. They almost won, despite their best efforts. However, they are overcome by the Arista-based comp. Let's go to the desk while I get some anger management classes very quickly. We'll be back, of course, for the other half of this.
Yeah, we can't help you with anger management because we're struggling here. We're collectively struggling.
I'm having a great time.
Hey, you're going up 2-0, you know, on Suravasa, and then let's die on a Reinhardt hill.
We're this close. We're this
switch
close.
back to Reinhardt. Add a Reaper in the mix. Why don't you? Very aspirational compositions. Why? Analysts, why? Please, someone? Anyone?
Oh god, it was so painful to just see them like, oh, Bastion used Wheels mode. Okay, the power spike is over. Now we can re-engage, and then Top Dragon just rains hell from above. It was that Suravasa. The epitome of just Reinhardt pain.
The SIG was a really smart pick, right?
was.
Because the SIG kind of counters this Orisa style with all the spam heroes, the Bastion. It's a great rollout, and they snowball that to win 2 consecutive points. And then they go back to the Rhine, which actually, in fairness, when they first went back to the Rhine, it made sense to me. You baited the enemy to a SIG mirror. You go to the Rhine. Rhine's good into that matchup, into SIG, right? We saw a couple big pins out of Cloudy. He really knows how to dominate a favored matchup. But then the Orisa comes back out, and there's kind of no final response. I feel like maybe SR Peak Check just got a little overconfident, feeling like, we're up 2-0, like, let's win this with our comfort picks. I think if they had gone back to Sigma once the Orisa comes out, I think they'd probably find a flashpoint.
If they had gone back to Sigma.
But that
Cloudy,
wasn't gonna happen.
why didn't you swap back to Sigma?
That's the thing. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I knew it should happen, but I also knew that it wouldn't. And that's kind of the world we live in when we watch SR Peak Check play
It is
Ryan.
indeed. I mean, yeah, map 1, Aoma won it, but it was a close one. Map 2, SRP check, they made it work. They made it work with that Reinhardt. And while from a compositional standpoint, we do see Aoma having the answers to it, obviously, SR Peak Check are playing it on a very high level. So they managed to edge one out, but this was just a little painful.
It was a little painful. But still, I believe, look, Danet has a great Symmetra. You can TP around, you can play around the Bastion power spike, you can make it work. Maybe there are better maps in the pool you can go to now, or maybe Top Dragon, the spam for a poke doesn't take you down. Great barrage, for example, utilizing that when the lamp is down from the Baptiste. There is hope still. There is hope still, Zoe. It is winnable. It is quite winnable.
We have been, you know what was winnable? Surabasa was very
okay, but it was one of. This is why it's best of 5. It's not best of 1.
Map are you going to play Rhine on, Johnny?
Yeah. Where are we going?
Have you heard Space Station in the past, back when they were on Spitfire? Gibraltar is a Reinhardt map. Just TP around on the high ground. No, they can make it work.
I think it's like Rialto, but man, I will say that Bastion Orisa dismantles Rhine on Rialto.
That was Ramatra Punch map pick, I believe. I think they like playing dirty on Rialto.
The best Rhine map left in the pool. But these are pretty terrible Rhine maps. I mean, King's Row is
Midtown?
Sort of okay. Midtown is not okay to play Rhine.
They can make it work.
Maybe the sim, maybe the unconventional sim looks.
Maybe look towards a Sigma map.
But there's just so much range.
Sigma map?
No. Sigma map.
No.
Don't say the S word, okay? We're talking about Reinhardt here, all right?
It's a Reinhardt game. Maybe. We're just living in it. I feel like it's got to be. Rialto for me is this, but then Hybrid is rough. Like King's Row, 3rd point as a Reinhardt. It's just sad. You're just looking up those high grounds, and there's just death raining
Even
down.
first on the high ground, if your defensive Orisa's holding high ground, you're like, what angles do we take here, bud? Yeah, so it's not King's Row. It's not 2016 anymore. You don't want to go there. That's what I can say for sure.
Okay, so my big takeaway from where we could possibly take it is nothing is really good.
No, Reinhardt is really viable.
Blizzard World's got to be one of the worst Rhine maps in the pool. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where we see what SR Peak Check are really made of. Can they play Rhine on Gibraltar? Can they hold the pit for 4 minutes without even attempting to fight the opponents?
That sounds really sad.
Honestly, I kind of hope they can, but I feel like it's not that realistic against players like Top Dragon and Avo.
This is elimination too. They're playing backs against the wall. The team which loses this one is out. And they're likely going to be out for the entire, for the rest of the season, obviously, because the next thing coming up is
spice in a little Sigma. It would really actually make Aoma's life so much harder.
How are we feeling? How are we feeling about Junkertown?
I'm kind of here for it.
Let's hold Spawn.
Yeah, no. Let's hold Spawn. I think they should hold Spawn. If they're going to play Ryan, I think Spawn holding, maybe you can 3-fight first point, fight 3 times with a fast comp. I think this is actually sort of plausible. 3rd point, if you can get a defensive hold where you're holding the choke points for the attackers to come through, actually kind of awkward to deal with Orion when he's holding those corners. I think this makes sense to me. I can sort of see the vision here. I think the key though is that when Aoma goes all in hard counter with the Bastion, Pharah, just throw the Sig out there. It's going to force the Bastion to swap, and then you can go back to the Rhine. You just got to mix it up a little bit.
I can hear a concept of an idea here.
I'm desperate. I'm desperate, okay? I'm grasping at straws here. I'm in LH Crowdy's rank game. Please, bro, play Sigma one time, bro. Just one fight. But he's not listening. I don't know. I think this is a Rhine strat. I'm feeling it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's from our resident.
This is like LH Cloudy on LA Gladiators throwback. This is the one map LA Gladiators will play Cloudy.
As long as it's a throwback and not just a throw, I'm here for it. Junkertown coming up next. Can Aoma close this one out? Will we see the Rhine staying alive? We find out in just a second. Mitch, Matt, take it away.
Must we?
Yes.
Please.
Please.
All right.
Must we? Yes, we must.
Yes.
It is our duty.
Again, we might see the Sigma sprinkled in a little bit more here. I think that this map very reasonable to play that. And yeah, like we saw in the past, like defense teams on Ryan, they play Ryan Sim up in front of the spawn. It's worked. Like it has worked over time. You look over the years back in the Overwatch League, we might be in an era of the game now where that's a little bit less of a viable approach here. But this is a very reasonable comp for SRP check. Say that as Fight locks their Junkrat. I do like the flavor win, if nothing else.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually lock onto this, right? I mean, in the spawn on offense, some time to change, and yup, here we go. So, does Vi play? Are we gonna see Junkrat Reinhardt offense? Junkrat?
Okay. So,
yeah,
similar idea to what we saw in Lijiang Control Center. You can obviously pop the Bastion up and put some decent pressure on him at long range because there's no shield or defensive cooldown to eat this up outside of the Javelin spin. So you can take some space behind it. This like constant pressure from Vi is going to leave its mark. It's going to force like, you know, Donghun and Alpha into positions where they have to take risks to heal.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, they get that kill on the Ice Dome as well as Top Dragon just so over the top, putting down some serious damage as Avo gonna go away from the Bastion, go over to Ashe, so that's like a force of the Junkrat, right? We saw that on Lijiang Tower, so SRP check gonna get close to taking this first point just off of this, you know, really first initial kill.
I like it a lot. That's a great opener. Top Dragon also doesn't have any space anymore as far as, so moving through the chokes, you're just liable to get shot in the face by any one of these SRP check heroes. Okay, we don't touch in this economy. That's fine. Hands off policy for a one-man army. They got no choice.
Ice Dome would have been completely dead, right? And then Avo gets taken out, even when it goes going to the high ground. Is more changes coming in here for a one-man army as Top Dragon moves away from Pharah. Now we'll play Genji. So the Pharah, I like the Pharah, but definitely was a little bit too vulnerable in the sky, especially trying to come on out. As Iceland will go over and play D.Va. So this is our first look at D.Va here in the series.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is a part of the map where, I mean, she can be so effective with transitioning between these high and low grounds. I also think linking up a Top Dragon to put pressure down on Fi as well. Genji, of course, could deflect those remote mines. Pretty devastating if that happens. Just in general, hard to hit for a Junkrat. And Iceland here floating up and down. They're running out of space, though, to use the D.Va to her fullest now because the cart's already got through the overpass. Iceland here pressuring backline. Dana can really only look on and throw a couple turrets in the way of the D.Va, but SRP Checker managed to protect themselves well enough from this onslaught of the D.Va. And here comes all the ultimates for SRP Check. And this is a well-earned lead they get after such a strong showing in the first part of the map. Top Dragon can get the Baptiste. There needs to be more than this, though. Dana is down. What about the what about this Ilpi? I don't know about that one. Nice little shatter, okay. Point made by Cloudy, no worries.
I mean, that's also the rally used there by Donghun in a most certainly losing fight. As it's going to be almost impossible, Mitch, for the D.Va to like battle with the Sim in the mix, right? It's great for the defense matrix there for some of the things that obviously the Junkrat would do, but against the Sim, it's going to be absolutely brutal. And now Fi's not even playing Junk anymore. He's going to play Ashe.
Yeah, switching now a little bit. Again, maybe concerned about like having some mobility away from the Genji. That might be a problem. Ghost on Baptiste this whole series has looked fantastic. And again, if you want to make this comp work, you have to innovate to a degree, and they've kept the Sim SRP Checker using a la the old London Spitfire approach, taking Ryan to a bunch of really hostile maps for him and overcoming those issues by being able to reposition on a dime here. Big disengage for SRP Check, but they've managed to get Cloudy out as well. Bob at least will give some room for a one-man army to breathe.
Yeah, the Bob just gets thrown in there by Avo, and it's going to get right underneath where you see that door closes. So it's going to force him into a really tough spot. Top Dragon going up high here with a blade. Gets one.
Honestly, not bad, considering you do that through an Immortality field and all the Sim towers that were set up already by Dan. It's so annoying getting through that Sim infrastructure.
Yes, Ice still got weak, but some help of Avo, able to make it on out. Is going to get rid of the Sim turrets there. You do have the Sim wall coming up here for SRP check. It's been so good throughout this series, caused a lot of problems. I mean, gonna deny Avo all the space up on the high ground, so we'll see if SRP check decides to use it
That's
here.
unfortunate for Avo. He needs to hit his shots from here. That might be stayed in the obvious, but that's kind of why Icenom is playing out in the open, to keep SRP check at arm's length. But the TP allows him to circumvent that defensive layer that the Diva rather tries to erect. Top Dragon's found fight. And will eventually fall though, as it'll be very low. He's able to stay alive. Still, they've got Orbit Array here should they need it. Dongun should be fine. Daned was charged up and looking threatening.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge though, right? You get a hold really in a fight and not really lose everybody, where they end up using that sim wall. It's been so strong. It's a knockdown from both the Rhine and the Brig there. It's going to have Donghun end up using the rally.
All right here, and that's to help Icenom, I guess, play aggressively as he'd like to. Donghun with the rally elsewhere. So 2 healing zones for a one-man army to play in, but they've had to back off. Icenom is too low right now, and the cart's moving. SRP check, harebrained. They just don't care. They try and get as much progress as they can, even in a short-handed situation. They're knocking on the door at the end of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be Icenom here on the high ground. Trying to control this area, seeing if he's going to end up deciding to push on out, as everybody from SRP check down below. They got to be careful, though. It's going to be an Ant Matrix here used by Ghost in a really nice spot.
Also, Fi able to use this. Oh, my goodness, Avo. Okay, gets smashed. Ghost now has to use that immortality field, try and stick around with that one. Icenom has to back off of it there with the defense matrix getting stretched to its limit. And okay, SRP check. I won't say we're unfamiliar with your game, because at this point it's like the back of our hand, but this look on Junkertown has been fresh and it's been innovative.
Yeah, I mean, definitely giving some trouble to a one-man army, right? I know a one-man army coming in, trying to do some different things with the Pharah here at the start. And SRP check playing even a Junkrat just kind of works their way right on through it. And now, I mean, what do you even do here if you're a one-man army, right? I think does SRP check, do you think, play close to the door here on defense? I'd imagine
there's no cost to doing so, and they can sim TP away to a safer spot and play in the secondary choke on this first stage, provided they can get out unscathed. I think that with the Mei as well, this is quite good. So obviously the Mei is pretty good if you're playing up close to spawn, because you block off one of the exits, you deny like a crossfire from the defenders as they try and come out of what should be advantage territory, because they can't be shot inside spawn and can shoot out. Yeah. You sort of cut half that off with the Mei. You also give yourself a screen to retreat behind if you feel like you've overstayed.
Yeah, I think this is the right move. You know, play close at the door. You could have played with either the Mei or even the Junkrat, right? I think you consistently keep this sim. It's definitely been, I mean, it's almost essential, right? When you have that Reinhardt in the mix, is I believe, is that Cloudy up on the high ground right now?
Right outside the door. Might just drop off there after hitting a fire strike. Or just stand there. DoorDash has arrived, Icenom. You want to collect your order. Yeah, there's that Mei wall. So that's what we're talking about, cutting off those sort of reinforcement routes here. Cloudy gives up a lot of shield HP for this, but by God, you had better believe it's worth every point of damage. Now, though, maybe not so much.
So you end up losing Cloudy. He tries to back up there because his shield actually had nothing left on it. But you can still have this Mei contest the point for now. Just trying to get a position here as Ilti. Just trying to keep Fi alive. I mean, dude, it's going to be hard to dislodge them.
And that's why Donghun's on the Ana here as well. You know that this Rhine comp's going to be grouped up. Bayonade basically guts this forward hold anyway. But you've done your job. You've just gotten 50 seconds basically of time built, and you're going like roughly 1-for-1 in these fights. And then you're Mei walling off the spawn, making it even harder to get out. It adds some extra stall. I think you're fine with this. You also built an orbital array doing this.
I mean, you see Cloudy there coming back off the spawn, just gets in, starts swinging, right? Doesn't even really matter. You're going to get everybody back together here for SRP check, like you mentioned. They build up an orbital ray alpha, not even at 50% here at the moment. You're totally fine with this if you're SRP check. I mean, look, you win a fight here if you're SRP check. You're like below 2 minutes on the clock almost here for one-man army. So pretty decent
See how
start.
the Mei wall gives a screen to cross through this TP, get across the choke and play from inside the building. The issue is if the card gets too far forward, they can't contest it from this room, so there's only a short time you can actually do this. But look where the card is. Yeah, it's not moving anywhere. Top Dragon has to go for a big barrage in that close room. It's not a bad way to dig people out here. I don't know if Ghost had a Immortality field or had enough cooldown. Either way, now SRP Check get drawn into a more protracted engagement, which is something they want to avoid.
Yeah, that was not as good there for SRP Check, right? A lot of ultimates used there for a one-man army. Pushing on in. Istom actually goes to Winston here, probably just to get back, try and get a touch. So I wonder if SRP Check, if you're able to get another fight. So looks like everybody trying to come up here towards that high ground, potentially looking to get another crack at this. It's going to be a Bob here up on the high ground. Blizzard in the sim wall thrown in there for SRP
got
Check.
out here. LH Cloudy now would have been far forward, but Fire and everybody else for SRP Check able to push up behind that sim wall. By the way, this Winston quite good against the sim and Baptiste respectively, so even if it was a mobility choice for a one-man army, it could still be very effective here. Cloudy either cancels the charge or looks not to go too far forward. Now Orbiter ready to play in for a one-man army, and Ilpi's gone down. This should be it, but it's taken a one-man army almost an era to get to this first checkpoint.
And also, that is just a horrible spot for the Reinhardt to be fighting in, right? I mean, out in the open there, right by that first checkpoint, you see when we're on with Cloudy trying to find any target to get close. And not able to do so. Just a really difficult spot. Doesn't even end up deciding to use the Shatter, even though he had it potentially there. So ends up holding on to it here as Farah from Top Dragon starting to put down a lot of damage, but you see the switch to Winston makes the switch to Reaper here for Fi, and we know how that plays out.
Poorly for Ice Snob, as we just saw unfold. Still, Top Dragon, though, a little bit of an issue for SRP Check, because their comp is not geared to deal with this Farah at all. But we said the same on Rudisapian. No. That map went a different way than we expected. Either way, yeah, counter on counter. Ice Snob still on the Winston here.
Yeah, with the Farah, like how you mentioned a little bit earlier in the series, they're almost just relying on like the Juno and the BAP to be able to kind of deal with that Farah, right? But if Ice Snob on the Winston can put a lot of pressure on that backline, it makes it a little bit easier for Top Dragon to stay alive.
This is something that one-man army didn't have available last time they had Farah, right? They were still playing like this Orisa setup that's very much more frontline than the Winston. Who's going to do this? In the meantime, Top Dragon should be able to do whatever he wants. Ilpi gets taken down by the Primal. This is why Ice Snob may be stuck to this pick. What's that TP going to do? Intimidate me? Ice Snob says, bring out your reserves. I'll take them on as well. Get a little bit of a rinse down by these sim turrets. His Ice Snob, and eventually will succumb. But Kart is getting awful close, and Top Dragon now gets to play from a privileged position.
But they might be able to contest here, though, right? I mean, you end up losing your tank, and then now they're going to run onto the point to contest. So that's going to be not able to take that second checkpoint. Yep. Oh, two really long-range pin there from Cloudy. So nice stuff here from SRP Check is that kill onto Ice Snob. That's good enough for them to get back and get a touch.
Serving up a triple serving of a bit of big McLarge, huge Happy Meal. I'm here for it. Nice triple shatter. And obviously the follow-up there was very much available. You switched to Wrecking Ball here, Ice Snob. I feel like the Captain America gif where he sits on the seat backwards. It looks like he's about to give a lecture to a kid in high school. Where are we looking to go? Wrap around, you can, again, pressure this back line down. Baptiste doesn't like dealing with ball because he only has that vertical mobility. All right, harass, pressure. Again, the idea is the same, to give Top Dragon good sight lines. Plenty of space to work. And still, I mean, come on. Ice Snob is trying to disrupt the backline. They still just shoot Top Dragon out of the sky. I feel like you can't be allowing that to happen. Ilpi eventually goes down, though, but SRP Check are chilling. Orbital Ray, they're getting a tan. And Alpha is traded out at least for Ilpi here.
I feel like, especially on this map, I'm definitely a little bit more worried about like a Winston than like a Ball, right? Like the kind of routes here for the Wrecking Ball aren't as great as some other maps you would think in the pool. Where right here, I mean, you're sure you're gonna have mines coming up, but I mean, we're at 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like the Winston definitely does a better job at attacking that backline, but the Ball is definitely a little bit more survivable here against the Reaper, so maybe that's the idea with the
Still
Ball.
no second checkpoint for a one-man army, and time is running out. Cue the dramatic music. Ice Snob maybe hoping to use the tech to get onto the ledge there and not drop to the ground, but we'll overlook it. Cloudy is deep here, but in no risk of dying, especially with Ghost's amplification matrix to keep the Ryan hearty, and that's why we want to try and address this. Top Dragon K goes down, maybe a barrage there. Yep, gonna blow back. You hate to see it. Ghost gonna fall though now. The Baptiste out of the picture. It's all down to ELP, and it's gonna be an orbital ray here for a one-man army to get them coming forward, and that's still not going to be enough. SR Peak check. Toss their hat into the ring on Junkertown, and they'll be forcing us to a decider map.
Yes, it's a game 5 scenario here between these two. As SR Peak check uses the Reinhardt here on Junkertown to get us across the line. I mean, that is I know as odd of a scenario as you get. Yeah,
that's
so,
fine. I mean,
I completely agree.
To me, this is very different than sticking on the Ryan Comp and Suravasa where you're sort of struggling. This here, like, there's a real game plan. This Symmetra sets up the Ryan for success and really makes this composition that otherwise could be really telegraphed a little bit harder to predict, and to try and get a feel for the pace seemed like a big challenge for a one-man army.
A one-man army, though, with a hybrid map pick, I mean, against the Reinhardt team, like, you shouldn't, I mean, that shouldn't be a loss, right? I mean, we'll get to that in a bit, but you see the Junkrat here used from SRP check at the start, right? Puts a lot of pressure onto that Orisa in the corner, and then we start to get into a little bit of a cycle of changes, right? I know Ice Gnome played what? The Orisa, some Diva, Winston, Wrecking Ball, forced to play a lot of different things, and they were never really able to figure it out.
Yeah, the Shatter here was pretty nice. This was, coming out of spawn. This was just as it looked like a checkpoint was on the cards, but I think there was an overextension from Ison that left them without a tank. So that last fight here, not the orbital ray from the high ground here for the attackers, doesn't really help them much in the locus of the fighting itself. Alpha ends up getting caught out, and again, like, LH Cloudy is doing as he pleases. I've got to say, like, you probably can't make this Ryan Comp work, Matt, without an incredible Baptiste player. I think Ghost is really a specialist in that role and has been a problem. Shutting him down has required a lot of resources from a one-man army. Resources they may have rather used elsewhere. See here, SRP check, big healing done in general. But look, a relatively competitive map, all things considered.
Yeah, no, really competitive across the board. I feel like a one-man army just at times is having a difficult job cracking some of the things that SRP check wants to do. Like you think about when we watched Ramatra Punch play in NA, right? There were teams like Shingami who were able to kind of obviously come out on top against them, figure it out, right? But SRP check, I mean, it feels like, moving around a lot more with that sim, having that in the mix, right? It's Fi being able to play whether like Junkrat, Reaper, all different types of stuff. It's been really difficult for a one-man army.
I do feel like they're a couple steps ahead of a team like Ramatra Punch in NA because they have a ton of things around this run that really facilitates it, even in the face of these counter comps. So they're not going to complain about getting counter comp. They're ready for it. They're expecting it. That's just, for them, it's a matter of course when they bring in this kind of setup. And SRP check, looking down the barrel potentially of one of their deeper runs. I don't know if I've ever seen them get past the first round of the upper bracket here. This is quite a huge moment for a team that sometimes...
Uncharted territory.
Right. For a team that sometimes has been actually absent from the main event. This is great to see from a team that wants to stick to their guns and play the comps that suits them the most. But as you mentioned, we're now in hybrid map territory. It was teased on the desk. Jake sort of saying, maps like Blizzard World are pretty bad for Ryan, and King's Row, third phase of the map, is a problem because of that high ground. But so is Junkertown second and third for that Ryan comp. If you have a
Junkertown everywhere is pretty terrible.
So you have a
Reinhardt.
symmetric comp. You see, you can actually sort of circumvent a lot of those pain points for Reinhardt players, on that map of Junkertown. And there's no reason if we go to like a King's Row, for example, you can't do the same there.
Blizzard World's probably the worst, I would say.
Well, I know. I mean, I know it's King's Row. I've been able to see it. That's why I'm sort of segueing into it. But yeah.
Okay, so. That's an, I mean, I think you can, I mean, look, we've seen, like in the past, right, SSG able to make this work, right? With Reinhardt TPing around, and we talk about how Orisa sometimes can't access high ground, right? Especially when just playing in that, like, Juno kind of comp. You can access high ground with the Reinhardt here, with the TPs, right? Put some pressure on the back line, so I think this is really interesting choice here for a one-man army.
It's very reasonable. You can do a whole lot here, and it's a little bit hard for Aoma as they defend. They've picked the map, so likely they're attacking first, but it's a little bit hard for them to know where to expect this Sim TP to be used, because you can TP into the hotel. You can TP across the choke into the defender's sort of side of the map with a Symmetra setup. You can do it to the high ground in 3 or so different locations, right? You've got a ton of options. And also you can bait rotations out by just throwing a TP down and ultimately never making any use of it. And we've seen like, okay, what's a great pick against this Reaper Symmetra comp? Farah, she seems great against this, but you got a backline of shooters here on SRP check, and they're more than happy to try and clip those wings. Here are the drops, by the way. This is for the main event, so October 10th through 13th. They're split into 2 parts. You'll notice OWCS recolors of Soldier 76 are available in both those ones. Also, some fantastic looking fall-themed in-game cosmetics. I'm a big fall fan, even if I hate pumpkin spice, but this is still a good time of year, and you can obviously represent your indulgence for this season.
Are you a night mode or a day mode type of person?
Do you mean in terms of like, you know, like Twitter, for example, Discord? Yeah, I'm a night mode guy for sure.
What are you? Oh, I was gonna say, are you different on different apps?
No.
Like, is that
you
kind
don't
of
use
thing?
dark mode, though,
like,
right? I think I've seen you with light mode on social media.
I'm like a, you know, set it to the automatic, right? And during the day, rock the day mode.
It
Nighttime,
changes?
I'm, you know, yeah, little changes.
I guess that's makes sense, honestly. Didn't really think about that, but I
Yeah.
guess when you cross time zone, I mean, that's fine. That's a whole nother story. Fair enough. It's day mode here, of course, over at Kings Row, at least in this iteration of the map. And we'll see what SRP Check want to bring here. A Junkrat comes out on the defense side. Fine, I think. You can obviously, you know, there's a lot of great defensive areas that you can ensconce yourself within and, you know, just go for a bit of spam damage here to make it harder to challenge this Rhine shield. But what is it going to be from a one-man army?
Yes, for a one-man army, I mean, still a lot of time, right?
Yeah, we're not getting ahead of
to-
ourselves looking at this comp.
Yeah, you know, this is a Zarya comp would be a little bit of a curveball. Hey, you know what? For our tournament lives, let's pick Kings Row so we can play
just
Zarya.
say something though? The
But
poke
against the
damage,
junk-
yes. Against the junk nades, also your Farah can get a bubble, I guess. Okay, yeah.
No.
Ice Gnome, can you not? Honestly, on the, as expected, going to be on the Orisa here. Cloudy, going to do the very nuanced and hard to telegraph move of charge people from this position across the gap. Ice Gnome definitely wary of it.
I mean, they also have the ability to get him out of there with the sim
But I have
TP,
to use
right?
the cooldown for that. I think this is very troll for Cloudy to play here. They're like constantly like looking behind, like eyes in the back of their head. Cloudy does drop to contest here. He needs to get closer to Ice Storm. That shield though is, it's looking ragged, Matt. Okay, TP.
Yeah, he's trying to conserve some of that shield as it gets closer and closer to this first point here.
I do think Cloudy's supposed to be taking that TP and not falling back there, but maybe just a bit of a disconnect between he and Daned. Ooh, okay. Take a couple swings at the far and Cloudy TP's across the gap. Now, not fully stranded. You can obviously charge back to the rest of your team. Hilarious setups, though, for the Ryan. These guys are really trying to think outside of the box. Drops down again. Shield about half health here, and oh my goodness, Fi. You will not see a junk killer Farah very often at all. That is a rare thing.
Jake Overwatch is probably going crazy right now in the studio, seeing the Junkrat action as the support's able to keep everybody alive. You're gonna have double support ult here. Is, you know, a lot of damage being done by Tom Dragon, but now we got Avo, so now they're going all out. I mean, we're going Bastion and Farah, trying to deal with this Ryan.
Whatever, you are going to fully counter this comp. We're out of extra lives here for a one-man army. His orbital ray, Alpha, well, can't do too much of that when you're scattered across the map, I'm afraid. Top Dragon does fall here, so that Farah that gets in with the barrage on Ghost doesn't get any other supports. And an orbital ray here, maybe a little on the superfluous side for SRP check, but hey, easy come, easy go.
Nah, you got your junk still alive. You're still in it.
This is so
They're
great.
chilling.
Oh, I'm here for it. 90 seconds left, by the way.
So I mean, yeah, this has been terrible for a one-man army. You try and push up now, even with the rally, right? They're going to just use that amp matrix, and you have a really difficult time dealing with the Bastion. No, I mean the Junkrat with the amp matrix here.
The Bastion doing nothing right now. Icedom has to push up ahead of it. Terror Surge here. No, just break line of sight from it. Cloudy able to get out. Looks like he was stunned briefly by Donghun.
How is he still alive?
Lots of healing.
It's insane.
Alpha's at 47%. And Top Dragon dies to yet another Junkrat, by the way. Oh
My.
Jesus, take the wheel. This is getting out.
Donnie gets the kill on Avo. Avo goes to finish him off by the Mega Health Pack and then dies by the turret. So both of these players coming off a spawn. We got a Winston swap now for a one-man. Kiri as well. I mean, what in the world?
Whatever it takes.
Shatter available here.
Bastion Winston actually. Low-key Imber.
Yeah, Bastion Winston.
Oh, okay. All right, so wants to pressure the backline a little bit. Icedom if he possibly can. Cloudy though. Winston dives in. Icedom ultra low as this happens. Avo though breaks that Ryan shield and well, the solo Winston predictably dies. What? Here comes Cloudy's shatter. Avo hit by that but knocked out of the way. Here's the charge complete and 10 seconds left. A one-man army are struggling. Top Dragon finally battles his demons. But unfortunately, there's still a game to win. And Icedom here is going to try and contest this one, but the Ryan is in the way. And it's an utter capitulation here for a one-man army. There's no other way of putting it, really. Bastion ultimate comes out. Icedom very, very low. Alpha seen better days as well, but very close to an orbital ray. Will never have a chance to use it. Another dive in from Icedom, still trying to fight this one out. Gets a Suzu from the Kiriko, and it only prolongs his life for a couple more seconds. He'll be with an orbital ray here, and then everything you could ask for and more at the hands of SR Peakcheck. A one-man army are conquered by the Ryan One Tricks. What a match.
They don't even get a tick as well. I mean,
this is incredible. What a match this has been. They get full hold here. I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but that was... There's no ticks on the point here for a one-man army. So SRP check can basically set up, get the, get the deck chairs out, put their feet up and capture that point A to be done here.
Maybe we get a draw. That's what this series feels like, a little draw action.
Honestly.
Yeah, the only thing this series is mixing is a draw and then a Hanaoka game 6. Map 6, a Throne of Anubis game 6.
Look, it's not out of the question here. However, it's going to take something pretty special here from a one-man army to hold SRP check at bay. And they're going to have like a Sim Ryan-based composition, TPing forwards, Fi just denying all of his close quarters areas. Oh, man. You're asking for a lot.
I mean, just a tick, right? I mean, that's all you're like. Even one tick on the checkpoint there for a one-man army. Maybe you feel okay about it, right? Because this Ryan's not the easiest to make work, but I mean, not able to even get a tick. That's brutal. So to be one-man army. They'll be playing Ana here on defense. Donghun set up on the high ground. What is this? What we're gonna get? Okay, so SRP check is gonna play Reaver Junk Kiri Juno here.
He's got the OG Mayhem skin as well. This guy's such a clown, man. I can't. All right, big part.
A few players weak up here though.
Sorry.
All right, hold on. It's all right. Top Dragon able to deal with it. Hey, you never know, man. You never know. That looked like...
I'm sorry, but he's got the original Mayhem skin. It's like, it's not serious.
he's got the McDonald's Mayhem Doom skin. Oh. They're just gonna jump right back in. I mean, the fact that they only need one tick, right?
This is so unserious, man. I'm sorry.
She gets to lead there by Top Dragon.
Okay.
This is the main event. You need
I need to get sorted here.
Here we go.
Together. SRP checker getting it together as well. Ryan with the Cassidy here in that sim.
Fi has played every damage dealer throughout this series.
Get someone that can do it all. TP gets LH Cloudy up to the high ground with everybody else. They really want to push to take this space. They're going to force some of Aoma down to the low ground here. Cloudy with a chance of getting squished. against the wall if you're not careful. Good little sleep dart though. This allows Dongwon to hop, skip, jump away whilst Avo goes to town.
We're gonna get
We're still not serious. I do not think we're in the postcode of serious still.
All right. So they're just building towards ultimates here, SRP check. That's what they're working on. The issue is the one-man army also is building towards ultimates as well. So we've already gotten a bit of time off the clock. We're gonna get below 2 minutes here. So you're starting to get into the danger zone here.
Cloudy.
Charge right on in.
Still,
you just need a tick.
Oh, okay. Avo needs to be very careful. Ghost is sharp as attack. Here comes a nano boost onto a top dragon. Barrage comes in. Immortality Field doesn't quite do the job. It saves some players. Ghost still falls though. So we have a 1-for-1 favoring the attackers, of course. But a one-man army want to draw the battle lines very far forward towards SRP check spawn.
Still not been able to get through, really make anything happen. This could be huge though, right? Double support ult here for SRP check. Bob gonna be thrown out. He's in trouble. Just gonna put a lot of pressure on Cloudy.
A good immortality field, absolutely necessary there. Bob's going to be brought down now. Again, more ticking dynamite damage on the back line of SRP check. Just one tick, bro. Come on, my Masters promo game. Just one tick, please. Ghost over the top tier. Nicely done. Top Dragon brought down. Fire pretty deadly on that Cassidy. It will be playing from inside his own orbital ray, and Ice Storm eventually falls to the pressure of LH Cloudy. Alpha trying to jump away. It's going to be up to Avo, but that is a brutal wall. He's got to stand on the point to fight. Absolutely dominated by the Sim, and of course it wouldn't be complete without Cloudy having a shadow denied him at the end of the map. And SRP check, well, they don the red nose and the rainbow wig, but they still come out as victors here.
Hey, they get it done. They get it done here against a one-man army. It gets a little bit of chaotic there towards the end there on King's Row, but they're able to make it work. One-man army couldn't stop this Reinhardt comp. They tried just about everything. We saw a Reaper Junkrat Doomfist roll out here on King's Row. This is a fun one. This one will live on.
I think the only way that this game would be complete is to have a post-match interview with whatever player it's going to be eating as they answer.
The only thing that would have made this one super complete is a Jake is in your comms moment. This series desperately needed a Jake in your comms.
It's one of those games where I reminded I'm way too old for this. Let's go to the desk to break down this match. It will be SRP check advancing to our upper semis.
Right, I'm sorry, I can't offer Jake in the comms, but I can offer him here on the desk together with our resident Reinhardt connoisseur, who was feasting.
I'm so proud.
Watching this one. I'm proud, also a little disappointed. It's just this was very emotional. This was peak EU Overwatch, and you can't tell me otherwise.
It kind of was. Yeah, it kind of was.
Content.
This was content.
For the people.
This was for the people.
The SRP check are a team for the people. That's what we can say from a series like this.
My favorite moment was when Mitch just uncontrollably laughed. He couldn't stop himself from laughing when the Doomfist came out with the original.
No, that was a sick strap from Cloudy. Doom, Junk, Reaper, you guys should be playing that in all your ranked games. It's really good.
I think that's again, not the PSA.
Yeah, it's really good when you go up against me. That's my secret. That counters me every time. I don't know what to do. And look at this. Let's see the dive. Yeah.
Look at him go. This punch, low key.
Yeah. Good work out there.
The crazy thing about this entire series is that there were so many moments where I just felt like, is SRP check taking this serious? Like, it's an elimination match. And this is what they're rocking up with. It worked. It mostly shouldn't have worked, but it worked. And it's a little offensive, but also extremely entertaining.
These highlights are brutal. Who's doing this to Cloudy in the back? The Doomfist POV is getting absolutely worked.
This is... Yeah, this was a fun one. You wanted fun, Johnny.
I wanted fun, and we certainly got fun. I mean, that defense, by the way, with just LH Cloudy just lurking in your backline, taking the high ground, just throwing off the attack to begin with. It shouldn't work. It shouldn't work. But look, honestly, I mean, I'm just amazed.
Dude, bro mitigated 123,000 damage. He's putting in work with that shield.
Yeah, I mean,
it's enormous.
Honestly, it was so much fun. And honestly, I think I started to struggle a little bit. Playing against the Reinhardt, playing against the Symmetra as well. Like, there's so much pressure. And you saw real on Junkertown when I started flexing between, like, the Winston, which, like, okay, like, I'm actually low-key for the Winston. If you wanted to, try to deal with the Symmetra that way, the backline was quite prone to it there as well.
Oh my God.
That shatter and the teabag. Love to see it. But then you swap over to the Wrecking Ball. Like, I think they could have made some different substitutions to make this work. Alva was pretty much hard stuck onto the Ashe this entire time. Donghyun was hard stuck on the Brig this entire time. And they just kind of like didn't have an answer, like flexibility, hero flexibility, to make it tougher for the Ryan composition. So it was low-key, just SR Peak Check, just kind of playing their own game and comfortable with the compositions they were playing.
There's something about those Reinhardt teams.
I feel like you got to give credit to the DPS in a big way with Fi and Danid, like constantly counter swapping. I think the Junkrat was actually a pretty smart pick into the Genji Bastion style.
Crazy that you would say that.
Hey, unironically good matchup into Genji, right? Can like bounce Genji around, Tyre can counter the blade. Bastion doesn't deal that well with the spam damage. You know, you can kind of peek him from around corners. Most DPS heroes can't comfortably trade with Bastion, but Junkrat actually can be a threat if you kind of sneak up on him. So to be honest, I really like that. I think the sim was really well executed. The Reaper was getting a little chaotic, but it worked. It worked. And I think the DPS being able to execute on such a high level, all the players executing the heroes on such a high level, is how these crazy strategies actually work for them.
We actually have our player of the match joining us now for a quick chat post-game. So please, everyone, welcome to the show, Cloudy. Cloudy, you delivered. We were feasting watching this match. That was a banger. We have a lot of questions, obviously, but let's just start things off with the obvious one. Obviously, you guys are kind of opting out of what is considered the meta. Is that just a comfort level, or do you truly just believe that the Ryan will forever be strong and there is absolutely never a reason to switch?
I mean, Ryan is OP like 90% of the time. I mean, I did play a couple lives of Sigma, but like, why would you swap the best character in the game? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, everyone else flex, but why would you swap Ryan?
Yeah, talk me through that. The Sigma, the LH Cloudy Sigma came out. Have you practiced a lot of Sigma? You know, thought process going into that? Jake was theorizing that you brought out the Sigma to force the Sigma mirror so then you could play Ryan.
No, I mean, honestly, it's just Finnish World Cup, because we tried to play that with Reinhardt a little bit. But then Ryan is very bad on the first point, so I decided to cosplay as Vestola for a couple points, and it worked out pretty well. Honestly, just inspired by the Finnish World Cup team there, nothing else.
Put some respect on it. I am just super curious about the Doomfist there at the end of King's Row. It was a really inspired strategy you guys brought out. The Junkrat Reaper Doomfist dive was really explosive, you know, unpredictable. Some adjectives I might throw around. How did you guys come up with that in the lab? Was, you know, I'm sure that was a lot of preparation, of course, must have gone into it.
I mean, we played stage 3, we played King's Row first point with the Rhine Rush, and we got absolutely dismantled every time. So I was like, I want to play Doomfist and punch them. So I punched them in, and then like a straight comp is good on first, right? So it kind of makes sense. I don't know why my guy is playing Junkrat. We told him to go Genji, and then he starts screaming out of spawn, hey, I'm gonna have a rollout. He didn't have a rollout. He was nowhere to be found, but it worked out in the end for us.
Can you go all the way? That's what I'm wondering, Cloudy. Do you think you can go all the way playing Reinhardt? Making a run for it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. We're gonna win the entire tournament. We might have lost one match today, but that was just unlucky. Nothing else.
That's right. Reinhardts unite. You have 2 Reinhardts here on the desk with you, know, so we're obviously rooting for you. You, Reinhardt, will forever live in our hearts. Cloudy, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you, thank you.
It was great to hear it from Cloudy. Yeah, just truly believing in that Reinhardt comp. Some might have said that that can be abused. Jake, couldn't be you.
I think, to be honest, EMEA made a couple strategic mistakes playing against it. I think they should have played the Baptiste, and they should have gone back to the Bastion when the Junkrat got swapped off, but they didn't have the read. They weren't able to punish the picks, and honestly, execution was pretty solid from SR Peak Check.
Bro is my GOAT. That's all I'm saying. So I'm pretty sure now that it's going to flip here in the lower bracket. So they'll play either the loser between SSG and Virtus Pro. You know, maybe there's a Ryan v Ryan matchup in the making, but I'm just putting out some feelers. You know, I'd love to see that.
But you're stirring the pot.
Also,
Speak it into existence.
Yeah.
I think we can manifest.
Kind of trying to make it happen. Yeah.
It would go hard, honestly.
It would
we would love to see, like, maybe like go to a King's Row, Rhine mirror.
Nice.
Yeah.
At the same time, I think SSG is pretty fearsome in the overall squad when it comes to, like, the Rhine mirror. I think Cloudy can hold his own, but can you handle that rush?
It's going to be hard. I do have to say as well, Jaws is in the green room, and I feel bad for the guy because he came on Plat Chat and said that Ioma would get like top 3 this event. So, sorry, bud. You know, your Ioma stock didn't.
You really had to rub it in like that, huh?
No one.
He came on my podcast and just relentlessly glazed up Ioma, and I'm like, look, I stand Ioma too, but like, he just did way too much glazing. So now he has to
Overglazed.
pay
At some
for
point,
it.
you got to put it in the kiln and
That's
let it cook.
right. That's right. You can't marinate for that long. It's too soft.
You have to be reasonable.
Exactly. Be reasonable with your glazing, with your marinating. Also, get ready and hyped up for our second elimination match of the day. Twisted Minds will fight for their lives against Vendetta. Let's see how this one is going to play out after this. Welcome back, everyone. This is day one of the OWCS Stage 4 main event. I am Zoe, and joining me here on our analyst desk are the big brains of Overwatch, is Jake and Johnny. We have another elimination match on our hands to break it down. We've already seen one of the teams, Twisted Minds. They played in the quarterfinals in the upper bracket earlier. But Vendetta, their opponent for this one, that we've not talked about yet. So let's dive straight in, starting with Vendetta. What do we know about these teams? Let's go through their roster a little bit and break it down, because there is a bunch of familiar names here for sure.
Yeah, some familiar names if you've been paying attention to the earlier stages this year, of course. A bit of a good old EMEA mix. So, if we take a look at the roster, you'll see, for example, players like China, who played on the Impero in the early stages this year as well. Cookie was a part of Ex Oblivioni as well. Hybrid coming in on the tank on this one. And this has been a group of players who, they play pretty meta, and they got a pretty good hero pool for this specific meta, right? Like China, for example, was a player that at the start of the year, we talked a lot about China's Tracer being really good for the Impero, but also the Pharah, which it comes in handy in a composition like this, right? Cookie, can play the long-range hit scan, and the Widowmaker was quite effective here on King's Row, actually, in this match against Quick Esports, which I meant to point out. So this is a squad that can play the meta pretty well. They got a high-powering damage duo in this scenario that could shift the tide of this matchup in particular. They like putting quite a bit of resources into their Orisa play as well, with Anj helping out the Brig with the Orisa in the front line. So, might be an underdog in this series, but not to be counted out.
Yeah, I mean, you're highlighting the damage duo here, but obviously Twisted Minds, when we're speaking about this team, it's Quartz and Lubda all the way. Those have been explosive today.
Yeah, I think Quartz is definitely the player to watch in this series. You know, Cookie and China have looked solid, but they are going up against Quartz, who I think it's fair to say is one of the best hit scans in the region. And it's a comp or a meta where he's able to probably play a lot of those long-range hit scans, get safe, stable positions, and then just poke people down. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Vendetta to force engagements. That's the power of this Pharah and Widow style, is that, or any long-range hit scan for that matter, with Pharah or Echo, is, you know, you're just doing so much poking pressure at all times. The enemy team really has to do something, have to respond. SSG played fantastically to kind of bunker in the corners, but generally speaking, that's not so viable into these long-range damage dealers. So a lot of pressure on Vendetta to get out on the map and fight and stop Twisted Minds, but that's so much easier said than done. I think TVNT and the supports have been having great games, so they're not going to be any pushovers in the front line.
Yeah, I think in this one, there is just a clear favorite, and that's Twisted Minds. I'm going to give them a 3-0 victory here, although I do think that the individuals here from Vendetta, there's good pieces to work with. I just don't think they will match up favorably against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I went the same way. It's across the board, 3-0s. Twisted Minds just looks like a really solid team, even, you know, putting a lot of pressure on SSG in their series. I'd be surprised if Vendetta can hold up. I do think there's a chance for them to get a map off of just individual excellence, maybe from the DPS and the tank line. But in general, I think TVNT has just looked too solid on tank to let too much by him from the DPS line.
Yeah, the question for me in this series is really, can you like shut down Lambda in the way that SSG did? For example, KSA had a great Diva play earlier on today. Can you mimic that performance? It's going to be very hard. It's an uphill battle for sure. So you kind of need your damage players to just pop off in this one.
Let's see what our community thinks about this one. All right, actually 20%. That's more than I would have. It's more than I would have thought, but you know what? Let's bring all the support you have for Vendetta, because this is do or die for both of these teams. One of them will stay alive in the lower bracket and gets another opportunity to fight their way all the way through to potentially manage to get to Sweden. Now let's see which of the two teams is coming out on top. And for all the action, we once more send it over to Mitch and Matt.
It's been a hot minute actually since Twisted Minds have featured heavily in like a main event, right? I feel like they took Stage 3 off. Didn't see anything from them there.
I'm still reeling after whatever the hell we just watched with One Man Army and SRP check. I mean, that was
insane. I mean, we're not going back there. We're definitely clear of that. We've
no.
You know, until the next time we see SRP check play. But they're in the upper bracket, rather they're advancing in the lower bracket now. So I'm curious to see, who falls down to sort of take them on, because someone is going to have to come up with an answer to that. But speaking of teams that really like to play one specific style, I think it's safe to say that is something that Twisted Minds have showed us today. Any map, doesn't matter if it's good for Pharah, they're trying to play Lambda on that Pharah when and if possible.
Yeah, thinking you get lots of value out of the Pharah, also putting Quartz on, whether it be like a Cassidy or an Ashe, right? That's what we saw from them a little bit earlier against SSG, which was a really close series, I know, from start to finish, right? It was not just a complete blowout. So you would think, given that Twisted Minds would be the favorite here going into this one against Vendetta. You heard the desk, everybody kind of likes Twisted Minds in this one. I think you would have to be just kind of making a pick just to make a pick to go with Vendetta, but we'll see what happens.
I've enjoyed what I've seen from Vendetta, especially through group stages. They've been competitive in a lot of their groups. They made it out this time in stage 3. They think they just missed out because Hypnos managed to beat them. But Ange, always an exciting prospect, and China is a really nasty DPS player. So this team definitely has what it takes. But they might be still back in that sort of Ramatra era. We'll see what they come out with. But Twisted Minds, no reason here to see them go away from that sort of Pharah and the Ashe setup here on a map like this. MCD on the Juno. All seems right with Twisted Minds.
Well, I mean, there would be a reason, right? Like, this map is obviously very close quarter where everybody can put damage down onto the Pharah. Like, not in a long range type of map, like a Night Garden or whatnot. That could be very difficult for, like, let's say a Genji to put some damage down on the Pharah. So could have seen them swap here, but you don't. Nice Dynamite there from Quartz, going to put down some damage.
I agree. Also, I agree with Hugo. Vendetta here taking a bunch of early pokes.
I don't know what he's
who knows? Yeah, it's probably pretty important though, honestly. The Pharah poke, plus this this damage coming in from Quartz at long range. A little bit scary for Vendetta. They are kind of struggling to just find an initial foothold here. Hybrid almost no armor left here. That's been knocked off them now, cycling through those cooldowns just to stay durable enough, but definitely feels like the poke duel being lost by Vendetta, which is a hallmark of Twisted Mind's games. They're very good in that phase of the game.
Yes, this will be TM getting in control of the point. I also think where the positioning is here, Mitch, this is great for Twisted Minds, right? That Pharah can stay at a long distance, poke constantly. This will be an orbital ray trying to open things up here for Vendetta. And yeah, they're not able to keep TBNT alive. That's the biggest thing. But I did like the positioning there for Twisted Minds. I think you get the Pharah into that position that can kind of like hover over the point at a distance. And then also Quartz to be able to shoot at a distance over the point. I think that's a really good spot for them. It's just the orbital ray too strong there.
Twisted Minds like to set the pace. They prefer it slower. They prefer it when they're in control of the map. Ideally, they have a capture point, for example, and they poke down the attackers constantly. When it gets taken away from them, or like when there's like an orbital ray that lets you go up a gear as a team attacking into them, that's an opportunity to really start to punish Twisted Minds and sort of beat them when they're a little bit weaker. Here they're going to come though, and they do have a orbital ray of their own. Cronus has done well to build up half of the next one, so that'll feature soon. But here they come, orbital ray, Deadeye, Labda just able to stay out of Cookie's line of sight. They themselves can't really afford to stand out there in the open, especially not with the Bob turning up in their previous location. And that'll be it. One kill's enough for Twisted Minds to take the point. They're happy with that.
Yeah, they do end up giving up like 20+%, right? Where it was a nice kill early from Cookie on the Quartz, which actually allowed them to gain that extra percentage on the point, right? Twisted Minds needs a hit scan to push on in as TBNT pushes a little bit further up here. Gonna go with the Terror Surge, maybe trying to get a barrage from another angle, but the barrage never comes through.
All right, here's that Ray. Cronus building up very quickly. Twisted Minds who can disengage from it and still get a decent fight without that being a factor. So they're more than happy to keep them at arm's length for the time being. Hypering here, Vendetta do want to close. China a little bit low and has a blade available now. Bliss trying to also keep them at bay. It's Labda for Hybrid traded out. Twisted Minds will take that any day of the week.
Yeah, but for Vendetta, they end up layering the support ults on top of each other there. They end up using the orbital ray and the rally at the same exact time, which you've been following Overwatch Esports for a while. Double support ult at the same time, not the way to go. Is you don't want to layer those. Yeah.
Here though, Twisted Minds definitely don't have any issues when it comes to those support ults when it's being generated. China still hasn't had an opportunity to go in with the blade. You have to think it's going to be this fight or never at this rate. And in we go. Hybrid able to find MCD, and that blade ends up being superfluous. Everything from Vendetta getting leveraged in that fight. And obviously that Terror Surge, a big part of it. We'll get a clean fight win here and have a chance to try and sneak the map away from TM.
Yeah, losing effort there for Twisted Minds, especially when they have, you know, so many ultimates on the other side. Even with the rally, there was no way you're going to be able to live through that. But, you know, we come back, Bomb, Terror Surge, Orbital Ray available for Twisted Minds. It looks like Quartz trying to find an off angle to drop this Bob off.
All right, here comes that Ray once more from MCD. They lost Cronus so early. That's that poke damage advantage of Twisted Minds.
That was during the Ray.
Yes, brutal. Absolutely brutal. China here, okay. Nice Techers comes out with a win over Quartz. Twisted Minds still definitely. Oh my goodness, Labda don't.
Oh,
that would have been throwback to Tavik deflecting a rocket in like season 1 of the Overwatch League. That would have been something special.
Almost hero play there from China. It'll be Hybrid on the Diva trying to get a touch. It's Spirit Spin away, not able to do so. So it'll be a Twisted Minds round win here in round 1. Very back and forth round though.
Definitely feel like you want to neutralize this Pharah's impact in the fight as much as you can as Vendetta. On a map like this, it probably gets a little harder because Labda can circle that central building and send rockets in through the windows. And
well, yeah, this point's definitely better for the Pharah, right? I mean, that
Absolutely.
first point that we were just on Li Jiang, probably the absolute worst there for the Pharah.
On virtue of not really having a roof, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be up to Cookie here to try and, you know, win fights out in the open. And maybe Twisted Minds look to avoid taking engagements in that central part of the map. Instead, play off the point, and again, get that poke damage to start to accrue to turn it into easy pickups. Quartz on the Widowmaker. This is another thing only TM will go for. And China, they're realizing they don't have the velocity to avoid his purview.
Hey, man, Quartz opens things up. 2 quick kills there from the Widow. He's probably had an idea that they were going to try and match that Pharah. Zool, now we'll get a Widow battle here, which like you rarely see on this point of really like a lot of Lijiang Tower, not a ton of Widowmaker, but especially here on this point.
All right, nice headshot. Hybrid has that armor stripped away quickly. Quartz, though, definitely very wary of someone encroaching, maybe trying to wrap around. But W1 gets headshot. Cookie now under some serious pressure, but there's a lot of players there from Vendetta able to help out with the Widow flank. Audacious from Quartz.
I mean, he had an idea that that fight was won, right? You don't put into that position. If you're unsure, yeah, you get the kill on Ange right off the rip. Because they're going to be about 40% and counting here for TM. The next fight kicks off as Quartz single-handedly, right, giving them huge advantages.
And that lab to poke is just relentless. Vendetta try and cross the map by wrapping around and looking for the back line, but Bliss and MCD make themselves pretty scarce. Folding back over towards the point now to play towards the edges of it. China in a position to poke down. They're just trying to avoid Quartz at all costs here. Quartz will find the smallest of angles now. The infra side is up. Cookie has to dash across the gap here. Now some Widowmaker headshot action. Cookie realizes their disadvantage trying to take that fight without an ultimate up, so they just stay safe and scarce. Well, sort of.
Lab there, though, able to get two on the opposite side. Both players forced with infra sight over towards the far end. Don't want to actually deal with Quartz in the middle of the map. And this has been an absolute blowout in favor of Twisted Minds. And when we're on with Quartz, I mean, you can tell, like I'm sure he knows that I know Cookie, very good player, but you can tell when a Widow is taking fights with almost no respect, like there's no way you're killing me, and the way that, you know, Quartz is flying around these corners, that's what it's telling me right
absolutely.
now.
Cookie doesn't really want to take any straight fights here, but it's presumably supposed to be countering Quartz on this Widowmaker. That's why you would switch, otherwise play a Tracer or something else. Have to beat Quartz at his own game. That is something that very few teams in this region can boast. Twisted Minds do have the point flipped on them. They'll just move back, flip it back in favor, and they'll basically be done from here. TVNT doing a great job, able to follow up on all of that poke damage Twisted Minds are putting down at the start of these rounds. China will get at least a touch and set up an overtime. Feels like Hybrid is a long way away from being able to be a factor here and won't be allowed to intervene. It's a Twisted Minds comfortable map take here as Lijiang Tower passes by in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, round two is just Quartz being dominant Widowmaker presence, right? First two fights, he gets some early pickoffs, you know, and then they're just kind of stuck just in the middle of nowhere there, Vendetta, for a very long time, not even able to really kind of get out through their choke. So really good start for Twisted Minds. We thought they would bounce back strong after the SSG match. That was pretty competitive, and here getting off to a great start.
It generally was quite competitive, I think, for what it ended up being like a 3-1 or something similar. So Twisted Minds definitely have quite a few maps that they can go to that they look pretty scary on. Kings Row sort of being one of those. It's also pretty helpful that such a popular and common map is so squarely in your wheelhouse, and Vendetta might have to look to work around that. They've got options, right? I don't think Cookie is that guy to stand up to Quartz in a Widow duel. China, a very good sort of projectile flanking DPS player. You've got plenty of strength to leverage on this team, but so far Twisted Minds in the pound-to-pound matchup just seem to have the edge.
Yeah, almost a sick play there from China, but this is the first fight, right? Getting a kill there onto the Pharah and one onto the Juno, some of the best targets you could possibly get. Then the next fight, taking out Ange. This gives them about, 50% on the point, right? Just these two fights. So a fantastic start in round number two. Round number one, back and forth. Round number two, just absolute blowout. I mean, Quartz and Lab, they definitely turned
the It's a Widowmaker kill. I think onto like a Juno or something similar, and then Pharah just gets shot as China realizes they can't really get out of trouble remotely quickly enough. Even with that extra mobility that Pharah has, he was just sort of hanging out over the top of the battlefield. Definitely a more one-sided scorecard for you here. Twisted Minds didn't really have to do too much healing at all and end the game with only 13 deaths to their name. It's dominant. There's probably no other way of really putting it here, and it's going to be up to Vendetta to try and craft a map to their advantage.
I'd love to know how many of those 13 deaths were in round number 2. I bet you it was like most of them are round number 1.
Yeah, there were like a couple of scattered. I think I saw Quartz die once because the fight was already won.
Yeah,
and
maybe like one or two.
Yes, it was very one-sided. So why don't you just play? Okay, so you can play like a. geez. So you know that Twisted Mind's probably going to try and play Widow when they can, so you probably should choose like a Flashpoint or Clash map maybe to like make it kind of awkward for them to, like, can you really play Pharah Widow on those maps? Like, I don't... What, you can do it on...
You can play Pharah.
You can play on Throne of Anubis?
You can play Pharah Cassidy. You can play probably Pharah Ashe. That seems like to be what Twisted Minds wants to do regardless.
I guess. Yeah, okay. I'm curious if we go there, because I'm looking at all these other map pools, right? Don't take them to Kings. Don't take Twisted Minds to Gibraltar, even though they lost that, by the way, but that was a different story. I thought the main comp, I mean, they got played around so well by
Junker Town would be a bad call.
Yeah, don't go there. Rialto obviously allows for a ton of Widow play, so yeah. Okay. It is. Again, this is we see these Clash maps mixed in sometimes by, you know, some of these underdog teams are trying to, you know, get a good Clash map into their repertoire as opposed to just taking us to King's Row for our second map of every series and invariably losing that one. So I'm quite happy to see that from Vendetta.
You don't like teams just being like, we play a lot of King's Row and just automatically selecting it.
It was definitely
not really everybody else.
Actually, you, I think that
everybody else plays
it was you
it.
that took the most issue with it, because we were discussing like, oh, well, look, as a new team, like they probably worked the most on this map, and you felt that maybe it's better to go to a map to try and catch someone off guard. I think for the viewing experience, it's definitely more exciting.
You know, the desk, those guys can tell you about this. The top teams aren't practicing Clash at the moment, right? You know, they're like, because they're like, oh, we're never gonna pick you know, something like that, right? Like, and they're only scrimming each other. So if you're, you know, somebody not in that, you know, upper tier who's not getting these scrims,
this is fine.
Start working
until
on some Clash.
One top team starts picking Temple of Anubis and completely shatters this gentle person's agreement, and then everyone has to play it. So far, that's not happened. I don't think we've ever seen higher seeded teams pick this map. Often also because the higher seeded teams don't really lose nearly as many maps and so don't have the opportunity to make those selections. But we're digressing a little bit. It will be Throne of Anubis, one of the newest maps in Overwatch, a Clash game type here, picked up by Vendetta. And it feels like this is the kind of map where, you know, it feels like it evens the playing field a little bit more for a team that might just be, again, in like a head-to-head comparison, player to player, a little weaker.
Yeah, I also think it like it creates an opportunity for some like comebacks in the scenario that like Twisted Minds, right? We haven't really seen, at least in the games that we've done, a Clash end before the 5-point marker, like with a team just taking the other team's home base, like I know E and A. So in theory, it does give you an opportunity, right? Even if you lose the first 2 points, an opportunity to get that one in your home base. You have an ultimate advantage. You come right like back. Like, it gives you an opportunity in certain scenarios to make it maybe like would you say artificially closer, right? Like it is closer, but
it's kind of a reverse sweep simulator sometimes.
Yeah.
Arch here doesn't fare well off the rip, but Quartz is traded for the Lucio. Probably take those. Now Lucio Juno set up here for Vendetta, which is fun. Cookie here with all of that space. The hybrid here as well has looked pretty hard to shift so far. Good start for Vendetta as they make a trade that favors them in 1-1. But still plenty of Twisted Minds players here playing from a bit of a distance. Look at the top left of your screen. That's Quartz peering in through that vent. And Lapta's able to get topped back up. This Pharah can be an issue in these longer fights.
I thought that was going to track China through the wall there for a second as the Genji really low for Vendetta. It's going to be an orbital ray. Pushes back Vendetta. That's going to give point control now to Twisted Minds, and we'll see now Cronus an opportunity to come back in with an orbital ray of their own. As now we see Vendetta just move their way on the point.
Yeah, I think I've seen this one before. Again, Vendetta, yeah, very fast build up of that ultimate here for MCD. But Quartz will fall again. First pick off that maybe lack of, I don't know, mobility for the Ashe, or at least the defensive infrastructure for her. Because Quartz has been public enemy #1 on quite a few of these rounds here, and Vendetta a favorite now going to the later part of the fight. Koki knocked back there by a javelin, but there's a sound barrier. I said that hot minute for Arndt. He doesn't need to make use of it either. Bob comes on in to the back of the point, so a bit of an annoying location causes Arndt to have to drop down. Terror Surge now in the absence of TVNT. Twisted Minds are barely hanging on here, and looks like they're about to lose this.
Yeah, sound barrier invested here towards the end from Anj. I think what was trying to go on there is Twisted Minds was actually trying to use their Bob at the beginning of that fight, and then Quartz falls at the hands of Cookie yet again early on. So you get that next kill on the courts. They're not able to kind of throw the bob into contest. Anything it kind of throws Twisted Mind's plan for loot there. So now it'll be Vendetta with 1 point on the board. See how this one fares, though. It's going to be 4 ultimates here for Twisted Minds. Great opportunity to flip it.
Okay, Terror Surge, of course, up for TVNT. Twisted Minds with a ton of ultimates here, and ultimate advantage tends to really dictate this map a lot on some of these points, as well as defender's advantage. Twisted Minds have just so much to work with. They just don't want to waste it all just capturing this point. They want to get a lead in terms of flash points, so this one should be a matter of course. It's their next one that's really important. Trying to hit with the blade, forced back from Bliss, cannot finish the kill, so both support ultimates are drawn out from Twisted Minds, but a very clean team fight win.
And we'll head back towards mid-map. There, Vendetta did a nice job just stalling the fight long enough to have Cronus build up towards an orbital array to match MCDs, but it's the rally advantage there from Twisted Minds. I mean, rally, barrage, Terror Surge, really just a good combination of everything there that is able to push them over the line. I feel like Quartz can get tons of damage there from that high ground. We see him sit up there constantly, just taking some extra damage from China and the rest of the team. Everybody looking at him as Cookie gets dangerously
low. That's like a 5-player sort of torpedo there from MCD, at least on Vendetta. So all the health bars get chunked down briefly. Here's Bob. God, that's an annoying spot. He actually goes to where Vendetta would fall back to. Sound barrier here for Vendetta allows Cookie to overcome Quartz at least. Archie just trying to stay above the Orisa's threat radius right now, but Hybrid's still going to go down here. So even after committing the sound barrier, Vendetta solidly second best here.
Yeah, I mean, they use the sound barrier, but they're never able to deal with this far. So even though they get Quartz, it's just so much damage coming down on the rest of the team from this far that they're also never able to really deal with TVNT as well. So your focus is primarily on that Orisa at the time. It's allowing the FAR to go uncontested in the sky, and that's a lot of unanswered damage.
This game sometimes feels like it comes down to who can win 3 flashpoints in a row, or if that's even possible. Twisted Minds here. Obviously using many of their ultimates in the previous fight, but they're going to build them up so fast. There's just so much fighting, and these fights go for so long. Getting the damage in order to accrue these abilities is pretty simple. Vendetta forced to disengage here. Hybrid does have Terror Surge.
They're trying to build up. They're trying to build up towards their orbital array in rally here. Is Twisted Minds, and they're going to be able to do so as it's going to be Deadeye here from Cookie. Maybe just trying to get the kill on the Orisa. Oh, doesn't want to poke around the corner.
A lot of damage, even just to look over the edge there, Matt. That's just how vigilant Twisted Minds are right now. MCD dishing it out. Arn's going to fall first to the torpedoes, and now Cronus after that as well. Of course, was an orbital array for MCD, but Twisted Minds, okay. If they want a real crack at finishing this map, which is very rare, I do think they want to hold on to that rally. So let's see what they can show us.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to kind of crack into the spawn, right? As Cookie over to the Widowmaker. It's brutal, right? And then you try and go into the spawn, and you're wasting ultimates, and they end up winning it anyway, and it puts you in a really tough spot. After
you're at least
that,
going to go for
specifically, is a Dynamite there? Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it.
We may not see Twisted Minds want to spend much. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Hybrid's gone down here. This is definitely on the table for them now. Cronus gets picked off. TVNT is going to be able to clean through what remains of Vendetta, and this would be a rarity. You spawn very close to this point, so Vendetta, in theory, have another opportunity here, but a full wipe and 1 tick already on that last flashpoint.
That's the bomb.
That gets you 1 tick, remember that. Here comes the Terror Surge now. Cronus already goes down to that very bob, and the Blade for China looks awkward. Where do you make use of this? Another tick picked up, and that will do it. You don't even need a full capture to end the map. Twisted Minds get it done right outside of Vendetta spawn.
And man, they just work right up into their spawn. They just beat the hell of them back into their spawn. As that is a nice job from Quartz there, taking an off angle with the Dynamite as soon as I think he gets one. You get the Bob in there as well, as there is nothing Vendetta can do. So that is one of the more dominant Clash performances we've seen, right? At least in the ones that you and I have casted, we haven't seen anybody be able to take a team's home base, and TM made it look
easy.
They didn't
have to, right? Because now that home base capture point is split into 3, and they all count for 1 whole point. So sometimes even just the 1 tick is more than enough. If you can get that far forward, it's like a lead that you sort of can't come back from. Look, we have a Lucio Juno comp here, I think it's fine. You can sort of see in some of the areas where you maybe wish you had a Brig, but against like a Farah and Ashe comp, I can see the sort of argument for not using her. Rally is just so powerful.
What do you think you need? Yeah, I mean, that's like, I don't think you necessarily need the speed. And I would say at this point in the game, having Rally instead of Sound Barrier is just
I think
better, right?
The Rally, even just the stun component of the Rally is a little bit too good to look past right now. Even if you're just like hitting...
Just how sturdy it makes Brig, right?
Yeah, and even if like you just hit one person, it also gives you like a ton to fall back behind. DPS can play from behind that sort of larger shield here. But I think at this point, Vendetta are in complete and utter disarray. Like Hybrid turns up out of nowhere. Normally that part of the map, it's like easy to catch attackers in the choke because it's so narrow. But yeah, this was an absolute clapping. Not a whole lot to say about it outside of Twisted Minds. Just playing their style, their comp that works really well. And it was a slower start, sure, but Vendetta didn't show us much there at all.
No, not really. It was their map selection, maybe just trying to change it up a little bit more. Doesn't exactly work. I mean, I'm trying to even think about like other reasons why you would want the Lucio instead of the Brig. And like, I mean, it's not like Flashpoint where the maps are really big where like, okay, maybe you get some value out of double speed, but
maybe
like,
being able to come back out of spawn quickly to sort of take these fights. Maybe that central capture point on Throne of Anubis, being able to knock people down is really frustrating. It's marginal though.
The Lucio can engage with the Farah maybe, like, you know, maybe you feel like it's harder to, you know, proc Inspire constantly, right, on some of these maps with the high ground and spacing.
You just hit the Orisa while she's not looking at you, but like there's a ton of, there's two off angles like constantly because the Farah and the Ashe are playing from like high and wide positions, so it is like pretty uncomfortable. But Lucio has the same issue, and Lucio's max health has also been, you know, reduced somewhat over the last couple of patches, so he is not able just to get away with like, you know, putting heal mode on and just running around and doing a bunch of nonsense here. So maybe the displacement, maybe he's hoping to like unseat someone like Quartz in those high ground positions and sort of force him into the fight where he doesn't want to be. There's a lot of reasons. I don't think it's great. Don't think it's just good in general at the moment, but here we are. We have Hybrid, Push, and Escort left in the map pool for Vendetta to select from.
Oh, no, I mean, not many great.
Play Push.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Gibraltar and Junkertown probably their worst options.
I mean, don't go to Kings because we saw what happened to SSG there. Don't go to Gibraltar because they have a Widow player.
Midtown, okay. I was gonna say, don't go like to like Runasapi or something, right? Because you're just gonna end up playing the same type of thing, right?
Yeah, we'll probably need to see Cookie's Ashe
that we
here,
just saw.
because there's almost certainly going to be Lab to Farah play. And Quartz can opt for some of the longer range hit scans. We've seen a little bit of Widow in the second phase of the map. And also, some teams switch Widow into each other on the last point because we do have like a bit of a zigzag, I guess, of the way the streets work. But if you look down the diagonal, you actually have relatively long sight lines for Widowmaker. We've seen, I mean, I've seen Seeker do it so many times to try and play the Widow here. So yeah, no shock to see Twisted Minds opt for that. I'm a little maybe surprised to see it on first point, but it all comes down to how well TVNT can keep that battle line nice and far forward.
I mean, with the way Quartz plays, I'm not even that surprised that you come out and run it here. You feel like you have a distinct advantage. Also, like, you know, you get a few early pickoffs like they did on Li Jiang. Maybe it forces Vendetta to switch, and you feel like if they switched, it's just GG, right? You just have it so easily in the bag. So we'll see in Vendetta on offense. It'll be Ashe, Genji from their damage dealers. See if Quartz can find anything on the Widow early.
Yeah, look, I mean, could look into the choke here, and there's no like shield necessary to mitigate a lot of this damage, especially onto teammates of Hybrids. And Quartz has got a pretty safe spot to play from. Obviously, this is like what the Sojourns used to do on this map a lot. Except they had Disrupt the Shot, which made getting through the choke even more annoying. But Labda can't be seen here and can still just rain down this poke damage. This almost, yeah, necessitates a Widow from Cookie. Oh, I don't like it.
But I think this is good. But I think this is good though for Twisted Minds, right? I know both teams trade out their Junos. I would say this is a win for Twisted Minds, and that's what I was talking about before the start of the round. Like, if you can get them to switch onto the Widow at the start, I mean, the sightlines are way better for the defending Widow, and then you also have a Farah over the choke that puts so much damage down on Hybrid as he's trying to move forward. I think this is a just necessity, like, of the switch is like a win for Twisted Minds.
Hybrid struggling with this poke damage raining down. The healing's decent though. Keeps them definitely in the driver's seat still.
He's got no cooldown, so now he's got to back
and
up.
this allows Quartz back onto this line. Cookie's still playing Widow though, so you have to respect it. Whoa, that's nice. Beautiful from Cookie.
Okay.
Love to see that. Labda also caught out by China. All right, I don't think TVNT's really got anywhere to go here. Now it's really only MCD left, if I'm not mistaken. Hybrid will take care of the Juno. Clean up here now as Vendetta finally break through. A little Widow pick there gets Vendetta what they need.
Yeah, nice shot there from Cookie, just jumping around the corner, taking out Quartz. Then rest of the crew coming on in to help out, take out the rest of Twisted Minds. As we'll see if Twisted Minds tries to go in and get a touch. This is going to be the second tick up for Graham. TVNT not able to make it. Looks like he just gets like knocked off of the point by a spear spin there. So not able to make his way to the point. That'll be Vendetta early on getting the first point here. But I mean, look at the weird positioning now. They've kind of pushed them all the way out. Labda will take out Cookie with some nice aerial shots.
Okay. They can definitely play a bit further forward here. Labda kind of priced into that anyway. So the Widow Infrasight, a little bit scary. Hybrid already, able to push up and deal with Quartz here. Labda knows his time is short now that his position is perpetually revealed. Twisted Minds commit an orbital raid to this fight. MCD, are you okay? They really...
Yeah.
Okay.
In spawn orbital array. Doesn't exactly work out. The card will start to get moving now. But that opens up a big window for Vendetta, right? Double support ultimate here. And Blade moving on thin through the second part of the map. Your Widow, Cookie starting to put things together, right? Yeah.
Well, we need to stop doing that. At some point, we just need to stop doing that.
So, I don't know if we can take responsibility.
I think we might need to get.
I would take responsibility.
We might need to get liability insurance for like the prize money lost from caster curses, because it's going to be a problem.
I'd like to apologize to Vendetta.
Cronus picked off there. Now Quartz starts to have the run of things. Also gets to play from very safe spots. Really only Cookie that can threaten the Widow from there. And they, of course, are going to stick to that pick as well. 2:51 on the clock. Labda pinned up to the wall there. China on full deflect duty because he knows just how good Labda is hitting those directs. And there's Quartz again. Cookie wasn't able to find the angle. This is going to strip some more time off the clock, and Ange wants to commit a rally to this fight. Okay, well, here's a Terror Surge now for TVNT. Draws everyone close together. I guess there's not enough patience for Vendetta to reset. They really want to go for it here. TVNT's low.
I mean, Vendetta probably feels like you just can't constantly keep giving up this space. You have to figure out a way to get in there. Eventually, it'll be China now trying to make a play here for the Pharah, but that is the rally from Bliss, the stun, and then some rockets from Labda finishes him off.
Yeah, I'm more than happy just to tank that Javelin. Knows there's no pressure whatsoever. The TVNT is doing just what they need to. Great creation of space here. Quartz is on a Cookie again.
Since we said Cookie's playing well on the Widow, he's like 0 for 3 in terms of the
really struggling. But I think it's hard to keep that consistent performance over the course of the round. Also, good Widows start to get a feel for how the other likes to play the game, or at least they'll tell you that.
Yeah. And then also, you're now the Widow that's like forced basically back in your spawn. You're trying to jump around corners and whatnot. The other team's playing so aggressive in your face. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best position to play the Widow.
It's Widow or something else that can actively threaten Quartz. Like Cookie's role does need to be to neutralize Quartz right now. That will be hard to do with Infrasight in play. All right, Quartz knows where Cookie is. There's no way they're going to take a fight against him. Quartz, obviously at risk of like overextending a little bit into this, looking for one of these players that are hiding. Very conveniently located mini health pack, I must say. That's going to be China falling now. Labda traded out, so it's just a Widow for DPS presence for Twisted Minds, but this spawn camp's gone pretty well so far. They've taken so much of the map back. And Cookie helps with bringing down the horse.
Yeah, I mean, the spawn camp goes as good as it could possibly go at that moment. Now you're forced to back on up here after the Infrasight used by Vendetta and get some of the kills off the back of that, but the card has not even made it close underneath the bridge yet, so still a really fantastic hold so far by Twisted Minds.
back behind the bus is Quartz, so it's just changed the positioning a little bit. China with a blade. Love to find this backline now. Double support ultimates up for Vendetta. No reason why they shouldn't have some confidence to go forward here, start something up. Everyone trying to disengage away, but here comes China with the blade out, looking for Labda first, and he connects now into the backline towards the brig. And we know that MCD has had an issue with China for quite a while, and so this game is no different.
Looks like actually Quartz is caught out there, but look at where the card is. I mean, there's no way. I mean, you're going to get another fight here if you're Twisted Minds. No reason to throw in some of those other ultimates in that previous fight, and now you come back in with an orbital array to kick things off. Labda takes out the Widow at a distance, and guess what? You have a rally to follow that.
All right, they're risky business for Labda, but there's enough teammates there to make that maybe worthwhile. Still 3 up in the rally here for Vendetta, though they can fight for this. Ange looking somewhat healthy as Hybrid, that's the issue. Getting him back into the fight is crucial. Cookie wants to return on the Tracer, but China gets picked off by Quartz here, and Hybrid is going to be surrounded. TVNT for the time being trying to ignore him now and put pressure down on Ange, who walks into a headshot. And Quartz basically has this one wrapped up now. Nothing Cookie can really do. Vendetta are held outside of that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and Cookie goes Tracer towards the end. One of the only other heroes you could say could give Quartz some trouble, right? If you wanted to play, didn't want to play a Widow and try and make a play for the Widow on the other side, but that time just to get there, get a touch. It's a really difficult spot to fight, especially when you have double support ult on the side of Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds get off to a pretty good start on defense. We'll see if Vendetta can hold here. I think both teams probably run out with the Widow off the start, right? If you're Vendetta, you're almost, I guess, kind of forced to, expecting that Twisted Minds is going to run on offense.
Potentially. I think at this point, like you kind of know that the Widow sightlines here on attack are probably more limited. Like you need to make some grapple plays or like find a shot through the choke, for example. Cookie does not want to opt into it though, even though in theory, like at least to start with, you have more variety of sightlines. They probably feel if like TVNT is going to be as good at taking space as he has been, like their window for shooting people as they come through the choke might not be as wide as Cookie would otherwise need to do some real damage.
Yeah, as it looks like Vendetta will be running with the Ashe on defense, so we'll see now with Twisted Minds on offense. Yeah, I was gonna say, we're not gonna see Illari here, as it'll be okay. So Bliss just coming out on the Zen, probably gonna throw some orbs. Yeah, now going back to the brig.
So here you go, not a huge sideline, but outside of the Orisa cooldowns, you can really start to shred that armor off her with consecutive headshots. Not the hardest hitbox to hit. And as I said, you need to grapple here and there to find something. It's a matter of time, it feels, though, when Quartz is at the helm.
So you see this angle that Labda's taken, just trying to open things up for Quartz. Is Ange taking some big damage here from some rockets.
I mean, it's playing Brig into Pharah. It's just so terrible. Cookie gets taken down, so Quartz does eventually find the Ashe. Big problem here. Labda, though, dealt with. Cronus able to help China out with some of those torpedoes. Kid with a poison mine here, so a little bit scary now to be playing so close to the Orisa in that event, but China shrugs it off, gets back to business.
Yes, now Cookie will play the Widow here for Vendetta, so Quartz, I imagine, expects to change. Now has actually spotted the Widow on the other side.
Ange annoyingly stepping in the way of Cookie with that shield. You've got to be looking to the skies here, but you can come from like a bunch of different grapple angles, like where you actually pop yourself up is entirely up to you. So it's uncomfortable for Cookie, who kind of has to like flick or correct his aim to where the Widow pops up. It's like playing whack-a-mole. The same can be said though for the Widow, like there's no guarantee that Quartz is going to have his crosshair on the anticipated location of Cookie. Here's an orbital right here for Vendetta, awfully quickly built, and Twisted Minds are actually halfway to flanking around, so they're really on awkward footing right now.
Yeah, as you end up losing TVNT, they get aggressive behind their orbital ray, and yeah, it forces a few of these players into really weird spots, right? Because Bliss, Quartz, Labda kind of work in that back alley, as you see Labda trying to put pressure on the Widow, basically at the Vendetta spawn. They were working around that like off angle, and to lose TVNT, it puts them in a really difficult spot. Nobody can control the choke.
Let's try this again, this time with orbital ray. in for side for Quartz. Cookie behind in that metric. So he's going to have to change the way he plays for the next few seconds. Here we go. Rush into them is the plan for Twisted Minds. Vendetta forced into the train card entirely. Maybe hoping to expose Twisted Minds to like some off angle from the hit scan, but my god, Hybrid has gone around the world and somehow is still being kept alive. Good cooldown rotation. I think the barrage is probably a little bit too much. Cookie's able to intervene, but it's too late. The Orisa is already gone. China's Blade finds Quartz, not the priority target in that fight. The Widow's already made her mark.
I think I see the enemy.
Yeah, just an all-out brawl there as just the infra site available here for Vendetta. Potential to get a touch, though. You're going to get everybody off of spawn. There'll be an infra site used here by Cookie. So he has to be so careful about this far damage, right? He knows exactly where this far is playing from. Going to be able to put down lots of damage on his team as they run out.
Cookie with the infra. Time to touch now for Vendetta, but Twisted Minds have already managed to deal with Ange. Cookie at least is able to even the ledger. Nicely done. Just a quick peek in there in a second onto Quartz at 3 versus 3 now. Notice that Twisted Minds have tried to just group up off the point with their Juno playing an off angle. TVNT wants to get in, needs the healing, but found Cronus anyway. Now Laptor's a problem. Gonna get up in the sky, and China is so low. Just one tickle will be enough to deal with the Pharah, but China pulls up tantalizingly short. This will be the end of Hybrid, and it'll be the end of the defensive attempt for Vendetta.
Yeah, they actually rotate all the way around there because it's actually Cronus using the orbital ray there for Vendetta, so they didn't want to get caught by that. They rotate 3 players all the way around. TVNT, Lambda, and MCD, they're able to kind of live on through that, and it's just like a 3-on-3 on the point at that moment. So Quartz now is going to ditch the Widow, going to go over to Tracer. Could have been back just to get a touch. We'll see how long he stays
may not
on
want to
here.
bother though, trying to do a Widow versus Widow duel from the attackers position here. Lambda down, Cookie though, still causing problems. Now Twisted Minds getting a taste of their own medicine, but this is what Quartz is designed to do on this Tracer. Chase Cookie down. So far unsuccessful, at least dragging the attention though away. Poison Mine.
This is one of the heroes that definitely puts pressure onto Widow, right? Is see Cookie just kind of looking in every direction this time though. Yeah, I mean that's a nice shot.
Yeah, not nearly enough pressure there, and always a health pack close by for Cookie just to go snap that up. TVNT commits a Terror Surge to this fight, even though they have no Pharah. Maybe they can get Hybrid here and turn this into something a little bit better. But that free Fortify is pretty good. Pulse for Quartz catches Hybrid, but not before the damage is done. Twisted Minds really have to find tooth and nail for this now, and a kill on Ange might have given them an opening. Now, though, that looks much harder. Eventually, they get Ange. But time's been bought.
Yeah, Lapta just putting tons of damage down on those players fighting in the subway, right? So they have to kind of back up just a little bit. And this is, even in a fight where they necessarily don't win, they're going to get some extra progress out of TVNT, though. I mean, you can't just be in that position, right? No support there to keep him alive.
Still able to find that Widow, which is helpful. It means Lapta now can actually start to poke down from it, before the fight begins. For the next, few seconds anyway.
Excellent teamwork.
If you're really ballsy, you go for a barrage out of Widow's line of sight once she returns. So you have to play corners here. So Cookie is back. Both teams at full strength. TVNT already aware of the Widow's presence via high velocity rounds being fired in his general direction. And here comes that orbital ray for Vendetta. They pop that, MCD still a little bit away from his, but no one's using it at all. Vendetta playing well ahead of it to try and get behind this rush. And hey, it's fine. Can't use that support ultimate, don't worry about it. They had the Blade and Hybrid got aggressive.
Yeah, rally used by both sides. It'll be MCD with an advantage here for Twisted Minds. They'll actually end up having an orbital ray here for potentially the final fight as Cookie puts a big shot into TVNT from the side there. So CLTM decides to attack this. This orbital ray, though, over by the cart could just be enough to seal the deal.
Quartz had to find a touch. Lapped it down again. I mean, you are playing this far willingly into Widowmaker. I had no sympathy for this. Cookie's been a problem, and honestly, Quartz has never been able to apply pressure at the right timing. You just disengage his orbital ray. You're happy to see it go. Cookie now again with a lot of space to work with, albeit not the best sight lines here. Twisted Minds have the barrage once Lambda returns to the fray, and he's on his way back. Cookie will be looking for that Pharah yet again. Lambda needs to be so careful. That could have been the end of him right there. Still able to find a pick now, move towards Ange. Dangerous here. Quartz died in the back line though, and Lambda has to do it himself. Gets at least a brig. Needs to be more than that though. Take a little bit low now as the Terror Surge gets thrown down by TVNT. and Lambda eventually goes down. Cookie's able to win out against the Farah here. No one can do anything about this Widowmaker, but Twisted Minds may have some reinforcements returning to the fray right about now, but Cookie is not going to slow down. He's not going to stop. TVNT absolutely rolled. No answer to the Widow threat in the backline, and an Orbit Array will seal the deal for Vendetta. They go for the Hail Mary, a Midtown to stay alive in the series, and it pays off.
Yeah, once Court switched off of the Widow, we really didn't say his name much at all, right? I did not really do much of anything there on the Tracer. Probably should just stayed, match that Widow, because he was playing really good on that hero, especially against Cookie. Allows Cookie to stay on the Widow, just dominate the second half of the round there. As yeah, I mean, on the Tracer was not really giving him any trouble. Every time we were on with Cookie, just kind of free firing. I know, given so much time to be able to land those headshots on the Widowmaker. Felt like that one was a bit of a giveaway there by Twisted Minds.
That one slipped. That one's going to be frustrating for them. Still not a clean sheet. Let's head over to the desk here. Plenty to talk about. Their last map, especially as finally Vendetta shows some signs of life and sentience.
They did indeed. In what a wonderful fashion they showed signs of life. Let's talk about this composition though, because heading into this, we did say there's a lot of, opportunities for the DPS players to pick up any which heroes. We haven't seen that much Tracer though. Is that just like a comfort pick for Quartz? We know how much work Quartz can do on the Widowmaker. Why the switch?
I think it makes sense in a way. Like the attack Widowmaker is kind of awkward there with the high ground being so contested. Enemies playing a Genji, so if you go try and sit on that high ground, you're gonna get initiated on by Genji and Orisa, and he feels like maybe Widow's too vulnerable to that. At the same time, if you go a more durable hit scan like an Ashe or a Cassidy, the enemy Widow's just too far away. You're gonna get out-dueled. So I think theoretically the Tracer makes sense, but the execution is just so difficult in this meta with Juno Brig. Typically, Tracer wants to have not only one target to pressure, where the Widow just knows what's coming, she kind of plays around it. You want to have a few potential kills to look for, but Brig and Juno are just such hard targets on the support line. I think that's part of why we don't see so much Tracer in the meta. Same time, Lambda's Pharah in general has looked really good for them in this series. I think not too many teams have run the Pharah, but for Twisted Minds, clearly the comfort pays off. Midtown, second point, this is a pretty dismal place to be playing Pharah into a Widow. So I can understand it's struggling here, but in general, Twisted Minds have looked really good on this look.
Yeah, they looked really good. I mean, Quartz is an unbelievable Widowmaker game so far. So, it did kind of suck. You had to swap off that hero there. But, they didn't have anything to really help with the Tracer either. Either, do you want to go like a Diva or something like that, and it can also put pressure on the Pharah and help with the dives onto the Widowmaker? Or, do you even, want to solidify the front line? If you don't want to put too much pressure on the back line and you can't really help Quartz, then, maybe pull out the Mei, for example. Something like that to help out with the front line. But they were kind of, caught in this, in-between look, and, Quartz couldn't really get anything going by himself. Lambda had a difficult time against the Widowmaker himself. So it really gave a window for Vendetta here to pop off. Cookie had a great Widowmaker game himself, whereas I think so far in this series, it really was about Quartz. Throne of Anubis was a complete stomp. The support ultimate value was not there at all for Vendetta. They struggled to get value from Ansh's Sound Barrier on point C, and then also the Orbital Rages got nothing. So Throne of Anubis was a stomp, and I was like, okay, this is going to be an easy 3-0. But, credit to Vendetta. They hold down the 4th on Midtown, much at large because of Cookie's Widowmaker.
Yeah, and those are the players that you highlighted heading into this series. You said this is going to be on the heroics, on the back of the heroics that we're going to see from that DPS lineup, Cookie and China. They're the one who have to step up and really bring their A game today. They managed to turn it up in map number 3. Where are we going from here, though? That's the big question. Where would you like to see them go?
I think it's really all about the Pharah here, about Lambda's Pharah. I mean, that's the core difference between these two teams, the preference of Pharah versus Genji. In general, they've been playing much the same style otherwise. And so I think now the focus is kind of the ball's in Lambda's court. Where do you feel the strongest on Pharah? We got Push and Escort. It's interesting. I feel like Escort could be kind of tough for Pharah. Maybe you take us to a Rialto, feeling like that's a pretty strong map for. I think Echo is another good option in Lambda's toolkit. Pretty strong in Rialto. Pharah can work well with all the roofs to play around. Maybe you want to avoid something like Gibraltar and Junkertown, where I think those flyers are just quite a bit more.
All trends towards Runasapi.
Yeah, maybe Runasapi is a good pick too. I just think all the pushes are actually kind of fine for Twisted Minds. But yeah, maybe they just want to close the series out. Ended in 4 maps. That last map arguably was an aberration. And this is a great map for that slow poking style that Twisted Minds are really comfortable with. Force the other team to take actions. They're going to play Genji. They're going to try and run at you, but any mistakes in the execution and the Pharah is going to come out on top.
Vaida and Aruna Zapi, the map for Twisted Minds, the map they want to close it all out on. But from the opposition, Vendetta, obviously, like, it was about DPS stepping up. Who else are you having your eyes on? Who else needs to bring, I mean, obviously everyone needs to bring their in game, but any other switches or changes you want to see here from that team?
Well, I want to see Anj at least, stay alive and actually like sustain enough to kind of give your armor packs to your damage dealers. Because if you're going to have so much emphasis on Cookie to stay alive, for example, and if you're going to play Pharah as well, China playing the Pharah, like the armor packs come in pretty clutch there as well. So, as long as you can stay alive to like give time for your damage players to actually find those picks. Because if you lose a man early, if you're in a 4 versus 5 situation, if you get picked early, that forces your damage to like really make a proactive move to try and get a counter pick early. So it's all about staying alive in this one. Don't fall to Lavda's poke, the Pharah. You gotta stay aware of all the damage that could come your way. So just take it slow, don't play too desperate, and just play patiently, and maybe you can hope for your damage dealers to pop off.
I love the just at the beginning of this one. Just.
I think they actually have to play fast. That's the hard thing, though. It's like you're playing Genji into Pharah. You can't just chill. Like the Genji has to go, and so Brig needs to go too, and you gotta just actually get kills with it instead of not getting kills.
That's
Kill the enemy and don't die, I think, is the key centerpiece.
That's
of the
PSA. Love that for them. Let's see if they can make it happen. However, you at home, you don't have to fight your way through a lower bracket like our teams do in order to end up in Stockholm, Sweden. No, you can just join us by buying tickets for DreamHack. We hope to see you there for our World Finals here of the OWCS. It's going to be a banger of an event. We have 3 teams already qualified and many more to come after this very weekend. But let's find out which of these 2 teams are staying alive in our lower bracket. Matt, Mitch, please take it away.
Kill the enemy and do not die. I don't need to read Sun Tzu anymore,
pretty good
actually. I think that's kind of encompassed it very effectively. Ultimately, Overwatch does boil down to that, especially when you have a map like Push, which
we kill them, and we don't lose as many players as them.
That's right, because people die if they're killed in Overwatch, and you don't want that. You want them to be able to be in the game and shoot. They also can't shoot when they are on respawn. That's also a problem. Big problem for your overall DPS to not have 5 players up. It's that time, I guess. Here we go. Twisted Minds and Vendetta, rather, out of the gates here. Cookie wants to start with Widow. Look at this wide off angle they've taken. They want to fire all the way up the street.
That is an interesting pick here on Runasapi. I don't know if we've seen Widow selected here on Runasapi. Kick things off.
I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on this one.
Then, like,
it feels like once Twisted Minds knows this is going on, which by the shots and the bullet trails coming from behind, they have an idea. You just push the front line, right? I mean, that's all you do. Yeah.
Okay. Cookie's able to get quartz eventually.
Yeah, but everybody else is dead. At what cost?
Well, I mean, Cookie didn't really fire a bullet, I think, for the first part of that fight. And watching Anj just on the other side of the map getting absolutely mauled.
Now, the important thing here is for Twisted Minds and like Quartz, don't take the bait, right? Don't match the Widow, right?
It's switching anyway.
It'll be Cookie switching and playing the Cassidy. As I don't know what, just play the Ashe, right? I think that's gives you a little bit more range, I guess, against the Pharah, but
yeah, Cookie maybe not comfortable there. That is that's Vendetta basically giving up that checkpoint. Just couldn't quite get there in time for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure what that's about. Should be at least another fight opportunity, but maybe that's because of how badly the first fight went for Vendetta. That Twisted Mind just had extra distance.
Low.
I'm hearing that a lot this game. I'm not gonna lie.
That's the orbital rate, and then you lose Anj right away, so you're not gonna be able to keep that Brig alive. You do end up trading out here, so Quartz ends up falling. I was like, oh, do you just back up here to Twisted Minds? And maybe, well, I thought maybe you would back up for a little bit, let MCD farm up this orbital array, then just push back in where the bot was, but they'll fall back to mid-map.
Yeah, you can play corner here. Something that maybe Cassidy does a bit more comfortably than Ashe, I guess. But it's where Labda wants to be, which is the most important part. Bob here as well is going to cover this entire street, so will force a complete disengage now for Vendetta. Putting them back upon that checkpoint is basically where they're going to need to fight from here, if not further.
And this is huge for Twisted Minds because you end up winning that fight and pushing the bot further without using Orbital Array or Rally, right? So you're inherently going to have a massive advantage moving forward. So this is you know, as good as it can get. I mean, not now because you've ended up losing ports, but they're still going to use it, yeah.
Good money after bad being thrown constantly. MCD, though, is able to at least use that opening to get rid of Cronus, which at least means Cronus isn't building an orbit array in this fight. Question mark, upward inflection indicating quizzicality. Bliss is removed, though. And yeah, Vendetta will be back into it. But 88 meters already gained for Twisted Minds. Honestly, that's pretty cheap real estate. Doesn't feel like they had to work too hard for it here.
No, not at all. And I mean, they're getting this, you know, progress really without Quartz, right? He ends up dying in a lot of the fights. They end up moving the bot forward. So they end up taking a fight now here towards mid-map as Vendetta in a spot where they got to win 2-3 fights in a row.
All right, it's the barrage. Labs are waiting for them to walk into that one. Will be interrupted and eventually brought down by the Juno. China doesn't really seem to have a whole lot of targets to make work with that blade. TVNT a little bit low here, but fortified up. China, yeah, going to be absolutely, well, stopped.
Yeah, I mean, China doesn't want to. He doesn't want to push in because he's lost his brig, who was rallying, and then they, you know, they have the Pharah directly above, right, and the brig up for Twisted Minds. Bliss is using the rally as well, right? So you're in a really difficult spot. I mean, there's no way you can kind of push on into that, even with Blade.
Little by little, Twisted Minds getting close to triple digits of bot progress here. This time, they're not going to overextend with Quartz. Still playing with 5 and back onto this corner, which is, again, right where they want to be.
Yeah, Dynamite landed there on the hybrid. So trying to put some you know, heal pressure on down. It'll be Orbital Ray here. TVNT and Co. They're just trying to get out.
Yeah, don't want to fight this. It's such an easy disengage angle here for Twisted Minds to just take a fight at the top of the street here. So that Orbital Ray here, unfortunately, doesn't give Vendetta a real advantage. So that's to maybe get the bot back to parity.
I mean, but to use Orbital Ray to get the bot back towards mid-map, I mean, that feels terrible. So you're going to be able to get at least 1 kill here. You're going to be able to take out the brig. It's going to be the Bob with a double kill, though.
Yeah. All right, still, TVNT going to be pushed off the map with their Javelin spin, but even in like a technically
bots are running away,
losing fight, the bot's just being ran away, and it might even actually get them more progress if they were audacious enough, but Twisted Minds are happy enough with the front spawn re-established. Labda says, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Hybrid picking up these kills, though. I mean, now he falls, and what? You're going to get back towards mid-map, have another fight. I mean, that's literally what's going to happen. And you may not even get this fight because Twisted Minds, knowing that your tank's dead, going to push up a little bit. You can be aggressive here. Maybe they end up with a kill, or they just push them back, which is what happens. They just push them back a little bit. Now you're going to have Orbital Ray here for the next fight, as Vendetta cannot get anything going.
Yeah, they don't really have anything huge ult-wise to get them started here either. Maybe they can hope for it dead-eyeing into an Orbital Ray and getting an unexpected kill. But it's been very easy for Twisted Minds to disengage from power ultimates in this part of the map. Here's a Ray. Twisted Minds run it straight up mid. This time they're going to get over to that 100 meters plus after this. Quite a clean fight, all things considered. Nice little 3-piece by Labda.
Yeah, no way for Vendetta to disengage in that fight, so more progress here towards Twisted Minds. They march towards the Vendetta spawn. Not a ton to work with here. I mean, yeah, you're probably going to build up towards a rally. You're going to wait for Quartz to get back, so he might end up with a Bob, but I don't think enough to kind of break through the spawn hold.
No, Twisted Minds don't also want to play there. They just want to play on this exact corner. Because this is impossible to do anything about Labda. If you swing wide as Cassidy, you die to Ash, or you get javelin into a wall and killed by any amount of damage from anyone. So Cookie has to ignore that opportunity for now. So annoying to play against this Farrakhan like this. See, Labda, okay, peek out, take some shots, come back around the corner. Big poke damage, China down to like 25 health. And just rinse and repeat.
And if you're forced to use ultimates to get out of this position, well, you're screwed because the next fight's mid-map.
Oh, that's a blade into a brick stun. Unlucky for China. Bliss able to shut him down this time. This is going to be a Bob coming out from Twisted Minds, and they've got on the high ground behind them. Good reaction from Vendetta to try and get around this corner, but TVNT is still here. They can't steal the bot away.
This is bad for Vendetta. Vendetta's really split. Twisted Minds has the bot going deeper into their territory. I mean, that is a bad fight there for Vendetta because now You hold on to your rally, but the Orbital Ray is just going to end up taking this for Twisted Minds. Cookie over to the Widow yet again, just trying to find some type of picks here from the spawn. But this is desperation.
Rally, Terror Surge. The ladder being used immediately here by Hybrid. Cookie on the Widow. Lapta here trying to push into it. That's a beautiful headshot. Cookie able to do with both DPS from Twisted Minds. But 2 minutes left in the round, and 131-0 is the score. Vendetta have how do I put this nicely? We've got a whole lot of work to do.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I am indeed.
What would have to happen?
You need to win 3 fights in a row, starting from the central point of the map. You need to go 1 for 1 against this barrage first. That is the bare minimum.
Yeah. You need a fight win here, right? Because it's the hardest part on push, man. This bot ends up back in the middle. You need to invest to use these, win these fights, but then these fights ultimately don't really get you anything, right? So how do you win these fights without investing heavily? MCD, some type of cheat code there, ends up living forever.
Is that plot armor or just the suffering, just the howls of Orisa players around the world? Oh, buddy. Okay, so
that's why Johnny plays Reinhardt, so he just has no chance of killing
You win the
them.
fight, but you suffer a moral defeat. See what that does for morale.
You are reliant on this Widow getting picks. I mean, that's the scary part, right? I mean, Cookie's been pretty good throughout the series, but see, we're going on a flank here.
It's like, yes. It's like consulting the Pokemon map to try and find that last shiny. Where does Labda hang out? By a corner? Okay, I'll head right over there. Nice little China Blade there. Cronus also going to work. 30 seconds.
Getting closer to checkpoint. Closer to checkpoint, though. But Twisted Minds, you're going to hold on to everything here for just one big fight, right? A lot of players up on the high ground here for Vendetta. Quartz is taking the bait. He's taking the Widow bait here.
Oh no. This is nice. I rarely see this not work. I'm not casting cursing. I'm not doing it.
They're not there.
They're spotted out. Yeah, TNT sort of sees them from that low ground. Still, they can drop down on the Orisa. It's still a good position to play from. Cronus is safe from hit scan on this corner for now. I like it. Blizz might have to rally here. Oh, he took the bait, but it doesn't matter. Quartz is going to win it out. Yeah, here's a rally. W-Unge! Oh, he needed that ultimate so badly. But again, not much you can do about the Widow one-shots. These things just happen. Cookie, nicely done. Apple, happy to stand up against Quartz by the looks of things, but that barrage should really seal the deal. And should close out the map and series. Vendetta get a little bit closer than we thought, being able to take Midtown away, but Runasapi just ends up falling to pieces. Twisted Minds live to fight another day here in Stage 4 main event.
Really 9 minutes of dominance there on Runasapi. I mean, just dominance there for most of the game from Twisted Minds. Vendetta makes it a little bit interesting towards the end, but this is a series that could have even ended on Midtown, right? I think just they kind of blew the end of Midtown Twisted Minds. And look, I think obviously the book is out on them. They want to play lots of Pharah and some hit scans. So it'll be curious how other teams adjust to them as the tournament goes on.
That hit scan play from Cookie, definitely a big part of what gives Vendetta that crucial map win on Midtown and gives them a lifeline, a chance in that series.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, just the fundamentals on Runasapi don't quite seem to be there. And Twisted Minds, with their signature style, are able to prevail. They'll stay alive here. Good to see Twisted Minds back in a main event now. Let's head over to our desk here and break the match down. A 3-1 to Twisted Minds.
Thank you both so very much. Yeah, we did get to see some signs of life from Vendetta, but unfortunately they could not take down Twisted Minds, who just rolled up in their comfort zone and weren't really contested for most of the series.
Yeah, I think there are like 3 fights there on push, really, that really just like distills the action. The first one is you roll out with Cookie playing the Widowmaker, and before you're really even able to take like a good angles on that Widowmaker, which is already hard on Runasapi, Ange goes down to the poke. Then afterwards you swap over to the Cassidy, you try to force some action, you blade in, but Twisted Minds, they just disengage because you don't really have any angles. You're not really flanking, and so they can just easily disengage.
Speaking of
and the
angles,
third one was, Cookie swapped over to the Widowmaker towards the end of Runasapi again. Took a wide angle flank, which forced Labda's movement, and then you were able to engage with your Orisa and the Genji when you had distracted the Pharah and pulled that member away. but it just wasn't enough. Like, it wasn't enough when it came
can't
to
blame him, though, for
sufficient
that.
angles. And
It was that Widow play was what gave them the edge. That one map they
On
won.
Midtown
you
as well,
exactly,
yeah.
You can't really blame them for making those swaps, though.
no, I like the Widowmaker. It's hard to run a Sapi. It's extremely hard to run a Sapi, but it worked for like a fight. They won a fight there towards the end.
Yeah, well, it turns out
They just came out so strong in this series, right? Like Lijiang was a great map for them. Hero Throne of Anubis was great. And even Midtown, arguably, I think Matt's right. Like, I mean, maybe the Tracer makes sense. I don't hate the pick, but honestly, if you just stayed Widow, like, would you have found one pick that leads to a winning fight here? This could have been a 3-0. I mean, Quartz put up some big kills, but Cookie fired really well. Like, coming into this, your back's against the wall, you're facing elimination here, and to still be like hitting these clutch shots on Widow. I mean, you got to put some respect in the name for Cookie here. He had a great performance there. But I agree with you, Johnny. Runasapi was just, this was Twisted Minds closing out the series with gusto. Yeah, that pick on the Anj at the very end was painful. And I mean, even fights like, some of these fights like started with a pick going. I think this is the fight where actually started with a pick going the way of Vendetta, but they turned it around for Twisted Minds and just still get more progress. And they just got the bot so deep into enemy territory. When it comes to the final push and you have like 4 or 5 chances to win, there's just so many opportunities for somebody like Quartz to find a pick. Eventually, Anj dies with Rally. That's a pretty tragic way to go, but probably was Twisted Minds' game to lose there.
It was indeed. Now, Quartz, of course, earning themselves the player of the match honors with the performance, not necessarily on the Tracer, but for sure on that Widowmaker, on that Ashe. I mean, this person just knows how to click hits.
This fight in particular, just roll out Lijiang Tower, 20 seconds until the point unlocks, and you've already won the fight. Because you just grappled forward and got 2 picks and wrap it up. It was pretty dominant. Here onto point E as well. Find the pick early, Labda did on hybrid, and then you just mow them over. You have ultimate bank. It's crazy.
It's such a confidence boost for a team when you have a super elite hit scan who's just kind of taking over the server. Everybody else in the lobby just knows, like, all we gotta do is just like play normal and like don't feed, and like Widow's gonna win these duels. Quartz is gonna come out on top over almost anybody in the region, frankly. And so I think that really does give Twisted Minds a great base to build on, right? Like, you just have to have some stability, have some decent team fights, and you can expect consistent picks, consistent production from him.
It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to play out as Twisted Minds, obviously, they got to play in their comfort zone. Which team will push them out of this one is the big question as they're fighting their way through the lower bracket. But with this last match of the day, we're concluding day 1 of our double elimination EMEA stage 4 bracket. There you see the results right in front of your very eyes. And Aoma and Vendetta, they're officially eliminated from the main event. But of course, we still have some more matches to play to see which other teams will be joining them. And some pieces, not pieces of cake, just one piece of cake, in fact. They will make an appearance tomorrow in the semifinals, the upper bracket, Virtus Pro and Space Station. I mean, that one might as well be a grand final. I'm very, very excited for this particular match.
Yeah, top 4 in EMEA continues to deliver.
I'm excited to see how KSA continues to match up against some of the top teams in the region. Ents, though, I think this could be a great meta for Ents. I mean, Kevster and Kai in this meta, that's a really, like, scary duo, right? With Kevster bringing all that flexibility, that's exactly what you want in terms of this meta, whether it's Genji, Mei, Pharah, so many flex DPS picks coming out that Kevster is an expert at. And then Kai's going to be able to have a little bit more comfort on the hit scan in this meta, as opposed to previous, maybe more diva-dominated metas.
Now, unfortunately, as happy as we are, of course, to see teams staying alive and making their runs through the brackets, we also have to say goodbye to some of the teams. And as this is our last opportunities to talk about these 2 teams, which we have to say farewell to right now, we want to take the time to send them off properly. Yeah, let's start with Aoma. I mean, obviously, this team, once they revamped, they added pieces such as Top Dragon and Donghoon. They really looked incredible.
This is a team that's been just super fun to support and follow, like when they kind of had their glow up about halfway through the year. They've looked consistently strong, they've been effective, they brought a ton of different compositions into the mix, and they played them really well. I think we do want to highlight players like Donghoon and Top Dragon who just came in and had a huge performance here in EU. I hope to see them back more in the mix next year because they're just fun players to watch, making big plays. Donghoon on the Brig, Top Dragon on, well, pretty much everything in the DPS category. He looks rock solid on. And for those players to come in and make such a big difference, it was super fun to watch, super exciting. Sad to see them go down to the SR peak check, but you know what? If you lose to Orion, you lost some honest Overwatch, and that's all there is to say about it.
You lost to some honest Overwatch. That's a statement. Well, you certainly lost to the most EU of all Overwatches that we got to see on this very server here today. Unfortunately, Vendetta, another team we have to say goodbye to. A very likable roster. There's so many familiar faces from the contender scene. We see some OWL players in there too. Looking at you, Hybrid. Big shout out, big shout out. But yeah, what's who caught your attention here, Johnny?
I mean, there were some standout moments from Cookie on the Widowmaker in that series. Looked really good. You know, I've been loving watching China play so far this year, whether it's on Dion or this Vendetta roster.
You got
but
really
it's about Anj. You know, stage 4, unfortunately eliminated from OWCS competition for the remainder of the year. Anj, of course, a European contenders legend. Many months on teams like Sheer Cold, EXO, Celta, Raspberry Racers, O1 Esports. So the reason I'm so sad, is I think we should just get on with the ceremony.
With the ceremony, we have a whole ceremony planned. That's right. As we have to sing. Wait, I gotta get a single shot for this one. Okay, let's do single. Let's be dramatic about it. There we go. The first 2 teams in 2024. Which journeys are coming to an end. Oh, we're actually, okay. I wanted to set it up very dramatically. Dim the lights, please. We're going to see them off in a true Stockholmian fashion.
Stockholmian?
Sure, that's a word.
This is what they do in Stockholm, right?
That's what they still do.
Yeah, we do this all the time.
This is like a national pastime.
Yeah, they started in the year 800 AD, and we just continue in that fashion. We sent them off in a Viking way.
Yeah.
Very dramatic.
So usually, I think in this type of ceremony, you're supposed to put like items of worth, something that signifies.
What would you put in there? For them?
Well, you know, I'm not gonna put Anj in the burning boat, but you know, I might put like a rally, I suppose, because Anj died with rally, so maybe we'll put a rally in the boat. You know, put some armor in there, a huge shield for Anj, and then for Top Dragon, I don't know.
Just the Genji sword.
The Genji sword. We'll leave the Genji
Live by
sword.
the blade, die by the blade.
Yeah.
I like it. Very dramatic. Yeah, goodbye.
That's why I was so sad.
Goodbye, Vendetta. We're very sad to see you go, but we're very excited to see what the future holds for all of these talented players. Now to
W Anj in the chat.
W Anj in the chat, please. But also, let's just take a very short trip back memory lane of what just happened the last few hours in our best plays of the EMEA region from day 1. Which plays caught our eyes? We don't know. Let's see what production does.
Oh, 2K self-destruct in 2024?
We don't see the tricky lobbed bomb so much anymore, right? We don't see this, and he's doing it with high HP too. He's gambling. He's gambling with this bomb, and it pays off. Perfect positioning.
Don't do this in your rank games. Like, save it for when you die. We're not in the Poco Bomb era anymore.
This is post Poco Bomb era, but he's bringing it back. This was a
honestly,
oh my god,
that was actually huge.
Massacre. I mean, they all died in like 1 second.
I wish we had Top Dragon POV from the dash reset. That's not the sound
we
Genji
wouldn't
makes.
be able to see what's going on in that POV. So I actually prefer this one because I can tell what's happening.
Oh, that's why you like seeing it so much.
That's true. The chaos.
Yeah.
This one is. If our next clip isn't Doom, then I'm actually.
Oh, it is Doom.
This was one of the.
Shout out to production.
One of the plays of
Oh, what? This is not even the punch. What is this production? This is slander. He did a good punch, but his teammate didn't swap Genji.
No, he's just hard beefed here. Like this is like there's no justification for this. Like this is bro's first time on Doomfist.
Is production conspiring against Reinhardt mains?
This is the Doomfist in every one of my rank.
Where are Cookie's Widowmaker clips?
Actually,
no, the Doomfist in my rank games don't do that. They play a lot better.
All right, I'll tell Cloudy you said that.
It's okay, you know.
Cloudy wanted to punch people. He got to punch people most of the times. Anyway, we were entertained, and that's all that matters. We hope you were entertained as well. We're not done here for the day, though. Although we do wrap up our EMEA region, we have more matches to come. Heading into our NA portion of the day. You don't want to miss it. We're kicking things up with a banger. It's going to be Toronto Defiant going up against San Francisco Shock. Not San Francisco Shock, Energy Shock, in fact. I'm living in the past. Let's look ahead into the future. Right after this break, we're going to bring you all the action.
The two-time.
The two-time.
A designation. Nice dead on there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement.
What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Hardy.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute field.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Merit.
Toronto the Fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're going to break down everything there is to know about our NA region and then some. 8 teams made it to the main event, and we have to crown a winner who gets not just a lot of money, a lot of points, great title, but also a direct ticket to Stockholm. What were you looking
No, I was honestly just waiting to see where you went with it. Yeah, but
Well,
no, you're
obviously
right.
to the direct invite.
Okay.
It's kind of big, kind of huge, massive,
it
in
is.
fact. Yeah. Well,
Even it's the only way some of these teams can really qualify. If they don't have any circuit
That's it.
points already,
Because if you're looking at this region, right, Toronto Defiant, they're already through. They're not looking for that extra ticket, but everyone else is. Also, of course, something that everyone is looking forward to, looking at this show, is getting some drops. Viewership incentives are up and running. And if you connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, you too can grab some of these. We've got a night and a day theme here. It's autumny, it's cozy.
Are those 8 hours? Is that waffles, Zoe?
That's waffles.
Okay.
That is correct. Are you a waffle enjoyer or more of a pancake kid?
I'm more of a European crepes pancake,
crepe?
kind of like thin pancakes.
Okay,
I don't
crepe
like
and pancakes is not the same
It's
thing.
waffles or pancakes.
The thick pancakes, like come on, like we can make those a bit slimmer, you know.
Yeah, crepe, add some good flavor.
I can't say it like that.
Crepe?
No, that's not happening.
Well, you can make an effort.
That's what I'll stand
Can
with
you
Jake.
pronounce the names on your screen, though?
I'm a waffle enjoyer,
J3,
Zoe.
today's featured co-streamer.
waffle.
What a throwback in that Renegade jersey. That is like Contender Season 1 material right there.
He looks like a baby, like an infant. How long ago was this?
Well, that was 2017. So, I don't know, 7 years? Wow, man.
Shout out Avast, who looks like he just is like going solo out of a moderately successful boy band. Like this is
I
his
don't
solo
know.
album.
The
Avast
Envy
looks
art.
like-
Yeah, that's Envy art.
Yes, yes.
I felt like I'm gonna add him on LinkedIn. Like
Yes,
I got the
very
LinkedIn vibe.
professional,
Very
but for me, there's a
professional.
little performer boy band energy there. Do you guys see that? Like
little bit of both,
Solo
yeah.
singer songwriter.
Finally, first single out.
Yes,
away
yes.
from the boy band.
I
By
wouldn't
the way, if
describe
you want to
Avast
watch,
like that, but
if you want to watch our featured co-streamers, you will get drops for their respective days that they cover as well. So make sure to share the love and join their communities as well as you're watching the games over the next few days. Now, where are we heading from here? Where are we at? That's right, schedule. I want to take a look at schedule. I love schedules personally. Big fan. And this has been our schedule for the 2024 season. And we're nearing the end. Time flies when having fun, guys.
I'm excited to go to Stockholm, man. It's going to be such a fun event with how great DreamHack Dallas was, like how excited the fans were, how much energy there was. And I mean, what an epic moment for Crazy Raccoon. Now I think they've got, that's like the target's been on their back for so long. Teams like Falcons usurped them in Asia, but I mean, Crazy Raccoons, you could easily see them running it back and getting a back-to-back championship.
DreamHack in Sweden, it's also like the Mecca. Like that's where it's
This is
at.
the
Like that is
The gaming
esports
festival.
history right there. 25 years, like
Wow.
that's powerful.
25 years.
Going to DreamHack Stockholm and winning that thing. I mean, I'm Swedish, so maybe I'm the only one who cares.
Some of
about
the
it.
players have not even been born 25 years ago. Like that's
Probably
that's the mind
most of
bender
them,
the-
like 75% of them, I think, are probably not.
I'm smiling through the pain of an old lady right here. But I'm also smiling because I'm very happy for the teams that already have qualified. Toronto, Team Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon are already through, sitting comfortably, waiting for the opposition.
Let's see if anyone can match him.
Toronto still wants to win, though. I think it's worth pointing out in NA because the
man.
winner of the stage gets like the best seed, and then the points qualifiers are slightly worse. So even Toronto, with their guaranteed qualification via points, they still want to get this first seed, right? They want to get and they want to get that 30,000 cash. We're talking about money merit here. Like this guy, he's got there's cash
merit.
on the line. Toronto, they're not shy about it. They're going to continue hunting first places. I mean, whether they're qualified or not already, I don't think that changes anything for them.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing for Toronto here is also not only do they want to have the money, that seeding, as you already mentioned, is so important heading into this live event because in Dallas, quite frankly, their performance was probably not satisfactory for anyone on that team or for any fan. So any advantage they can get for themselves heading into this next LAN event, they want to have it. So they have so many reasons to perform. One of the reasons, of course, is also to, make a good impression on all of you who are joining us in Sweden. Make sure to grab your tickets right now. They're up on sale, and we hope to see some of you, no, actually, all of you there as well. I don't know how many tickets we have available. I'm sure we can fit you all in. I say that.
We'll bring some extra chairs.
There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room in Sweden. It's quite spacious.
It's a big country.
Yeah.
It's true. We can fit you
It's
in.
also a capital city, so I'm sure there's other venues we could fit people in. Just like, hey, we'll get some chairs going, some monitors. There's some places you could grab some interesting beverages while you're watching the games and esports
Interesting
themselves.
beverages.
Well, you know what kind of drinks I'm talking about. The fun kinds.
What's like the Swedish drink? Is there a Swedish?
Is there a Swedish national drink?
A Swedish national drink.
What you got?
Well, okay. A Swedish national drink. What is the first one that came to mind? Milk. I don't know.
That's good enough. Stop the count.
Milk.
Well, if I can't say like an alcoholic beverage, I was like,
why not?
No, milk is valid.
Milk?
Milk. That's how you say it, right?
It's better than
Milk?
America's milk.
Yeah, he said milk too. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard a
Yeah,
little Y
Swedish
sound
came
in
through.
there.
The Swedish came through. Anyway,
I'll try it.
from milk to, I don't know how to transition out of milk into groups, but here is what we had. Yeah, these are the group stage. In case you missed it over the last 2 weeks.
I failed my compliment.
It's okay, you can redeem yourself. We give you plenty of opportunities. Don't worry about it. I think there were no big surprises in terms of which teams actually made it through as the top two.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, there were a few contenders out there. Like, honestly, like Ramatra Punch with Derpy playing the Reinhardt was about as close as it goes against the Rab, but also like in the other groups, like YFP, they took a map of Shikigami. But honestly, like the top 8 is pretty solidified here in North America, I think. And it's a really stacked region because, yes, we have our top teams, like I think you say Toronto Defiant, NRG, Nightmare, like they're really contending for like the top 3 spots. But then you look at the rest of the field and you go like Fluffy Dreamland, Shikigami, TSM, Citrus Nation, like all of these teams are really middle of the pack and competing for like the number 4 slot. And so it's a really fun region because all of these like middle of the pack teams could really punch upwards and might even upset some of these teams. Like, for example, Fluffy Dreamland, they got first in their group over NRG.
Yeah, I mean, NRG not being top of their group means I think there is arguably a spot up for grabs here, but Toronto almost certainly being the top dogs. I would say I would have put before the tournament Nightmare and NRG as that like clear next two, but if NRG aren't even top of their group, that shows that these standings are really fickle. It's a very close competition in NA.
Can I go off topic for a minute?
Always.
Yeah, I did some more thinking, and I think I gotta give 2 shout-outs. Okay, we got Ramlösa first, which is like the Swedish sparkling water brand. Have you never watched Sopranos? They even import like Ramlösa to Sopranos.
Romulus?
Ramlösa.
Ramlösa.
It's like from the springs of Sweden, and like and also, secondly, you gotta go with Julmust and Postmust, which is like it's like they do like a caramel, like kind of Coca-Cola drink, but it's only for Christmas, and then they also bring it out once more for Easter.
Oh, the limited drinks, they go hard. They go hard.
Yeah. So there you go. I'm sorry. There you go.
That was
Shout
good.
out.
And for more Swedish fact, make sure to follow Johnny on social media. Speaking of social media, I want to play a little game with everyone, and that's called Guess the Player. We pulled some tweets from social media, and I want you two gentlemen to guess who made those statements. You actually can stay in the desk. I don't even make you walk.
Oh, we don't have to walk?
No, we don't have to walk.
I thought we were going to go up there again.
It's so easy. Don't need to move those little legs of yours. We're just going to look at the big
Little legs?
Yeah. His tiny legs. Tiny legs. All right, let's see. Oh, I can't read that. I don't wear my glasses. 9-2 this weekend.
Lisa?
GG's to all teams we played.
That's Mona Lisa right
The
there.
Mona Lisa above the monitor. I missed this tweet. This goes hard, though. This actually goes hard.
Who went 9-2 in Swiss? So it can't be a top 4 team. It have to be a team that like qualified. And then we have to guess a player too. Okay, this one did not show up in my For You tab on Twitter.
Yeah, I missed this.
But we gotta go.
We need a hint.
Can we get a hint even? I don't know if we can do that technically. But
there's.
I'll go. I don't know.
I don't even know how to hint at this, to be honest.
What's the team?
Shikigami.
Oh, Shikigami.
Shikigami.
We're getting closer.
I've been told you have to walk to the other.
Okay, now we have to walk anyway.
I have to
All
walk.
right. Well, I suppose.
People want the proof that the legs are in fact longer than I make them out to be. So look at.
It's too pixelated. I can't. I'm trying to read their monitor.
Okay, maybe a hint, like if you're doing a word play here, there's only one player. There's just one. Well, come on, guess. Shikigami, one player. He's
Anya?
flying.
Okay, well, actually, that's not on you. Sorry.
Yeah, you go out there. The player is in this picture. He's flying solo.
I don't know who it is. We're giving
Solo. Okay, that was really hard. That was really hard. That was the hardest one for me.
difficult. Good job, production. Okay.
Last time I had just seen all of the tweets, so I just knew all the answers. But this time I'm
just busy with
missed
real
this.
life.
I didn't spend enough time on Twitter.
Yeah.
My bad.
GG Shikigami, I tried.
This is a classic meme image, actually. Very classic meme image.
Who
Okay,
tried?
so it's someone that lost to Shikigami. So it could be someone from YFP. So it could be like Luca?
That's a good guess. Actually, I like Luca. I like Luca for this. That would need to be a little memes, little content.
No.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Toronto Defiant.
This is not going good for us.
Danny.
Oh, Danny! Danny, because he subbed in for Toronto Defiant when Sugar Free wasn't available. Oh my god! Oh, it makes so much.
This one was never going for me. Like no shot.
Disappointed, not angry. Next, let's see. What we got coming up for you? 22?
Oh, come on. This is crazy. I can even recognize him. He's too recognizable.
Yeah, that blurry did not. Also, you can look at the reflection in the table.
Yeah, of course.
You see the reflection in the table.
Look at
Production, please. What a surprise! So we're doing it for Rack Attack. Happy birthday, by the way. Belated happy birthday, of course. We're going to see Rack Attack and the pillow in action.
Well, come on now. Like 22. What is this? What is this? Like this is unbelievable. This is just.
I'm offended that they consider that old.
This is a great image,
old?
though. I like what's going on with this image. I'm here for it. I don't know what this is, but I'm here for it.
AI Winton.
Yeah, this is.
I literally don't have a guess. Like production, I don't know what you want me to say.
Oh, the reflection.
Oh, okay, all right.
He's hitting you with the anime profile pic too. RuPaul just knows what he's doing. Okay, last one. We have a video for this one, I've been told. I'm sorry for chewing. We have a video for that one? I don't know if I want to see or hear it.
What?
Okay, we want to guess first before we play the clip?
I'm sorry for chewing. You want me to guess this? You want me to guess
I do want you to.
What player this is out of 8 teams?
I know LMFAO said I'm sorry for party rocking, but I don't know about this. Sorry for chewing. Did somebody
This
eat
is
on the
impossible.
interview or something? Like, what is this?
I genuinely don't know either. Like,
guys.
This is impossible. I don't even have a guess for you.
Yeah, let's reveal. Let's learn together.
I missed this, guys.
All right.
So do we have a clip for that? Okay, let's listen in or not, or let's do it. I don't know.
How did you guys sort of prepare for your match against Rampage, like knowing that they were going to sort of utilize, lean heavily into that Ryan comp?
Well, we were just gonna play Ressa everywhere and Bastion, and then Bon was just gonna swap between like whatever felt good for her, and that was basically the game plan. Play our turns with Bastion and then kill them.
Just watch Mitch and Danny try to hold it together.
Was he eating?
Yeah. Hey, bro, you finish a match, you're hungry. Using a lot of brain power.
Gotta get the
Even locked
rubs
in, you know. I can understand that. Maybe not during the interview. Maybe you wait for after the interview.
That was such a moist and juicy.
It's like they went for another bite. Like that's what. I mean, if it was just one bite and you were finishing it off at the start of the interview, but you had to have gone back for another bite, you know.
I respect. I mean, apologies went out. We accepted. We had to roll it back to apologies from our side in that case. So now we know. I learned a lot today. I'm also learning a lot looking at this bracket. Which of these quarterfinal matches gets you hyped?
I mean, honestly, all of them I think could be pretty competitive. Like I think these top 8 teams, maybe Toronto's the only team that I think is like head and shoulders above. Personally, I think probably Nightmare is the next best bet in terms of qualification. But honestly, the rest of the teams could really make it competitive. You know, especially NRG, I would have put them in that same category, but not even being top of their group, I feel like there's a little bit of questions there they need to answer.
A little bit of questions that need answering.
I learned nothing from that segment, but just literally nothing.
That's okay.
This is not an educational segment.
Well, we can make it more educational as the day goes on, okay? We only just started. We only just started in the NA region anyway. Let's learn something about these two teams. Not that they need an introduction per se. Toronto Defiant, arguably been the team to beat all season long. So this is more like a strength check for them. Like, where are we currently at in terms of performance?
Yeah, I mean, for them, I think this is the time to just like assert complete and total dominance over the region before you head out of country to Europe and do the same over there. I mean, to be honest, I think Toronto has really hit their stride. They've been at the top of their game recently. I think for them, having such a great performance at the Esports World Cup at a LAN event was a big boon to them and their confidence. And you've got just guys like Merit and Sugar Free, someone. I mean, they're so threatening players to see on the server.
Yeah, Energy Shock, of course, also a fantastic roster. If we're looking at their group stage performance, though, maybe a tiny hiccup there. Can you read into this, though, given the meta has changed?
Yeah, they were upset by Fluffy Dreamland, but again, it was a bit of a different meta. We saw Kellen in the lineup, and he played a lot more like Ramatra back then. That was really before teams started to swap a lot to the Orisa kind of compositions. Later on, we have seen Attack being featured more as kind of like the Orisa player for this team. And also back then, I mean, we saw like Scissors swap over to heroes like the Mei, for example, but recently it's been Scissors playing more of the Pharah, Genji, Tree has been featured more in the lineup. So it really was a different energy that took that loss in the group stage. Coming out here against Toronto Defiant 2 weeks later, it's going to be a different lineup and different compositions being played from NRG, so, mental reset.
Mental reset, indeed. It was a reset for our day as well, as we're now diving into the NA portion of things. I'm very excited to kick this one off with a banger, and I'm even more excited to hand this one over to the ever so lovely Jen and Jack. How are you doing, guys?
Good. I'm chilling.
Good.
Look at that. 2 J's in the broadcast. There's a lot of people beginning with J.
I know.
Wait, we got 4. We're stacking up,
Jake,
baby.
Johnny,
Let's go.
Jack.
We're taking
Jen.
over.
Yeah, there's so many of them.
What? Am I the odd one out?
So he's the odd one out.
Joey.
Matt, Joey.
Rename,
Joey. Let's get the rename
My good
going.
friend Joey hosting.
There you go. There's a lot of J names. It's gonna be a fun match though. Toronto Defiant versus NRG Shock. Toronto, they've got a lot to prove, I think, Jen. Especially moving on to an international event that's right around the corner. They've already locked their spot in, of course, but they had a very disappointing finish in Dallas. Ideally here, Toronto just finished this one out strong. They go all the way to the finals, smack down everybody in their path, and prove that they are the very best that NA has to offer. But NRG Shock might give them a run for their money.
Yeah, and one of the only teams that have been able to beat Toronto Defiant has been NRG Shock with that reverse sweep that happened in the winners final. And they started to, instead of mirroring Toronto Defiant, they really just started to counter that. But Kellen being in the lineup first tells me they want to try this Winston mirror again, or at least they want to give Kellen a shot against someone.
That makes the most sense going into Ilios, having Kellen come in. A lot more dive, kind of orientated maps, and someone obviously you know he's going to play the Winston wherever he gets a chance. Nice to honest backlines as well in the Ana Brig. So a bit of a rarity when we don't see Juno at this current moment in time, but I am here for it.
Yeah, generally Tree will come in to play the Pharah, or I guess the Echo, and that's going to be solid to, instead of the Pharah, which is more trickle, it's going to be more focused to be an anti-tank buster against someone.
And now Sugar Free got those kills so quick, but you take that. Okay, NRG Shock. Straight back to Spormer, yeah? Big problem now for them is going to be actually approaching this, and Tree actually getting a good angle here, as Merit is going to be bearing down on him in every possible opportunity.
And PGE being in this lineup, he's a flexible hit scan to Tracer. I expect Scissors to come in for solely the Tracer, but usually you see this duo for NRG on control maps who can really deal with that chaos well. But how would they deal with someone? He's the big initiator for Toronto. Once he goes down, NRG can see maybe some success.
Well, it looks like PG is just going to check Sugar Free for the time being. Still in control. NRG Shock just struggling to get much space here. Someone has found the back line, but it's actually Merit that goes down first to Kellen. A nice little whip shot does send someone almost into the pit, but now he can't engage with the jump for another couple of seconds. Point is being contested too, as NRG Shock do end up getting the capture halfway through this fight. Merit's going to come back from spawn in just a moment, and now Ultraviolet and Kellen making their way to the front lines, setting up a bit more of a forward position.
You got the nano for Ultraviolet. Expect this to go on to Kellen to keep the pressure on. And as long as PGE can play that tank buster Tracer of taking someone's attention away, giving Kellen space, and now with that nano, it goes to Tree. He's in a great position.
Nano boost there onto Merit to counter those sticky bombs. That was surely a one-shot. A duplication coming in onto the Ana from the Echo. But Sugar Free's already started this fight off with a kill. Someone too. Backline down for NRG Shock. 30% in building, and Sugar Free just makes that push from NRG Shock all but useless.
Yeah, NRG probably should have been more proactive with the nano engagement, and they kind of let Toronto Defiant get vision of the field and able to counter quite well with the nano onto Merit, but also someone with the primal, which just annihilated NRG's backline. At least they got to 38%, but it's Toronto that continues to be in the driver's seat.
How's Sugar Free coming up with these picks? Post bomb, hits the shield, still gets the kill. Nice clip there from PG as well. That was a long-range anti-nade as PG finds another disgusting one onto Merit. But of course, someone is there to make sure the team kill does come through. NRG Shock still down and out for the count. It looks like someone is backing up though, recognizing the fact that not too much support is left for him in the front line.
I wonder if Tree is ever going to want to swap. Actually, he's made his way through because if Toronto's in a defending position, Merit can just play farther back and just put pot shots onto Tree. But now a lot of focus goes into someone with the rally, though. Got to be careful of these Vegas stuns. Here's the attack from Toronto.
You see that someone's out of there straight away as soon as he recognizes there's no chance to get an insta-kill on the backline. Kellen with the Primal Rage, high in the sky, lands straight on top of the supports, isolating RuPaul from Vega there for a split second, but Sugar Free still comes up with the goods. PG down, a good stick as well, the fadeaway onto Kellen. Boy still got it, always had, honestly. Nice kill by Tree, but Sugar Free, of course. Lenny, he's there to clean up. As Toronto Defiant, they're going to claim the first point.
Yeah, this was going to be a tough Tracer matchup from the beginning. Sugar Free versus PGE. And Toronto, what makes them the #1 team in this region is their relentless dives, their high-tempo play. And NRG in their last matchup, or last few matchups, they've realized that they can't really fight fire with fire, and then they bring the hose. They brought attack with the Diva to try and counter that. But now they're maybe realizing that it's not a Kellen problem, it's a team problem. And I like that NRG are really trying to back up Kellen on the dives. They're seeing PGE play more of a tank-oriented Tracer, as in not really worried about Sugar Free, but taking someone's attention away. The more time that someone spends looking at a Tracer, is less time he's diving onto Rack Attack and Ultraviolet. So I like kind of how they're trying to play around someone. NRG, though, still will trail behind after round one.
The famous Kellen ball. A bit of an unorthodox backline as well from NRG. I love it. I'm going to be honest with you. I miss the days where we could play the Zen Brig. Ultraviolet being rather risky in this case, as Toronto Defiant, they're more of a default comp right now, or more of a meta comp. Someone taking a lot of damage though. That Discord Orb doing a fair amount of work for NRG Shock right now at the very least. PG hunting for heads on the Widowmaker. It's actually RuPaul to fall first as Ultraviolet claims his first kill of many, I assure you. Nice little reflection there from Sugar Free, unable to finish off the Zen. Vega's there with the kill, but I mean, Toronto Defiant, numbers dwindling.
Very risky comp for NRG with the low amount of heals, but their win condition is to play as far back as possible, let Toronto walk in, and then poke them down with discords, and you really can't fight for that space, especially with a Hammond. Just depends on what kind of setups Kellen can do and how he plays off of Tree, and what initial picks PGE can get on the Widow. That's why you have him in the lineup as your Widow specialist, but expect Merit to not allow that to be as easy with the Sombra.
I like these changes from Toronto Defiant, yeah, the Sombra and the Tracer, making sure Ultraviolet is dead and stays dead. PG spotted out there by Merit. Seeing the backline as well in his sights. Potentially wants to go for a hack, I'm not entirely sure. Point contested by Toronto for the time being. Kellen's there with the backup. Pulse Bomb does land. Actually kills RuPaul. I believe that was a connection onto someone as well, so that was a special delivery package straight onto your backliner. Someone does end up falling to Ultraviolet once more, and yeah, the Zen pick gen. I mean, it is super greedy, but it's worth keeping in mind, too, that Tree, PG, and Kellen, you don't really need a lot of healing in this comp. Kellen is very survivable on the ball, could pick up all the health packs. Tree, of course, is Tracer, so needs very little healing to begin with, and PG's not taking too much additional damage from the composition of Toronto, so it is working out for NRG Shock and then some. Another rotation from Toronto right now as they try and lock people down, but it's been a tough map so far.
Well, Toronto coming up to a bunch of ults, and somehow the Transcendence was forced out of Ultraviolet, giving them some stabilization, but it is NRG with the first pick, one fight away from taking the round and sending us to the third.
He's finally dead, though. Stands tall in the face of someone. Even a Pulse Bomb won't waylay him. My word, this NRG backline is a completely different beast with UV on the Zen. This is Toronto just getting bowled over. Someone jumps over to Diva. Juno as well, no ultimate for that. I mean, look, Toronto can get back into this with an EMP, but it's going to be a tough one. They have to hit Ultraviolet and fast.
And PG's about to get sights. We can get like an initial pick on the people just blindly running into the point, but it is Toronto going to try and be proactive. They got EMP, they got Rally, they got somebody on the point, but Kellen can't get a good setup, so it will just be up to Tree to see if he can affect these supports at the back.
Super low, has receiving a heal pack there, or he would have been feared to go down. Nice EMP does hit the backline, and eventually the raid boss in UV is dead. Sugar Free claims 2, Tree at 1 on the exit. A good connection with Merit is going to be good for 1, but Toronto Defiant now to be perfect in this round to take this map.
Sugar Free was just way more impactful, and also the quickness of Sugar Free. I mean, he got 3 in that last fight. Tree, yeah, managed to get a pulse bomb on Merit, but just wasn't enough to pull the fight in NRG's favor. Now having to attack with a Widow is not going to work. PGE to the Cassidy, see if he can affect any divers, mainly Sugar Free or someone, and even Merit if they come their way. But for now, Toronto have a lot of work to do to try and take this map.
These are really nice comp sort from NRG as well. Like, this comp is very hard to die. Like, sure, you've got Sugar Free. He's going to have to get a 1-clip on the Juno or something here, because PG has that flashbang. You've got the shield from the Brig, all the whip shot, all the utility. A very tough comp to dive, and Toronto know it. And NRG Shock are going to make good use of that, and end up just rotating onto this high ground. Pulse bomb goes wide as Tree finds a kill. RuPaul down, and a rally popped on the point. NRG Shock set up to win this round quite easily off the back of that Zen initially. The Ramatra is going to stand up to the Diva quite easily, and a whip shot will be enough to kill the baby Diva. And that should just be it. Sugar Free, he's alive on the Tracer. He's not going to be there for long. Rack attack with a shield bash kill, and there it is. NRG Shock claim a round.
And what a chess match this was. First, it's someone on the Orisa versus the Kellen Ball, and both just adapting to each other. NRG was the first to swap, going towards more of a Diva, and then Toronto went to that. And it's just back and forth. But what I like is NRG sticking to the Ramatra. This is going to brawl better and longer against a Diva. And then it was really a duel of which Tracer was going to be more impactful, whose supports was going to fall first. And it was pretty back and forth between Sugar Free and Tree. Those were going to be the big fight swingers. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this next map is going to go, what Tree's going to end up on. He goes to the Echo, and this had some trouble against Merit's hit scan, but it all depends on if you're going to be in an attacking or defending position. This first fight is going to be important. And
this is exactly why they wanted to sub Kellen in here and not have attack perma on the Orisa. So many good Winston maps. Pretty much every Ilios round is a good Winston map. As we... That looks... They're basically gargoyles on the side of like an old church at this point, both the Winstons.
Staring contest.
Perfect Overwatch. Perfect symmetry.
But taking this half of the map, it's like who is going to make the first move first? Right. And now Kellen actually spots that Ana RuPaul on the bridge and bubbles them off, making it difficult, gets someone's attention, and NRG are just going to pace this out, see if they can trap them into this room and maybe go for a cap here using PGE.
Kellen on the high ground too is going to be good. No, PG going down to the headshot for the Ash, not so great. Kellen's trying to be the difference maker again. There's rack attack to fall. You saw the initial thought there as well from Kellen. Those nades into the backline from Ultraviolet just have to land. And someone gets out as well. Skin of his teeth. Master at the Winston. And Toronto Defiant will end up capping and staggering a couple people here as well.
Yeah, as soon as Kellen disengaged from the initial dive, Merit had some space to work with, shot down PG, who went to the point, and Toronto knew that once Winston is out, they're a lot safer to move around. Ana on RuPaul on Ana can be really risky on such a small map like this. If he gets bubbled off, this could be RuPaul getting cooked, so it depends where Kellen's attention is going to go, because Merit is also making Tree's life a living hell.
All right, 10% towards that Nano, but unfortunately, your Winston's down. So, it looks like a small reset angle, or a large one. Ideally, you don't fall here, but it's like this. This is just an abusive position from Merit. Like, just an insane spot to be as a hit scan, and if someone can help Merit maintain that spot, it's going to be almost impossible for NRG Shock to dive in.
And if Merit, sticks to Vega and RuPaul's side, there's a lot of anti-dive, go-away energy there, while as PG and Tree are going to be a lot more independent. Huge pulse from Sugar Free.
So good. Lenny, my king. All right, Rack and Ultraviolet are dead. And that's the end of the fight. I mean, this Primal, copy Primal, sorry. It might get a little bit of summit, but it's not going to last all too long. There's the shield bash to finish him off. PG eventually shuts down the King. But for NRG Shock, they got to come back in. They got Nano, they got Primal, but Toronto Defiant, they've got everything but a pulse. So it's a very hard fight.
A lot of ults for Toronto too, with a Nano Winston, a Primal, and with the point at where it is, they can survive for as long as they can. There's a Primal sending Ultraviolet.
Yeah, good luck, have fun, son. Someone comes out, double G-Maul spec, takes down the backline, NRG Shock. That's it, Lemon. That is it. There's no way they come back from this one. They still got a Nano too. I mean, Toronto have got everything and then some. I mean, Rack Attack's got the rally, sure, but it doesn't matter. Toronto are back on top. There's map number 1 already done.
This is that Toronto Defiant very high-paced dive that NRG are still trying to crack. First PGE it's tough to play a Tracer on control, and that's why you sub him in, of how he's able to dance between trying to focus the point, maybe draw the attention away from the fight, split the attention even, and also try to duel against Sugar Free. And yeah, you pointed it out, Sugar Free is the best Tracer I think we have in this region, and we wonder what substitutions NRG are going to have to maybe bring Scissors in to make that a bit more even.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. Sugar Free really is just the best Tracer right now, and like I mentioned before at the very top, Toronto got something to prove. A little bit here in this series, in this bracket, but on an international stage, which they've already locked their spot into. Will they be able to take some of that down the Titans in Korea? Can they take maps off of Falcons? Can they win a game against Falcons or Crazy Raccoon? So, of course, yet to be seen, but if Sugar Free puts up performances like this, maybe it'll be a bit easier than a lot of people are thinking right now. Here are some highlights on your screen. I mean, it's just all Sugar Free, this map. It's really hard to understate how much impact he has on the server, especially on something like Tracer.
And NRG saw success against Toronto Defiant as, like we said, one of the few teams that have been even able to scratch their armor is matching that tempo. So taking a fight as early as you can, which even lacked here on Well. Then you had a very interesting comp from NRG, bringing out the Zen and just poke down Toronto and tried to punish their aggression of stepping too far forward. And Toronto, why they're able to ultimately still win over NRG in the grand finals of stage 3 and even still now going to round 3 of Ilios is Toronto's ability to adapt. They are extremely intelligent players, one of the most experienced ones that we have in North America. Yeah, you may scratch the surface, but they'll fix that right up.
Oh, that Primal. Nothing better right there as the Winston player. You just put yourself, even though the Ana and Brig are basically holding hands, you just pop yourself straight in between them. Bash one way, bash one the other, and then it's done. It's all over. Someone, I mean, he's the best Winston, and I think a lot of the players could be considered the best on their roles in this region. That's why the team has just been so dominant. They got like, what, like 1,000+ points or something? And they come into this stage like, we're going to Stockholm already. Like, it's chill. We're chilling here. But they want to make sure that they make a name for themselves or continue to do so. That match versus NRG Shock before, it really did feel like a hiccup. Of course, we did see them go to a 5 map against Shikigami when Danny stepped in to play the Torb. I loved it. I really did. But as soon as Lenny came in, it was a completely different team. Let's have a look at the map pool. Where can we go next? NRG Shock. And like you said, Lemon, well, maybe we come in with attack here. So if you're going with that mindset, where do you think we'd go if you were NRG Shock?
Well, NRG, they've dropped control against Toronto so many times, so we know what their second map pick usually is, which is either they went to Shambali once, they went to Runasapi once. It did not go so well on either one, getting full health on Shambali, and it was like 119 to 55 on Runasapi. So NRG are still trying to find that kryptonite, but I think I'm looking towards the substitutions. I think NRG are more of a late bloomer when it comes to how they try to stand up to Toronto, thinking about that reverse sweep, and are they going to continue to believe in Kellen to be the guy to match up against someone, or is attack going to come in? So Runasapi is picked. The last time they went to this in the grand final of stage 3, 119 to 55 was not pretty.
Not pretty, but comebackable. We've seen crazier things.
Winnable.
It is winnable, yeah, seriously. I mean, I think in EU, more specifically, it is Runasapi has been the pendulum map. It's like, oh, you made it 100 meters? Oh, we make it 101. We'll just come back from 0 meters. It's been a bit of a weird map, and it's very entertaining to watch. A lot of teams just kind of favoring this over Esperanza or like any of the push maps. It feels like definitely a fan favorite as well as a player favorite too. Let's get a look at the rosters as well, because I think we're just loaded in, so that signals to me no substitutions here for NRG Shock. So keeping Kellen in the lineup.
And is it going to be PGE and Tree as well? Because they usually like Scissors on the Tracer for these more chaotic, more solo independent styles, while PGE can flex between Tracer and hit scan, and Tree, he can kind of do anything. So NRG seem to think that, well, they performed.
Me when I lie.
Yeah, PGE and Tree are still in, and Attack is in. So he usually will play Diva against someone, but since this is Runasapi, Orissa's been the name of the game, so we'll see how that mirror goes.
Good, there we go, yeah. Attack in. Back to the Orisa meta. Oh, you love it. Oh, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Some people love Orisa. Some people love watching two Orisas terror surge each other. It's pretty funny, especially when there's a million other light effects going on with the Juno ultimates as well, which both teams are running, of course. And it's going to be... Okay, it's going to be a brief pause.
Gotcha.
As I run back to my spot real quick. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back.
Run.
I'm good. I'm chilling. Yeah. Brief pause here as we open the gates. Luckily, it was at the start, so yeah, nothing crazy in the middle of a fight or anything, but no shocker here either. And I think this was going to happen as well with these compositions, Jen. Looking at how Korea has evolved in their strats, and even comparing this to EU as well, Genji on the forefront of DPS players' minds right now, and like how you get things done. The blade is just so strong, or just Genji in general. Okay, everybody is strong in Juno ult. I was just thinking, just everybody is strong. The amount of damage you can just do with a single dash, and like the blade too, is pretty much a one hit. It's no real shocker that Genji's been picked up more often than not nowadays. After seeing Proper kind of do what he does on the character, you're like, well, maybe I can do that too. Maybe, just maybe.
We could all be Proper if
you
we're
try
just
hard
good
enough,
at the game.
and you're good at the game.
But it's a good win condition for either team, though, if that dash reset does not happen. If there's a critical heal happening, that dash won't be able to be used, and the Genji will be caught out in the open. So that's always something to watch out for. We also have two Cassidys being picked, which is less mobile than something like a Sojourn, maybe less impactful of an ultimate with an Ashe. So expect that if things don't go well, the Ashe is the backup plan. But we know Merit has a lot more comfortability behind the Cassidy than the Ashe, so I'm still favoring Merit in this.
Makes sense. Don't forget, check out Season 12. I know it's almost ended, but you can still pick up a lot of rewards. I think there's an event going on now as well, so make sure you jump on, check it out. And I think they just revealed like a couple of hours ago the Season 13 skins and the theme and everything else. So yeah, make sure you go check that out on all the socials. Yeah, there you go. There's a sneak peek. We won't say what it looks like, but there you go. Go check it out on Twitter. It should be a good time when the season drops in a few days. But yeah, I mean, look, NRG coming to this map, subbing an Attack does make a whole lot of sense. I want to see the Genji matchup here. I think that's really what's going to be the decider. Has been on the Korean side of things as well, with the Lip versus Proper kind of head-to-head has been something really to behold. I think the Korean production have done a very good job of highlighting that. And if you haven't watched the Asia stuff, you should go watch that as well. It's on the YouTube channel. We're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We're at a brief pause. Should get it unpaused in just a moment. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm Juno. It is nice to meet you. My new life on Earth has been so exciting. We have much to discuss. I have seen pictures, but Earth is so much more beautiful in person.
Watch and learn.
Oh, the sand here reminds me of home. It looks like it is made of gold.
Line and sinker.
There are some people I have been advised to avoid. Mother said all dogs were cute. Perhaps she was mistaken?
I will reap your soul.
I am having trouble keeping track of everyone I meet. They keep changing their appearance. All right. That one is Mercy. That one is Diva. I'm so bad with names. I was worried that keeping up would be hard. But it looks like I am not the only one starting from zero. Brushing up on one's skills is always a good idea.
Always more to learn.
As the Terrans say, it is party time! My adventure has just begun! Wait, what was that?
Welcome back. We're in game. Look at that. Straight in. Let's get it. All right. NRG Shock versus Toronto Defiant. Runasapi is the map. Good start from Toronto, though, but NRG Shock still putting up a fight on Ilios as we roll in.
Yeah, NRG not happy with their last performance on Runasapi, not only against Toronto, but even against Fluffy Dreamland, which was that big upset. So now bringing Attack in, who's more of their aggressive tank, especially on Orisa, keeping PGE in instead of the Scissors May, which they brawled with last time. Even Kellen had the Ramatra, so NRG are trying a different look, and it's not going well. They're quite literally getting bulldozed by Toronto.
Dark Lord down there so early. Sugarfree easily dealing with the Cassidy. As soon as that Hindane comes out, super tough to kind of stand up against someone like Sugarfree. Bots rolling now for Toronto.
Yeah, this Cassidy is going to have a hard time being less mobile, so Attack really has to hold his ground, and they got to fight fire with fire, at least be able to more preemptively disengage, because PGE is going to be a heavy target, unless Tree is caught without dashes. So far, initial meterage from Toronto as they round this corner will be a poke battle between PGE and Merit, using now the shield of the Brig to get a bit closer, get vision around the backside, get ready for these Genji flank through the doorway.
Quick rotation, but easily sieved out by someone. Early orbital ray as well. Someone unable to get away from that one, unfortunately. Good headshot from PGE. Over ambitious, I call that, Merit, but honestly, let him hang. NRG Shock. They end up wiping the floor with Toronto Defiant there with a very early orbital ray.
Yeah, Toronto just did not expect the flank, or at least the cut through the doorway from NRG. Really good headshots out of PGE too to burst down, something Vega and RuPaul couldn't handle. But the orbital ray still being available for Toronto should be a good retake option, especially in these long lanes. And how you can set up Sugarfree too, if maybe they want to combine that with the Blade. Depends on if Rakatak can get the rally. That'll be an issue if he can stun Sugarfree, but still 9% away.
Easy orbital ray fight here from Toronto Defiant. Ideally, they don't use it. Well, they're just going to make sure it's clean. Winning the space war first. Here comes the rally, bashing Sugarfree. Knocking his lights out as that Blade fails to find anything. Here comes the Layla Blade, pulled in though by that Terror Surge, but Tree dashes out and kills Merit. And now someone looking as the rest of his comrades are falling around him currently. Juno up in the skies there, but a couple of right clicks sent his way by Tree. As that'll be NRG Shock cleaning up that fight, even after Vega used a very aggressive orbital ray.
That and Sugar Free used his blade like way out in the open, not close to a target. So PGE had Deadeye, and there was an exchange there. NRG used ults later once they negated the storm. That was Toronto Defiant. Now NRG are about to take the lead a few more meters away. They should be able to do so. And NRG could do what they did last time of cut through that right doorway. I think Toronto are going to be a bit more cognizant of it.
Yeah, this orbital ray is just so easy. It's so free. As soon as these orbital rays kind of get away from you and you're not able to kind of counter with one of your own, you're going to start losing these fights. And a very, very good checkpoint for NRG Shock. And they're going to keep forcing the issue here as Tree just dashes straight to the backline. Can't unfortunately get that last right click into Merritt's head, which would have been a very free kill for it. Looks like Toronto now stepping up once again, trying to punish Tree for his misstep, his overstep, I should say. High Noon up front too, splitting the team as NRG Shock scurry for cover. A bit of damage on Tree and a final shot to finish him off. Bot in control now of Toronto Defiant, but looks like Attack wants it on to the point, deciding that the fight is very much over. Some Hail Mary kills, or at least attempts to get some from NRG Shock. Team kill comes in. And there's the forward spawns going amiss now as Rack Attack, UV, and PGE spawn all the way at their backs.
There was a real potential for NRG to actually pinch Toronto Defiant as they walked through the lane. Merritt had Deadeye, but then as soon as NRG heard the Deadeye, Tree was like, okay, we're not pinching, and I'm away from everyone else on this off angle. Tree gets caught, and NRG fall and rip away at the seams. That'll be Toronto Defiant getting the forward spawns with an orbital ray in another great long lane area. Ultraviolet about to get his, though. And
Surge blades. Everything's happening all at once, but it's up to Tree to get the kills here. Orbital ray not required for the Genji. Tree just outdoing Sugar Free. Summit nasty. 3 blade kills versus the singular from Sugar Free. He's showing up. Maybe a little bit mad that Sugar Free was getting the better of it in that last map as NRG Shock win that fight at 11. They got that orbital ray for next as well.
Yeah, that's a really big fight for NRG to win. Not only are they still in the lead, but they'll have the Deadeye if they're worried about Sugar Free and they just want to take some free space, and then the Orbital Ray coming up to just bulldoze the lane. Now Toronto Defiant on the high ground could have just stayed up there to get the jump on him, and now Toronto don't want to let this payload get any further.
Ooh.
Deadeye will force Toronto back, and NRG will keep going. The deflect was scary, though.
I thought PG may have team killed 3 of his players. Like that deflect could have gone crazy from Sugar Free there. Lucky it was only a little bit of damage. Here comes the Genji though. Deflect comes out. Merritt's not going to fall for that one. Oh, Attack, despite being in that orbital race, still ended up falling over, succumbing to the Deadeye. But it's just too much damage. Toronto Defiant have lost both their DPS, and this payload for NRG Shock still moving. PG with a couple of easy fan that hammers through the doorway. He's going to have to deal with someone at some point as Tree oversteps, enters the doorway, and gets spear spun away from the rest of his team. But NRG Shock with a decent lead, 117 meters. With only 4 minutes to go.
It was a closer fight than I thought too. It was because NRG just walked into a Deadeye, a bit of an ego challenge when he thought deflect and the javelin spin from the Orisa would have been enough. So Toronto still have to match that. 117 though. What a turnaround from NRG compared to the last encounter where those 3 digits were hit by Toronto. Still a lot of time and a lot of ults from Toronto's side.
Well, here comes the Juno ult from Vega. Orbital Ray deployed. Rack Attack in the gang. Getting all the way back right now. Using that rally over health to a very good effect. Attack called out in the sides, but the blades have been pulled, or at least one at the very least. Tree just shut down by someone though. That Terror Surge was perfect. Tree making it rather hard for Toronto over the last couple of fights. But that was all someone there as Toronto Defiant clean sweep. NRG Shock yet again is this checkpoint, and these forward spawns have been collected.
Well, what's tough going up against Toronto is they have so many lethality points, whether it's, okay, the Terror Surge, do you want to focus that down? Tree gets pulled into that, unlucky. Then you got a sugar-free blade in your face. NRG just have so many focal points to look at that it can be really chaotic, and Toronto don't really give you time to plan. I didn't want to cancel on that.
Spicy spear. I do not think Sugar Free gets out of that. No, he does not. There's the reflect. Blaze been put away. All the bots saving Tree there from a very timely demise as Merritt almost locked 2 with the skulls. Good spear onto Attack. Still got Fortify though. Spear spin in a second as well. So Attack wants to just take this high ground ASAP. 2 minutes to go. Energy Shock still with a firm grasp on this lead. As it looks like they just want to play the mid fight.
And all this poke that Energy is putting out is forcing someone like Mare back, all of Toronto to give up the bot, and now it's back to the neutral point. With 2 minutes left, there's less and less time for Toronto to mount this comeback, but the Orbital Ray will be a good start here for Vega.
That's a whole lot of damage as well. Look at those Heat Seekers coming in from Vega, hitting everybody in the front line. And Toronto need to make this one clean, and clean they make it. There we go.
It's another day at the office for Toronto, but they really got to keep up this momentum. If they drop this bot at any point, it could be NRG taking their first win on Runasapi and tying up the series. You got a Terra Surge from Attack, but it's the Sugar-Free Blade you're going to want to try and pull in, and he's got the edge over Tree so far. How can NRG shut down Sugar-Free? That's going to be key.
OT not far away either, to be fair. Only a minute, 20 seconds to go. Orbital Ray and Rally available from Shock. They start off with the Rally. Terra Surge comes in from someone, dragging everybody into one place as the blade's been popped, or can be, sorry, from Sugar-Free. A good spear actually cancels that ultimate from Merit, and here comes the blade from Sugar-Free. It's going to be hard to fight into this Orbital Ray, but he's still doing a lot of damage to Attack and dashes through all the way to the back line, but no, PG shuts him down. That damage resist from the Deadeye is good for PG, but the rest of his team succumb to Merit and someone. And there is the lead, that golden bar of victory for Toronto to find. They have surpassed it now as NRG Shock have miraculously found themselves in a meter deficit.
Toronto did such a good job of just countering NRG with the Javelin, whatever else, and then acting on Sugar-Free's Blade instead of initiating with it, waiting for those important cooldowns to be gone. And now Toronto have pretty much won the map. There's 30 seconds left, and NRG would have to go all the way down to the other side of the map, and NRG are not even allowed to breathe.
It's all over. Maybe PG was going to be the savior there, but Sugar-Free makes it look easy on the Genji, and Tree jumps in for the final Hail Mary Blade. But that'll be Toronto full capping against NRG Shock. With a 100-meter deficit, you're thinking, hey, it's winnable, but Runasapi is always comebackable. There's not a moment in that map where I think, hey, we've lost. We're down and out for the count. These things happen on the daily at this point.
I was worried about the macro game from Toronto, just how much space they were giving up, just trying to make sure their DPS were in the healthiest position and also having as much space as possible because Cassidy is extremely vulnerable. And they did a good job of protecting Merit. That gave a lot of initial meterage to NRG, which looked very good. I mean, 100+ meters right off the rip, but that very, very important fight. Toronto realized they got to take their time. They got to wait for those cooldowns and then set up Sugar-Free, who is that kind of glass cannon hero, because you saw what happens if you can't get those quick dashes, those quick slashes, he's caught out. So this has been quite a chess match.
Has indeed. Back and forth Runasapi, as always. I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly. Sugar-Free really came alive at the very end of that. I mean, Tree was the one that was putting up big numbers on the Genji. Big blades, big resets, getting in, getting out. You can see a couple here on your screen. There's a lot going on too. Every single fight, especially with these Juno ultimates, it can be flipped on its head so quickly. It's an ultimate that, especially when mirrored by the other Juno, it feels like an ult that you want to use first. More often than not, support ults, Transcendence, Sound Barrier, etc., you want to get the later beat. You want to get the later Transcendence so you can initially survive through a lot of the incoming damage and then pop yours and then kind of overrun people. With Juno ult, it's the complete opposite. If you are popping yours first, more often than not, because of how high power you become in that Orbital Ray, the Cassidys, the Genjis, like one-shotting people, it's way better to end up using those first. And a lot of the time too, it was NRG Shock. Hey, we ended up saving us. We can win in the neutral while you use your Juno ult. And at the very end, Toronto's, and I think their experience came into play. Here's the map stats too, which is looking, honestly, Lemon, a little bit more one-sided than it actually was here. 1.7 KD to 0.6.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the damage too, just what Toronto was able to do in that neutral game. And a very, very important point is at that fight, right at that finish line or that golden bar of victory, whatever, Sugar-Free was ahead by Dragon Blade percentage by about 15 to 20% over Tree. And you think that that's not a lot, but that means Sugar-Free can blade first, they can initiate first, and that's what really tilted the scales in Toronto's favor. And at times, we talked about tempo, NRG trying to match that, but sometimes it would run head first into Deadeyes. relying on a javelin spin or a deflect to deal with Deadeyes, and at times a little too antsy from NRG, but still an amazing map out of NRG and improved from the last time they were there.
Map number 3, NRG Shock, they've got it in them. Look, you took them to a map 5 before. It's very doable. It's possible. But, I mean, Toronto, they're not going to go down like they went down before. Let's be real. They're studying the VOD room. They know the expectations that have been put on them coming into even just the start of this year, in all honesty. I think most people had them at the very top bar. Like, this team is going to compete with Falcons. This team is going to compete with Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon. And they've been top for NA for a long time. A clean sweep through the bracket here is exactly what they want. And starting off like this, maybe even with a 3-0, is exactly what they're going to get to. Kings Row, next map here, picked by NRG Shock.
And I imagine they'd want to even continue with Attack, who is their more preferred tank when it comes to aggressive Orisa play, so he will be staying in. I like to see Tree. He's either going to be playing Hitscan or Pharah, and PGE, you always keep him in on any type of Widow map, so I don't know if that'll stick. It could just be to get vision, obviously, off the rip. But to stick with the Genji, this is interesting. Out of Sugar Free, he can kind of dance around the high grounds, even make his way on the flanks on the hotel, but definitely playing on the platforms. If they're expecting PGE to be on the Widow, Sugar Free is going to be on him.
I would love to see a Widow versus Widow, going to be honest. I always do. I always pray for it, but don't think... I think you're right. It's probably just for a quick shot and then straight back to a hit scare. Holding off to the side here too is RuPaul, is rather cheeky. I like the Genji just perma playing on this right-hand side because it's tough for a team to rotate without your backline just being bisected. Looks like we are seeing a little bit more PG Widow though. He's going to stick on it, at least for now.
And he's so good with it. He's been able to turn maps around with these 2 or 3Ks with headshots. I remember him being an MVP on a specific Blizzard World round for NRG. But now that you have Sugar Free marked, I doubt PG is going to want to really leave that theater side until Sugar Free is dead. So what is Tree going to do to maybe help PGE establish themselves? You can't let this Genji go for free.
It's actually rotated to Hotel with RuPaul, at least for the time being. Pressure on point now. This PG spotting Merit. It's making Merit's life rather hard. Just rotates the other high ground window. Takes the 1% shot on the Widowmaker there just to bait out deflect. Classic Widow play.
I like that RuPaul is also trying to mark the Widow. It's a safe play to have your shield up so Sugar Free doesn't get like accidentally headshot. You just don't know where that Widow's going to be pre-aiming, and yeah.
Good kill onto Rack Attack there. Not really with the rest of the team either. You saw Attack kind of rotating up to that high ground. Same with UV. Still though, a checkpoint for NRG Shock. Not over just yet, but these PG first bloods or like these initial picks are just not coming through, and it's going to prompt a swap straight over to Cass. All right.
Something to deal with this Genji, so if you do dive, you have some kind of cooldown to deal with it. So Tree doesn't have to focus on a Genji, which is already elusive enough to hit with a Pharah. So now Tree can just focus on maybe dislodging someone who's a human anchor, but they're rotating through Hotel.
Yeah, good luck. Hotel's closed. Oh my god, Tree still comes up with a triple barrage though. Don't expect the Pharah to be fighting stationary above you when you've got a Ray going, but well, at least Toronto Defiant escort the rest of NRG Shock back to their spawn, but they're still going to be suffering here with 3 of their players already down. Someone maybe baiting the team here with a little bit of a cheeky terror surge. Surely he's been noticed. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Not going to get away with that.
I'm surprised the barrage couldn't have helped NRG a bit more, but now that that's out of the picture, it's one less thing for Toronto to worry about, and they got the Bob on the point, so NRG can kind of wait this out.
Yeah, all right, whoa. So quick. Looks like he just dashed into a wall. All right, Orbital Ray here from UV. They're going to split up the team right now. RuPaul in a little bit of trouble. PG just, look at that, glowing bright blue, just donk walking away from someone who was using that terror surge in the back line. And speaking of which, support's down now from Toronto Defiant as Attack. Wow, living true to his namesake there, just on the opposite side of the map. Just taking care of the supports. And NRG Shock will finally get this payload moving with only a minute to spare.
I like that NRG are not putting all their eggs in the someone basket of let's all shoot at someone. I like that PG is stepping up to zone Vega and RuPaul away just with, well, how lethal his mechanics are. But they just got to make sure if someone is going to be still alive that you're going to have to commit more resources, because as soon as that Orisa dies, there is obviously no take the stand behind, and there's going to be no space that you can hold. So keep an eye on how NRG are going to balance their damage that way.
I'm going to try and take this, control this archway for the time being. Sugar Free still got the blades. I mean, surely someone goes down here. Focus fire was pretty decent, but the blade's already been popped, and yeah, with that rally, Sugar Free just not even carelessly, just doesn't care about your front line at all. Look, I got overhealth. I don't need the nano these days, especially in these kind of comps too, with the amount of CC and frontal damage. Normally it only takes a single slash to bring someone down to their knees. 2.5 minutes now for NRG Shock. PG, okay, PG, don't die to the random shurikens, all good.
It's really an unfortunate spot for NRG to leave. That PGU was way too far forward, and there was a clear comm disconnect with where is your Orisa and why is your Cassidy so exposed and you're far behind the card. NRG really needs to keep the push going, but there must have been something distracting them. Maybe them marking Sugar Free at the top window, who continues to be there, and that deflect is insane.
Sugar Free taking down the young prodigy in tree. Sugar Free is just an absolute demon on the Genji. My goodness. NRG Shock, where you at right now? A small delay on attack there as well. NRG Shock looking for a reset. Sugar Free's going to get another blade before Tree even gets his barrage off. I can feel it.
Yeah, it's got to be a fight for that top window. If Tree can get positioned up there, he could let it rain with the barrage, and I think Toronto, realizing they've already lost it, don't want to be susceptible to that ultimate. They'll fall to the back corner. Tree now has some space to work with, but Merit is still a menace.
Sugar Free was basically on top of Tree at that moment in time. High Noon, pop, speed ring 2 to help him forward. Spear spin, all the cooldowns have been used already. Oh, I mean, a little over-aggressive there from Merit. Forgot his library card, got shut completely out. Tree with the double kill with the barrage. There we go. That is the payload going through second point. It's going to be an opportunity recontest, though. Toronto Defiant basically all dying at the same time.
If Sugar Free would have held that top window, they could have maybe extended that. Really holding the choke could have been important for Toronto Defiant. As soon as you let Tree roam around and go unnoticed, the barrage is always going to get value. I think Sugar Free's been handling the Pharah matchup well, but where he's positioned is going to be pivotal and how Toronto support him. Now, last fight for point B.
Last fight with only a blade and Merit dead. Touches come in the end, but a Terra Surge and a rally is going to be tough to deal with. Everybody pretty low already. Sugar Free does dash out, but it's going to have that back up in just a moment as the blade gets popped. Pushed away by the flail there, making good use of this Juno ultimate as well, but it's just been subverted. PG that entire time is holding that Deadeye, so it was deadly for Toronto Defiant to actually step up. Eventually, Rack Attack ends up going down to Sugar Free, but a Juno ultimate coming through from NRG Shock is going to make it hard for someone to stick around any longer. These rockets are doing so much damage, and with the little cooldowns that someone now has, quickly brought down by them. Tree ends up coming up with the kill. OT quick approaching, but NRG Shock, they should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, that was a pretty close fight. It's just unfortunate Merit had the Widow, which isn't going to be as impactful once he loses vision around, or even behind the card, around the corner, and that was very losable. It all came down to those support ultimates, Toronto having some later ones, but ultimately the orbital ray from Ultraviolet propelling them and leaving Tree alive for as long as he did. Sugar Free could have turned that fight, but didn't have really a huge second DPS to assist in those numbers. So NRG with only a minute, I don't know if they're going to be able to finish the map. It all depends on this barrage, and Tree's fighting for that power position, and Sugar Free's trying to deny it. If Tree gets up there, that barrage is going to be very dangerous for Toronto.
Holy Giga Chad pick from RuPaul. Goes over to the Zen instead of the Brig. Squishy backline, but a whole lot of damage. Someone's being annoying too, holding this small off angle here with the Terra Surge, so they have to check that corner. Merit gets the better of PG in the Widow duel now, so not really sure that NRG Shock want any of this smoke with 30 seconds to go now. Oh, they're actually just going to go in. I kind of take it back. Both Juno Ultras being popped at the same time. Blade available from Sugar Free as well. Here comes the Terra Surge, bring everybody in, and oh, Sugar Free shut down. Blade brought in. Attack just speared him and Vega, put him on the Barbie and at them for dinner. Rack Attack fells someone, and well, where's the backup? Toronto Defiant have Merit available. Is Toronto Defiant, they're going to be able to come in with ultimates, but they're still going to run into this barrage from Tree.
Oh, Sugar Free did such a good job of holding that platform, giving Merit the edge, but thought he had a dash to get out of the Terror Surge, and that may have costed Toronto's
touches.
Oh my god. I swear Rose is not even here. I don't know how I bring the curse over. That is atrocious. That was NRG's fight.
Well, I mean, Terror Surge did end up locking down both supports in that little hidey hold there. An attack was on a big flank going towards the spawn, but no touch there for NRG Shock. Only 2 points on the board as Toronto Defiant. Well, they got a very clear wink on now. As yes, that that made as much sense as giving Cat a pair of reading glasses. The comms maybe breaking down a little bit, not designating someone to get that touch. Although, like I said, maybe it was just the Terror Surge there that was the final nail in the coffin for that push.
Yeah, kind of playing like you had a Tracer. I don't even know if PGE had swapped it. There was so much happening, but flops on both sides. First, I think Toronto could have won even earlier if Sugar Free's blade would have went off. Like, everything, all the pins looked like they were set up, but then him finding himself in Attack's Terror Surge, which great reaction out of Attack to pop that immediately. You shut down a Dragon Blade with a Terror Surge, you'll take that trade any day of the week. And then Merit seemed like in a good position to win the Widow duels against PGE when Merit can be at the very back of the map. He's got so many positions to play. Sugar Free was holding the top platform. PGE had no position to play from. Trees Farah had no position to barrage from. This was Toronto having such a good defense until NRG just stomped their way through with Attack.
All right, let's have a look. Toronto want to run here. Yeah, no Widowmakers, just PGE and Merit opting for the Ashe hit scan duel.
So now, yeah, no Widow. I think that would be too big of a risk, even if you were to play at the back of the point. Now Sugar Free can climb up to these windows, so PG still has to be careful with the Ashe. Will be able to bounce him away, worst case scenario, and these Dynamites will still hurt.
Good spear there as well from Attack. Sugar Free just trying to put pressure on the point right now. Hasn't got too many cooldowns to work with anymore as someone holding that mega health back for dear life. Luckily, support has arrived in the form of Vega and RuPaul. Someone does not care about Attack at all, actually. Just ignores it completely, walks past him, and just spears Rack Attack to the board. And that should be the first point, you'd imagine. Especially Sugar Free getting a few resets here.
Especially against a Pharah, I like that Toronto just played in cover until they were ready to all commit in, or at least far enough back where you can dodge the rockets from tree. And you saw just how impactful Sugar Free still is in a less favorable matchup against a Pharah. He's still finding those really key deflects and spitting right back at NRG at times. But Toronto don't want to get over eager too. They've just lost 2, trying to extend out of the choke.
Oh, you don't want to fall for that one twice. Don't want to get that rocket reflected straight back at you. Good win there from NRG Shock, taking that fight. Now they can hold this archway, and they've got Barrage too.
Yeah, Toronto, looks like they'll still sail away, just depend on the orbital ray, which Ultraviolet still has, but control of the window, again, important. Toronto can't neglect this because Tree can come in and just barrage their backline, and that will be a free NRG win, but they're playing so far back that Tree won't be able to access this window. NRG should have really fought for that position. He'll still play around the corner of the library, but Toronto should see this coming.
Ray, rally, Terror Surge, barrage deleted by Vega. Blade for Sugar Free still available. Dynamite's doing a lot of work in the front line right now, as Merit had such an easy place to play from too. All the way in the back was just unimpeded by that Terror Surge and all the shenanigans that were going on your screen. God, seeing 2 rallies, 2 Terror Surges, and then 2 Juno Orts go off at the same time. Oh, Raktek didn't even use his, sorry. It's a light show. It is a light show.
Yeah, just some really good marking from Toronto, ult tracking that Tree's gonna have barrage and making sure that Vega's just focused on only shooting him. And Vega had a huge performance in that last match, or that last fight, I should say. Now you got Dragon Blade Bob. This feels like a pretty locked-in fight for Toronto, unless they fumble somehow.
Fumble? No, surely not. All right, both Bobs out. Both Bobs are pushed away by either Orisa there, as both of them go golden. PG's one is killed first. Raktak still with the rally advantage though, but Toronto Defiant and UV, to be fair, Vega and UV building up to these ults so quickly. These orbital rays just unbelievably quick to charge. Good rally, but Toronto Defiant with an even better back off.
Now, Energy were hiding around the corner, hoping to get the jump on Toronto, and as soon as Toronto saw this kind of hide-and-seek strategy, they backed away, and now you got to worry about a tree barrage yet again, and Energy having positions outside of this tunnel to work with.
Play, though. Play's been popped by Sugar Free, looking at Tree almost right away. Doesn't end up getting the final slash, but he does there. A double kill with one slash for Sugar Free. And PG, he's going to meet his maker once again at the hands of the Genji. Toronto defiant. They're getting this point. And Lemon, it's all falling apart now. NRG shot making the PG Widow swap to try and make amends to their sins on that point. 4 minutes in the time bank as they push on to third.
Yeah, Toronto's macro is just so good. How they give up space, how they retake it, and NRG needed to play slow enough to play off of that barrage. And unfortunately, the Sugar Free found a prime position to go for a Dragon Blade and get executions in a spot where NRG could not punish. Now it'll be up to PGE to keep Merit in his place with the Widow, but you don't want to be close enough to Sugar Free. Be careful of how Sugar Free tries to dash up here.
Deflected the Venom Mine. You don't see that too often. All right, Attack is trying to make some space here for the rest of the team. And more importantly, PG on the Widowmaker. Good spear onto RuPaul. Doesn't exactly end in a kill, but it's good for space. PG now with a decent skyward view over the battlefield. Tree and Merit do end up trading. This is two Orissas now just looking at each other, hoping one blinks first. A ray from Vega will be the big thing that Toronto Defiant can play off of here. And there it is. This rally isn't going to stand up to this damage and healing coming through from Toronto Defiant now. An Attack who's found himself in an awkward spot way too far up as Toronto Defiant find the execution kill.
Do Toronto even have all 5 up, though? I don't know if I love the orbital ray if they weren't ready, but if they were going to find these stagger kills, then this is going to work out for Toronto to flip the fight in their favor.
Played at 3% as well. Someone needs to touch from Energy Shock, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Attack comes back on the Zarya, try to be a difference maker, but unfortunately, the team is just going to look at him. 5 people looking at Zarya. You aren't going to survive all too long as Tree eventually is felled, and there it is. 30 seconds remaining in the time bank as Toronto Defiant end out the series in a 3-0 fashion. Exactly what we expected from here. And once again, really showing that everybody, that no one's going to take them down. Not yet, anyway. We're going to have to wait for Stockholm for that to be the case, I think.
What a fun combo. I just can't believe the support play out of Toronto, too, because NRG went for a Terror Surge and Barrage on top of each other, like an insane amount of damage. And then you just had one nice chunky rally from Toronto to keep them up. And that kind of exchange, Toronto lost some bodies, but NRG did not escape fast enough where they could have re-engaged with an advantage. They had respawns. NRG just needed to wait. That was the key. NRG just didn't wait enough at times. They thought they had to match aggression with aggression. At times, they also didn't know how to wait. Toronto modulate that perfectly, their macro and their mechanics. This is one of the closer to perfect teams we have in North America.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. Like, hey, was that just a hiccup? I think so. That 5-match series against NRG Shock a couple of weeks ago, they're back on top and they're steamrolling their way through the bracket. I mean, even the desk kind of pointed out as well that, hey, NRG Shock are probably the team to take them down, if any. And, well, today, not the case, as Toronto end this series with a clean little 3-0 in the upper bracket. NRG Shock, of course, they still have a chance to come back to. They're dropping down to lowest now.
Yeah, they face the loser of the Citrus, Rad, Avidity, but either way, NRG believed more in their Orisa mirror than the Winston mirror, so keep an eye on those map picks from NRG if they're more confident in their brawl than that, but big sweep for Toronto to make a statement in our bracket.
Yes, let's jump over to the desk. They can break down that 3-0 series from Toronto. As expected.
Yeah, not a surprise, but quite frankly, Energy Shock still gave us, some food for thought here. We saw some interesting looks. We got the Sen in there in the mix.
The Senora round.
The Senora.
That went hard.
Hey,
That's a good strat on that map. Like, Zen is actually really good. If you don't kill the Zen, the Juno Brig isn't enough.
Hater.
Shout out to Hater. I loved when Pokerface did it. They pulled it out. So Pokerface showed that you can do it. So, pull it out in ruins. I respect it.
It didn't sound like you respected.
Who doesn't love Brig Sen? I will not allow you to call me a Brig Sen hater, okay?
Brig Sen is vintage.
That is one of the most greatest backlines. The ball too? Come on.
But honestly, it was great to see some different ideas and some different approaches because quite frankly, right now, it was just Juno Brig all day long. So it was great to see something else being thrown into the mix.
Yeah, and I mean, well executed from them. Runasapi was very competitive, very back and forth. Toronto did full cap. It's so rare we see a full cap in such a actually incredibly close push map. But Ilios, I mean, this round, I feel like Lighthouse, such a punishing map on Ilios, and the elite teams in the world just run rampant here. I mean, there's a reason I think a lot of top teams, you see this in Korea too, a lot of the top teams take us to Ilios because it's just such a skill match. Sugar Freeze Genji. I mean, he really started to heat up here. I think bringing out the Genji main character energy on Runasapi.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant, I mean, they're the most dominant team in the region. Doesn't seem like they've lost a step. I mean, honestly, like Toronto Defiant, the big question is like, will you lose the upper bracket final this time around? They've already qualified, of course, for Stockholm because they accrued so many circuit points already.
It happens when you win every tournament to this point.
Yeah. Turns out that bodes well for your chances in the World Finals. But yeah, they do want that first slot. I'm almost certain. Like they have a lot to play for. The #1 seed, that will go a long way. You do want to avoid those more iffy first pairings, of course, when you're in Stockholm. Any advantage you can get, they don't want to have a repeat performance of what happened in Dallas.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I mean, they got second place at Esports World Cup as well. So, you know, this is a team that I think they got their eyes set on like #1. But the question is like, how do you practice going into that? Of course, I mean, it's like 6 weeks away from Stockholm, right? It's probably going to be a different meta. You know, season 13 is around the horizon as well. So it's a long way there. But Toronto Defiant, they're as dominant as ever.
Yeah, but we talked about the difficulties with them, right? Like, who do you practice against? Who can you scrim against? If you feel like your region doesn't really test you, if you feel like you can't really get that much out of those scrim sessions with the other teams, then you have to look into playing with a higher ping, playing on that Korean server. Like, you gotta keep on evolving because, quite frankly, the competition has gotten a lot more stiff ever since we started this season.
Yeah, I think there's now quite a few teams in NA that can at least give them a run for their money, and NRG is one of those teams. I mean, I wouldn't call this like an uncompetitive match. Despite it being 3-0, all the maps are relatively close, fights going back and forth both ways. I mean, I think NRG aren't a team that I have lost faith in at all, despite this result. If anything, this is just a nice reminder to the Toronto fans of like what we can expect from this team, what we can hope for in Stockholm and this level of performance. I mean, I think it's a really strong meta for them with the unconventional perspective on the support. I've seen a lot of teams do this actually, where, you know, main support, flex support doesn't mean so much anymore. And Juno Brig, we see a lot of teams, you know, swapping those roles around. In this case, Vega mostly playing the Juno, or as a lot of teams have gone the other way on it. But RuPaul showing a lot of flexibility, bringing out the Brig, looking great on it. You know, that's the diversity you want to see out of Toronto, and it's something they're going to need to have to be able to compete with the best teams from Asia, especially.
Yeah, that's right. Now, we do have a telestration for you as well. We just chatted a little bit over it as we saw some of the gameplay from Ilios. Ilios is one of those maps where you said this is where the best teams really can show what a skill cap looks like. And we saw a masterclass from Toronto and Ilios.
Yeah, I mean, Ilios was 1-1 until Lighthouse came up as the map that was the remainder to be played, of course. So just want to show how Toronto Defiant got it done in a 100-1 sweep, rather. So we got NRG in this situation. They're playing the Echo and the Tracer, so they obviously want to dive more. Meanwhile, Toronto Defiant, they're playing the Ashe up in the corner up here. Great arrow. I'm off to a great start. But it's going to be a quick dive coming in from NRG. So we can just go ahead and play this one, and we'll see actually how they're playing with the Bio-nade. They got a bit of a setup going here.
Oh, yeah.
And they want to go aggressive with the Echo. Now, this nade is actually not going to land. There you go. We can pause. Oh. Go ahead and pause, and Vega is going to dash backwards. So you can see there's a dive coming in from NRG here. If this nade was a little bit better, so hard to land all the way
actually
from the
shield blocks the nade.
Yeah, they actually shield blocks it? All right.
Yeah, I saw it on the program.
There we go. We got a co-op telestration happening here. So that just tells you how amazing that was. But we can go ahead and play it out. The dive is going to fail. All members of Toronto Defiant are still alive. And this still looks pretty good here now for NRG. So we can go ahead and pause it. We got, you know, they're capping the point here. We got Kellan is relatively pushed up. But even though we got the cap point going here, we can go ahead and play it out. We'll see that there's a lot of members actually on the point. And with that, you're going to sacrifice some of the positioning. So PGE, we can go ahead and play this one out. Yeah, go for it. We can pause here as well. So you can see here, you know, we got Tree, he's playing on the point. We got Kellan here as well. Rack Attack is over in this corner. And of course, PG. So we got like 4 members here really on the point. So this is really strong now. And Toronto Defiant have to find a way to work around this. It's actually a bit of a hero play coming in from Merit here because he's going to wide swing all the way around, recognizing that NRG, they're pressuring point in this scenario. So we can go ahead and take some map control and take off angles instead. We can play it out. PGE does not expect this at all. and gets picked off. So, first protecting from that dive, we can go ahead and see that they're going to utilize map positioning, take off angles, find flank angles, and make a play. So great play by Merit. Next up here, we can go and play this one out. We can see that this time it's going to be Kellan going a bit too aggressive. We can go ahead and pause actually that Ultraviolet. We can see Kellan is already jumping in there on the roof. He's taking positioning against Merit on this one, but his support is not really with him, so we can go ahead and play this one out. And we're going to see that the backline is under pressure. They got naded by the Ashe. They're perhaps scared of on nades as they go on the bridge. So Kellan drops early. This time around, again, we're still playing the dive composition, and we're going to go ahead and pause it later on when Sugar Free comes in for this sticky. So, thinking maybe, we can go for a bit of a rotate here, try to get to the backline, enable our Echo to really pop off here. And we can go in and play it out again. Sugar Free gonna come in with a huge stick here. Again, off angles, just playing around NRG and really working their way around NRG and their positioning themselves, right? So just phenomenal play by Toronto Defiant. Next up, Kellan gets whipped right as he tries to go in for the dive. Someone counter dives the backline, and it's an amazing hero play here on the Winston, knocks Diana off the map. So NRG, they had no momentum whatsoever. Toronto Defiant, they just dominated this entire round, working around the map depending on where NRG went and what they wanted to do. And it's just a fantastic round played by Toronto Defiant, quite frankly.
As can be said about most rounds that Toronto Defiant do play. They are the team to beat. There's no other way around it. I think Energy Shock did everything they could in order to push them at the very least. So although it ended in a 3-0 score, there were definitely a lot of competitive moments in that very match. For now, though, Toronto Defiant remain undefeated in their run through our upper bracket. We also see Nightmare and Fluffy Dreamland, which will be moving on to the semifinals match. And we're now taking a look at our lower bracket. This is where we headed next. We have 2 elimination matches coming our way. Energy Shock against either Rad Avidity or Citrus Nation. They're currently on a 2-2 scoreline, so we'll see who's going to pull through. And of course, TSM and Shikigami will be our second match in the lower bracket here. For now, we are heading into a quick break, and afterwards, we hopefully have determined who is going up next in our first elimination match of the day. Stick around.
Looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Walls. Here we are.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going, everyone? Nice to have you here. We're as surprised to see ourselves as you are. Guess we're back. We're not entirely sure what's happening. I think, okay, how about that?
I think it's my turn.
And they figured it out. Good luck, guys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I was like, wait, I think I'm on now? I think?
It's Joey. We threw to Joey.
Yeah, we threw to Joey real quick, but no, we're back. We're so back. Yeah, we're going to dive into the next game in just a moment. Of course, it's been pretty back and forth by the looks of it. A bit of Rad X Avidity versus Citrus Nation. The other two games kind of going the way that a lot of people would presume. Obviously, Nightmare winning that one 3-1 against TSM, and then a Fluffy Dreamland 3-1 against Shikigami.
Yes, this is our first game 5 of the main bracket, and wasn't expecting to go this way. I'm still the pretend CEO of Citrus Nation, but they, if we have the maps, I'd love to talk to you guys about this, because man, it came down to a lot of important map picks. Rad took the first map, Lijiang Tower, then Citrus full held on Gibraltar to tie up the series, then they won King's Row, then Hanaoka won by Rad for us to get to this point. So very excited to see who's going to be on the starting lineup for Citrus depending on the map, because they have 2 choices of tanks between Kuffa and Zeb, Kuffa being that Winston specialist, while Rad have been really relying on Twolls, and we haven't seen Pella's dive in a while. So
all right, well, we'll jump into it. Esperanza is the map chosen here in this map 5, Citrus Nation versus Rad X Avidity. The winner here will go on and have the very fortunate pleasure of facing Toronto Defiance. There is your lineup: Wub, Bun, Twolls, AY, and Scuffed versus Tap, Chronic, Zeb, Leukemia, and Neutral.
And this is Citrus Nation's choice, so gonna be going for that Orisa mirror. And this is going to be a tough matchup for Chronic. I am just Bun's #1 fan, calling all heroes MVP by far. Breakout performance as one of the best female players we have out there, including being on DPS, which is such a tough role to master. And she's going to be on Flex DPS, as Wub used to be known as a Flex DPS, and now he's been honing more of those hit scan roles. But this is mainly really the only comp that Rad Avidity like to play. So
Wub Nation, Wub heads been rising over this last split. Both Orisas gonna meet in the middle somewhat. Of course, Chronic and Tapper can have the unfortunate pleasure also of facing Wub and Bun. I mean, this matchup versus the Cassidy is just so easy for the Ashe, especially with how far you can stand back on this map. I mean, Chronic, more often than not, is just gonna be perma looking at the Orisa, forcing cooldowns as much as humanly possible.
yeah, for Tap, I think his role in the Tracer is going to be so important, as Rad don't have that solid enough Tracer player. So now that this Tracer's let loose, Tap needs to focus down someone like Wub. Maybe get the chase down onto Bub if she misses her dash resets. So Tap has been that carry DPS for Citrus, but sometimes too many eggs in the Tap basket, to say the least. But this is a good fight for Rad to kick things off.
Yeah, nice double kill from Twolls. Bun was also keeping Citrus Nation's flankers at bay there that entire time. All right, and now Rad X Avidity. Got to look at Tap at least for a brief moment. Looks like Bun is going to try and match the Tracer. Okay, well. Classic Tracer versus Genji, about 100 meters away from each other, doing no damage.
So far, so good. And even getting closer, having the orbital ray and the rally almost, Rad could really extend this lead. Now Citrus is going to come back through this right choke, and you don't want to worry about this Tracer from Tap too much. Rad really got to focus the rest of the forces. 5v4 and a deadly game of Ring Around the Rose.
Twolls even had the speed ring there as well. Unfortunate. These things happen. Headshot onto Wub too. Does get healed up pretty quickly, but Zeb, unfortunately for Wub, was right on his tail.
Pushing our barricade up.
Yeah, just Citrus Nation doing well with using Tap as a distraction. Then you had the Deadeye from Chronic, and you really got to hide away. There's a lot of teams that like to just run head first into Deadeyes, over relying on deflex and javelin spins and maybe natural cover, but Rad needs to take a lesson in stepping back and maybe just using the javelin to cancel the Deadeye if possible, and woo!
Well, Tap definitely wasn't expecting that. Both Rays have been deployed, both near that mega health pack room now. Lucamino in a good spot to use these little micro missiles, but has actually found himself on the wrong side of the pillar. Entirety of Rad X Avidity there, just to kind of just bundling out of that small choke point. Terror Surge available from Zeb too. I mean, you could use it if you really want to. Everybody's kind of grouped up, but nah, it's not going to happen. Just trying to stall for as long as possible. And Rad X Avidity in a very good spot. 4 ults coming to this checkpoint now.
Yeah, very economical for Rad to win that, to just break out of that corner and to catch Citrus Nation off guard. Now you can easily just set up Bun into a hidden position with the Dragon Blade, get the jump on a Citrus Nation if Rad stay on the high ground. So Citrus have to be careful.
Checkpoint not gained just yet. You can see 12s and the rest of the gang just jumping down on the point, making sure it's not captured. Rad's going to help make sure that doesn't become a thing. And yeah, it looks like Citrus Nation are going to give this one up. Backing all the way up.
Just that high ground position from Rad. Like, they get to look down at the window, pop the bomb behind them, and ooh, here's the fight
All right,
back,
that's
though.
a good kill. Lucamino and Neutral just rushing the team forward there with the Kiriko ult. Kiriko's been a bit of a weird one coming into this meta. A lot of people running Juno, Ana, Juno, Kiri a lot of the time. So good to see it peeking its head around the corner again, because it's just a team fight winning ult like Rush. Juno ult much better than Rush 9 times out of 10, but you know, now Lucamino's got this Ray for next fight, and Radx Vinci, sure, they've got a combo of ultimates here, but it's going to be tough to actually get them off. Well, the Terra Searchers do end up being popped, and the Blade too. Bun is getting a bit of damage down to the Cassidy, eventually brought down, but it took Bun so long to do so. Citrus Nation might be able to even this one up. Zeb forced out on the high ground, used all CDs at this point, and Bun dashes in with the rest of the squad. Luckily though for Zeb, that speed ring is going to put themselves in a decent enough position to get to at least a little bit of healing. But unfortunately for Zeb, the Ray came out a little bit too late as Bun executes Lucamino.
I'm glad you brought up the Kiriko, though, because the absence of the break means Tap's going to have a harder time being maybe healed at a distance, or has to be more reliant on health packs. So Tap may be, just the tempo may be weird looking for those health packs if he's not able to connect with his team. But so far, Tap is playing off of the Kiriko ultimates, and Citrus are good at retaking, but a random headshot from Wub? That's terrible for Citrus Nation.
Okay, Wub heads. His flank going a little bit crazy. Oh, you know he's there. Dynamo goes a little bit wide. Chronic dead. Citrus Nation just getting run over right now. I mean, also good luck killing anybody at this point, because he's got rally going on. Bash and a pack thrown out of Word, but unfortunately Tap had already made it there before the pack did. And here becomes some extra meterage for Radx Avidity. Small flank from Citrus Nation here as Bun ends up falling at the hands of Lucamino. But they're still getting free space.
Weird rotation out of Citrus to be just that far behind to play at that corner instead of through the front of the cart, but it caught Rad off guard, and Citrus were quite successful with that flank despite not really using ults, and Tap even being out tempo, just looking for any sort of healing. Somehow Citrus put a pretty good dent in the backs of Rad.
Oh, well, unfortunately for Tap, that pulse bomb got absolutely nothing. As the high noon has been popped, same with that rush. That's one speedy cowboy straight around the corner. Can Twal survive? Yes, he can. Only just. Has to pop everything to stay alive for just a fraction of a second longer. And Citrus Nation just putting Radx Avidity in the grave, showing that the rush is extremely powerful still, fighting in those small, close-knit scenarios.
Oof, and this was the choice of map of Citrus Nation, wanting a long-range map to bring out this Kiriko, which is really only brought out for a team preference, a player preference, and you just saw the offensive power of that Kitsune rush, and along with a Tracer that jumps into that, how powerful DPS that can be. And Rad are now fighting for the bridge, and they're going to get stuffed through this choke if they're not careful.
Also, tapping a couple of percentage points as well, throws it on in, does land a stick. Twal's taking a whole heap of damage there, still ends up going down though, straight into the blender, made into a quick smoothie for the morning. Radx Avidity still with a blade to their name, and with the rally coming up as well, they should be able to hold this point, at least for the time being. Not a lot of healing with just the break, but this overhealth coming through from Nenwai should be enough to bring down Zeb, or at least potentially scratch the bots with Fortify. I mean, Blade's going to do next to nothing, but Chronic rolling into the corner as Bud just cleaning Citrus Nation up. Lucamino does find one kill, with only a couple of seconds left to go. Oh, Lucamino gets back alive.
Rad have the weirdest rotations, and it works out. Just always playing from behind the cart, trying to surprise Citrus. I thought Rad were going to be so chalked going for that bridge control. They knew they did not want to have Chronic up there shooting down upon them for the checkpoint fight, but Rad are getting away with murder. But a huge Dragon Blade from Bun ultimately swings that in favor of Rad, and they'll hold on to the lead at 85-50 with 2 minutes left.
5v4 with no Tracer either, so Citrus Nation, their flank potential at a minimum now. Oh, what with a double tap on Lucamino. It's going to be Radx Avidity getting a lot more progress now. Love is just on fire as well on this Ashe. Kind of nasty.
Yeah, Citrus are realizing that they can't let Wub just free shoot them, but Citrus are not running a Genji. They're not running a Tracer who can access Wub very easily just based on where Wub is playing, which is high grounds, top of bridge, top of windows, and Rad, you know, also have a Brig that can just constantly babysit Wub, and Tap's not gonna get that same babysitter of Brig on his side, so finding health and taking any poke is so dangerous for Tap. It's a lot on him to deal with Wub.
A lot of high impact ults coming up soon. These orbital rays available in just a moment. High Noon also popped by Chronic. Nice little spear from around the corner. Chronic didn't see that one coming. Bob is going to attempt to split the team here. Citrus Nation, all the health bars just at critical levels. And now it's an easy cleanup for Wub and Bun. And Rad, they're just going to push this one home. There's only a minute to go. They're over 50 meters in the lead on the final stretch now.
Really tough one for Citrus. Chronic has just not been able to hang against Wub, and Tap though, great start with the support kill.
Almost 1 HP as well. Almost gets taken out on the rebound there. Tab doesn't know falling, so Radek da Vinci without Juno, not sure how long they're going to want to stay in this fight. A lot longer than one might expect, though, as they end up popping the rally. A Terror Surge to drag someone back in, but luckily for Bun, had a lot of overhealth, so he can stay in this fight for a little bit longer. I think Radek Vinci right now in a chill spot. I mean, they're getting picks. This is not a clean fight from Citrus Nation right now, as Lucamino and Tap end up going down. Scuff comes back from the grave, laying down the ray as Wub just takes the head off of Chronic. Easy as that. And a full completion on Esperanto for Radek Vinci to round out the series. A 3-2 affair as Citrus Nation are sent to the lower bracket.
What an end to that map, and they're gifted with going up against Toronto Defiant in the semi-finals, and this was Citrus Nation's choice of map, and being so reliant on the Kitsune rushes from the Kiriko, but never having the right composition to capitalize on the initial damage that they would do, and that's why a lot of teams, especially in Korea, are running Genji. You just get that initial body shot from an Ashe or a Cassidy, and you have your Genji immediately dive in, and like I said, Rad are only playing this composition. So they really are the masters of just this. They know how to execute on it, and just Citrus couldn't hang.
Are they going to be able to do that against Toronto Defiant? That is the big question, I think, on everybody's lips. Toronto, the way they kind of smacked down NRG Shock a little bit earlier on, I'm not sure. We'll see if Rad can really find that underdog story and make it through that upper bracket. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. A couple more North American games coming up right after this.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine, but you have to hurry.
Careful. I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that.
Okay.
Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. All right. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
Hello, my name is Xanthi Huen, and I voice Juno from Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading The Red Promise. Here we go. My parents left Earth on a secret mission, Project Red Promise. They had a dream to expand the reach of humanity. Their work was unprecedented and dangerous, but also important and exciting. Jiayi, I have the latest ionization reports, full of possibilities. Possibilities like me. The first Martian. Well, the only Martian. But I was never lonely. Everyone treated me as if I were their own. Chúc mừng thôi nói. Oh, look at you. Oh, not in your mouth, Juno. The base was never intended for children, but I grew into it. Still, what was inside the base mattered less than what I could see beyond it. Juno, it's not safe! My family came up with an idea. Everyone pitched in to make me a suit of my own. I may not have had a PhD in astrophysics, but I learned a lot from my family. They empowered me to contribute in my own way. It was scary at first, but I loved any excuse to get out onto my home planet. Despite how relentless the work was, try it now! I knew with every problem, we would find a solution. Together. Life on Mars was not always easy. The terraforming project my family worked so hard on changed the Martian atmosphere. The storms grew to be terrifying. Each one was more violent than the last. But my family had given me the tools to overcome anything. I knew that someday, we could overcome this too. We could overcome anything! But then, the company that sent my family to Mars suddenly stopped responding. My family was only ever meant to kickstart Project Red Promise. They had expected a much larger wave of personnel and supplies, but it never arrived. Go back to Earth? Not enough resources for a return journey. How many years can the base hold up against the storms? We need to run full diagnostics. Come up with a plan. They tried to shield me from the fear and anxiety they were feeling, but I could tell we were working with limited time. A few months later, my family brought me to the docking bay. They had used their limited resources to build me a ship of my own, and said it was time for me to chart my own course. But I knew the truth. You want me to leave? They were giving up their hope so that I would have a chance. And I would not accept that. I was angry and scared. Mars was the only home I'd ever known. But my family was my entire world. They taught me that the most frightening challenges are most worth overcoming. And there must be others out there who believe the same. When it was time for me to say goodbye to my family, I told them I would see them again. I know they didn't believe me. It's time, Juno. But I can believe enough for all of us. I must. My parents came to Mars with a dream. To expand the reach of humanity. And now I have a dream. To save my home.
Welcome back, everyone, to the stage for main event of OWCS. So we're here joined by Jake and Johnny, and we are about to dive into our first elimination match of the NA region. We already said bye to 2 EMEA teams, and we're gonna cut 2 more out of the running here in our NA region as well. Let's take a look at the bracket to see who is on the chopping block, starting with our double elimination upper bracket. Of course, Toronto Defiant and Rad Avidity made it through. Toronto Defiant definitely having an easier go at it. Rad Avidity, they had to fight it out in a 5-map banger. On the other side, of course, we see Nightmare and Fluffy Dreamland, who are waiting to go at it again tomorrow. For now, though, we are taking a look at our lower bracket. These are the 2 matches we will be covering to finish off our first day of action. Energy Shock and Citrus Nation are up first, and then afterwards we're going to round it all out with TSM and Shikigami. So let's break it down. Energy Shock going up against Citrus Nation. Now, of course, Citrus Nation, they just had to play all the way through a 5-map series, whereas Energy Shock, also coming off of a loss, but it was a 3-0, so they had some time to, you know, kick back, relax, maybe even take some notes on what was happening in the game between Citrus Nation and Rad Avidity. Who knows? Who knows? But if I'm looking at this matchup in general, all I want is a Widowmaker battle. I just want to see Chronic and PG going at it. Put it in my
You said that in the break. You said all you wanted is.
This is all I want. Literally couldn't care
like
less about anyone else.
I mean, Widow's not terrible this meta. You know, depending on the map, it could be big. I feel like Tree, though, is going to be such a huge threat in this game. Tree has been such a standout for me. Kellen and Attack as well, coming together in the tank roster, looking super solid. And Ultraviolet, I think we really want to highlight how impressive he is as an individual player. I think he's probably second best flex board in NA behind RuPaul right now, like vying for first, wants to get that win and secure the title for himself. Just an incredibly mechanically skilled player who can bring out the Zen when necessary. But Tree, man, Tree, Genji, Pharah, Echo, Tracer, Widow, Sojourn, every single freaking hero in the game, I like Tree on it.
That's right. Well, there's a lot to like in the Citrus Nation squad as well. We've actually highlighted their backline throughout all of Stage 3, which, you know, they really stood out to us. How does the rest stack up against this Energy Shock roster?
Well, Citrus Nation, back to Citrus Nation after being Citrus Nightmare for quite some time. You know, they were one of the teams that really excelled on Orisa, specifically dating back to Stage 2. That's when we saw Seb pop off on the Orisa here. But that was back when Lethal was on the team as well. And Lethal was obviously pivotal for this team. Now you've changed up the back line, or the damage line here a little bit. So Chronic is going to fill Lethal's spot here instead, coming over from Pirates in Pajamas, I would like to believe. And Tap is obviously going to contribute here on the Tracer as well. But we did see that Kaffa was in the lineup, and Kaffa has been the go-to Winston player for this team. Obviously a really good Winston player, but that gives you the idea that we're going to head into a Winston map coming up.
Well, we'll find out very soon. But first, we want to take a look at our Preds here to see where we're going with this. I have to give the edge to Energy Shock. I think they are pretty much the clear favorite heading into this. I think there's a lot of potential, of course, for Citrus Nation to, you know, grab a map. Maybe even 2. I want this to be a close one, but I do think Energy Shock, even though it was a 3-0 against Toronto Defiant earlier today, they did look very competitive. And to make anything look competitive against a team such as Toronto Defiant, that takes a certain roster.
Yeah, I think NRG are the clear favorites for me. We flip-flopped you to Citrus, but this is not true.
This is a lie.
I actually think NRG 3-0 is my friend. There we go.
NRG social media manager, don't you dare.
Yeah, that's getting clipped and shot. My face is going to be all over that.
No.
You're welcome for the content.
You're just playing both sides.
I just think NRG is such a strong team. I think Tree is going to have a field day, especially if Citrus keep playing this no-break style. I think that's what opens the floodgates really for Tree to just have a huge game and really come alive.
Yeah, I mean, that rally, like, it pushes back, especially if you're going to pull out the Genji or something like that. The rally is huge in this meta for frontline pressure, especially. So, you know, given that Citrus Nation, they play more Kiriko Juno, it's going to be something different, but it's going to be something that Energy can handle. So I went with 3-1 in this one.
Well, let's take a look at what our community thinks about this one. All right, yeah, I mean, that's to be expected, honestly. But again, Citrus Nation, a lot of great pieces, a lot of fantastic individuals. They've surprised us before. Can they do it again? Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out very soon as we're getting ready for this first elimination match. Backs against the wall. This is all or nothing for these teams. We're going to send it over to a fellow Widowmaker 1v1 enjoyer, Joss.
Yes,
Lemon.
Widow.
Let's bring it.
Please.
Do it.
I don't think we're going to see it, sadly. I mean, Doom, you know, they could maybe play it. Doom didn't tempt, but maybe we'll have to wait for just a moment. I mean, the only place that you could realistically play on a control map would be, what, Ruins? But dive, it looks like for Citrus here.
Yeah, if only PG and Chronic were in. Well, we'll see where we end up. But just to set the stage, this is the lower bracket. Both these teams coming off of pretty harsh losses. NRG getting swept by their biggest rival, but at least having a better showing there. And Citrus Nation, who lost against Rad Avidity. We just covered that game 5. But it was also a crushing loss because Citrus were up in the series 2-1, just right there until not being able to close out and being in this position. So it's about how you can kind of take that loss and still be able to peak in the next game. game. It's not really who you lose to, but just how you're able to lose in general.
Yeah, I mean, look, NRG, I think a lot of people in the audience too, 79% voting them through the analysts also with a 3-1, 3-1, and 3-0 for the team. We'll have to wait and see if that does end up panning out. NRG Shock very much the favorites in this series, and being an elimination too, not exactly where you want to find yourself after round number 1. But you best believe Citrus Nation, they got fire in their bellies after that 5-mapper.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams faced was in the Face It League back in June, where NRG swept the former banner called Citrus Nightmare. Both rosters looked a little different. You know, Infected was in for NRG. Citrus had Lethal at the time, and NRG, I mean, this has been the roster to get them a lot of victories, and they have Kellen on the ball. Kuffa's in for the Winston, as the desk pointed out. But how are we going to see Tab go to the Tracer against Tree? That is a matchup that I think is going to be pretty even.
Oh, I love this backline as well. They're doing it again. They're going to roll out with the Zen and the Brig. NRG Shock, very comfortable in what they want to play on this map. And I love it, honestly. Like I mentioned in the Toronto Defiant game, you don't need that much support as the ball. You don't need that much support as the Tracer either. You're quite self-reliant, but here comes the pain. Pure dive for Citrus Nation. There's no Juno insight. It is just go, go, go with Lucio.
And this is the exact same comp and honestly map 1 that NRG played against Toronto, and they're running back the same strat. The difference is they're facing a Winston team that can close the gap against NRG's backline a lot quicker than the Orisa comp that Toronto did. So we'll see if NRG will be able to spot Kuffa, discord him, and deal with him promptly before he dives someone like Ultraviolet or Rack.
Looks like Tree was pressuring the objective there just a little bit, making Citrus Nation think twice about staying where they are right now. That bubble actually stopping that slam doing anything, which is kind of annoying for Kellen. Now it's his chance to get to the points. Lucamino going down 2 to PG. Swapped off the Widowmaker. A bit more defensive now on the Casti. Can help Ultraviolet succeed in this fight as well. Tap falls to the swinging Wrecking Ball, and that is going to be the fight over with pretty quickly. NRG Shock dismantling Citrus Nation. Ooh, good headshot.
Yeah, even with the Lucio from Citrus, like, they're just going to be go, go, go. But Kellen, if you can have the right pile drive, that could be a great setup for someone like PGE, who's now on the Cassidy, something that can be more involved in the fight and deal with the divers, especially if Doomed, who's just going to be on him all the time. Now, the Dragon Blade, I think, is going to be the turning point for Citrus, depending on how they set that up, or even just initiate with the Kitsune Rush and see what this gets.
That rush was so fast. You see Kellen was just trying to get back to the rest of his team, but unfortunately, Citrus Nation were a little bit quicker. Mines end up layering over the point. Tap is having a bit of a tough time actually getting to the rest of his squad, all those mines being quite annoying to deal with. NRG Shock going to be able to stall for quite some time. However, the amount of damage that you can put onto Kellen isn't that great when you don't have your Tracer or your Genji perma looking at that Wrecking Ball. So NRG Shock are going to be able to come back into this one without even losing the points. Riley deploy from Rack Attack, 50 HP though, and that's about it. So all he can really ask for is this Zen orb to keep him alive. Kuffa escorting him all the way back to spawn. So Ultraviolet now left on an island. Citrus Nation using that sound barrier to help secure the point, but now NRG Shock can springboard back into this one with the Transcendence.
There's the Dragon Blade Transcendence, easy, and Doomed would have loved to use that earlier, but he got killed in the middle of the fight. They started with the Kitsune Rush, and then Doomed died, so they didn't have that layered offense. Citrus forced to use Primal and Barrier just to sustain, and look how much that bought them. What, like 10%? Citrus not very economical, and now NRG's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, Doomed, you know you're going up against that Transcendence, but it's a sad sight. As soon as UV pops that, and then you can't do anything. You're basically a non-factor in the fight. Citrus Nation switching up those comp though. They're going towards the Queen instead. UV also off of the Zen, recognizing how much pressure he was under, over to the Juno. A lot more survivability, same with Rack as well, of course, on the Brig. So it's going to be a harder backline to dive now.
Maybe something that can support Doomed with the shout, but yeah, if you can mess up Kellen's grapple, that could be key. But still hard to kill a Hammond with what Citrus are running. It's going to be kill everything around Kellen, then worry about Kellen.
Tree though takes down Kuffa. Another return suit there from Tap. Here comes OT. NRG Shock still in control of this point, remember. And Kellen with the mines. A lot of damage on the side of Citrus Nation, but they've got to keep Doomed alive. 1 HP, dashes all the way back. Unfortunately for Tree, they didn't have any bullets left in the clip. Lucamino does end up exploding on the mines, though, as Cullen keeps the point alive for NRG. Shock. Rush comes in to try and settle the score now, but NRG just going to LOS this for as long as possible. And Citrus Nation, of course, still dealing with the mines on the point. They haven't faded just yet. Eventually, they do, you know, get off of the point, but Kuffer and the rest of the gang is still struggling to actually find kills. Rally deployed as well from NRG. Shock and Rack Attack, a one-man rail boss on the point now. Saying a +10 mythic dungeon. This is a +2 by the looks of it. NRG Shock unable to take this guy down. Rack Attack eventually getting antied, but booping the Kuffer away. He can't get him. He just can't kill him. What is this? Nice little boot there, and Rack Attack ends up just chasing Kuffer away. That was unbelievable. Rack Attack survived not only a rampage, but a carnage as well. And that'll be NRG Shock, sealing that round out 100 to 59%.
And a scrappy battlefield is where Citrus Nation thrive, but the issue with this initial dive is that they didn't have a good target to lock down. You have Kellen, who's going to be all over the place on Hammond. You got Tree on the Tracer. You got a Juno break backline, which isn't fun. The only person they could go after was PGE and then swap to the Cassidy. It's still not as fun. Citrus just had so many different goals. Then they swapped to a Junker Queen, which you thought you could be able to pull Kellen. Again, the knife is still not an easy thing to hit on anyone except Kellen, and Citrus just didn't have a good win condition with how swifty NRG were.
All right, round 2. Doomed on the Echo now versus PG on the Ash. Same backlines though. Honest, Anna Brig.
Now going back to the whole reason why you brought Kuffa in this. So being able to get vision on the Ana and diving her first, a lot of pressure on Rack Attack and Lucamino to be the babysitter for the Ana, while Doomed on the Echo. This is a good tank buster, and with the focusing beam, almost got that kill on Rack.
Doom pretty low though. Try shot to the face. Tree ends up playing a little bit more safe there. Doesn't want to get one shot by Doom. All right, Citrus Nation. At this point unlocking, they're going to put tap on it, but Tree's going to be there to match. Ultraviolet not under too much duress right now. It's actually PGE, but after a quick nade and a couple of shots from UV, he's back up to a full HP. Even jumps to the high ground, also dealing with Kuffa. NRG Shock just kind of rolling Citrus Nations in the neutral.
Yeah, Kuffa's job is going to be to collapse on PGE, but how do you do that? I mean, you saw the impact of what an Ana can do. The antis, it's a burst of heal, you got the sleep, you got flails. Like, this is a lot for the supports to handle, but if they can peel for themselves, they can dwindle this Winston down below his armor. Kuffa and Kellen are going to be toast. So NRG will have the cap first, which means Tree can roam with this pulse.
That nade was so sick from UV. Surely they don't make it out alive. Especially with the nano Kellen on your face. Yeah, there's absolutely no way. I mean, Kellen's fine to fall there. He's already done enough damage. Both supports there for Citrus Nation after a very strong nade from UV.
And yeah, just the Nano's always a good win condition, but guess who has Nano next? It's neutral. A whole lot of ults for Citrus, but if they don't win this, it's looking more and more chalked. And look at where Kuffa is hidden with Doom, seeing if they can get that burst of damage with these sticky nades, but NRG just went past them.
Nice way to take the high ground there. And set up with the Ash, little duplication from Doomed, but unfortunately, Kellen was there to match him. Same with PG, takes him straight out of the copy. Rally ends up coming in to match this Kuffa Primal Rage. He's not going to be able to insta-kill anybody here, especially this Tracer. Although I say that, almost managed to slip in a kill. It's actually Tap that ends up picking that one up. Lucamino now popping the rally, but has been antied, but is all Kuffa right now. You can see NRG and Citrus Nation swapping sides there briefly. Ultraviolet and Rack Attack thought they'd take the fight to Lucamino and neutral, but it was the team with the better support ultimates there that ended up winning it out. The Nano and the Rally, easy enough for a team fight win. Staggering Kellen somewhat there, but NRG Shock still happy with 70%.
I think Tap did a great job of not only winning the duel against Tree, but also flipping the point in the midst of that, so benefiting from how extended that fight was. Maybe a bit over-investing with the Nano Rally from Citrus's side so late into that fight when it felt pretty decided, so gotta be really confident and not waste those ults, especially with how much work Citrus have ahead of them.
Oh, what else do Citrus Nation have? I mean, it's only this pulse bomb, and PG has got that bomb. Plants it on Oh. Okay. Bob went off the point. I don't think PG expected expected to just run straight off, but hey, there you go. Distraction tactic, I suppose. Good coach gun usage too. Stops Doomed using that shift to get away. Rest in peace, Bob, but
not the
it's
first
all good.
time.
NRG Shock have control of the point, and they're pressuring the spawn.
Yeah, not the first time that Ashes throw the Bob down the middle doorway on the point, thinking it's going to be there to contest and maybe deal with a Tracer that's trying to flip, and it just goes off the map. That's where the Bob likes to thrive, I guess.
Well, touch
6 feet underground.
They do manage to get a touch here, and Tap is available again for another one. Hasn't got a recall though, which is a bit of a problem. And yeah, Lucamino and Tap are just going to get taken out. I mean, that's just round over. Primal Rage and Winston sent to sleep. NRG Shock with a 2-0 to start off the series against Citrus Nation.
Yeah, it's cool to see Doomed in the lineup for Citrus. You don't get to see him too often, but the Echo looked muted, just not being able to deal with those supports. And it's not really Doomed's fault. It's just how good Rack Attack and Ultraviolet are. Just some of the best supports that we have out there. Really great anti-grenades just on themselves. The flails to keep Doomed away. Like, NRG's backline is something you can't easily dive, and Citrus are finding that out the hard way.
Yeah, I think Ultraviolet was just getting more value there on the Ana too. Just the nades were just hitting way stronger, and like when you got Kellen backing you up with the Nano as well, it's a pretty easy affair. Look, NRG Shock, they were the favorites coming into this series, and I think a lot of people expecting them to just kind of roll through this lower bracket now. Toronto is always going to be a tougher opponent in that first round, but NRG Shock, they've been number 2 in NA for quite some time, and I think people are still pretty happy with that placing, at least currently. We'll see if Citrus Nation can give them a run for their money. Maybe we see Chronic come in to maybe put PG up to a test. We'll have to wait and see.
I think Citrus can easily just pick Gibraltar. That's one of their strongest maps, and they, I mean, literally just full held Rad Avidity, and they could keep Kuffa in the lineup, and they can just keep going for that. But we got to go through the highlights of this match first, where we got to see the Zen Brig Ruins comp from NRG, and how, well, with a quick enough dive, this can cause a lot of trouble. But what NRG was so good at was dealing with the win conditions from Citrus, like shutting down Doom's blade at points, or making it hard for him to really deliver on those key executions.
Yeah, I really like this Zen Brig comp, I really do. It was a quick swap, comp swap coming through from Citrus Nation as well. Ended up going to the Queen, did prompt also Ultraviolet to kind of switch. And knowing that they're also running like hard dive on you, even with the Winston, like, yeah, you want to get off that Zen like real fast. They end up losing that first fight, of course, because they just got crunched. If you're expecting, you know, hey, Juno and the Brig, like maybe we can handle that a little bit more, like they want to get Toronto to fight in that first series of the day. Here are the map stats too. NRG Shock, yeah, just coming out on top. No real shock here.
It's just Citrus not being able to finish off those kills and not being proactive enough with the Dragon Blades there from Doomed, and just a lot on Tap again to put up this MVP-like performance as by far Citrus's best player. But you're going up against Trees, Tracer, maybe even Scissors if he gets subbed back in. And I think the Kuffa versus Kellen can be even. Kuffa is a very good Winston for this team, and if we go to Gibraltar, I could see Citrus looking strong.
I've got a good feeling we're going to go there, yeah, especially if Kuffa's going to stay in, like you said. It's a good winner map too. So hey, Zoe and myself might get our wish. Might see a Widow head-to-head. I'm always down. Let's have a look at the map pool. Let's discuss kind of where they can go. Of course, we've already mentioned Watch Point Gibraltar. But if Kuffa is also staying in, hey, we could even go to a little bit more dive-centric. Esperanza could play a little bit of dive, although Arissa's still pretty strong on that map, to be fair. Blizzard World, another good option if they want to run the Winston too.
Yeah, you're wondering how Citrus are confident in their Orisa play if you wanted to go into any of the push or clash maps to bring Zeb back in to face off against Kellen, or maybe even force Attack to be subbed in. And you just saw how much of a different team NRG look with Attack in the lineup, and just how aggressive and sometimes over-aggressive they can be. That's like really the only pain point out of NRG, is just wanting to go all the time, and how that really bit them in the butt when going up against Toronto. But Citrus, this is a confident map for them. They just full held Rad Avidity. This can bring them maybe some morale after just how the series is going and how their previous.
Do you reckon it can go the opposite way though, where it's like, okay, we just full held, but now what if they get full held by NRG Shock? You're like, oh, ooh, confidence.
Yeah, there's just so much hype behind PGE that if Chronic can diff him in any kind of way on the Widow, there he is, Chronic on the Widow, that will be a lot to like talk smack about if that's even their personality. But if you can diff PGE, that'll be a huge morale boost for Citrus, but also Chronic, who was known for his Widow play back on the ladder, and now he comes into competitive as not only a Widow player, but a hit scan, but one that is still developing and still finding his place in the rankings. So keep an eye on PGE versus Chronic.
Yeah, it's all about the Widowmakers who are going to go to Watch Point Gibraltar, and all about the Winstons as well. I'm curious what the backlines are also going to play. We've seen a little bit of Gibraltar in EMEA. There's been some rather interesting comps. I know FD God's been picking up the Life Weaver here and there, but is it going to just be an Anna Briggs style, or are we going to see a little bit more Juno too? Both have their merits, of course. Juno pretty strong on this map, a little bit more vertical mobility versus like someone like an Anna, but I mean Anna Briggs is just a classic for this one. You need that like high ground control. You sit super far away, you just shoot at people to heal, like you're chilling. As soon as your Winston takes blue box control and has that high ground, you are vibing. Don't forget as well, obviously, next month we have Stockholm, so go grab your tickets right now. Link is down there, right there. Yeah, make sure you go grab them. And yeah, I think there's a special package too where Johnny leads you around Stockholm. We've been hyping this up for like 6 months, so if he doesn't...
And there's like Swedish milk, maybe?
He's going to get you some Swedish milk as well, I suppose. I'm not sure. Swedish milk,
or whatever interesting drinks.
Yeah, he's...
Yeah, the interesting drinks that Reinforce was talking about.
He's getting his...
he got tickets to the gun show in so many ways.
He's getting his Swedish license taken away from him, I think, after that comment. Hopefully, the Swedish government weren't watching the stream. But yeah, make sure you go pick up your tickets. It's going to be a good time. We even had to put out some additional seating in Dallas as well. So you're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be fantastic. Oh, and of course, you'll see the Korean teams there as well, which is going to be good to see that clash once again. EMEA and NA versus Korea. Watchpoint Gibraltar is the map, though, as we dive in to this second map in this series. Citrus Nation versus NRG Shock.
I'm curious to see the other DPS besides the Widows, because I think Tracer is always viable, but also Genji for a more accessible high ground push. Because the thing is that Widows are going to position for what they're going up against. So if there's a divier team, which we're expecting, they're going to be further and further back. So really take a look at where Chronic is going to set up. He could play at the back end of point A. He could play under the bridge to be sort of subtle. But the safer the position, the less vision that you have. So it's about taking risks, but also balancing that. While as if you can get a Genji going, you can sometimes just climb up really right below the Widow and try to catch her off guard if she's in an accessible area. So Genji's weakness is are you going to be able to gap close? Can you really access that? Not as flexible as a Tracer who can blink all over the place and recall worst case scenario. We'll see what Tree ends up with once he teleports everyone to the bridge.
Okay, Rack Attack, I was thinking maybe you just lift someone up. Little TP for PG. Bit of a quicker angle take. Oh, blue box. Yeah, you see Chronic wasn't even really set up there at all. Looks like Chronic's going to be in the tunnel now as a very quick kill comes through as Carver just spots out PG with no grab.
So any comms from NRG, like you should... the biggest boy on the map, you should be knowing where this Winston is at all times, and PG doesn't want to tunnel too much on Chronic, and NRG really got to communicate where Kuffa is. If he's on this bridge, PG is not going to have a fun time.
Such a strong position right now that Chronic is in too. Normally you'd think, oh, Widowmaker, yeah, high ground control for sure, but keeping an angle like this on the payload could be very devastating. Speaking of which, that was a devastating nade, Ultraviolet. Having to receive a whole lot of heals there from Rack Attack to stay alive in this fight. As PG, once again, is trying to get an angle on somebody. Another good nade. Neutral again, just lighting Kellen and Rack Attack up. A better sleep. Oh, no, flail too. Surely's in the drink. Oh, no, he's not. He tried to jump back up, but he can't. Oh, my. He couldn't quite jump high enough. If he had Primal Rage, Kuffa makes it out of that one. Oh, that is tragic.
Sleep, dude, neutral is really impactful. First the nade that stopped NRG, and then the sleep on the Kellen. So really good stuff out of Citrus. Chronic now has to head back, knowing that this dive could be anywhere and could be getting closer to him. And NRG really need to have Tree push this cart too, so they can continuously get progress.
Unfortunately, your backline, we're trying to deal with BGE. Rally being deployed from Rack Attack. Oh, Kellen is in just such a nice spot. This Primal Rage, isolating the Brig, isolating Neutral. Pulsable on cover, but receives the Nano in order to survive. But he's just kind of looking at his team just falling around him. Nano boost onto Tree, just dispatches with Lucamino in a blink of an eye. That payload reaches that first point as well in decent time, 4.5 minutes. No full hold this time around for Citrus Nation.
Expensive though, and this is going to be tough for NRG. This is the most important fight, I think, of the entire map. How you're able to carry momentum to point B, especially against a dive. If the defense sets up and you have to push through choke points, it's not going to be good for NRG. So I like that they're taking forward spawns. PGE maybe needs to get up there with vision, but Kuffa is on him permanently, and PGE may be forced to swap if this is going to be too annoying.
Yeah, nice follow up onto Kuffa there. Recall, tap. Got a pulse bomb. Kellen dead. Bit of a messy fight so far. Oh, what a stick! Even a bit of headshot from PGE there. Did that sleep here at the same time? Not sure, but that was a nice headshot from PGE. Unfortunately for NRG Shock now, they're going to have to deal with these sites. And of course, without a Winston, you are not going to gain any space.
I'm surprised Citrus even won that fight because they were just staggering in one by one. Like Kuffa solo diving a Widow who got back up. The whole squad showed up, and Citrus just randomly losing people. But NRG, as soon as they saw sights, they gave up, and that's all the space taken back by Citrus to hold the choke. So we'll see how Rack can protect his backline. The flails, the sleeps, important to keep Kuffa at bay.
Kuffa trying to deal with the supports on the high ground. Still got Primal, mind you. Payload's moving for NRG Shock currently. There's a two-man there as well. Surely they know.
NRG have no heals because
they are very aware that he has Primal Rage, but Kuffa deciding not to use it just yet. Looking more towards PG, who's grappled away already. A couple of right clicks from the Winston, getting healed up quick, sharp. They are losing players, however, NRG Shock, as Kuffa finally pops that Primal Rage. Should be a fairly easy kill on the Brig, but a good sleep dart there from Ultraviolet will make sure Rack stays alive.
Stagger kill is so unnecessary from Kuffa. Like, the Primal, he probably could have just saved it for a second life. But yeah, if he keeps denying the heals out of Kellen by zoning off Ultraviolet Rack, it's going to be good for Citrus. But PGE taking out Neutral is massive.
Good trade. You take that any day of the week there. Nano boost. Perfect spot for Kellen to let it rip as well. Oh, pops the Primal instead. Nade all the way to the door. Oh, of course that connects. Nice stuff. I love hitting that nade over orange. Feels real good. Chronic also down, and here's the Nano boost. Hard fight to win here if you're Citrus Nation. You're going to get that juice squeezed out of here. Neutral, Lucamino dead. Another nice nade, this time from Ultraviolet, and that will be second point captured for NRG Shock.
See, Kuffa would have loved to have that Primal to try and sustain this, and yeah, NRG just overpowered them. Of course, great nade by Ultraviolet. You're able to get consistent picks on Neutral and Lucamino, whether it's PGE or not.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Just scoping in, hit a hand over the G key or whatever interact key you have bound.
Killing him in spawn would be crazy. I like where Kuffa's sitting though. NRG are going to be forced to pay attention to this. And this gives Kuffa also access to PGE if he wanted to go for a dive. And Neutral having Nano, that's a possibility.
Ultraviolet is unbelievably aggro right now. He is very far up, needs saving. Pulse Bomb connects with the shield. Nano boost onto Lucamino to survive the dive. Yeah, Lucamino is playing the Zen. A Zen on a backline in my Overwatch in 2024? It can't be. Oh, it's not to be anymore. Lucamino and Neutral are dead. Unfortunate. For that Brig, you're a little bit more strong, especially with the Ana. You can walk way far up and you can see exactly how Ultraviolet was basically using Rack Attack as a human shield. That is Tree now just taking care of Tap, and this payload, Lemon, is on the final stretch, and with 2 minutes to go, NRG are in such a good spot.
Is NRG even gonna allow you to have space in your base to bring out this Zen? Like, Lucamino's gonna roll out still, and this is gonna be about trying to Discord Kellen and give Kuffa the edge, but really tough one. Citrus are able to respawn, and it's back to this Kuffa position, but no Nano this time. He's got to force to maybe help deal with Kellen, who's been sort of a better Winston so far.
PGE, the Dark Lord strikes again. Nice stuff, hitting Lucamino, has popped the sights as well, so Tap is been revealed to the team. Post-bomb connection from Tree 2, and now PG is pretty free. And they're in the spawn camp. Oh yeah, can't even hide on that little box, unfortunately. There's no Primal Evil for Cuffer here. So NRG Shock can just hold these doors. Transcendence has been popped by Lucamino, just try and buy some space, but a better anti-nade there is going to bring down the Winston. And now Lucamino hasn't really got anywhere to run or hide. Not even the spawn is safe, apparently, not if you're NRG Shock. And there it is, a 53-second time bank. Is NRG looking rather smooth, rather suave, rather demure, honestly, on their push.
God. Well, Citrus did a decent job on point B to take off a lot of time, and I thought Kuffa had some good win conditions. The way he was bubbling Ultraviolet and Rack Attack off from Kellen was a solid start. They were able to win fights off of that, but then PG would get random picks, which would force Kuffa eventually away. Ultraviolet would throw a nade, and NRG would just all in on whoever they would anti-grenade. So if Citrus just let go of their grip on NRG at all, NRG just knew that was their window to strike, and they would strike hard every time. Then you had Citrus sometimes wasting ults, and it's unfortunate to not be able to maximize the value out of things like Primal, Pulse Bomb, etc., or not winning the nano boost fights with neutral. So just NRG are a very efficient team to go up against, and 53 seconds, very respectable time bank, but it's not unbeatable. So we'll see. This is Citrus's best map if they can try to turn this around now.
Is that possible when you have the aura of Ultraviolet on Zen?
Yeah, what the heck?
I love this comp.
Oh, he missed the jump. Bad aura. Minus 9,000.
We're good. We couldn't see it.
Oh, wait, the cat.
The cat emote.
The cat, though, plus 1,000.
Yes.
I think, doesn't JQ have a cat as well? I'm not sure. Could be trolling. I'm not sure. A lot of cats in the Overwatch universe, thankfully. All right, Chronic, what you got for us? PG versus Chronic yet again on the Widows. NRG Shock with a very aggressive comp, though. The exact same comp they want to run on Ruins. This Ball Tracer with this UV Rack Attack backline on Zen. It's pretty nasty once it gets going, but with PG dead already, not exactly a good start. Now Chronic's super free.
And this is what I talked about, these accessible positions by the Widow for PG to just be front and center on the most forward platform you could be on. To be diveable by Winston like that, PG needs to play a lot safer. And Kellen on the Hammond requires a bit more setup and more refined mechanics to get a good pile drive, but it's a lot more punishing if you can land that on someone like Chronic. So Chronic will have to adjust on his part too.
All right, Cover's got control of Blue Box, so in a good spot right now. Citrus Nation. Leap into server, separate the supports. A quick bash away there by Rack Attack. As many cookies as you can cook there for Ultraviolet, but unfortunately 3 is the max for the Brig. So hard to survive with that Zen. Even with just the Winston, it can be quite tough with the bubble. Kellen is just doing some infrastructure damage there. PG's in a fairly good spot though. And with Lucamino dead, it's going to be hard for the Arndt to stay up. But like you said, Lemon, setting up with the Wrecking Ball does take a little bit of time. You can see they're just not getting the kills required, even with PG finding that one pick.
Yeah, I could tell NRG are maybe relaxing a little bit on how their dives are being executed, and it's a lot more puggy or deathmatchy compared to what we're used to seeing out of NRG. And it's Chronic versus PGE, Tree versus Tap, and Kellen trying to find his way in the middle of all that.
Oh, what a headshot. Lucky though, got the nano off before he went down, but already sub-art 50% HP there. Cover had to pop the Primal Rage or would fear death. Nano boost deployed, and PG in a whole heap of hurt right now. A little Orber, though, of Harmony is going to save him, at least for the time being. A lot of time bought by PGE, but is it enough? Mines available from Kellen, but he needs to actually get onto the point. It's 3 meters before they end up capping. Lucamino and Neutral are pretty free right now on this Brig and Ana. With Rack Attack with the rally, they have to make it back in time. A anti-nade is going to send Kellen rolling all the way back, and finally the rally has been popped, but it was too late. The payload has been capped. Citrus Nation now rubbing their hands together. No more rally as Cuffer and Tab are going to set up this next dive.
So rough for NRG. As soon as I saw Kellen grab ball, I was like, this guy's gonna get off the card, isn't he? And they're investing like rally, they put mines, like NRG thought that was a very holdable position, and then they just forgot about the point. And now Citrus start with a pick, which means they can rally a lot of momentum and maybe save on some time with this point B push.
Jeez, Chronic, okay. Chill headshot there onto PG. This is, I mean, your backline. Dice him with death. There you go. Hits the body shot, makes the call. In comes Tap and Cover to do the rest. Rakatak and UV end up going down again. Surely at this point too, it does prompt a swap, especially with the positioning that Citrus Nation have. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it though. Confident in the game on the Zen.
Really aggressive, wins to play out of Kuffa, and no one's been able to check him, and to keep the bubble there, and to even turn his head away from the headshots. Chronic is in a forward position on the ship. There's nowhere PGE can peek without Chronic knowing and just having the edge against him in that matchup. So Citrus are about to cap.
Oh, it's awful. No support ultimates there for NRG. Was really their undoing, their demise. As Cover pops the Primal, deletes the backline, and 4 minutes now that Citrus Nation have to play with, pushing on to third.
This is scary. You said, is that 53 seconds beatable? Well, Citrus are heading that direction. Chronic is diffing PGE, and that's that morale boost. That's that hype that Citrus can keep riding.
Personal bodyguard too. Luca Mino, first class service for the Widowmaker. Oh, good body shot. Oh, the orbs from UV. Jeez, okay. Didn't know you had it like that, UV. Okay, okay, I like it.
Pretty predictable jump from Chronic, though. But yeah, these mines are going to hurt Citrus if they can't get out. You can't afford to stagger, and woo.
Shot Luca Mino. All right, fight is over with anyway. It doesn't matter. We knew we kind of lost that one. They had the rally, so we're just going to go again with the nano boost and a rally. And sights as well, so Citrus Nation coming in with an arsenal of ultimates for this next one.
Yeah, Chronic just don't go for that obvious jump spot. Ultraviolet PG have that downloaded, but Chronic can't get really good vision on this downhill slope. He'll have vision, and this will just tell him there's no one in his way, and he can round this corner, but Rakatak and, well, the supports of NRG are in this corner. They should have disengaged.
Yeah, Chronic takes the head of a Rakatak there. Transcendence popped from Ultraviolet. It's going to wear out in a couple of seconds, and Ultraviolet's going to find himself in a bit of an odd spot in the backline right now. Tree, fortunately, just gets bonked on the head. That flail after the rally's popped, just making the Tracer's life a living hell. Kellen is still alive, however, on the, like, kind of in the rafters right now, ready to engage as soon as his team pop out of spawn, but it's proving to be quite a tough affair. A beautiful pulse bomb from Tap, lobbing it onto the back of Rakatak. He's only Ultraviolet's available for the heals, and Lucamino's just going to put this payload in. There's 2 people on point right now, and no one from NRG Shot can actually get out of the spawn.
Where's Kellen? Like, why is Kellen just coming back to the card now when his spawn room doors are being danced on? This is a very uncharacteristic, sloppy NRG. Like, just the most simplest Gibraltar rotations. If you should not be holding that corner as soon as the back corner where Mega is, when Citrus Nation are pushing. This is, and it's a Zenyatta who can't just easily walk away. So NRG are a little bit asleep at the wheel. They must be just very confident that regardless of the time bank, they'll still win. But it is a minute 17 difference, which just could be a difference of a couple fights. And based on how NRG are neglecting the payload, I'd like to see Kellen just go back to the Winston, because this looked a lot more organized with just a forward jump, everyone focus where I jump, instead of this kind of pile drive setup that isn't working for them.
Well, they're on the attack first. They're hovering the Winston, so maybe that is the game plan. See if Chronic can put up the same kind of performances. just rolling Tree, honestly, on the Tracer, which is a little crazy. Normally you'd think it the other way around, but Chronic's lands so many good headshots onto Tree, kind of surprising him out of nowhere.
I hope NRG stick to this, and how are they going to set up PGE, who kind of didn't mark Kuffa as well in their last attack, and obviously you learned from your past mistakes. PGE has been getting diffed by Chronic, and it's all depending on who has a favorable position, of course. That is an important factor to consider, where PGE is not going to have as many fun angles to sit on compared to Chronic.
Nice TP across. I always like that with the sim. Just get your supports on the high ground. See if PG can find Chronic's little head. He can rather aggressively. Thankfully, there's a brick shield in front of him, so not too afraid of Chronic right now, who is currently just looking down Car Wash. Now jumping up to Blue. Good sleep on the Winston.
A lot of good time being wasted. This duel is going to be important between Chronic and PGE. They're going to ignore each other. Good push from Tree on the Tracer to get some meterage. And how are you going to access Chronic? NRG are getting the kills, though.
They are. Tap, Cuffer down. I mean, Chronic was like, I will get a kill. I will. I just need one trade. Honestly, fair enough. You're not going to win the duel against the Winston, so you might as well go for the shot. OT here. We'll see if Cuffer can actually get back in time. Should be able to get at least a touch, but will it be a clean one? They might just want to fire the doors, to be honest with you. Tap does end up making a bad, but Tap has just been perma-dead right now. Looking like J3 out here. It's been rough for him. PG and Tree are just marking Tap to the ends of the earth.
Okay, NRG have woke up and smelt the coffee. They're back to their fundamentals. They're executing. They're taking things front to back and sending Chronic back to where he came from. Oh my god.
All right. The turns have tabled in PG's favor. Cuffer giving a kind of a half-assed like quarter turn there, so he doesn't get a headshot. PG only hit the body anyway. Here comes the aggressive peek again. Such a nice spot for the Widowmaker. A good sleep on the Winston's going to wake up in just a moment. At free sights as well from PG. Activated pretty early too, so he has a clean sightline on the enemy Widowmaker, but quickly Cuffer is paying attention to him. Kellen now down as well, as the Nano has been deployed onto Tap to try and just end it here and now. A Nano onto Tree too. And there's no more touches for NRG Shock. Kellen, unfortunately, kind of getting that ultimate online a little bit too late. The payload will end there, Lemon, but not an unlosable game here for NRG. Only 2 minutes in the time bank for Citrus Nation, and we've seen crazier things on the first point at Gibraltar.
NRG almost wasted a bit of time just doing a 3-2-1 headshot on a Winston you should have known had Primal since he didn't use it. So because PGE was so tunneled on this 3-2-1 kill Cuffa thing, which didn't work out, it allowed Citrus Nation's backline to get on the top bridges and get to a, well, less shootable position by the Widow, because if PGE would have held that sideline, that could have been maybe a pivotal pick on someone like Neutral or Luke Mina, really anyone. And NRG turned their sights away for a second, giving Citrus time to reestablish and get access to someone like PGE, to duel against Tree, to kill Kellen first. So really great job for Citrus to come back on this.
All right, well, you kind of got your wish here as well, Lemon, with the no Zen. Nice movement there by,
oh boy. Yeah.
by Tree. God, that blink is so loud. There's no music, it's just...
Hello.
Okay, that was me. Get back on blue.
King of the hill.
Yeah, actually.
On the box.
Now PG can't get back on.
He can't get back on.
PG can't get back on. Tree, you've ruined it. What are you doing? All right, Chronic, can you get best of PG on this first point? Is the real question.
Yeah, they're pinging where Kellen is. Both Widows adjusting against these aggressive Winstons.
Oh, what a shot. Was that under the payload as well? I think it was. Nice.
Yeah.
Good angle for PG.
Limited vision playing under that bridge, but one that you don't expect. So an early edge for NRG because of that pick, and it propelled them to be even more aggressive from there on out.
The Dark Lord has arisen. Tap dead as well to a swift headshot from the Widow. Keep this up. I mean, look, half the time bank's already gone pretty much.
Chronic's being denied a lot of good positions because he's just so worried about where PGE is, how close Kellen is, and Kellen's on top of the bridge, and he's gonna dive this backline of Neutral or Chronic very soon, and Citrus need to deal with this.
These nades are so scary from UV. All right, PG eventually slain by Chronic, who was kind of dealing with a Winston and his own problems. Oh, the strafe. Nice counter strafe there from UV. Still ends up taking a headshot, but it takes down Lucamino and doesn't die. Good backup from Rack Attack. Is this devolving into something quite silly? 50 seconds to go as NRG Shock continue their forward hold. It's been tough for Citrus Nation to take this high ground away from them.
Pretty back and forth fight considering both teams just decided to counter dive each other, and it was about who could execute that better. Now Citrus moved their way to the high ground using the vision of Chronic just to see who could be diveable, and Rack gets naded and dove on by Cuffa, and at least he's brought back to his feet, but that was close.
Uh-oh, the sights. Popped. PG now has to back all the way up with a fear. Oh my nade. Okay, nade on Chronic and neutral. That might just do it. Carver does end up taking 2, but Kellen's already found 3. And Nano Boost on to the Brig is going to wear off in just a moment. Lucamino desperately needs this rally, but can't quite get there to pop it. That's unfortunate. And with only 2 seconds to go, that might just be it. Carver does end up getting back on the point in time, and with a Primal Rage, can stall out for a little bit longer, but Lucamino needs to spawn and get back. However, with the Ultraviolet Nano Boost, it's going to be hard for him to really stick around. Eventually he gets the call that he's free to get off the payload and actually looks at PG now. A nice little sleep, though, will be bad for him as Energy Shock turn tail and just absolutely destroy Cuffer. A Pulse Pop's going to settle the score, at least for the time being, onto Rack Attack, but it's now only tapped on the points. A rallying Brig is going to not survive too much longer. A Nano Boost onto Kellen will seal the deal with Energy Shock full hold, Citrus Nightmare, and find themselves in match point.
Kellen is incredible. He had no supports when he had to basically 1v5, including a Kuffa with a rallied and also nanoed Lucamino, I believe. So Kuffa had all the resources and still took the L to Kellen, who just has incredible Winston mechanics with the Primal, knows how to juggle everybody in these corners. And I mean, NRG could have even won sooner if they would have just stayed on the cart. But yeah, NRG woke up, started to take things a lot more seriously. This is the NRG form we're more used to seeing. And to beat Citrus Nation on their best map is a tough one for Citrus to come back from.
We spoke about at the very top of the map, right? That Citrus had such a good game against Rad X Avidity. They ended up taking them here because they thought, hey, maybe our dive game is a little bit stronger, but Kellen showing up in a big way, and even PGE too, having so many crucial headshots. A classic kind of Widow back and forth where Chronic goes on fire a little bit, and then PGE, but it really was Kellen all at the very end, and Ultraviolet too hitting some unbelievable nades. I think UV, especially even looking at his Overwatch League career as well, just an incredibly consistent player, has always shown up in a big way and has never really, I don't want to say he's never had a bad day. I think all players have bad days, but his consistency is something that makes him such a good player, especially for this team. And look, PG and Tree, fantastic DPS, and it feels like we speak about them all the time, but you know what makes a good team? A strong, solid, capable backline. That's what NRG have.
Yeah, and Ultraviolet, what he was known for back in the day was his Zenyatta. And you saw how he's like finishing off PGE's like body shots, like just fragging Chronic with headshots with the Zen orbs of all things. But eventually you had to get off of this to have something more peel heavy, I guess. And NRG were caught a bit off guard with a weird tempo using the Hammond. It's easier to tempo with a Hammond on control when it's a lot smaller and you don't have as many time differences between when your Hammond can engage and when the rest of the team can. And as soon as Kellen went back to the Winston, it was way better.
It was just lights out from there on out. Citrus Nation with 55 deaths. I believe that was to 39. Very scrappy game, but you also expect high deaths when you got Widowmakers in the lobby as well. So not too much of a shock there. Citrus Nation one map away from getting eliminated here. NRG Shock potentially just 3-0ing them and moving through that lower bracket.
And that's a heartbreaker for Citrus Nation, who have had really good peaks. Like in Stage 2, they got top 4 with a very similar roster core, but you imagine meeting NRG Shock in your first lower bracket match. Like NRG Toronto shouldn't have even happened if it wasn't for NRG getting second seed in their group and getting upset by fluffy Dreamland. Realistically, NRG and Toronto should have been on opposite sides of the bracket, and maybe Citrus wouldn't have had the, you know, number 1, number 2 team against them. So this is, and then you already kind of lost your game 5 against Rad, so I feel really bad for Citrus just going up against hell right now.
Some things are just not up to you. Unfortunately, fate works in mysterious ways, and you end up here in a situation where you have to face against NRG Shock, who just lost 3-0 against Toronto Defiant. And a couple of maps are a little bit closer, especially that first control map versus the two teams. Right, let's have a look at the map pool. Here we go. Hybrids, Clash/Flashpoint, of course, and Push still available. This will be, of course, Citrus Nation's chance to choose. So where do you think we're going to go?
It's tough. They've chosen Hanaoka, they've chosen Esperanza, but they start to lose at the end of the series when they give up hope. So I really hope that Citrus Nation can have a bit of fun from that last Gibraltar, like how well Chronic did against PGE, to just how close Kuffa and Kellen were when they were on the Winston, even how Kuffa was doing better when he went up against Kellen's Hammond, and how more organized Citrus looked. So I hope that, I know it's tough to lose and players want to be number 1, but I hope Citrus can take that Gibraltar loss in stride, because that was very, very close. close. But it seems they may want to bring Zeb into the lineup for some Orisa. I'm not confirming that roster change, but I think Orisa would be a lot stronger of a look for Citrus if they went with Zeb, especially on King's Row.
I mean, potentially we see attack here as well. Straying away from Kellen. So we'll get the roster substitutions in just a minute as we jump to King's Row. So, yeah, I would expect Zeb and attack to come in. I mean, Orisa is going to be the name of the game here. You know, you'd love to play a little bit of Winston, a little bit of Dai, a very classic kind of comp. But I think Winston is just, Orisa right now is just way too strong. Going to be more like meta compositions. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the Zen again. I know, it's pretty sad, but Zen, just not that good, especially on these maps.
Hey, you never know.
I mean,
on defense, I don't hate it.
It would be cool. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't put it past UV at this point, but there's a lot of like very clear maps that they want to play it on, Gibraltar being one of them, and then Ruins as well, where you can just play super far back and there's lots of long sight lines. It is possible though. I won't argue with that.
And not as many substitutions from the NRG side, really sticking to the PGE Tree duo, where usually we see more interchange with Scissors coming in, which mostly just owning the Tracer. But I think NRG are more preferring PGE and Tree's flexibility. So if plan A doesn't work out, they actually have a solid plan B. Citrus, I mean, they tried Doomed, and the Genji did not work out. That got shut down quite promptly. So I think they much believe in Tapped and Chronic to keep going.
Well, King's Row, Citrus Nation, hopefully not making their last stand. We'll see if we get some more maps out of this series. NRG Shock just want to close this one out, though. Just get another match in the books and move through that lower bracket. Of course, this was Citrus Nation's map pick as well. So they're going to have a game plan as we load in, and we'll have a look at the rosters, see if any substitutions were made. And, well, you're not wrong, Lemon. Zeb's coming in. Going to play the Ramatra or maybe the Orisa here. And NRG Shock also making the sub for attack. So Kellen is riding the bench for this one.
And Doomed coming in for the Pharah is interesting. That's one of his like pocket picks. And NRG is a team, especially with Tree, that like to play the Pharah. So maybe you're expecting a Pharah mirror there, where NRG did play the Pharah, I believe, with Tree against Toronto just now. Not that Citrus got to watch that tape because they were also playing at the same time, but keep an eye on how NRG are going to hope to counter this Pharah without one of their own. And that's PGE who's going to play at that back window, see if he's going to be accessible by someone, really just anyone from Citrus.
All right, Chronic. Probably not staying on the Widowmaker too long, although we saw a little bit earlier. No? Okay, over to the Ashe. So Ashe Pharah with a... We are seeing a Z, but it's neutral, not UV. Again, a very aggressive backline. A lot of damage. Not as much like defensive power as the Brig brings. So your Juno is going to be a little bit more vulnerable to any sort of flank from a Tracer.
Yeah, I worry what Citrus's plan B is going to be, because I think Tracer is so important for payload maps to kind of escort that through, get flanks going, and does Doomed have a good enough Tracer where Citrus usually like Tap for that? That's their best player by far, and Chronic may have a Tracer in his back pocket, but mostly known for his ranged hit scan, but Citrus still got a tick out of that first engagement, so not bad.
Well, Spears being traded there by both Orisas, and I love this position too from attack. Really nice. Kind of prompt Citrus Nation to maybe go through a hotel, and PG is actually the first to fall. Just a three-person push there from a Citrus Nation. It's going to end the Ashe's life pretty quickly. And now Doom's has got two different ways to look. Attack is so low. I mean, how many counter messages does he have left? Maybe doesn't need any, especially with that Juno ult coming through. Ultraviolet taking to the skies and handily dealing with neutral, and Doomed is lit ablaze only briefly before Chronic is also killed off by Tree.
So goofy of Attack to even be there, like way forward on a high ground of all things. But Ultraviolet says it's not an int, it's a strategy if we all commit to this, even with the orbital ray. But now Citrus are firing back.
The battle to end all battles there, and Orisa shooting another Orisa as they're both gold. Luckily for Citrus Nation though, they had a spare ray to back them up with. Pulse Bomb connects with Chronic, so another dead member for Citrus Nation, but they are capping the point slowly. Tree triple blinking in to try and get a touch. No recall available. Means that will be a point capture for Citrus Nation.
I guess Doomed, yeah, can continue riding on this far for a while. I think it's really working out for them, especially with how aggressive Zeb is. Like, you just got subbed in, and he's coming in with a roar, and they're getting stagger kills on NRG too. This could get Citrus not only through the choke, but maybe around Library. Depends on how many people they stack, but this has been a great start for Citrus so far. Now with a Transcendence, you can deal with Terror Surge, Bob. You can have a free disengage with this Transcendence and a better sustained fight.
The Transcendence is going to be quite nice against this Terror Surge, I must say. That's taking so much poke damage already. This is the problem with the Fire. You just take so much damage, like, on the entry. That Bob isn't going to last long either with the Discord Orb, but still, space reclaimed from NRG.
Nah, that Bob was way too early from PGE. Like, Citrus were already running back, and that's a wasted ult from NRG. And now they can rally on through to get some stuns on Citrus coming through choke.
Need those blinks anyway, we're all good. Transcendence comes in, but already Doomed and Lucamino are down. This rally from Rack Attack is going to see them through this fight without losing a single casualty. All right, nice start from NRG Shock. Is Neutral going to switch off the Zen is my question here. Obviously, is a little bit on his lonesome right now, but we'll see if the Chopper does end up coming through to a Brig or if they just want to continue this high damage comp.
Yeah, Doom's mechanics have been really good on the Pharah, but kind of needing these power positions to be owned and for your team to be on the same page of really getting to that top window. And we saw how good NRG was and even Toronto was playing with the Pharah, so we'll see if the Genji's going to work out. That was risky for them to do on Ruins, and Citrus will get through the choke.
Yeah, Bob ends up getting deployed, but here comes the Orbital Ray. Here comes the second one. Oh, Bob. Bob is going to be pounding in that ultimate. Look at him go. Picks up attack. I mean, it's just Shock just fell over there. Yeah, the game plan. Hey, we'll use our, do you know what, right? We'll use the Ray, we'll flood out of the pub, hopefully get a pick. But the return Ray from Lucamino, and with the help of the Bob, they got decimated.
Citrus got to be ready to ditch if PGE's Bob comes out. Now you wasted all your ults for the halfway point. Terra Surge aggro play out of Zeb.
Yeah, gets grabbed in though. Got booped a little bit there as well, so it was around the corner without any support. Now has to use all CDs to get out of that fight. Couple of meters to go now before Citrus Nation do lock this payload in, but attack's going to be cool, just kind of vibing by this point at the moment in time. Tree on the Genji comes back as enough the Tracer as the Bob has been deployed. PGE kind of slicing this team fight in half, making Citrus Nation choose if they want to just continue, maybe kill the Bob or just back off. And it looks like they're going to choose the latter.
Rally from neutral, popped immediately as soon as he gets it, but how do they deal with the Terror Surge from attack? And Doom was behind them with Blade.
Yeah, with the Blade. Gets grabbed in though. Doom was going down to those little torpedoes from Ultraviolet. Attack needs some serious medical attention. Unfortunately, gets brought down by Zep. Citrus Nation. Yeah, with a nice little Terror Surge and a Blade. I mean, as soon as one of your backliners, one of your supports dies, it's very tough to stay in these fights where there's a lot of damage in a very, very close quarters. All right, 2.5 minutes. Not a bad time, Mike, moving into third, but Kings Row third. Very tough to cap, to be fair. So I expect an OT finish unless they can find a clean fight.
Ooh, PG has to be careful with Doomed on that top platform, and Tree has to make sure that that power position is denied from Citrus to give PG an easier time. You can take a breath, but look how aggressive NRG are. They're going to catch Chronic here, is way too forward.
Taking pop shots right now. Here comes the rally from Rack Attack. Using that Ray to its full effect. You can see they've chased Citrus Nation off of their own Ray. It's kind of a nice combo of ultimates when you think about it, right? You end up popping the Ray to match the enemy's Ray, and then you pop the rally, hold shield until everybody gets a little bit healthier, and you the same. Then you can push forward with a health advantage, and the enemy team just loses their Ray because it just ends up moving away from them, and they can't fight into the rally.
Rack also stunned multiple people with the rally bash. We are gonna get a pause, which is nice. It's not in the middle of a fight, and it's a Dragon Blade from NRG versus Bob, Terra Surge from Citrus. So depending on how this Bob is positioned, you could throw it behind the team and see if you can cause a lot of chaos. But an important fight with only like, what, a minute and a half left?
Yeah, I mean, they entered with like 2:25-ish onto that last point, so not too much time remaining. I think it is about 1 minute and something there for Citrus Nation. I mean, NRG Shock, they're in a nice spot too, where they can have PG playing super far away. You mentioned, obviously, Doomed can kind of pay attention to the Widowmaker, but it's sometimes a little bit more difficult to get past the Orisa. And with their backline as well, it's, yeah, the Genji's time in this fight it is limited. He has to get in, get out with a kill, or he's just kind of waiting someone to get set up with the spear, for example. Hopefully we'll get into the game in just a moment. Hopefully it's a small pause, maybe just a ping issue or something. But yeah, King's Row being, you know, an old favorite, and I'm glad we're seeing it a little bit more. Orisas and these kind of comps, I mean, these fights end so quick as soon as the Rays come out. Everybody's just, they're in close quarters enough as it is, and the Ray just moves perfectly along the King's Row streets.
Yeah, Citrus just got to be really careful with ult tracking. I'm noticing Doomed is trying to blade in and NRG stack on top of themselves and then use Terra Surge, which we've seen has been, I guess, a Genji kryptonite to just pull them in. And even if you don't get the execution, just the initial pull makes the Genji so awkward. And I think that's how Doomed really got rolled, not really by the Orisa, but just being countered, because NRG know when Doom is going to come in with Blade, and it's very predictable to see where Doom is. I've liked that Doom has been on some cheeky flanks, but in terms of trying to convert more than one kill with a Blade has been very difficult.
Yeah, it is really tough, especially when you are in a close quarters. You can't get someone that's holding an off angle because there aren't really off angles on the defense, and then you're like, oh, okay, combo with the Terra Surge, or even combo with the Juno ult as well, because a Blade in Juno is just, oh my god, the amount of damage is just ludicrous.
And the Bob too?
Yeah, the Bob. I mean, you saw the Bob fry in the front line. Hey, it's not a fire rate increase like it is on Rush. That is pretty scary, but Bob is hitting twice as hard, and that, yeah, it's just absurd. When Bob is just going bright blue, you're like, okay, it's time to leave. It is time to leave. We have obviously got drops running currently. So yeah, if you stick around for the main event, these is some of the things you could be earning by just watching and tuning in for the next few days.
Yeah, so shout out to our teams with the technical pause so that we can get as close to the waffles and cool soldier. But yeah, this is still Citrus on their attack, so the longer this goes, the more drops for y'all. And of course, you increase your chances by putting exclamation point drops
that is not true.
in the chat.
That is not true.
Come on, Jack, go with it, go with it.
It is not true. You typing doesn't make any difference. Type Orange W in the chat right now. That is what you should be spamming. Orange W.
He's not even in this game.
He's not, but Orange W nonetheless. All right, we're back in. Don't worry. Enough waffling here from the both of us as we see Citrus Nation with only a minute and 20 seconds to go on their attempt to cap this point 3.
Yeah, watch for how Chronic is going to place this Bob. If he can place it behind, maybe get Rack and Ultraviolet distanced away from the front line. Attack is very aggressive, so splitting up the heals would be key for someone like Chronic.
Here come the Bob. Sights have been popped as well. I like that timing from PG there. You know they're going to want to step up with this Bob. Doomed paying swift attention to PG, receives a pack, however, from Rack Attack to stay alive. A grapple shot ends up going a little bit wide as Doom pops the reflect. And now everybody should be rather scared of PG because he's going to line you up and knock you down. Neutral falls first as a quick coach got up onto the high ground from Chronic. Is going to make swift work of PG, but Rack Attack's there with the backup.
Yeah, NRG dealt with Chronic's Bob very well. They all backed off and shot at the Bob, but Citrus didn't do anything with this window of opportunity. They just kind of pushed the card. I would have liked to see Zeb get more aggressive with Doom, go for Terra Surge, go for really any ultimate. And now it's all of these last 20 seconds to see how far Citrus can get.
Well, here come the Rays. Chronic's already taken down PG. Terra Surges have been used as well, right on top of each other. Neutral in the wrong place at the wrong time. Straight in the middle of attack there, and the rest of the gang. Chronic on what you would consider a nice angle, but not when there's a Ray happening as well. Looks like both supports of NRG Shock are just trying to take down the Widow, get some revenge for killing PG a little bit earlier on. I mean, that is a backline to be feared. A rallying Brig with a Juno flying around. Nothing you can do against that, unfortunately, Citrus Nation. Even this rally is not going to help you. And there it is. That is where the payload will end on their push.
Not the worst push, not the best push. Halfway to C is definitely doable for Citrus, but you're going up against the #2 team in North America who I think could cap King's Row in their sleep. I think Citrus did a good job of trying to punish these over-aggressive angles, like thinking about attack on the high ground of NRG, and then he gets backed up by Ultraviolet with the orbital ray. Like, NRG are being silly, but they're getting away with it. And I think Citrus are doing the right things in the moment of what they're given, but not exactly supporting each other the same way NRG are supporting themselves. So still, like I said, a good push out of Citrus. Wondering if Doom's going to stick to the Pharah, though, or the Genji, because that's been sort of the make or break for me when it comes to Citrus.
What if NRG are going to roll out with anything different on the attack? I can't imagine so, but a boy can dream. Looks like Citrus also, they're heavily sticking with the Zen, really liking neutral on this pick. A lot of straightaways, obviously, for the Zen, but especially holding this first point. If the Zen is basically free on this high ground, it can be very tough for NRG Shock to kind of run into them. It does require, like, at least a decent bit of dive or someone just getting a couple of pop shots on the Zen. Because as soon as the Orisa kind of steps up on this high ground, you get discorded and you're just going to get instantly focused. And there's not too many angles in which you can miss, right? You're just kind of walking down a small corridor. So it could be quite tough for the attacking Orisa into the Zen if they don't get dealt with.
Yeah, I hope Neutral keeps the orb on Doomed, because the beauty of running a Brig is that you get to just pack at a distance, and Doom doesn't have to worry about packs as much. So, but then you also have to keep Chronic up from the random shots he's going to take from PGE.
All right, we'll see where NRG Shock plant themselves. Looks like attack kind of doing a default Orisa rotation up onto this high ground. No spear connection. Would have loved to spear Lucamino, but we'll settle with the Zeb, I suppose. Got to save these CDs for the final moments. It's attack. Yeah, it's just going to be a small fight in this corridor for the time being, but it's actually neutral that starts off the fight pretty strong. As PG down, same with UV. Any killers?
Attack only sees one thing, and it's the other Orisa. Yeah. And the rest of his team died. And Attack was doing crazy good damage. He had all those Citrus where he wanted them, but then Citrus peeked through the windows and just shoot at NRG's backline and DPS. So it looked good for NRG at the start.
Okay, a very different look now. Attack on the Diva. This is going to make the Zen's life a living hell, especially with the Genji too.
Not as fun in these long sustained fights, and Orisa can hold space a lot better. As soon as NRG even look at the point, Zeb can just sit on it, and it's going to be so tough to kill him.
They found the Zeb.
Attack can't sustain it. That Matrix only lasts for so long.
Yeah, that was a good speed ring there too from Lucamino, getting neutral out of there. A tick acquired from NRG Shock, however, so it wasn't all for naught, and they're still in this fight too. They have high ground control right now with Tree up there with Ultraviolet. Good spear onto BGE. Okay, that might have done it though. Yeah, that's done it for sure. They forced Transcendence, I suppose.
I don't even know why they swapped to the Diva. The first fight was only lost because you were kind of just playing from front to back, and just kind of got lucky with these shots into your backline. And I think NRG could have tried this Orisa again, because this Diva is going to have a hard time. Yes, it can access the high ground, but it can't sustain. It doesn't have the same kit as Orisa does to protect itself against damage.
All right, Orbital Ray and Blade. The Blade Ray. Zeb has to get out of there. Spear, Spin, and Fortify already used. Ultraviolet setting this one up. Yeah, there it is. Orbital Ray's coming in. Same with Lucamino's. Terra Surge also launched in, and here comes the Blade from Doomed. Reset after reset. PG and Tree instantly killed. Almost at exactly the same time too. A minute and 30 to go for NRG Shock. They saved 2 DPS ults. But that's about it, and attack is getting staggered as well, which is not great. That's going to be about a minute left before attack ends up spawning and getting position again.
Lucamino could have popped that orbital ray way faster. He had it while Zeb was half HP in a hotel, and I was like, any point now, boys, like any point. And Citrus, yeah, they go for the retake, but they gave up a tick because of that hesitation. So, but this is only a minute, and NRG have to put everything in the Tree basket for this Blade.
All right, Bob, they're trying to take down PG as fast as possible. Attack are very acutely aware of the position now of Chronic, and everybody has made their way up to this small choke point. Bob is going to deplete in a couple of moments. As the High Noon is used for space, no one peeked their little head out. Gonna get it blown off. All right, there it is. High Noon drawn. No kills, but here comes the Blade. Straight into the back. Tree instantly dispatching with Doomed. 1/2 kills. Chronic neutral down. 4 kills for Tree. He does it once and he does it again. Absolute monster on the Genji. If you can do that against Toronto Defiant, you're doing that against every team in the in the North American region, that is for sure. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, if Citrus don't play close to Zeb, these DPS, these supports, everyone but Zeb on Citrus will be opened up by Tree and these blades. Like, he converted so much because there's really nothing to stop a Genji besides if Krana can get some good shots in, but he needs space to operate, and energy still, for them to take until the last minute to cap is extremely concerning. Now you're playing D.Va against a very narrow point, and D.Va does not play well front to back. D.Va wants to ignore the Orisa, and we'll see if Attack can do that.
Good presence of mind there from Doom, checking the subway. Uh-oh, straight over the top. Looking for somebody, looking for the supports right now, just getting bullied by the Orisa currently. Shoved away by that spear spin. Here comes the orbital ray. Doomed in a very sticky spot. Was safe a moment ago because that transcendence, but as soon as that faded away, I mean, Ultraviolet says, sure, you're on top of us. Now we have double damage. An easy fight win here for NRG Shock as they move on forward. For Citrus Nation, on the other hand, though, they've got Blade, they've got Orbital Ray, and they've got the Terror Surge. This is going to be a tough fight for NRG to win, and they know it.
Citrus are just not aggressive enough. Like, you have Transcendence and Doomed is frontlining. Like, why is Zeb not the first one to be galloping up in there? So energy, 90 seconds. D.Va Bomb's going to give them a second chance. It's also a very open area if he can place the bomb at the T zone, but that would be a risk of energy to take. But the neutral is currently being won by Citrus.
Yeah, I mean, PG's already dead. A 4v5 now. Citrus Nation in control of this one, you'd imagine. Yeah, Rack Attack going down, and that is a very good fight for Citrus to win. They didn't need a single ultimate, and now there's only 60 seconds left for Energy Shock.
Oh boy, and NRG at least being able to scrap through that have built up towards those important ultimates, so keep an eye on this Deadeye, but as soon as you round this corner, you could eat a spear to the face, so PGE has to be careful of how he approaches that, because the D.Va can't really hold space well, so the NRG have to bounce around that tempo, and it'll be up to a Tree, maybe 5k Blade again, depending on if they can peel Zeb away from the rest of his team. He can be sometimes desynced from the team.
I really like this play. Going on for the high ground. Oh, the skull appeared for a brief second there for PGE. Tree needs this Blade, and he needs it now. 3% away as the Bob is deployed. Rally as well from Rack Attack's going to hold down the fort for at least the time being, and now Bob is in the Ray. Oh, dearie me. PGE dead, and Tree's Blade is going to have to be the difference maker, but Doom's already pulled his. It's getting deflected for the time being, but a nice little right-click into the head of Tree is going to send him recoiling. He does end up joining the fight again, but the OT's already ticking down. Zeb with a Terror Surge. Is it going to make NRG Shock's Typh any way easier as they end up holding them on the second point and claiming their first map in the series?
The brain plays coming out of these two Genjis. First to just Doom just cracked open Tree there, of just thought that Tree could blade him, and then Doom got Mega and escaped, then Tree wasted his blade, and just what the heck. And then you have what's his face, the D.Va Attack, just diving the backline, trying to do as much as he can, but then you have an Orisa that's let loose, who is gonna be very much more lethal, stomping their way through than a D.Va can. So tough matchup there for sure.
Yeah, a bit of a different look too, then bringing in Attack, subbing out Kellen and switching to the D.Va halfway through that map, and it just didn't end up working out. Citrus Nation, chance to reverse sweep, maybe? Or is this their one, potentially?
Who knows, Jack? Who knows? Yeah. We'll find out very soon. What are we giggling about here, John?
Well, I feel like it was just a couple of stages ago where like all Citrus heads and we were all rooting for Citrus Nation. Happen. And I don't know, they just bring the vibe like every main event. So like they could have easily been swept 3-0 here in the lower bracket, but to take one map and you're like, start or something.
Well, but this is a rematch, right? I mean, if we watched what they've both done in the group stage, Citrus had the upper hand there, so it's not crazy to assume they can turn the tide.
Yeah, I mean, NRG Shock, they took the loss to Fluffy Dreamland in that scenario. So that was, again, it was a different meta, like uphill battle, but like, it's a new meta and they're looking way better. I think in this one, you gotta give credit to Citrus Nation, who had TSM in their group, if I remember correctly, Group D. But, I mean, this is like their go-to, their bread and butter. Like, this is what they've been so good on for the entire year, pretty much, Jake.
Yeah, I think the Zen was actually a great look as well from Neutral, who's super comfortable and experienced in the hero. And I think it's actually a pretty smart look on King's Row. You really force the other team to get really aggressive, to dive you. You know, Attack goes to the D.Va. You can sometimes cut down the Zen, right? If you find the connection through, you find that window to punish him without ultimate. but I think it's forcing this very aggressive style, forcing a lot of maybe unforced errors out of NRG because there's just so much pressure being put down on the field. And then you're in this spot where you're playing D.Va into Orisa, Zeb's able to have a lot of impact as well. So it's a good meta for Citrus. I don't think they are pushovers by any means. If anything, it's just a testament to NRG's skill that they are up 2-1 here in the series with back-to-back map picks for their chance to close it out. So this is a pretty tough climb for Citrus.
All right, looking at the map picks coming up then, where do we want to take it? Is there a map where you actually feel like that is going to give them the dub, or is everything out in the open given what we've seen from both of these teams composition-wise?
Stylistically, they've been really similar, right? I don't think there's not been too much daylight between them in terms of like which hero preference they have. So honestly, I think these map picks, if I'm NRG, I'm just going like where I feel good. I'm not trying to like shut down any weirdness coming out of Citrus. They haven't been playing these like crazy ball strats that we've been accustomed to associating with them. So it's more about, for me, it's just NRG, like where can we play really well? What's confident for us? Maybe like which look do we want to bring? Or is there a strat we want to hide? Maybe we pick a map like Clash, maybe something we haven't seen yet.
I don't think we're gonna see Clash. It really seems like a hot take if you pick Clash. Yeah,
because you're trying to throw a wrench in the series picking Clash.
Yeah, and especially because it's a pretty volatile mode. Like, you know, you can find yourself in some pretty awkward scenarios where like, oh, you messed up like an ultimate and suddenly the opponent, they get 2 easy points because they have superior ultimate advantage. It is a bit volatile of a game mode. So if you're the better team like NRG, like you're just better off going to like a push map or something like that, because that's usually going to tell who the better team is.
Something with just more practice involved, right? Like more experience.
I mean, you don't know. Maybe they've been streaming on Clash all day, every day. We don't know. We will see it eventually. Surely, someone has to pick it. No, okay.
We've seen it a lot.
Well, you know, it was a Vendetta. Vendetta picked it earlier today, right?
I literally forgot about that. Alas, it's been
it was over pretty quickly, but they tried.
It's a lot.
It was like 5-1, 5-2 or something.
That's right. Now as we're gearing up for, the end of our day, we still have, of course, one more series to come after this one. I also want to remind everyone watching, hello over there, that Season 12 is live right now. So make sure to, grind through your battle pass.
Less than a week, on Tuesday, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure. Season 13 is live. Well, no, this is Season 12 is live.
I can't read it. My eyesight is not so good.
Season 12 is live for like 5 more days.
Now. Okay. Then I guess that was my point.
Did you get the elite drive, Johnny? That's what I want to know. Did you get the last tag?
I did get the elite drive. Yeah,
Let's
I
go,
did.
Baby.
Yeah.
Prestige.
So then I can get the level 2 drive when the next one comes.
You guys have entirely too much.
That is so true. And I
didn't complete my battle pass, because I think the last title is like Pharaoh.
Wait, like you're talking like the level 500 completion? I've never.
No, that's like level 200.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's like
I got to like, I think I'm at like 150, which is like Descendant of Ra or something like that. But
you're not the Pharaoh, all right?
Yeah, I wanted the Pharaoh, so.
Not a Pharaoh. Why are we even talking?
I think that's like a title.
Yeah, I don't know. That
would kind of go hard to have Pharaoh reinforced.
How many hours do you have to put into that?
It's massive. I mean, to get them, those are like level 500 battle pass. I think it's
you need to do like the challenges too. And it's like when the game was like, hey, you need to play like, you could get, I don't know, 50,000, 100,000 experience if you do like 150 arcade games. I'm like, no, I don't want to do 150 arcade games. I'm gonna play like, oh, you gotta queue all roles for the challenge points, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna queue tank because I don't want to play diamond DPS games. So. Well, anyway, that was a tangent of
Energy picking Runa Zombie. No, that's good. I pay you to waffle, and waffling you did. Now, Energy finally, revealed their map pick, finding ourselves on Runa Zombie, on push. How are we feeling about this?
I mean, a lot of power to the hit scans on this map, opportunity for PGE to shine, and I think Tree continuing with that Genji, take the game by storm.
Well, let's see if they can close it out, or if Citrus is in the process of tying up the series. Let's send it back over to Jen and Jack.
Yippee! Thanks, Zoe. Yippee! I knew someone was going to let out yippee today. Jacob subbing in for neutral here as we go to Runa Sarpi, Jen.
I think this is a solid pick. You see this pretty often out of NRG. They won this, I think, against Fluffy Dreamland 93-88, and then they lost this to Toronto, which very good performance, 144 to 117. So I think this is a confident map for NRG to close things out on, and you go to an Orisa map, but for some reason, NRG don't seem as confident on the Orisa. Maybe the break between maps has kind of reset them, because they got off of Orisa super fast on King's Row, which led to their downfall.
All right. The gates go down, and both team comps rolling out. One small difference here, just the Ashe versus the Cassidy. See if Citrus Nation can come back. Reverse sweep starts now with that Kings Row victory. We'll see if they can maybe put a spanner in the works of NRG Shock's ride through this lower bracket. Attack taking quite a forward position here, although using that speed ring, Citrus Nation can try and take them over. Well, I say try, it's an Orisa versus an Orisa duel, so both are going to go golden at some point and then not die, so it's going to be someone else. It's going to be up to someone else to get a kill. Attack going pretty low, though, in the end of it all, as Doom just completely undisturbed in the backline. Just, oh, Chronic lands some filthy headshots on UV and PG.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch, and yeah, just to correct myself, the NRG actually lost this to Fluffy Dreamland on Runasapi, but it's still, they always play close to any team. They try to punch up, and it's kind of like what the desk said, a battle of the hit scans of PGE versus Chronic, where how you deal with that Deadeye, how you deal with the Bob is pivotal. So the Bob, it's more macro-based, how you deal with it. The Deadeye, you have a lot of options, the deflect, the javelin spin, but see how this goes.
Okay, well, the Ray is going to be quite useful, especially on this point. Lucamino, 10% ahead of the UV right now. And here it comes. Oh, dearie me. Ultraviolet does not want to be there, and neither do the rest of NRG Shock right now. They're doing a good job of scurrying for cover as Ultraviolet's Ray comes online just in time. But Blade's already been pulled from Doomed, instantly taking down Tree. And Rack Attack just being bodyguard to Ultraviolet, and eventually that Ray does end up fading away. It's Citrus Nation. They lose both of their DPS as NRG Shock end up getting that bot.
The Doom like miss his dash and get chonked by the Ultraviolet Orbital Ray, like a bit awkward there, but I think Doomed is starting to find his stride, but Tree does seem like the better Blade user just based on how he was able to find those moments where Zeb is separated away from the flock, so keep an eye on Tree and how Rack Attack is going to want to support him.
Rallies, oh, and Doomed gets blamed there by PG. A swift kill with the Deadeye, and a couple of nice shots to follow that one up as well. Jacob's rally just not being as effective as they wanted it to be. I mean, NRG Shock are in a good spot as well. They're going to round this corner. They've got Terror Surge. They've got Blade. It's up to Zeb here. Can he pull in Tree, and can they just explode him before he gets it off? Because Tree's blades over the last couple of series, Jen, they have just been undeniably beautiful.
And yeah, absolutely. And for PGE to pretty much win them a fight with just a Deadeye, just punishing Citrus for being out in the open. If you ult-track Deadeye, you need to be close to cover. You need to keep those important cooldowns. And PGE finds that moment to strike them down. Pretty decent lead. We'll see how this Bob can maybe catch Rack Attack. Wow. And yeah, he's dealt with.
It's a really nice Rack Attack there, was just hugging the payload, but Zeb using the cooldowns perfectly to push the Brig to exactly where he wanted them to be. And that Bob separated the fight. Good team kill from Citrus Nation. NRG Shock, they hold on to their ultimates, but Citrus Nation, they use Bob, and that's it. So you take that 9 times out of 10, and you don't even give them checkpoint either. So now is your chance to win this fight and grab the checkpoint for yourselves.
Yeah, Deadeye fight win, and then it's turned around by Chronic's Bob fight win. Still waiting for that Tree Blade, but it's about quality when it comes to a player like Tree, and he's been such an excellent Genji player. Citrus are all grouped up, and it's the Orbital Ray that, or it's probably going to kick things off, and then what's left is how Tree is going to bring out this Blade.
It's much easier to find cover here if you're Citrus Nation, so they're more than happy to kind of hold on this high ground. Both Rays have been popped. Tree's going to use that Blade. Terror Surge coming in. PG with the ult too. Okay, everybody click Q at once. Kills will come soon, sooner rather than later. Deadeye kills, Blade kills, we'll take it all. NRG Shock come up with the goods. There's the team kill. And the bot is going to get moving in their favor, and they're going to get a checkpoint off it as well.
This with all the sound cues happening at once. You don't hear the cowboy man whistling, walking down menacingly with the Deadeye. Like, PGE's finding these perfect times to pop the Deadeye, where Doom doesn't have deflect or doesn't deflect in time. Zeb doesn't have javelin spin. I don't know, but NRG are getting way more value out of Deadeye than they should.
Yeah, you aren't actually wrong. Like, the amount of sounds and abilities that was going off, like, there's like, you aren't picking that one out of the cloud. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. All right, Doom gets headied by PG. I really like this off angle from the Castile when Ashes take it. Blade's been popped, and that is one very sad Blade. Doom sub 100 HP, easily taken out by Ultraviolet. Yeah, it's just the normal blade versus the magnetic grenade or the stun grenade and the rally. I would take the stun grenade every single time. That's 70+ meters now for NRG Shock as they move up this hill. Citrus Nation not finding anything with that ult. They got a rally to back them up with in this next fight, Lemon, but that's about it.
Ult tracking an issue for Citrus, like to Dragon Blade right into a brig that you know has rally. Very tough, especially with the stun. Doom not able to convert as much as Tree, but also NRG like to pop all their ults at once. So maybe Citrus can do something here with this rally if they can catch PGE, who is pretty close, but there's the orbital ray re-engage.
Get out of there, my son. Attack under a lot of duress right now, but that orbital ray is just so powerful. Citrus Nation just need to hold on. They got 5% towards their own. They're using that overheal from the rally to quite full effect there as Zeb handily deals with Tree and Rack Attack. Chronic putting in a large amount of damage too. Meterage gain from NRG off of that, but no immediate fight win, which is what you come to expect when a Juno uses that rally. Ooh, it looked like Attack was on ice skates there.
Still a very close map though, like NRG aren't riding a ton of momentum. It's pretty back and forth trades and means that Citrus is a pretty tough opponent and NRG are in the lower bracket. And yes, they're up in a bunch of circuit points, but you can't afford to drop this map against Citrus. Here's Orbital Ray though from Luquino.
Yeah, we see if Citrus can do them one better. PG already down and Zeb putting himself in that doorway so that all the retreats covered as Citrus Nation just tear NRG apart. They have lost Jacob, which is a bit of a shame, and they've actually lost Luquino too. Hang on just a moment. Wait, what? How has Attack managed to find 3? I'm sorry. I didn't know you like that.
Yeah, how does just an Orisa... It's just been both these Orisas trying to just go past each other and kill the rest of the team, and this time it's Attack on top.
You expect Citrus Nation to just kind of run away with that. That was an Orbital Ray fight. An Attack is standing his ground as NRG continue to hold the lead, of course, 95 to 63 currently.
And with how, Overwatch armor works, it's going to negate a lot of that damage from the Genji shurikens. You have to focus down this Orisa and really try to bring that armor down as fast as you can and really direct your attention to that Orisa once the armor is blown. So, tough one for Doom, looking for a blade.
Attack, my goat. Terra Surge in the back line. Just give him more kills. That spear goes a little bit wide, but good luck hitting a Juno when she used that shift. This is a good look for NRG Shock right now, going with 4 ultimates into the next fight. 2 minutes to go. Citrus Nation 30 meters behind them.
Attack is getting away with just pummeling the rest of the team, and Zeb's trying to do the same thing, but Ultraviolet and Rack Attack seem like a more organized backline that can buy a lot of time and really negate a lot of Zeb's damage. So I think Zeb may have to redirect his attention towards Attack when he does just be overly aggressive like that. It's not an unreachable point for Citrus being only down 32 meters, but Orbital Ray now first for Ultraviolet is an important edge over Luquino.
Oh, sneaky beaky like. Oh, Jacob with the longest stun I've ever seen on a brick. Manages to connect with PG. Blade pull from Dunes, but he's just getting absolutely dominated in that small room. But luckily for him, the backup from Jacob. Another double stun from the brig. Sets Doom up with a whole lot of kills, and there was a whole lot of damage from Chronic on top. NRG Shock still with a decent lead, Jen, but they all spawn at the same time, so they're going to get a decent neutral fight here near the mid.
Great just proactivity from Jacob, who swung the fight in their favor. Ultraviolet, he should have orbital raid way faster, but the brig was a problem.
What a spear spin there from Zeb, isolating the first members of NRG Shock to peek their head through that door. Luckily though, Tree comes up with the damage. The blade in the ray is good for a couple. 60 seconds now to go. Citrus Nation, their time quickly running out to continue this series.
Yeah, this tug of war is being eventually won by NRG. So even if I'm like, oh, Ultraviolet just took too long to use his ult and they lost the fight because of it, they win the next one using that orbital ray. And they're still, NRG are still up by 32 meters. So as long as this keeps being a tug of war, a back and forth affair, Citrus need progress in order to win. And NRG are just not letting them win back-to-back fights.
Forward spawns too for NRG Shock. Citrus Nation need a miracle comeback right now, and you've got to keep Attack off of this high ground too. I mean, look, he's going to Terror Surge everybody here. Grabs pretty much everybody back in. That's a whole lot of damage, and Chronic's in trouble. Use that roll to get away, but look who's also in the mix. It's Tree. Attack now holding down this payload as Tree is dealt with. Attack had to drop to low as Jacob deals with the Genji. They do trade, though, as Jacob falls, but with OT, NRG Shock, even though they lose this fight, they're still in good standing in this map. Quite a team kill, but it'll do. Citrus Nation now have to be perfect to send us to a map 4.
What else does Attack need to do? He pulled all 5 and Tree was a little bit too static. He should have dashed in, and Chronic tumbled towards the car by himself and still didn't die. Energy need to close things out. It's taken a little bit too long. OT, it only takes 1 fight win for Energy to move on.
We got to play the Terror Surge. They're in a decent spot. Can Doom just take down Energy Shock here? It's all on this Blade. Everybody gets dragged in initially and instantly taken out. However, Lucamino still comes up with a kill. And Chronic just getting like a permanent bodyguard in Jacob too. If PG tries to get an angle on the Cassidy, he's end up shut down. Only a few meters to go now. Is they going to pop a Deadeye super early?
Try and zone them off so that they can get the lead. Like, Citrus, this is very winnable. This is OT. Energy may be choking and fumbling.
Oh, just in time. There's 1 meter in this one. As the Ray ends up coming out, Jacob needs to stay alive. This rally over health is building up for Citrus Nation as another rally is popped, but an unbelievable bash comes through. NRG Shock there, it's just stunned the world there with Citrus Nation just falling over, and Tree just cuts them to ribbons. Jacob completely isolated away from the rest of the team, and that'll be that. NRG Shock shut down them, and that's a 3-1 series. NRG Shock making their way through that lower bracket, knocked out pretty early by Toronto Defiant, but they're not here to mess around.
That came down to a 1 meter. What? That came down to 1 meter. NRG almost choked. And then they were able to get their orbital raid. Then they were able to blade. And that was almost lost from just kind of these uncharacteristic slip-ups just throughout the series from NRG, from Gibraltar to this. NRG could have closed out just earlier. They just would have been quicker to the punch. And Citrus proved to be a very, very tough opponent. And it's sad to see Citrus go, but at least they went out with such a valiant effort to make one of the toughest teams in North America sweat this hard. I think Citrus Nation should really be happy with how they did.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, that last fight could have come down to microseconds pretty much. The Brig bashes on either side, getting multiple people stunned up. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, if Tree's got Blade, it's a win. NRG take the series 3-1. Let's jump over to the desk. They can wrap up that series.
Thank you so much, you two. Yeah, Tree out here playing Fruit Ninja on the server. Looking good, obviously, while it's doing so, but a valiant effort, as Jen already mentioned, from Citrus Nation throughout the entirety of this season.
Yeah.
I feel like they really put themselves on the map.
They almost clutched that up. Like, you know, they had the back-to-back, they had a Terra Surge with the Dragon Blade, found 2 picks and in a 4 versus 3 scenario, and then got back. Like, pulled the Deadeye a little bit too early. It was a great idea, especially with the body block as well, to block the Javelin coming in from attack to shut it down. But, you know, had the execution just been a little better towards that last fight, maybe you find like a pick with the Deadeye. But it's so hard. It came down to both teams using double support ultimate in the end, and it was just an absolute brawl on the bot.
I got my
That's
wish.
how close it was.
PG and Chronic on the Widowmaker.
You got the Widowmaker.
I'm happy. I'm happy. That's all I wanted.
And they delivered. I mean, both were popping. I think Doom, what really impressed me this series, like I knew Tree would be solid on the Genji, but I think Doom really went toe-to-toe throughout the series, had a lot of good plays, was taking those 1v1s fearlessly. You know, Citrus is a squad that has been just super fun to watch all year. I'm sorry to see him go at this stage here in the bracket because they've become a fan favorite for me personally with a lot of these players. I'm excited to see what they do in the future seasons of OWCS, where they go, because honestly, this is a roster with a lot of individual potential. And I think they were able to showcase a lot of that today. Just maybe a little bit unlucky, right, to face NRG already in the first round of the lower bracket. Yeah. But look, there's no easy road to Stockholm here, right? No. There's 3 slots. You got to be beating some of these top teams to qualify to Stockholm, and that's what certainly NRG are looking to do.
And on that note, I mean, this is a great win for NRG now. They're 1 step closer to Stockholm. And at this point, with the circuit point leaderboard, they've essentially put themselves in a situation where they're pretty much good outside of like some upset team coming into beating Toronto Defiant, like true edge cases. Because of their circuit points going into this main event and the ones that they've already secured so far, they're not guaranteed. but they are very much on their way to qualify for Stockholm based on the circuit points they've accrued so far.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So a lot of pressure, of course, on that team to perform in their next match as well. But if they can have performances such as what we've seen from PGE today, who's got himself the player of the match honors, then, you know, the road is theirs. That's not even a saying, but it was good. PGE.
The road was there.
The road was there. I don't know. The words were there and they happened. They came out of my mouth and heads were clicked by PGE as per usual. What a phenomenal player. I'm just in awe with PGE every single time we see him on the server.
Yeah, honestly, like, it really popped off in Gibraltar.
Yeah, the Widow frags were nasty. The Cassidy looks really strong as well. Really a player who's hard to call as far as the hit scan role. Like a lot of hit scan players, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, they're great at all, but I want to see them on Ashe. I want to see them on Widow. But with PGE, it really is a diversity across those picks. Even the Tracer, solid as well. So, I mean, that's the kind of diversity and range you need to be playing DPS at this level, but PGE delivers.
Does indeed. Let's take a look at the lower bracket to see who they might be facing off against next. They're keeping themselves alive here in the first round of the lower bracket, and now they await their opponents. And now, of course, we also have TSM and Shikigami in our second elimination match of the day. That ought to be a good one, and all of that is gonna go down.
It's gonna go down.
It is going down right here after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We see you on the other side. Oh, shit.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
Welcome back once more for our second elimination match of the day here in the NA region. So we're here joined by Jake and Johnny. We're about to break it down for you. Shikigami will be facing off against TSM. So let's dig into this. So have we seen either of those teams today? It's been a long day.
I don't think so, not yet.
I don't think we've seen them. So let us introduce those teams to you, shall we? Starting with Shikigami. I mean, that roster is running deep, okay? They have Fleta as the head coach.
Yeah, they do have Fleta as head coach.
I don't even know how, like, what? When did that happen? Have I slept underneath a rock?
It's going to the stage.
Turn up for Fleta.
Yeah. We also have, of course, Seonjun. He's going up against his former team in TSM. A grudge match.
Wow.
Mark?
Wow.
That's a little grudge match.
Yeah.
Sure.
Seonjun is back after spending a little bit of time in OWCS Korea on the Haejokdan, coming back to this team as well, and, you know, playing next along Taejong. Shikigami has one of the most unexplainable damage rotations you'll see, because Sunjun is the long-range hit scan player for this team, and sometimes you'll see Taejong play the Tracer, the Genji, stuff like that. But then they'll sub in Lampen to play the Genji, and Taejong will move over to the hit scan as well. So I think it's going to be a game where we see all the damage players on the field for Shikigami at some point throughout the series.
I love that. Keep us on our toes. Keep it a surprise. Speaking of surprises and rotation, TSM. I mean, we've seen a lot of different iterations of this roster. Players have left, players have rejoined, and Riker, Lyre, and Squid, and Vision. I think they just joined recently at the end of September. Rocket and King, of course, have been around for a while. Then some teams also merged into this team. So what is this team's identity? Who's standing out here, Jake?
I mean, I think what's interesting for TSM is it's a meta where I would argue Rocket is really the superstar player of this squad. His Tracer has led them to many of their best performances that this roster has ever had. And this is a meta where Tracer is just not really played so much. You know, here and there, maybe some maps, maybe there's some Gibraltar, we could expect to see it come out. I think TSM will want to do that as much as they can, but it's just not really a Tracer meta. And so they're pushed to have King and Vision in, two very strong players in their own right, but it's a change for them. I think for me, I have a lot of pressure on Squid, who's been a huge performer on support all season long, been a really exciting player to watch, one of the best supports I think in the region right now, and maybe not as well known as some of the other big names, but I really am impressed by his individual play. Can he make the difference on Juno or Brig? Will he be playing Juno or Brig? Probably. I would expect the Juno. I think Lyre, Lyre's the Brig. It kind of tracks, but I think there's a lot of questions about how TSM are going to approach this match, frankly.
I also have some questions. The first one is about my pred. I cannot for my life remember who I predded or when that conversation took place. Oh, okay.
Wait, was that unexpected?
I actually, my heart tells me Shikigami's going.
Okay,
but I guess I'm running TSM all the way, baby. I'm not sure what went into this decision or if it ever happened, but I'm running with it. I'm rolling with it. TSM, let's go. That's all I have. Do you?
No, I kind of feel you on that. I think I did pred TSM, but I'm like, maybe I should have pred Shikigami. But I'm going to stick with TSM. I think this team has been around a long time. You know, yes, there've been a few changes, but these are all very strong players. They all know each other. They're experienced playing together. And so I think Riker, especially his ability to like be a team leader in a meta like this, where Orisa is the literal and figurative tip of the spear, I think is going to be a huge boon to TSM.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really do think that the 5 players they field on TSM right now, they are really good and excel in a meta like this, right? And you know, you need really good decision making because of the importance of ultimates, especially ability rotations, ultimates, and kind of like management of the momentum in fights, right? And that is something I think TSM can do well. So I went with TSM 2 in this one, 3-1.
Yeah, I'm glad so in the past agrees with our analysts. Let's hear what our casters have to say. Jack, Jen, is there upset potential? Who do you think is coming out on top of this one?
Yo, Passo is spitting fire though.
She knows her stuff. She knows her stuff.
You know what's going on. I like that. We should get past Johnny and past Jake, see how their minds end up changing. No more flip-flopping, Johnny? Yeah, shut the mic. Shut his mic off, bro. Get him out of here. TSM versus Shikigami. He's trying to fiddle with it, trying to get it back on. Here we go. Last series of the day. Another elimination game. Shikigami, look, going against TSM, you're expecting it to be a fairly close game. I kind of agree with Johnny, you know, a little 3-2 action going down, maybe favoring TSM, especially with how powerful Tracer is right now. I think TSM's damage lineup, heavy hitters. Shikigami's, though, on the other hand, are the same, but a lot of substitutions in and out for this squad throughout the stage. We'll see who they end up bringing in as we go through every single map type.
Yeah. And Shikigami, I feel like they're being severely underestimated right now. First, they brought on 2 superstar Korean DPS players, Sunjun and Taejong, who did quite well in the OWCS Korea scene, but also they no one's mentioned the fact they've signed Fleta as their coach, and they brought on a translator, which is insane, right? But you heard the interview from Aniyun, how Fleta brings so much structure to this team. Fleta doesn't know as much English as Taejong and Sunjun, so comms are still an issue on Shikigami's side. They're not perfect, but Sunjun and Taejong know a lot more English than Fleta, and we'll see how they really play off of each other on Control, where it's the most chaotic mode ever.
We are in the sickest timeline, actually, where Fleta's a coach of an NA team. I love Squid picking up this Alari. Pretty weak right now, it's got to be said, but you set up with this. Very hard for Sunjun really to do much on the Pharah. Has another target that's going to be perma shooting at him. Sunjun is 1 HP as well. He had no shot, you survived that. Heavy poke style coming through from TSM as the point unlocks.
Yeah, you might remember Sunjun from his breakout performance on Seoul Dynasty, but both these players, both the Koreans, have played a lot of Tracer. They have a lot of interchangeable hero pools, and they have a very solid Widow. Shikigami would want to go to a Widow map eventually, depending on if they'll get the choice or not, but it'll be up to Taejong to face off against Vision, but that pressure's just too much.
Very quick flip here from Shikigami. That was Graveyard taking out King with like a kunai headshot. Oh, Sunjun just accidentally eliminated himself. Oh, whoops. Well, we got that on cam, thank. I was like, man, 9 HP is pretty low. He needs some heals. Whoops, daisy. We'll blame that on the ping.
It's the ping diff, but being able to play far on defense is a big edge for Sunjun, and now you have Orbital Ray, so Shikigami obviously don't want to fight on the bridge, but rather see if they can cut up TSM once they go through that.
Oh, both Rays have been used. Solo realizing, oh, I'm alone in front line. Well, I'm gold, so I'm Marissa, and I don't care. Sonjun going down, unfortunately, to Vision. A sharp headshot. Terror Surge on the bridge. Vision pretty low, but it's all Riker holding down the 4 right now. Doing 2 jobs at once. Throws a spear one way, spear spins the other. All right, TSM gonna cap the point eventually. Shikigami end up falling there. 55% though, not too bad after your first cap.
And now that you have Barrages online, the defending Pharah is going to have a huge advantage. And I guess you could also just trickle poke in, and you never know what King can get with the double rocket action. Shikigami may want to just explore the White Room side, where King may want to set up on top of the ceiling for a barrage. That could be what makes or breaks that fight for TSM. And Sunjun has already made his way through to deny that position.
All right, there's Captive Sun. Oh, unfortunate stuff as Sonjun ends up going down. A perfectly placed Suzu there from Graveyard to keep him up on Laya. He's back. Oh, yeah. Not on Lucio this time around, on a speedier hero. Well, I guess it depends. I don't know what. No, I guess Juno isn't a speedier hero than Lucio, but I don't know. Speedering does send you flying pretty fast if you eat your shift at the same time. All right, this is going to be tougher to walk across the bridge now, Lemon. You've got Deadeye and Terror Surge to kind of deal with. It's not going to be a clean or pretty fight at any stretch of the imagination.
This is a flip now, and being able to play a Tracer gives you that opportunity to pressure the point. Deadeye does get canceled, and Riker's just going for it, I guess.
Hey, you created the space, and the Orbital Ray did the rest. Graveyard's not long for this world, and neither is this Pharah. Sonjun, surely this is a free kill from Laya. Oh, he needs to reload. Tragic. All good, though. 80% of building for TSM, nearing final fight.
Last chance, no ults for TSM, but a Terror Surge if Solo can pull in Vision or just anybody. And that's crossing the bridge is dangerous against people who can knock you off, including King, who was on just the other side of the point. And the Orbital Ray will kick things off.
Ray, though, look at that. Taejong is in the backline right now. Sonja switching over to Genji as well, by the way. Of course, was on the Pharah not too long ago as Shikigami used that one ult to win the fight. No kills, so TSM will be able to come back into this one pretty quickly. Terror Surge, Solo wants it. He's marching across the bridge. He's looking at Vision. A good spear, but nothing's going to take down the Casti. Eventually, Taejong finishes him off as Vision and Riker also meet their maker. Shikigami up to 95% and building with only Squid left alive. There it is.
I like that Solo brings that stability to Shikigami as one of the original members from the Stage 1 Shikigami roster and just ignores Riker, goes in, and that's the type of Orisa playstyle that you get away with in ranked and usually not in competitive, but Riker's got to do something about that.
Any touches? Looks like King's going to be there to touch. Captive Sun lands, and that's a big one too. Almost instantly cleansed. King ends up falling over as the rush has been ripped on the point, and now TSM are going to have to rely on this raid to get the job done. Terror Surge and a Pulse Bomb available for Shikigami, but they're going to have to turn tail and actually get to the back of the point. Otherwise, this raid is just going to evaporate them. Taejong looking for an entrance into the fight, but can't quite get it. Pulse Bomb still in hand as they end up getting back on there to contest. Ray ends up, you know, not getting as much as TSM really wanted, but then Deadeye definitely did. Anion goes down, but now Sonjun's blade might just be what they require. Vision falls, same with Riker, as Shikigami stand tall on the points with only King surviving. A 99 to 99% as Shikigami claim the first round.
What an absolute barn burner of a round one. Holy cow, I don't even know how you're still alive. 199 coming down to every single person popping their ultimates. And a big thing is Shikigami having more finishing power. The Genji Tracer versus King, who had the Pharah, who's just kind of rocketing the window, which ultimately was just only affecting the Orisa. So King was a bit out of the picture. Not that he wasn't doing nothing, but bigger impact coming from Shikigami, especially with the Dragon Blade at the end from Sunjun. So go to Control Center, and it's going to be a lot about server control initially, or can you have your hit scan set up on the coast side, and what kind of finish can Taejong get if he goes unchecked on the Genji? And is King going to go to the Tracer or stick with this? Yeah, Genji time.
Okay, yeah, Taejong on the Genji. Sadly, we're not seeing any more Alari. It's a sad day when we don't see Alari. At least we saw it once. I'll take that. You know, we've had Zen today, we've had Alari, we've had a lot of fun support picks, so that's a W. Oh, nice spear onto Lyre. That's kind of irritating for him, but it's all good. Shrugs it off.
So far, so good for Shikigami being able to defend, but here's a recontest from TSM with the speed boost too. Riker is ready to tango, and Graveyard almost in a too forward of a position, almost got caught out, able to bash back, and still no one is capped.
Sunjun versus Vision right now on the side. Looks like Taejong will peek his head in as well. Vision pretty low, in fact. Almost got that dead eye. Now the target is solo. No gold, no problem. Easy headshots for the Cassidy. Is Riker. Man, Orisa is just a walking death machine. It's just looking at the squishy characters, you're like, I will spear spin towards you, then I will fortify so I get no CC, and now you are dead. It's quite annoying when both the Orisas kind of ignore each other and then focus their attention on the backline, but that's just how the cookie crumbles in this meta, sadly. TSM, a wealth of ultimates for this next fight.
Orbital ready to kick things off too from Squid, and Riker's just taking a page out of Solo's book of just ignore the Orisa, run at everyone else, and to react to that, it's all about macro as a team. You've got to be able to distance yourself from the Orisa, and buying space is Sunjun with the Deadeye.
Ooh, decent bit damage there. Nothing resulting kills just yet. Terror Surge, however, Solo's just going to fortify his way out of that one. Oh, dearie me, that could have been disastrous, but luckily a spear spin just at the right time to save his life from the Deadeye, but same cannot be said for these rallies and blades. Taejong and King pulling their blade. Which Genji comes out on top? I'll take it the one with the break back up, that is for sure. Lyra eventually felled, but it is all King here. Nice resets from the Genji, and TSM clean up as Shikigami only gets 16%.
And when King sprung onto the scene in Tier 2, Genji was one of his best heroes, and I'm glad to see him continue to wreak havoc. But you're going up against Taejong, who's very well known in his own right as a flex DPS. Those two on Shikigami can play literally anything, but how will you go against the master of Genji of King himself? This is going to be a tough matchup.
Someone save my mans. Get him out of there. Oh, Graveyard dead. Yeah, it's little torpedoes. That's the problem. Like the speed ring and then the spear spin towards. Yeah, you're just dead. Absolutely no chance getting out of that one.
Still defending from this point, very huge for TSM, and having the rally. Can you catch a Genji on an awkward dash? Can you really keep the team pushing? TSM want to match aggression with aggression. They're letting Shikigami walk in to see if they can cut behind them.
Oh, good bash. Terror Surge. Oh, Sunjun just couldn't move. Sunjun was bashed, Terror Surge. He might as well have uninstalled, honestly, at that point. Well, that should be it. Unless this Ray gets any work done, but unfortunately it does fade away with Solo not getting the kills required to keep them in this fight. TSM at 99% with only one person left to deal with. Anian's in the back line right now, does manage to come back in, but now they have to deal with a Ray from Squids. Anian tried to lock herself in the server room right there, but Riker speared the door down and took her out. That is Shikigami losing that round, but TSM, livening this one up a little bit. Very close first affair, that 99 to 99. This one a little bit more one-sided with TSM winning 100 to 16.
Score. Yeah, TSM just coordinating better as a team. It's not just Riker going in trying to 1v5 the same way that Solo is, and Riker is now pushing with the team, playing this from front to back, forcing Shikigami to disengage as a team, and you're seeing maybe those the imperfect execution and comms for Shikigami. When you have this mixed roster, it's not going to be always clear when are you going in and when you're not, especially when both of your DPS are Korean and they speak English, but there are nuances to comms that aren't going to always be easy, and those tiny slip-ups on control are going to be fully exposed with a team like TSM. But it is round 3 after all, and no more control center, and we got a Mei from Taejong.
Okay, Taejong Mei. Anian sticking on the Juno, so a classic backline here, but a little bit of Ramatra coming through from Shikigami. Not too unlike Solo to play these kind of tanks, of course. There's a Riker on the D.Va, so a very different look. No Orissas to be seen. I do really like the Mei on this this point. It can be so devastating. And you know what's devastating too? King's Flex DPS. That's a lot of damage.
Shikigami just could not coordinate a brawl at all, because in a vacuum, the Ramatra is going to do better against the D.Va, but with the Pharah on top of them, Shikigami didn't know what to do. They're also getting knocked off the map in so many different ways, so if Shikigami can get organized with a solid brawl of the Mei enabling Solo, it should be an easier time, especially if they can get into a position where they can defend, but attacking with the Mei, a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, he didn't really get too much chance to build up ult charge either. Looks like King forced the recall of Sunjun as well, so Shikigami in a really rough spot. Solo popping that Nemesis form just to get away, crossing those arms, taking reduced damage as Anion trying to take on King right now, taken down by Vision. It's been a really tough time to get out this doorway. I mean, King is just unperturbed. My guy is just free in the skies right now. There's nothing stopping him.
The conk into the backhand is insane text from King. Like, now he's got Barrage. He's going to let it rain as soon as Shikigami come through the bottom side. I'd love to see Solo on the high ground and just focus down this far, because now that Taejong's on the Genji, that's better than the Mei, I guess, but still not a hard hit scan option to reach up to the King.
Yeah, Anian going down like that, that's not what you want to see. I mean, this is a reset angle for sure for Shikigami right now. I mean, Graveyard can't even get away. I mean, there's just no plausible way they get away, but Solo on the other side of things is killed too. And Sonjun comes up with a kill. Hang on a second, I've spoken too soon. I've cursed them yet again. Someone get this man off the broadcast. He's cursed them again. Anian. Oh, Anian's won. Someone save Anian, please. She can't die. Please save Anian. Oh, the Matrix is good.
Oh, the Matrix.
Anian's 1 HP. Oh, no, Riker lands the P-Shooter headshot. Oh, that is tragic. Anian was so close as well to getting that ultimate online too. I mean, that's just it. I mean, that is TSM with a smackdown of epic proportions on Night Market. Shikigami didn't have a single fight. A single one. Hold up both your hands right now. Don't put any fingers up. That's how many fights they got.
Well, they went to round 3, unless you meant that map. Oh,
yeah,
like that map. Yeah, that map was atrocious.
Like,
yeah,
no,
okay.
They went 2-1. They went 2-1, but I meant that last round. Yeah. I also, holding up your hands doesn't work. I just realized. Hold up your fists is what I mean. But anyway, they didn't have a fight. Is what I mean. That was the kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the analogy.
TSM are insane. Only W key. TSW, I guess, if we want to rename it that, like, just flip down backwards. Like, Taejong and Sunjun tried to just be independent at the end of just, and they kind of were turning the fights by themselves. Just the Tracer started roaming, the Genji went over the wall, did what it could, and going up against a Zen, that's a very possible, really good targets for Tracer Genji to go after. But man, it took. It just, Shikigami never started to fight on a good foot. When you have to attack with a Mei, they had to change that up, and then a D.Va was all over them at all times, and just not good target focus from Shikigami, at least on that last round.
Yeah, I mean, Riker too, just hounding down Anian a lot of the time as well. And that's the perfect target to go for as well. If you end up killing that Juno, the Brig is just, it is very weak. Like, you require the speed ring, obviously the heal from the Juno as well, but like, your mobility is just only the shield bash versus a comp that is extremely mobile. The fire is going to be on top of you the whole time, like the D.Va as well. The very, very tough final round there for Shikigami. It couldn't have been more one-sided. Unlike the first round, to be fair, where they both went 99 to 99. Well, TSM end up taking this map, and that does mean Shikigami get their choice. Coming up next, let's have a look at the stats, though, for that one, if anybody's interested. 50 deaths to 22. That's
What? That's insane. Probably supplemented from that last map for sure, but at least the silver lining is Shikigami, they just brought on these players like less than a month ago, Fleta as well. Like, there's a structure that they're still seeking to get, and I mean, Anian spoke about how, you know, bringing on a Korean coach is way different than I don't know, I guess she hasn't worked with a Western style coach, but it's a whole different dynamic that's being created on the Shikigami side. And on Control, it's not going to be perfect when you got kind of mixed language comms, or it's just not perfect in that regard. So you saw that when Shikigami does have the space to actually brawl against TSM, it did look closer. But if they constantly have to attack into a proactive TSM, it's pretty chalked. But now we go into a more organized game mode where Shikigami will have a better chance.
Well, we'll see the Fleta difference maybe. We'll have to wait and see what he's cooking up in terms of the maps. Of course, this is where we can go. A little Clash of Flashpoint will be kind of nice. I haven't seen too many of those today. Maybe even a dive too. Just take us to Watchpoint perma. I think maybe the rules should be changed that we always play Watchpoint, because then we get to see pure dive and Widow.
It's pretty nice. Yeah, even the dive maps getting changed. Like, was it Dorado? Maybe adding an elevator or something. So it's like, now maps are becoming like, you can pretty much play anything on anything. I mean, we're even seeing Reinhardt in our current day. So Shikigami, last time they even had a choice of map, they went to Gibraltar when going up against YFP, which did not end well. They do have a secondary tank in Mari, who plays a lot of dive, and it is Temple of Anubis, where they can continue the Orisa with solo. And again, now if Shikigami can just not be in pure chaos mode, they'll look a lot better.
Throne of Anubis. Okay, we're going to Clash. Alrighty. Now, love it or hate it, I mean, Clash, especially Throne of Anubis, very, very kind of rush heavy. You always end up fighting around that midpoint, like most of the game. Who do we expect here for substitutions? I mean, of course, we spoke it to death, really, about the Shikigami subs. Curious if the tank roll is going to switch up at any moment for either side. We're going to load in just a moment. Can Taejong and Sujin like get back into this game? Because King's Farah, especially that final round, was just monstrous.
Oh, TSM, I think they need to be put in check, and it'll be up to these substitutions. Lampit is in, and he's brought in on Clash or push maps for Shikigami as that solo kind of can roam around Genji player that you don't have to worry about. So excited to see how he will do in a sort of a rare appearance.
Yeah, Noctis as well. So Anion's not playing this one. It's going to be Graveyard Noctis backline. Of course, Shikigami, definitely one of the teams that make the most use of their subs. They sub people in and out very frequently. And yeah, Mari, of course, she's also sitting on the bench currently as well. So we could end up seeing maybe Mari come in if they want to play something like hard dive, like Diva. If we go to Watchpoint tomorrow, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that as we load on in. Throne of Anubis, we're going to Clash as our second game here versus TSM and Shikigami. Loser here goes home. Winner advances through that lower bracket.
TSM can, they're a team that adapt very well too, and right now they're not being pushed off of their game. So I think you can continue to put the King Genji vision on whatever he wants, whether it's the Cassidy or the Ashe, and Riker just do Riker things on the Orisa. It's Shikigami that have to make them uncomfortable somehow. And Lampid, if you're worried about a King Genji, send Lampid to do Genji things, and that could be a way for Shikigami to find a closer matchup. And Taejong will maybe see him shine a bit more if he has space to operate, which he did not on most of Lijiang Tower. Excited to see how different this will look now.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick correction there. Anian staying in, so it was actually Graveyard that took a back seat for this one. So Anian Noctis for Shikigami in the back line. Both teams rolling out the Orisa. Complete mirror comps either side of things.
Yeah, Aniun, important for their ult tracking. That's what she's responsible for, and Solo's going to stay in. And Noctis and Solo are part of that original roster too, so they know each other well, but Solo is going to see death very soon with how low he is.
Classic Flash Fan the Hammer gameplay from Vision there. Couldn't make it any better of a trailer right there for Cassidy. Perfect stuff. TSM just, well, sweep Shikigami under the rug.
Just being able to bring that Orisa down below her armor, and also all those cooldowns. Solo really needs to get all the attention from Noctis and Aniun, and if Noctis even looks away to look at Lampid, or I don't know what they're going to be doing, Solo needs to be maintained on that front line or the whole fight crumbles.
High ground control is so important for this point. And you can see Shikigami thinking about pushing them off. It's exactly what they're going to try and do. Look at this rotation here. Points unlocked. They're going to forego it, at least for now. Of course, they do cap rather slowly, so they got a lot of time. So a lot of little torpedoes there. A little bit of healing, a little bit of damage. You like to see that. And here comes the High Noon. Uh-oh, Noctis pretty low. Vision's hunting for someone. He's hunting for the Orisa, but this High Noon's going to run out eventually. It's actually Lambert, and he ends up meeting. And now Solo's got one mean Cassidy to kind of deal with, especially in these orbital rays. Absolutely no way Taejong stands up to that. And TSM, right underneath the noses of Shikigami, are going to cap that point.
Yeah, just Vision, King are just hitting a bunch of body shots that aren't necessarily getting immediate kills, but it's forcing Shikigami into cover and not in line of sight of someone like Onion or Noctis, and they're still trying to find each other on the map. And yeah, Shikigami can re-engage because they're not dying, but they also are not starting off on a good foot, to say the least.
No, the rotations. Looking like the Oregon Trail out here. Blade available for Lambert. Terror Surge comes in, and there's an insta-kill on Squid. Anion also falls, so no juniors on the map right now. TSM still with a kill advantage, with Taejong also falling. Lambert is going to have a tough time getting this Blade off. I mean, Li's also sitting here with the rally too. Solo down, here comes the Blade. Oh, Lambert, he's in the old spawn. He can't get back up. He couldn't get back up. Oh, I think he was trying to ledge grab. To be fair, there were like 4 people looking at him, so that would have been a swift death, I would think. Tick acquired by TSM, so they're up to 3 points right now, which is very good for a final point push, to be fair. It's a free point for TSM as Shikigami all spawn and get their first point on the board.
Not unwinnable from Shikigami. They had the 3v4. They killed one of the supports from TSM. They had Riker at quarter health, but Lampard being stuck in the stagger hole there did not help things at all. He could have definitely been more impactful if he found his way around there, but this is TSM just being more structured.
That's really nice checking there, actually, from Taejong. High Noon used. Stop that rally from running over them. Oh, but what a spear. Perfect stuff from Solo. Point unlocks in a couple of moments. Here comes the secondary rally. It's Liar's time to shine. However, he is on the low ground right now. Not exactly where you want to be. And they're both rays coming through as well. Taejong, oh, what a shot. One heady, come on. Little dive, weave. Oh, an unfair fight now. Unfortunately for it. No way he gets that kill. What? Okay, Vision still kills Taejong somehow. It's like a 3v1, still comes up with a kill. Rather scrappy affair, I must say.
Yeah, Shikigami are very much deathmatch mode, and that's the type of team that scrapped through it. And with sort of where they're at right now with picking up these new players, that's maybe a style that may prove to be good for them, but it's how they kind of find Onion and Noctis that's going to be the problem. If they're all going to take these solo duels, you need eventually to get supports or mega packs, and this is Shikigami's choice of map where I hope they're familiar enough to find those packs, but TSM still look like they're going to take the map just based on how everything's going.
I knew from Taejong. Spear's been used from Riker to get away, create some distance. Shikigami now capping. Vision's got a High Noon of his own. He's going to try and peek over, bait the spear. There's the spear gone. Now the spear spin as Vision just dashes straight down into his death, perhaps. Yep, Terror Surge and a Blade. He was like, haha, you activated my trap card, my High Noon, as Lampert just absolutely dominates. Getting 3-4 kills, give him the 5th. Not quite. Taejong steals it away, but that is a team kill from Shikigami as they eventually cap this B point.
An interesting throw from Vision to think a full charged Deadeye was gonna chonk a almost full health Orisa, but you know, screw it, I guess. TSM are gonna give up a point now, and Shikigami, this is a comeback that they are slowly building confidence towards. It was a fantastic blade from Lampet too. At a moment that TSM were weak, Lampet put salt into the wound, so maybe this is not over. Shikigami are definitely picking things up.
Blade for King. Oh, the dash got cancelled too by the bash. Nice stuff there from Noctis. Spotting King out. Getting the instant kill, and then Lampert also gets his bash stunned. Here comes the Ray. Nice deflection damage there from Lampert, but they're not exactly shooting into it. They're shooting straight at Solo. A return Ray here from Anion. This is a fight winner, if they can actually make use of it. Vision is dodging out of the way. Anion getting decent damage in to help Taejong secure that kill onto Riker. Now the blade comes through. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. An easy kill for King. But once again, these fights just ending up so scrappy with now Taejong using this high dude off to the side. Can't quite get the cool jump pad kill, but it's enough for Shikigami now to get some capture progress.
Yeah, this whole fight has been trades 1-to-1. There hasn't been a clear advantage. Solo died first, and he's back before Riker, and they still weren't able to cap before Riker is back. Deadeye for TSM to get back in.
Someone will die soon, I promise. Someone's gonna cap, don't worry. TSM now with control of the point, building up. Halfway there, Shikigami try and make their next move. Riker pretty low, has to use that gold to try and get out of harm's way. A lot of healing coming in from Laya and Squid now, as Anian used that speed ring to try and get out of the way of Riker. Taejong sent to the skies, directly to heaven there, as Riker just picks him out of the sky, just with those left clicks. As TSM, they're going to be able to claim this point and put themselves on a match point hit, or map point even. 4-2, Shikigami are white. They have to reset back in their spawn.
Yeah, and serious point if TSM take that point too, and Shikigami do not want to stare down the barrel of their tournament lives against a team that I think in their eyes is very beatable. They came into this match very confident, well really at the start of this tournament very confident, and now have to fight back against a pretty tough loss earlier on in the day. But Shikigami have put a good dent into TSM, but how you force the chaos, how Shikigami can take these solo duels would be really ideal, and Lampet has Blade, so how can he get TSM weak enough where he can get resets? It's all up to Taejong to weaken those targets for him.
King was pressuring the point, forcing Solo to move, moves below TSM. But here comes the engagement. Ray comes out from the high ground, Blade's been popped as well. Look at that damage coming through from Lampet, but gets instantly destroyed. That flashbang just does so much from Vision. Straight in the Ray as well. I mean, truly an unstoppable demon on the Cassidy. Solo still managed to find a couple of kills here in Squid and Vision, but I mean, look at the damage being sent their way. Every single cooldown used to try and stay alive as Solo, recognizing the fact that he's got nothing left, has to back off the point, at least for now. TSM still capping the point, but Shikigami are going to be there to revert as they're able to regroup as a team a lot quicker due to their spawns being closer.
And being able to Deadeye to maybe stop TSM from recontesting. It's actually Vision's first to allow TSM to reestablish Taejong as a counter, but it gets canceled.
Squid going down to the Tracer though. Lampet ends up coming up big, switching from the Genji onto the Tracer and already getting work done. Okay, Riker still comes up with one, and again, so scrappy, but it is favoring Shikigami. Solo super low. Vision just needs one more shot to kill Anian, but can't quite get it. Anian with a strafe there, was a little bit too clean with it for the Cassie to land one final shot as TSM. They're going to be able to regroup. There's a potential for a touch, but it will be a rush one. And it looks like potentially they're just going to fight mid, deciding against it.
Shikigami stealing away that point after, again, just forcing a lot of these solo duels, and maybe a hectic comms from TSM as they can't seem to get organized on a front. It's just trades back and forth, and what did we say? After control, Shikigami, they can brawl well if given the opportunity, if given the space, as Lampet looks to maybe slam dunk a pulse here.
Not quite. Worth the attempt though, especially if you're going for the brig. Oh, Noctis dead to a spear. That's not a good start for Shikigami right now. You've still got the Ray, but Solo is so low, and Anian gets speared. Okay, Anian's still going to rip it, but Solo's already dead. Anian as well, quick to die off of the back of that. King pulls the Blade, and TSM, they're just going to make it. They got the rally, they got the Blade, they got the High Noon, they got a Ray coming up as well, but they don't need it. TSM are going to claim that last point and find themselves a match point to boot. One more map away from securing themselves the series and knocking Shikigami out of the playoffs.
And you gotta commend Shikigami for doing at least as well as they are, considering all these players, this new coach, this new system is being incorporated less than a month ago. And who knows just how much time you have to scrim as a team, and how you're maybe just trying to start from scratch. And you're seeing at least the pieces start to assemble, but this is a TSM team that are just so aggressive, and if you give them an inch, they take a mile. And TSM did get kind of flustered at some moments in these fights from big blades from Lampet, and just overall how things can get really hectic in a map and in a game type that can be a lot like Control, but this is looking like a more and more TSM series the more it goes on.
It's very chaotic, very hectic, definitely. A lot of the fights coming down to just a 2v2, a 2v1. Hey, I'm down for the scrappiness. I'm down to get dirty in the mud, honestly. TSM with a match point, however, Shikigami's now chance to pick. And throwing us to a Throne of Anubis is quite interesting as well. Obviously, teams have been kind of scrimming this game mode, but it's still fairly new. So depending on how, you know, how long you've been together as a squad, might not be their favorite mode to kind of jump to, but at least TSM come out with the victory here, and knowing full well they're on match point. A lot of their fans in the audience too, I imagine, breathing a small sigh of relief, because even Johnny was like, well, I think it goes to a map 5. Shikigami have proven themselves over the last few weeks, and Taejong and Sujin have been very, very strong players to them. They've had a dependable backline for so long as well in Anian, Noctis, and Graveyard. They're definitely a team to be trifled with, but TSM right now, and especially someone like King, man, he is just pulling no punches, like, as far as looking good. The Genji as well. And yeah, it's hard to really say what Shikigami could do right now to kind of push TSM all the way to a map number 5.
Yeah, maybe it's just leveraging mechanics. Like I've said before, Taejong and Sunjun, very, very good aimers, but sometimes these game types come around being organized, being able to communicate, and really coming up with a plan and executing it. Where Shikigami, I even said at the end of Control, it may just be up to send Taejong and Sunjun go kill and let them just rely on packs and go do their own thing and see what they can produce on their own, rather than try to rally a team and have them hesitate on what they should do.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if they also make any substitutions. Shikigami might want to just stick with Lambert. Hey, did pretty well on the Genji, to be fair. If they want to continue that kind of train of thought going. Is their chance to choose a map, so curious where we're going to go with this one. Here is the map pool, of course. You know it, you love it. You've seen it a million times, but we're here to just remind you. We've seen a lot of Runasapi recently, so maybe a push is on the cards here. They don't want to go to like a dive map like Gibraltar or anything.
Yeah, Shikigami have chosen Gibraltar, New Junk City, Esperanza when they faced up against Toronto, and they had a real chance. I mean, Shikigami is one of the few teams to really make Toronto sweat besides NRG. Like, Shikigami took Toronto to Game 5. Yeah, this was with Danny standing in, but if you know, ignore that. If you do ignore that point, Shikigami looked good. But yeah, playing against a coach isn't ideal until Toronto got their players back and then they
Danny
won.
Danny looked clean on the tour. I don't know what you're saying. I know good tour play when I see it, and that was good tour play. He looked sick. The turret looked great. The placement was fantastic. Molten Core popped off. Hey, you just needed Sugar Free, you know, like put Sugar Free back in. It was an easy sweep from there. Okay, Runasapi, seeing a lot of that today. Picked by Shikigami now.
Again, it's kind of solo play styles, I think, would be the big win con, and depending on if they stick with Lampent or if they bring Taejong, which both Sunjun and Taejong play a very, very good Genji, but it's rather maybe someone who fits well with the team, and maybe that's why you bring Lampent in, who just has more experience with the Shikigami roster. And they even tried to bring Graveyard in, who can't forget that, in the back line. But Shikigami are also facing tournament lives, and it's hard to play from an O2 position and to come up with new ideas and to even risk going off the initial game plan. Obviously, this is a map pick that they've prepared, right? But now you kind of have to adapt and go to plan B, because TSM are not shaken right now.
That's where Fleder comes in. Overwatch League MVP, one of the greatest to ever do it. I mean, hey, the veteran presence does mean a lot in these kind of teams, right? Especially with players that haven't been around for as long as he has. Like, he played all the way back in like Flash Lux, like Apex time, and that was going to be go over a lot of people's heads, but very ancient Overwatch, like competitive Overwatch lore. Fleder was kind of the go. Solo carrying Flash Lux as well. Like, that team was not good, and Fleder was the only one that was bringing them wins. Don't forget to grab your tickets as well to Stockholm. It's very close. Make sure you grab them right now. There's a link down below, streamhack.com/Stockholm to check out all the info.
And something about Swedish milk and interesting Swedish beverages that Reinforce can bring you through. I'm curious, and I may just buy my ticket because of that. So shout out to Reinforce. But I'm excited to see who's going to also go to
He's
Stockholm.
really reeling people in with that like Swedish milk. He's like, it goes crazy. Yeah, it's sick. It's like, bro, it's just normal milk.
Mystery milk.
Okay, I do not want to taste any mystery milk. Is what let's quit this conversation now before we get fired. TSM versus Shikigami. Third and potential final map here for Shikigami. They're going to find something in this series. We'll see if any substitutions come in. Noctis out by the looks of it. Same with Lampent. So there's Sunjun Taejong on DPS, and Graveyard and Anian on the support for Shikigami. TSM just sticking with the same old 5.
And I don't think TSM have to really change anything beyond just the King Genji, of course. I wonder if Vision's going to go Cassidy or Ashe, or if TSM don't play as much Tracer, I guess, as compared to other teams, but certainly something they could do with how long this map is. Zenyatta, Kiriko is something teams have brought up before, but Graveyard's thinking about the Kiriko, which I like, and this could be that offensive power, maybe the extra DPS they need.
Here it is. Okay, this is kind of what I want to see. Sunjin on the hit scan as well. Raw hit scan on the Ashe. Extremely good. Definitely one of his best heroes, if not his best.
Oh, a lot of poke can come out of Graveyard, and excited to see how he can maybe help Sunjin get the edge on Vision. Just these headshots from Kiriko can be very deadly, and the cleanse always nice to buy yourself a crucial second against Blades, but TSM starting off well.
That was a downtown kill as well. I think Taejong has overstayed his welcome. King, okay. There's the resets you want. Sunjin got picked off super early, barely got a single shot off.
Yeah, TSM are very comfortable in their position. Vision is even taking these fun off angles, and he's got to be careful of like eating a spear, because this map, there's tiny hallways, there's walls behind you, and Vision is clearly being marked, but Taejong should be trying to hunt this down.
Yeah, Sunjin in a good spot as well in this window, just chilling. Oh, that's good dynamite. Okay, got to stop this cross. Striker's already made it over with that spear spin. You don't want to get surrounded here. If you're Shikigami, you're slowly going to get encapsulated.
And also Shikigami not running a break tells me they really want Taejong to be more independent with the packs, but Orbital Ray is very nice and very
it's
early.
really nice. You're going to get checkpoint on this for sure. Look at that damage. If one of those is a headshot, I think the Orisa just falls over there. Graveyard and Sunjin are dead too. These are bad staggers. Shikigami right now. They can't lose anybody else. Solo dead, okay. Oh dear, this is slipping out of their hands rather rapidly. Their tournament lives on the line right now, as this payload is just continuing to march for TSM.
It's interesting that Squid got the Orbital Ray before Oniyun. Shikigami maybe too reliant on the packs, which is maybe giving them a support ult disadvantage, but still, it's a lot for Shikigami to handle going into an 0-2 position. Now they have Orbital Ray to win, potentially.
Quick force the recall there from Vision. Nice headshot onto Taejong. Do trade for Riker, so that's definitely advantage for Shikigami right now. Happy with that though, right? I mean, 84 meters. Just burn some ults, or at least try to. Oh, good spear. Ooh. I think that's one of the most violent abilities in the game. I think. Like spear. You get hit by that and you're like, a whole screen shudder, like shakes, and like, if you were playing, have you ever seen those desks where they like attach motors to it, so every time you shoot or like do anything, it like vibrates the whole like desk? Imagine that, but you get speared by the Orisa.
Like a 4D chair when playing Overwatch, I would lose it.
I think you would literally die in real life, I think. Like, it just gets shaken to death. All right.
Well, when you got 4 ults on Shikigami's side, you're probably going to die to that too, and they're not too far behind.
They aren't. I mean, this rush could be a big play here from Shikigami. Now running into this blade, however, as King has already found one. A good flashbang there onto Taejong. But unfortunately, there's no follow-up shot as Vision and Squid end up falling prey to Solo. The thing is, TSM have stolen the bot right now, straight under the nose of Shikigami, so they're gonna have to now reclaim all of that space.
Yeah, Shikigami, this is very economical for them. They're all pretty low. Kitsune rushed just to finish the job, and it's Riker who's just been a thorn in their side, and that's the clean finish Shikigami needed to start to close the gap between the score, and then they have plenty of ults, including a Bob, to really shake things up on TSM's half.
All right, they're going to push around this corner here, just towards this checkpoint. They're close. Taejong, pulse bomb. Okay, sneaky beaky like. Everybody's kind of down on the floor right now. They've rotated rather far around onto coast. Lies in the sights. Good stick as well. Oh, that's a double. Goodbye backline. Lion bashing or Squid backing up. Not sure which one it was, but it is good for 2. TSM lose that checkpoint and potentially even lose the lead here as well.
Ooh, hold on. This is a Shikigami form that We are excited to see one that is a lot more competitive. Taejong with 3 kills that last fight. If you can send Taejong to be a solo independent king, you love to see it, but here comes a Deadeye.
Yeah, the Deadeye Terror Surge. There is nothing you can do. I'm sorry. And there it is. Luckily for TSM, they didn't give any more meters to Shikigami. 72 to 84 as the team kill comes in. And they get that bot moving again. Forward spawns to Shikigami though, so they'll be able to fight a little bit earlier than TSM would like.
Yeah, TSM will have to win another fight to get any progress, and this is still within reach of Shikigami, but Orbital Ray, that's going to be the big duel, and a Terra Surge from Solo, so it's all up to Vision and King to convert these
with
kills.
insane damage on the torpedoes there. Straight after that Orbital Ray takes down Squid. They end up trading Junos, and King trying to save his partner DPS in Vision, who's scurrying for cover right now. Lia's also down, so TSM, no supports currently. And Shikigami making it hurt. Like, look at that. They end up stopping the bot around the midpoint. So they're going to be able to fight on this corner. And if they win this next one, they're going to take that lead for sure.
Yeah, just the focus fire during that Orbital Ray is so important. Shikigami able to conserve like every ult but the Orbital Ray. Now they can Terra Surge, they can Pulse, they got a bot for the later stage of the fight, and how they shut down King is going to be the win con for Shikigami.
Yeah, they got the blade. Terra Surge, though, might be the tool to do it. You cannot let Taejong get another stick. He can't keep getting away with this. Riker's pretty low. Taejong looking for a stick now. Vision paying attention to him. Flashbang goes out, stops the Tracer in her tracks. And now the rally comes through from Lia, determined not to give up this point just yet. Bob destroyed, and Lia with the rally marches on forward. Stun onto Solo. There's the Terror Surge. Blade still not popped. And Taejong again with a double pulse bomb kill. Lia Riker down, and there you go. That is lead for Shikigami now.
A huge united effort from Shikigami. First, the Sunjun Bob stops from TSM from being aggressive off their rally. TSM continue once the Bob is done, and it's a Terra Surge Pulse Bomb combo from Shikigami that swings that in their favor. Now they're in the lead by at least 10, and this is not stopping. They got Kitsune Rush coming up, but losing Sunjun sucks right now.
Vision's super low, and yeah, they know it too. Great down at these trades there, and a rush is going to come through. King eventually pops the blade to try and even the score, as Lia and Vision are already down. He's found one, but where are the resets? Where's the other kills? A Terror Surge is launched in from Micah. A spear missing, but this is a scrappy fight. Ults burnt left, right, and center for both sides. But it should be TSM controlling the bot. Spawn advantage in their favor, but time and ults have been burnt. Shikigami with the lead.
And this is going to go back to the neutral position, but TSM can't win back-to-back fights, at least not in a while. And Shikigami can easily turn this around. It is a tug of war, 2.5 minutes, and Orbital Ray, depending on how Vision's Deadeye is going to get countered here, actually no deflect, it's just going to be the Javelin spin or maybe a cleanse to deal with Vision, so he could really surprise Shikigami if they're not careful.
The backline right then. That's a TP away. Not sure what he was doing there. Well, here comes the Rays. They're going to cross eventually. Lia swinging in the front line. You can see TSM and Shikigami rotating, hunting for kills. Squid and Onion first to fall, with Vision holding on to this Deadeye. But Taejong again! His third triple pulse spot in this map so far. How does he keep doing it?
He is a Tracer GOAT. I mean, playing with Oh, and here's the replay of the Pulse, and this was the middle of like some Orbital Ray where everyone is clumped up behind Squid, so big window of opportunity for Taejong that he hits.
What an absolute beast. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. 22 meters stands in the way at TSM and claiming this map. Bob, deploy. High Noon popped. Solo pushed away. Bob instantly killed by the Deadeye. That was rather cruel if you ask me. Something against the raw robotics or something. Squid, Vision dead. Shikigami in good standing right now. This Lia rally is only going to be good for a moment here. Solo focuses him down in the corner. 50 seconds to go and Shikigami win a fight on the TSM side of the map. They're going to get forward spawns once again, and hey, they might even get an extra couple of meters here too.
The big playmakers on Shikigami are just absolutely pulling their weight. First is Taejong's 3K in multiple fight occasions, with that last fight being just Sungjun being able to play practice range against TSM. So King, there's so many threats for him to deal with.
Don't let him do it again, please. Okay, it missed this time. If that connected, that's probably a double. A rare miss from Taejong. Graveyard dead after popping the rush. 13 seconds to go as TSM fight for their lives on the point. And Anian and Shikigami, I think the rest of them are just going to run away at this point. There's no point fighting it. And hey, OT with Array, you're as good as golden. Even giving up this next fight, honestly. Just forcing Squid to use Orbital Ray, then come back with one of your own. A lot of win conditions here from Shikigami with the lead.
But TSM can't get away from the bot too long here with this Orbital Ray, since it is an overtime, and it's all up to King to help them buy a few more fights, because they got a couple to go, and King wants to be set up. He needs low HP targets, though.
Does indeed. Solo's getting chased out, eventually killed, and here it is, Shikigami. Probably not burning anything else. They've only got the Ray, but that's realistically all that you need. You're going to be able to recontest. This Liar rally and the Blade Terror Surge has to go nuclear for TSM.
For TSM to convert that fight with just an Orbital Ray is massive. They got the economy, they got a Dragon Blade again. King has to be big. Can he close the gap between Graveyard before he teleports? Can he get on him? Can he shut down even the Orbital Ray? TSM can't really be proactive when they can't get off the cart.
Well, there's the Blade, there's the Terror Surge. Everything got Suzu though by Graveyard, so everybody's just able to walk away from it. I mean, surely that's all over now. Vision, Squid go down. Taejong as well in the back line with Bob to join the party as well. Liar's rally, a very sad one for TSM as Shikigami keep themselves alive in the series.
You said a nuclear performance, and oh my god, that's exactly what Shikigami did. The Tracer, the Ashe, beautiful. I'm glad to see Taejong getting substituted back in, because man, both of them worked so well off of each other, who I don't think were on the same team when they did OWCS Korea, but are still incredible talents to be brought up, especially even spending time in North America. This is not Sungjun and Taejong's first rodeo when it comes to playing on North American teams, and for them to just play independent, just not really relying on a Brigitte, for example. They played off the Kiriko, the cleanse, as you point out, how important that was, and the offensive capabilities of the Kitsune Rush. Massive win for Shikigami.
That cleanse at the end, stopping that CC coming through from the Terror Surge. Just sick stuff. I mean, Liar's rally at the very end, it's like not even that can save them, unfortunately. Well, TSM, they're up 2 maps still, but Shikigami coming back. It's looking a little bit closer now. Okay. Johnny's laughing and grilling.
I'm just extremely happy for you, Joss, because you are the biggest Sojun and Taejong sim.
I am, yeah. Dude,
you pre-glazed them
see
up.
how many pulse bombs that guy got?
Yeah, I saw them. I'm just happy for you because you get to see your...
NBA just started.
The NBA,
get him in.
What? NBA just didn't start. They're in preseason.
We don't know this stuff. We're just saying.
I'm not a sports guy, but you know, the basketball player, the ball sports
Joss, you had me. I believed you every second on the way.
Get him
It was
in
like
the
sports
I'm happy for you.
What he's talking about.
I am in the NBA. Well, not really, but...
You could be in the NBA, Johnny. You gotta work on
what would I realistically do with the NBA?
You gotta work on your shooting. You gotta work on
I have a lot to work
your
on.
ball handling.
I need
you gotta
your
work on the
knees.
game of basketball.
Can I borrow your legs?
But you have height.
There's a little room to improve, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's run this one back. Let's focus on this last map. We got to see Shikigami keeping themselves alive in this series with a monster performance from the DPS department. I mean, honestly, those pulse bombs. How do you even stick so many 3K? Like, what did he have for breakfast, and why did it only kick in map 3?
It's so hard to see because obviously he's pulsing someone, and usually, you know, they go to call it stand still, like don't move. But I feel like just from the few frames we do see, there's usually someone moving, and you know, one wasn't a Terror Surge, so.
Yeah, the pulse bomb. I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna stay in the Orisa Surge. I mean, it's just a well-executed comp from them to bring out the Kiri. I think this is a relatively better map for this Kiri Tracer style. However, now they face a tough challenge, which is going to be 2 map picks back-to-back on modes that are pretty impactful to have picks, right? Hybrid and Escort. So, I mean, there's really every opportunity for TSM to close this out. Now I think it's time for TSM to show us like what's their best look, what's their comfort zone, where do they want to go to close the series in 4, because I don't think they want to go to a map 5.
If we're looking at those two teams stylistically then, TSM, where would they feel most comfortable taking this one?
Well, you got Riker, and so I do feel you feel pretty comfortable playing the dive if you want to, for example. Stylistically, you're traditional like main tank kind of heroes, right? And so that could be an angle. And if we take a look at the map pool so far, you know, when you consider like the Orisa style, you know, push and clash usually like lend themselves pretty good, flash and push lend themselves to that pretty wisely, right? So now you can go to a few maps, maybe like shake things up a little bit. Do you want to go to like Junkertown, Watchpoint Gibraltar? And so a few different kind of like variations here that might not be exactly what we saw in the first initial maps in the series.
I wouldn't mind seeing a map that lets Rocket come in and play a little bit of Tracer. So, I mean, I think Gibraltar is probably best case for that. You know, specifically probably the best Tracer map in the pool right now. Blizzard World, I think you could also make a compelling case for Tracer. For me, that's, I think, the interesting look for TSM, but then there's the question of if you're not playing so much of Rocket, maybe it's better to just stick with the players you've been practicing the most with. So I think.
But what a treat would it be? Taejong versus Rocket, Tracer.
Tracer duels,
I
Widow
know.
duels.
It would kind of go crazy.
That would go hard.
It would go super hard.
Where all the real fans are hoping for Gibraltar.
Send it. That's what we would like to see. We also love to see drops. So make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and you too can be feasting on the glory that these drops are. In fact, I love that we have a day theme, a night theme. Everything is autumn themed. Good stuff.
I would love waffles right now.
Waffles?
Yeah, low key. I'm down for American waffles.
This morning you were all about crepe, and now suddenly he wants the waffles.
America,
it's been a long day.
wanting our waffles.
But no, like butter. We don't need to put butter on it.
That's just
Why
weird.
not?
Can we agree that that's weird?
Why is that
Yeah,
weird?
like
Just
this.
got a clump of
fruit.
butter on you. Like, what
Well,
is
you
wrong
spread
with
it
you?
out.
It doesn't. It has butter in the batter.
Yeah, but you
Just
I
butter
can't
in
about
the batter. You
chicken
don't need
though.
more
Chicken and
butter.
waffles. Oh, Gibraltar!
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, if Rocket doesn't come in, it'll be.
Okay, now we gotta get the sub.
This is gonna be hype.
Question mark.
I mean, the thing is, you could also just have Kaden play the Tracer and be solid. Like, there's a genuine question that whether they would even bring
Hold.
Rocket in.
Hold. I'm hearing a Shiki sub.
I'm holding.
Hold.
I'm presently holding. Mary coming in.
Ooh, Mary. Yeah, Mary, another new pickup alongside Songjun and Taejong. Mary has joined them as well. So I'm excited to see her in action for this squad here as well.
Makes sense. I think she's comfortable on the.
TSM's up?
This is what we've been waiting for.
Huh?
Yeah,
Let's go.
buddy. All right. Okay.
Let's go.
Unleash the beast. Let him out.
This is gonna be a good map.
This is gonna be good. We will be eating
Waffles, hopefully during.
waffles, Tracer duels.
Call it in, Johnny. Let's get some waffles.
It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time.
Chicken
I'm very
and
excited for
waffles.
this one. Of course, we are still finding ourselves here on match point. Shikigami only just brought it back 2-1, the current score here in the series, which is a do or die match, right? So like both of these teams are facing elimination with a loss here, and that would also mean the end of their respective seasons, where a victory in the overall tournament would get them that ticket to Stockholm. I don't think either of them could stay alive on points. I think they're too far
TSM is
behind.
fourth.
Are they fourth, actually?
So TSM,
TSM
might
are
have
Are they
a road
actually?
to qualifying points wise. Yeah, 'cause
I
so
certainly hope
surprised
so,
by
but I did some prep work going into it. I'm pretty sure.
they were second in stage one.
They
They've
were
had a
contending,
couple-
yeah.
But then they missed out on some. So definitely they'll need a strong result this tournament to have a
Gotta stay
hope.
alive.
You have to keep in mind, though, that the points are awarded to the players and not to the org.
Well, they got
So I think-
Liar, Riker,
That's true. They've
Rocket.
got
only
some
have
points.
two. They
They
only
get some
have
points
two
coming from Liar, coming at M80.
That's a good point.
So it's going to get complicated. A lot of math.
Yeah,
But they gotta stay alive.
someone smarter
Not
than
my
us will
specialty.
be doing that math for us over the next 1 or 2 days, so we can give you a better prediction on who will be going through based on points alone. For now, though, we are waiting patiently for Gibraltar.
I'm
to
impatient.
start.
I want
Are
to see
you
Rocket play
impatient?
Tracer.
Impatient waiting.
This is why I show up.
Suspense.
The suspense. I know. I'm just waiting for the cue to send it to casters, but I guess I keep on waffling because
Just let Rocket play Tracer. It's what the people want.
It's what everyone wants.
Gibraltar. This is a classic map. I'm actually so happy Gibraltar's in the pool.
I love that we got to see it several times
You know
today
we're
as
gonna
well.
get
Yeah.
Winston, Widow, and Tracer, and like I always miss those heroes. I always want more.
You know,
This
what
map
I
should
also
always
want to
be in the
see
pool.
more of. Yes, I agree.
Agree.
Also,
That's not a hot take, actually. That's a good take.
that is the coldest take.
Thank you,
of all
Jake. I'll
time.
take my good take for once.
Okay, Johnny has a good take. Jack and Jen are gonna have a good cast. This is gonna be a banger series. Let's see if Shiki can bring it back, or if TSM is gonna close it out.
A rare Johnny good take? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Oh, this is why. Okay, Johnny, did you just pause the game? Because I insulted you. He paused the game, everybody. It's Johnny's fault. Now I have to run to the spot. Thanks, Johnny.
Run.
Look at this guy. I insult him one time, and then he hits the pause button. That's crazy. Wasn't really Johnny's fault. Hopefully. Was that?
Yo, yeah, sure. You could go in the control room and unpause it. He's running.
Hold on.
He's gonna go unpause. Definitely wasn't the players that needed the pause, Johnny, but okay. I mean, you can. He's gonna steal one of their slots in the game and pretend they're playing under their name.
Honestly, it was a tank that disconnected though, for real. So get in there, reinforce.
Yeah,
but
get his master's ass out of that server. Ain't no way. Ain't no way he's playing in this game. All right. Well, hopefully they'll get into game in just
a big. Yeah, kind of risky, but Shikigami needed to bring Mari in as their dive specialist, and it's been a lot of solo. It's been just been a lot of the Orisa for Shikigami, but now they have to change things up and go against, Riker. There's only one tank on TSM, but he can play it all. But is he really the master of everything while Shikigami have specialists? It's gonna be exciting to see how.
Wait, he did unpause the game. Wait, he did that. That was actually the amount of time it takes from here to the control room. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, he's coming running back now. Thank you, Johnny. All right, let's get into this one. Seeing a lot of Widowmaker, a lot of Genji, a lot of Tracer, a lot of Winstons, a lot of Anas. It is a good day to be an Overwatch fan, that is for sure. We've been eating with these Watch Point Gibraltar picks. Let's have a look at how Shikigami tackled this offense.
And this was Sunjun and Taejong putting an insane performance on our previous map to pull through, but can it really only just be them? Widow can be quite literally hit or miss, hot or cold. But Sunjun, he's the Widow specialist for Shikigami going up against Vision. But you brought Rocket. We don't get to see Rocket too often, but he's one of just my favorite Tracer players in the world. He's just a prodigy in the making. So watch out for what Rocket can do. And Mari too on the other side.
Yo, yeah. Doesn't want to take that. We'll see if they Widowmaker. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, surely you see the Widowmaker there. All right, Vision, show us what you got on the Widow against Sonjun, who's been a bit of a nasty player, especially on the Ashe too. Sonjun really just kind of made his debut on Shikigami playing Ashe. It's been such a powerful pick recently. A long-range hit scan has been very strong after the Cassidy nerf. Oh, see ya. No, we're good. Nice airstrike.
Riker's really testing the waters with how close he can get to this Widow, and as soon as his armor is popped, I like that he redirects towards a safer location, but Shikigami, Taejong is more battling than pushing the cart, so there's not really much progress and not much winning happening for Shikigami.
Stagger. Nice. Yeah, that was a good nade from Squid there initially. Small little rotation for Shikigami's backline, quickly thwarted. But Mari, she will end up dying, but it was a lot of time kind of wasted there, of course, after being staggered.
Yeah, Mari plays a lot of D.Va, which will be the perfect counter to Riker, but there's going to be a lot of attention from Squid and Liar to keep Riker still up, and now the Nano. Goodbye, Sunjun.
Oh, Sunjun should be able to get out of there. Yeah, nice healing coming through from the back line. Riker's still got Primal Rage, though, and him just existing here is going to be a bit of a pain point. Taejong not hitting the 2K pulse bomb this time around. Sadly, it's actually Sunjun that starts off the fight with a headshot to Squid. A revenge for Anti in Graveyard, I would imagine. High ground control now for Riker and TSM is going to be quickly lost as Shikigami pushes them all the way back.
Shikigami could easily just focus the D.Va and their Tracer on the cards and let Sunjun do things like that. Jeez, took time to get this going now.
The Widowmaker's on fire. Anything is possible. Here comes the raid from Shikigami. It's going to be matched with a rally from Lai. Can kind of hold this corner, protect Squid for as long as humanly possible. Sonjun with a good angle over the battlefield as the payload, unfortunately, isn't retouched by TSM. And that'd be Shikigami just trading rally and Ray for a rally on TSM side.
Oh, Mari ended up having to use Bomb too. The rally ran out from Graveyard, and I'm not seeing any more stagger kills coming out of Shikigami. And now Sunjun probably knows Rocket is back here, so he's kind of tweaking. And now Riker gets a chance to jump on this Widow. Where is Mari? And she may be focused on diving too much rather than peeling for this Winston. She really has to focus Riker.
Oh, that's so sad when you get that weird short grapple as the Widow. You grapples kind of short. You don't hit the spacebar, you don't hit the jump to do a little bounce, and you just kind of jolt forward. Unfortunate stuff. Nice nade though from Squid. It's been kind of on fire with them recently, actually.
Shikigami not being able to carry any momentum from capping point A is rough. Now we're pulse-spawning the spawn. Like, what's up with that, Rocket?
You come in off the bench, then you start posting the spawn. You gotta let them know who just joined the server. You gotta let them know.
Yeah, Rocket's the GOAT, but Sunjun has sights. He'd love to be able to see better through this bubble if Riker would get out of his space, and Mari is gonna have to go full peel mode, especially against this Winston.
Easiest collapse of your life. Right there. Taejong, Graveyard, dead. No Matrix can save you. Sunjun is still coming up with kills, despite all the pressure from Riker and Rocket.
Shikigami still have to break through these doorways. They don't got much going on except the orbital ray, but it's all about the playstyle of D.Va and how you're adapting to that. And Mari is going to be the make or break of this team of how they can deal with Riker. As soon as they force Riker to jump back, Shikigami could set their Widow up into a better position. Taejong can get on the cart and get that pushing. Like, it all starts with step one.
You know where the Widow is, because Riker is chasing Sunjun to the opposite door, in which Vision is looking currently. Oh, Riker's back. Has got Primal as well. Might not even need it. Yeah, Graveyard. Graveyard is having the worst game right now, and not through his fault either. Riker and just Rocket are just hounding Graveyard down. It's hard for him to do anything on the Brig. Really tough spot for the Brig to be in.
I think
cannot be blamed for that at all. It's just Riker and Rocket just playing very well.
Yeah, it's really tough to play D.Va on this map just because, and getting back on that, it's just the boost to go up on top of the ship, like you're barely getting on top of it. You don't go as deep of a dive as a Winston, and you obviously don't have a bubble to maintain that position for much long. So Mari is very tunneled on diving maybe this Widow or chasing Rocket around rather than try to protect her team against Riker. So now at least maybe getting a kill on the Liar may force the rally out is a silver lining if that happens, but Mari needs help.
Yeah, look at that Ray there. That should be more than enough. Oh, Rocket got bonked into another century there. That flail in the orbital ray, it does a lot of damage. Can't calculate off the top of my head, but it's a lot. 40 seconds remaining here for Shikigami's offense. It's a scrappy affair once again. The payload unable to be moved. See Mari, she is stuck right now. Very, very low. Can't lose mech. 2 HP. Oh, that is disaster. Now needs to build this back up. Luckily, her team rallying around her, at least for the time. And with Taejong finding a pulse bomb kill onto Squid, should be an easier affair now.
Yeah, and Mari gets subbed in for this map especially, and she is the master of this. 10 seconds left. Shikigami have made it halfway to point B, and I mean, beyond that. And Taejong is doing work. He's won the duel against the other Tracer, so not lost yet for Shikigami.
Yeah, Riker, if I can get this kill, it's going to be wonderful for TSM Shines on the defense, but 4 meters to go. Vision's kind of come back on the Venture. Really hard to actually get rid of on the point. And oh, a Nano Venture straight through the shield. Graveyard, absolutely not. It was Vision that was digging him one. Anian down, Mari falls as well, and that will be Shikigami halted on second point. 78 meters and a little bit. It's TSM with an extremely strong hold. A lot of that too, Lemon, at the very end was Riker like drawing the ire of pretty much everybody from Shikigami. The Primal Rage in the small room, stopping the supports, helping the fight on the point.
For Shikigami to never really win a fight on point B, but still get the cart all the way to the end, like, you got to commend Sunjun or whoever the Tracer was on Shikigami to do something with all the action happening elsewhere, to get progress, to at least make something out of nothing, which was just not being able to get an initial pick, to get your Widow in a good spot, to, okay, your Tracer sometimes won a duel here and there, but ultimately just the backline from Shikigami getting absolutely pounded every time they even looked at point B Gibraltar. So it's not the worst push, it's not the best push, I've used that before, but hey, being able to full hold TSM would be quite a feat. So it's all about how Mari can adapt to the situation, which has been very dive heavy, and D.Va does best at being flexible to balance peel with dive, and knowing what those opportunities are is what makes a very, very good D.Va player. And having a Mei on defense is interesting.
I like it. I do like the Mei, but yeah, you aren't wrong. It's very hard to kind of execute with how mobile everybody is. See if Vision sticks on the Hanzo. Well, I wouldn't hate it.
Just the Vision off the bridge just to see what they get.
Stick on the Hanzo. I like this. Of course, Hanzo got changed recently, so the one-shots, they're back. So very effective in not only taking down Widows, but taking down everybody else. But it looks like Vision's going to change. Widowmaker? Okay, back to the Widow. In it for the duel. Sunjin already picks up 1 kill there.
Should have maybe figured that out sooner because the rest of the team were fighting and now a lot of time has been lost. But TSM have now got the comp that they're happy with. Rocky could push the card and now he's got the attention of Mari, so TSM can play off of maybe punishing this D.Va and moving forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough to make the Mei work on this first point. You can kind of hold down Car Wash pretty easily, but with these Widowmakers, it only takes 1 quick headshot to really undo all of that progress under Car Wash. Squid having pretty much almost all of his CDs eaten there by the D.Va. Luckily got the nade off, and with the nano boost swiftly built up, are they really going to expect this? Riker sent into the backline, hurtling towards Sunjin as Vision takes down his DPS partner in Taejong. 2.5 minutes to go. I mean, TSM are just running over Shikigami. They're not really standing up to them in any meaningful way currently.
Yeah, when you get to a competitive point, it's very hard to, as in the competitive scene, it's hard to dive a backline. They're going to heal each other, and that's why Winston is a better dive tank, because even if you're not killing anybody or doing much damage, you're bubbling them off, and that could really hurt, obviously, heroes that rely on sightlines or that can't peel for themselves very well. Whereas Mari doesn't have the bubble option, and the Matrix you're going to use to protect yourself to disengage, so Mari's having a tough time, like, having an impact beyond that.
Sight's been popped. Sunjin does end up getting to the high ground. Doesn't really want to go down now. Those tights will disappear rather quickly. Riker's got Primal Rage. You got to know he's got it. And Sunjin just out of this fight, out of this universe. And now Vision is so free on this Widow. Luckily, there's a big trade coming through. Mari picks up her kill. I got my 1 in Liar. It's available from Taejong. Will he pop it? Yes. There's a jump available from Riker. Can he get out? Oh, he actually gets frozen. Bonked his little head on the spaceship, perhaps. Still, though, 4 minutes. TSM got a lot of time to play with.
I like the groovy skin that Taejong has on too, but Blizzard Hicks expended, and the Icicle is very deadly at range, and a lot of contest with the ice block, obviously. But other than that, yeah, just a chunkier tracer, I guess, or just another type of tracer on Shikigami's side. And it's the comfortability out of Taejong. Pulse bomb dodge there. Rocket has an important duel to deal with.
In the blink of an eye, you've lost your DPS. You expect that against a Widow, but Taejong, that's the second time he's fallen prey to the Widowmaker. Only a couple of meters to go now. I mean, there's a touch available for Shikigami. Taejong is now on the Genji. Way more dive heavy. Rally, Ray available. Angle from Vision is nice. Can he land the headshot? Looking at Anium, but she gets out of the way. Headshot onto Graveyard, forces the shield there, but with the rally going off, the Brig is going to be fine.
Yeah, Shikigami stay on their feet, and they also need to contest and play behind the cart. And if Shikigami just stack on the cart, it's going to be hard to dislodge them. TSM are just going to have to hope for headshots from Vision, as Sunjin makes Vision uncomfortable.
Someone's got a touch. Oh, yep, Mari's there. Chillin'. Nano boost available for Squid. Deploy that onto Riker, maybe get a Primal. Primal, whichever way you want to say it. Oh, it goes on to Liar. Okay, Liar pretty low on the point, trying to force it. He's going to get rally pretty quick as well. Look at that ult charge building up already. Pulse bomb, though, weaved in from Sunjin. Squid down. 4v5 now, make that a 4-on-4 as Sunjin also bites the dust. Payload still a couple of meters away from actually being completed here, in TSM taking the series. Primal Rage popped, Anion dead. Only one support available for Shikigami, and it's only going to be Graveyard. And Riker is making Graveyard's life just a miserable. Self-destruct does enable Mari to get back into the mech, but quickly dealt with. The pulse bomb connected to her, and that should be it. TSM with a dominant showing on Gibraltar. Subbed in Rocket, got it done. Time to go for dinner. TSM knock out Shikigami and continue a run in that lower bracket.
A really good effort out of Shikigami. I mean, they finished, they couldn't even get out of groups last stage. So for Shikigami to get this far, you got to really commend them. I think their best stage was stage 1. And Shikigami are still, like I said, trying to find that structure, incorporating those new players. They have this, you know, godsend of a coach of Fleta, who's gonna hopefully bring them to a better wave next season. But unfortunately, these really good changes just come in too late. Can you imagine what Shikigami would have looked like with just a few more months together? Like, they really made TSM sweat at some points, but TSM synergy, their chemistry, and just how relentlessly aggressive they can be off of Riker, who can play any tank, has been awesome to see. Congrats to
You're happy
TSM.
when Rock comes into play and then just puts up big numbers on the Tracer. Taejong just couldn't get it done. That push was so clean with his Tracer, but it is TSM all today, at least. I mean, Shikigami, like you said, really big up to them, making it all the way here. It was just unfortunate. You're facing so many strong teams so early on. But TSM advancing. I mean, the Deaths got their Preds right. Looking good, honestly. Everybody over there looking clean.
Definitely the Preds that we all predicted into this game. I'm so glad we did, since we all got it right. I couldn't agree more with Jen here at the very end, though. I would have loved to have seen these changes from Shikigami earlier in the season, to have more reps, to have more team cohesion heading into these later stages, because I think Shikigami would have had a really high ceiling. Like the glimpses we got to see today, even though it was a little bit more disconnected, that should make you very excited. If this roster is going to stick together heading into next season, I think they can go far.
They got shooters. Sanjan, Taejong, very impressive performances from them individually, you know, battling back to make this not a 3-0 sweep. Impressive. But in the end, I think this TSM squad has just come together beautifully, playing a lot of different styles, a lot of different comps, even having a weapon like Rocket on the bench. I mean, that's a lot of talent to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the bracket came up, so I was like, are you going to the bracket?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You can talk over the bracket. We do have the technology. Go, Johnny.
Yeah, so I agree. I think that this squad of TSM, I think they're really well put together, and I do think they're going to excel in this meta. I love, you know, having Lyre in that backline as well to like really steady the ship, combined with the mechanical skill. You know, pretty nice to be on the opposite side of Energy Shock in this kind of scenario, right? But you know, the upper bracket match is not going to be any tougher. I believe that's the loser of Toronto Defiant. And they beat Citrus Nation, Rad.
Here you go.
Yep, there
you can see it all right here.
Yeah, I don't know why I looked at you, Jake. You were just distracting me, Jake.
I'm looking at the screen. I wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
He's catching our eyes constantly. It's
I was making
distracting.
conversation.
I hate it.
Yeah. No, but really though. And also, you know, shout out to Shikigami. I feel like they're one of the mainstays in, you know, North America and OWCS.
Yeah.
And they're all ever present here in OWCS throughout all 4 stages, right?
Yeah.
So sad to see them go early, but
It won't be the last we've seen of them, I'm pretty sure of that. Now, there's also going to be plenty more opportunities to watch these teams on your screens. Starting tomorrow, of course, we're heading into our upper bracket semifinals. We have some good ones coming up. I mean, I have my eyes on VP and SSG. VP was the runner-up just last stage. Let's see what they have in store for us this time around. There's just so many good matchups. Which gets you excited, Johnny?
Gets me excited. Well, you picked VP SSG, so how about I pick Piece of Cake versus Ents?
That's a great shout.
That'll be a showdown between 4 amazing damage players. You know, obviously Ents are stacked, but still, you know, Exodial and Naga going up against the likes of Kevster and Kai. That could be really entertaining in this meta.
And for the NA crowd, who are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm excited to see Nightmare on the broadcast. For me, they're one of the teams that I expect to make it through to qualify to Stockholm, so I'm excited to see how their level looks. We saw Toronto look great earlier, and now I'm curious to see Nightmare on the main broadcast, but also to see TSM continue their redemption arc. I mean, I think for them, this is do or die. It's a big tournament for them, so I'm excited to see how they continue to fare in this bracket.
That's right. We do have 3 more days of plays to go. So today it was just the first of many. I'm very excited to see how both of these brackets, EMEA and NA, will be shaping up. We hope very much that you join us again tomorrow, same time, same place. Gentlemen, thank you so much for letting me pick your brain all day long. And of course, a big thank you to all of our casters for shouting over all the action. They will be back as well tomorrow, so make sure to tune in once again. But for now, it's goodbye from us. Thank you so much for watching.
Well, we'll do a Viking burial off stream. Don't worry about it.
It's true. That one's happening for sure.
Now Dead Eye, a little bit of an open season here for the Cassidy, but Funny Astro's already picked off. And oh my goodness, an aggressive self-destruct from KSA finding 2.
Use of my energy. Placing shield.
I was always graceful in the air.
I was
Wipe them off the payload.
Bash one way, bash one the other, and then it's done. It's all over.
Pitiful.
When is hyping this clip up?
Dink. Dink.
What?
Dink.
Missed.
Dink.
Dink. Dink.
Dink.
Ooh, okay. Okay, that's actually, that was great. I won't even lie.